By the end of this video, I will have spent 500 days in this hardcore server, including traveling to the Ashlands with no map or portals. Will I get lost and run out of resources in the hardest biome in the game, or will I prevail against the Ashlands, beating it with absolutely no deaths, no map, and no portals? Welcome back to the Hardcore series, where I will be playing with no map, no portals, and if I die, I respawn at altar with my body completely deleted and pretty much a new character because I will have no skills and no items with me. And before we get started, I am currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you guys could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me, and thank you guys so much for watching. Now, if you cannot tell, this is episode 2 of a series and of many more to come, where I already played through the first 250 days, and I am on day 250 to 500. Now, if you didn't watch the other one, feel free to go watch it, but I will also recap it here in just a second because it's been a while since the last video and I probably need to recap everybody. Last episode we got 2 bases set up. We got one at altar and I got one in the Mistlands where I could grow Mistlands crops, Plains crops, and just harvest general stuff and progress through the Mistlands, and I was also able to kill all of the first 6 bosses all the way up to Queen. From there we have not been back to the tower base really yet at all to use what we got from Queen. We just went back to altar to drop off the Queen trophy, get a nice little cinematic, and head back. That being said, I did die once last episode to Yagaloth due to a fire resistance potion running out and me not realizing it, and also having no rested buff and not the best food possible. So I'm going to try and make sure that I keep all of those things from happening, as well as all of the insane shit that can come from the Ashlands from happening to me today, because that is where we are headed right now. The main focus of today is going to be the Ashlands, which is going to be a little bit insane. I don't know, I don't have that much experience with it going into it, and part of this was actually done even before I did the reverse series, meaning I really don't have much experience with it at all. So it is going to be very difficult for me to get in there, and also because it's so far away from the rest of my bases are pretty much on the center of the map and on the center of the map super east, but both of them are at like the middle line as far as up and down go. That being said, that means that it's going to be very hard for me to get back and forth between the Ashlands and my base, and I'm probably going to try and stack everything up on the Drakor and just try and make enough stuff in one trip to survive down there for the entire rest of the playthrough as far as the bosses go. Now, if I have to come back, I will, but I really think that I can fit everything on one boatload to survive the entire Ashlands all the way through to at least the boss fight, which will be insane, but because of the navigation, because of how lost I really could get, I probably need to stick down there for now. Also, after we kill the final boss, there is going to be a lot more to do. This hardcore series is going to be an entire thing past a playthrough. I want to build a bunch of crazy builds, do all of the side quests, and really experience this game in every part of it with no map and no portals and on not trying to die, because as you guys have seen in a lot of my videos, I die a lot, and if I can pull that away from me for a little bit, I feel like even my normal playthroughs will benefit. That being said, assuming we do beat the boss today, I do have a couple of other things that I want. I really want to start making more bases around the map, getting tames set up at all of them and all of that kind of stuff, and I think there's a cool way for you guys to contribute there. If you guys want, you totally can. You totally don't have to. You can just sit back and enjoy the very long video if you'd like, but if you guys want, please give me city names, build ideas, tips for anything, places I should build, things I should try and build, names for tames, like I said, names for builds, names for cities. You can give me an idea with a build, like an idea of a build with a name, like anything like that. I will gladly build it if I really like it, and if I do build it or I do use it in some way in some of the builds, I will add your name to a wall or something like that to where you guys can be seen for adding to the series. So that is something that I plan on doing, and I really want to include you guys in the series somehow. And while it'd be extremely difficult for me to include every single person, definitely the people who add to the series by giving those suggestions, the really good ones that I use, will be added. It's also probably alongside honorable mentions and stuff like that, because I want to get you guys in the series as much as possible. But aside from that, we got to get through the game first. So the Ashlands is going to be a lot of challenges in a lot of different ways. Like I said, don't have a lot of experience, don't know about getting back to these bases. So first, I mean, before anything, I need to get the boat built, but I really need to make sure that I get everything on that boat perfectly like aligned. Anything in my inventory that I can carry, I need to be full going down there completely. On top of that, a lot of the stuff at this base is probably going to come with me. My black forge will probably come with me. I do have some black cores here, but I don't know if I'll take them. I might leave them up here as extras in case something happens. But other than that, I will probably have to take a lot of stuff from here, take my smelters because I don't have a lot of cores. And while I could sit and refarm for all that stuff, if I don't really plan to come back to this base for a really long time, I probably can take that stuff with me. So I'm going to start getting the boat built, get everything ready to go with me, and then I will figure out like what I'm missing, bring you guys back before we start the journey to the Ashlands. But that is literally our next thing. I want to get straight there and spend most of this episode there. And just like that, our vessel to the Ashlands is completely prepared. Now, a lot of what I want to be in this boat is already in the long ship so that I can transfer them back and forth and try and cram everything in as best as possible. I do have a like order of things that I need and what is most important for me to take down there based on what things I can probably get down there or around the Ashlands without it, and also like what I can fit on the boat, what weighs what, and what can go in my inventory, all of that stuff. The number one thing, and this is going to take up so much room in the boat, probably a third of the room in this boat, and this boat has a lot of slots. I'm pretty sure it has 32 slots, which is a ton. The first thing that has to go in this boat is the cauldron, which doesn't take up that much obviously, but all of the upgrades that go with it and one of the meat hooks. That alone is going to be a lot of space, mostly because of the spice rack, the pots and pans, all of that stuff. Most of that has to come with me. I don't know at this point in time if I can grow things in the Ashlands. I think I can if I have a shield core, but I don't know if I'm going to have one of those when I get down there. So I really need to bring all of the crops with me, and it would not save me any room to bring the seeds instead of the crops. On top of that, I also have to bring like the butcher table and all of that stuff. To build the cauldron and to build any fermenters for meads, I need to bring the forge, which brings me to another point. My pickaxe is made and repaired in the forge. So is my axe. So I need to make sure that that forge, at least capable of repairing that stuff, makes it down there with me, because otherwise I will run out of that very quickly, and even a journey back might not be safe. Past that, I need to be able to bring a blast furnace down there, an artisan table, and then a workbench as well. But a workbench is manageable to get down there, so I don't need to worry about that obviously too much, but it's gonna be what I need to repair the boat and to make anything really basic as I land. I also need the stuff to build a little bit of a base when I land. Now, Groston is okay and possible because I can grab a lot of it down there right on the shore pretty easily, but I don't know what the building situation and what the shore situation is going to look like, so probably building a little bit to get a platform down and some storage bins would be a good idea. After that, we start to get into the realm of bringing food ingredients, meads, other things that I'm going to need to build, like what I'm going to need to build for the armor and stuff like that I'm going to build down there. The main thing that I've seen, I need to bring refined iter, because the refined iter is going to be one of the only things I need down there for the armor that I can't get down there. I also, if I want to build the armor or any of the weapons down there, I'm going to need the black forge. You guys can start to see how this is going to be really difficult to pack all on one ship for one trip. And after I get all of this packed together, or at least as much of it as I can, I have to plan what parts I don't have packed and how I'm going to get them, either after I get down there or on my way down there or nearby down there, anything like that. And I also have to actually find my way down there safely, which, while it sounds pretty easy, I just go south. I want to try and find an area of it that's nice to land on, a decent size so I don't have to leave the island, and also somewhat findable from the other base, and one that has like good stuff inland from it. Like if there's a plains or a mistlands or something like that inland from it, that would be nice to check those out on the way down there to figure out where is a good spot to stop. These are all things I'm going to have to think about, but first I got to start packing stuff on the boat to see what's actually going to fit and what I actually have to worry about getting down there, because literally the way that I pack this boat and what comes with me is going to determine the entire output of the entire outcome of the playthrough. Alright guys, this is harder than I thought. This is about what I'm looking at bringing so far. A bunch of stone to build a starter base with, all of the metals and resources I'll need for like the forge, all of the crafting areas. I want to try and fit some of the cauldron improvements in my inventory. Obviously the silver and stuff is in there for that. The black forge is in there other than the cores, like the mechanical springs for the vice and all of that are in there. But there's still so much stuff on the longship that needs to come with me that isn't in there yet, which is really concerning. I'm trying to bring what I need to like make certain foods, what I need to do certain things, but I also need food to make it down there, meads to keep myself alive if something goes wrong. Fire resistance is something that I absolutely need wearing my cape, seeing as the feather cape gives you a weakness to fire, and I'm going to the fire land. And also, like, I don't know, there's so much stuff needs to go into this. It really honestly might have to be 2 trips straight there and back. If I do that, I'm gonna try and get down there, get all of it off in a chest, and then put it, like, come straight back to get more, because I do not want to forget how to get there and back. I really want to just do it all like at the beginning here before I start, but I'm gonna try and get it in one. It's just gonna be difficult. A really big part of this entire equation is getting the heavy stuff in the boat and the light stuff in my inventory, but either way, the boat and I do not have infinite inventory slots, which still makes it pretty difficult, but I'm getting very close to being able to take what I need down there. I'm also still needing to figure out how to get the Yalder table down there with me, but I have a good amount of food. I have about half of what I need in there, and if I have to drop off all of that stone to get everything down there with me, I will, because stone is fairly harvestable, and I could drop all that stuff in a chest early on in the Ashlands along a pillar or something, or right on the shore, and then head back to the mainland to get stone if I really need it that badly. So that's something to think about. Some of these resources are much easier to get than others, and bringing something like refined iter or black cores is going to be much smarter than cramming it all with stone if I really need both resources, because I can go to the mainland to get some of the basic ones if I really need them. But I'm going to try and sit here. It's probably going to take me like an hour, maybe longer, to get all of this packed into a boat. But we're going to try and get it all in one ship. And if I can, we're going to be headed down there as soon as I get it all together. And if I can't, we're still going to be headed down there, but I'm going to have to worry about keeping track of my path down there as we will be coming back. So we'll see. All right, guys, I think I have about everything that I possibly could packed on this boat. Now, some of it's, I'm going to throw some of the stone out here and get some more like regular stuff going, but everything else on this boat, the amount of wood, fine wood, core wood, Yggdrasil wood, the cores, the stone, the metal, everything is absolutely necessary for the bare minimum in the Ashlands for what I need to be able to build. This is actually significantly under what I'd like to be taking with me, but literally every single thing in here is necessary for my plan and part of what I cannot get from the Ashlands. The linen, it's for the Ashlands saddle that I plan to have. The silver is for the butcher block. Literally everything is for exactly what I need it to be, which is scary because that means if I do make it with this boatload and this is the only one I take down, I'm going to be barely surviving in the Ashlands, which is quite terrifying. But with my inventory full, the boat's inventory full, and everything I need for at least my bare minimum, it's time to head to the Ashlands, and I'm quite terrified about it, but I think we can make it. And through many days and nights, following the Yggdrasil tree, through fog, through rain, through serpents, and through many a days, I was at the edge of the map. This is where I would enter the Ashlands for the first time in the server, and likely not leave for a very, very long time, with only one boatload of stuff to survive, and a very thin border between me and death. This is what everything has led up to this point, and no matter how scared I am, or how big the possibility of death is, this is my only choice. Well, guys, that was quite the sketchy pull into the Ashlands. I literally I did not bring enough arrows to fight Bone Maw, which was really stupid of me, but remember, at this point in time, I do not have that much Ashlands experience, and that does not excuse my stupidity, but it definitely explains it a little bit. So, the goal right now, I don't know, I was really planning to build on the shore, but just looking at what's on the shore, I'm terrified. So, I think the goal right now is going to be to get everything off on chests up on this, like, pillar situation, and then use the boat to get to the island, but I will have a barrier of the ocean between me and everything else, but this is going to be very terrifying for quite a while. I have almost no arrows, not a lot of food left, no rested buff, which is, you know, terrible pulling in right now, and honestly, I'm in quite the terrifying position, so I need to be very careful about every single move that I make, but I do think that it's possible to survive with what I've brought, but the only thing that I'm seeing as a problem is I'm already almost out of stone, and I don't have any more building materials, which is not good. As long as I can get like 1 or 2 covered areas down where I can put things in and put chests in without them burning, and maybe even set up an area to cook some stuff so I can at least eat, I should be okay. But this is going to be quite the sketchy, like, this is going to be really sketchy for a while, because I have a feeling that Bone Maws are not going to leave me alone out here, and while they're much better to fight than most of the shit in the Ashlands because they can't actually get up to me, that does not make them any more fun to deal with. Alright, well currently it is nighttime, which is, you know, not, again, any more fun or anything that I want to deal with, but I do have a hearth up, a spot to sleep, and an area for my black forge where I can at least make some weapons and, like, arrows if I really need them. I have not even stepped foot on the actual Ashlands yet because I am not at all prepared. I'm actually going to have to do quite a bit of recrafting, re-repairing, and, like, allocating resources to different things up here in this little base based on what I brought and how I organized everything that I brought. So, it's going to be a little odd, but, like, some of my things that I need to make are actually broken down as other resources like iron and wood because that's what would fit better in the stacks that I already had in the boat, and I really had to cram everything in here. That being said, I need to turn this top floor into a little bit more of an area where I can actually smelt and cook, and it's going to take a lot of time, but I think very soon I should step foot on the Ashlands, kill a couple of the little surrounding things, get some crafting recipes, and also get a little bit of Groston because the Groston floors are much bigger and much easier to support on these pillars because these stone ones are so tiny. Alright guys, this is what I'm talking about. I got the cauldron up, I got a little bit of a cooking situation. It's not a good one, but it's fine, and I can actually cook the bone moth meat, which is going to be by far the best food I have access to at the exact moment in time. 90 health I think it is, plus the serpent meat and the salads are actually going to be pretty good, and that makes me a little bit more comfortable with going onto the land rather than running with what I had, the seeker meat. The land is going to be really scary the first time I step foot. I need to be really careful. As many of you guys are probably aware, the insane amount of stuff that spawns in the Ashlands is actually insanely hard to deal with. But I don't have an option. I have to get over there at some point. I also have on this, like right now, I have the kiln set up. I'll be able to set up some of the like forge areas and stuff, but I do need Groston if I want to build even at all like a manageable base. Now I do want to get the boat mostly empty in case for some reason it does get destroyed, which would really suck, but I could deal with it in like I could deal with almost all of it except for the black marble, and technically divergers have a chance to drop black marble, so I could actually get more of it if I really needed to. It would suck if I had to remake the boat, but losing everything on it would make this actually impossible to survive, so I need to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm going to get everything on here and in the chests, expand it as much as I can with the stone, and make sure it's daytime when I hit the other island. So that is going to be something that like needs to happen, because I need to get over there. The Groston platforms are so much bigger and so much better to build with. It's just going to be a massive risk dealing with everything on the island because like I said, as you guys know, it is a clusterfuck of stuff on the island. It is way too much stuff to deal with. Okay, I'm quite terrified of what I'm doing, but I think it's going to be worth it. Pretty much everything is up there. I expanded it as much as I could using the stone that I have, but what I really want to do is try and position a point where my boat can be the bridge between me and the actual island. I can run across it, but nothing else really can, and while stuff can run along the bottom of the ocean and like whack me, most of it will not be able to hit me, so that'll be pretty much perfect. And oh my god, guys, there is a diverger camp right on the shore. There could not be anything more perfect than that for many reasons. Number one, obviously help. These guys will keep me alive. Number two, I can get flame metal from the boxes, which is amazing. And number three, I can get all of this other stuff around the edge broken for Groston. A lot of it at that. Also, there's fiddleheads in here. This is literally the perfect thing I could have landed on. I honestly don't know if I would have survived without these guys. All right, so the idea is going to be to get some of the monuments of torment around here broken, get some of the little basic things around here killed, like some of the charred guys and some of the lava blobs and anything like that, and hopefully nothing really big attacks me. I'm on the shore, so the only thing I really have to worry about is a Morgan or something that's like 1 or 2 star. But other than that, I just need to get this area kind of cleared out, and I don't have enough stuff for campfires, but if I can get stone and wood, I need to start placing some spawn blockers because getting the spawns away from my base would be perfect. But this diverger camp is literally a savior to me right now. I have my bone mass buff, rested buff, and fire resistance potion. I should be able to stay alive over here fairly easily, but I just need to be careful. So I'm going to try and get some stuff to go in there. I don't really care what it is. I think lava blob would be the best, but anything will do to go ahead and break that entire structure apart to get Groston, and then I can go back to the other section of my base, reposition the boat so that way I can get between to and from. I don't know if the boat will be long enough, but I'm going to try and make it long enough, and then hopefully I will be able to get enough Groston, get enough resources, and actually be able to kind of make an Ashlands base. But my outlook of the Ashlands just turned around completely when I saw this. All I could see from where my base was the monuments of torment and the stuff running around on the beach. I could not see the divergers, so that is really nice. And honestly, I was so scared last play session that I didn't even go onto the shore. I boated all the way here, built that base, and got off because I was scared. So I am here, I am ready, and let's go get this stuff built up. My complete attitude towards this has changed right now. Doesn't mean it's not dangerous, but it means I have a chance. Okay, I've got some of the basic stuff that I need, but I am being just a little stupid as far as pushing up here. I can get all the Groston on my way back, but I just want to see, is there a charred fortress or like anything like flame metal node, anything like that in sight? Because yeah, obviously that's what I'm here for, and the quicker I get that stuff done, probably the better. On top top of this, I don't have the stuff for it yet, but I do want to tame Ashlands. If you guys, I do not want to, in this scenario, I do not want to spoil the reverse series, so if you haven't seen it, close your ears for a second. But if you have seen the reverse series, or you don't care if it's spoiled, I use Ashlands to kill most of the final bosses. I want to do the same thing here, and the idea actually evolved from the series, as the end of the reverse and the beginning of this episode were actually kind of flip-flop from how they were uploaded, and I actually played this first. That means that this was like my test, this was the idea, and this is what made me good enough at the Ashlands to actually deal with the reverse series. But in general, the idea is going to be, I don't need them to do the entire fight for me because I will have good weapons, but getting some Ashlands tamed up and having them help me do damage to the boss, it doesn't even matter how many I have. I don't know if I'll rely on them fully for the boss. I could, but I don't know if I will. And get them like set up in a little base over here, because I also brought the stuff for a saddle, at least what I couldn't get from here. Obviously I have to get some stuff from here too, but I brought what I needed for a saddle for them. So I don't know how good they are, but if I can ride it around, that would be pretty awesome, and I would take that. So that is going to be like one of the early plans right here if I can't get any metal or a charred fortress. For right now, it is nighttime. I need to get back to base because it is not safe here at night, and that is one of my rules from the entire last series, or the last part of this series, was do not go into the biome that you are progressing into at night. You will die. And also, I'm almost out of rested, which is another one of them. I'm going to attempt to turn my ship into a bridge right now, but other than that, I am just going to try and spend the night in the house and get some of the Groston put down. Dang, guys, this place got absolutely wrecked last night. Like, the Divergers had no clue what was coming to them. We do have flame metal ore. I think we got 11, so that is enough to make the upgrade for the cauldron, I think, which would mean that we can start making better food, which also means the chance of staying alive. At least a better chance of staying alive. Unfortunately, it does seem that all my Diverger friends are dead, but if it's the cost of having a much safer base and better food, then I guess I will take it for now. Also, I should have a little bit of extra metal. Maybe I can use it to upgrade the Black Forge, but I don't know. I don't have any of the recipes quite yet, not at least until I get the blast furnace set up, get enough room for all of my things set up, and actually start like smelting it while I know what I can actually make with it and what I've actually picked up so far. But it's going much better than it was yesterday. Like I said, I was very scared and just logged off up there because I did not want to die and I did not want to make landfall, so I just stayed up in that base all day. But coming down today, I do feel a little bit better. I need to be careful with how much I'm exploring and stuff, but getting Groston, putting it all on the boat is going to be probably one of the easiest ways. And the boat bridge does work. I do have to move it back and forth a little bit to get it back and forth from the base to there, but it's honestly just another added layer of security, so it's fine. Also, this structure getting blown up is absolutely awesome. On 2x, this thing probably has enough to like fill this boat, if not more. So I'm going to have plenty of Groston to build with from now on. I'm going to get everything that I can from what I got destroyed yesterday on the boat, move it back over there, and then I'll start building with it, because this is going to make the base so much better than it was. Alright guys, this is what I'm talking about. We actually got some flat space to put some stuff down up here. I'll have an actual fireproof roof pretty soon, so mine stopped burning down, which actually was quite terrifying. I was running out of wood for roofs and stuff was stopping. Like, I had to like start moving the Black Forge and workbench based on what I needed to repair. That is not fun. I'm glad to actually have a roof now. This actually could serve as my main base if I really wanted it to. I want to build one on shore once I get a little bit better built up, but honestly, this right now is not doing me too bad. I know nothing's even up here yet, but this is enough space to build an okay base for right now. And I have enough Groston to put the roofs on. Something I am a little worried about right now is I do hear and see bone maws literally constantly, and I've tried to fight some of them and tried to ignore some of them. It doesn't really seem to matter what I do. I always have to end up killing them. And while they normally target my boat the entire time and I can just sit there and repair it and shoot it, that doesn't mean it's a good use of arrows, and it's using up honestly a ton of my wood, so I need to be careful with that. But right now, this is it. Like, this is fine. I can do this. I may have to set some stuff up really weird, like the kiln and the blast furnace, but it's going to be better than how I have it set up right now, because right now it is not set up very well. And while I am complaining about the bone maws constantly, having the ability to get the bone maw teeth that are for the ash fang is not bad. It's going to be fine. It's going to allow me to build quite a good one at some point, but it's going to take a while to build this base up, get everything moved from upstairs. I have like 10 chests of stuff down below, so I'm going to have to move those all upstairs. And the other thing that I forgot to mention, the bone maws, yes, they do drop their teeth. They also drop probably one of the best foods that I can easily make right now, so I am not too upset. The number one thing I want to get done right now is get the blast furnace up once I get the ceiling built. That way I can actually start smelting the flame metal, and whatever upgrades to anything that I can make, I want to make with that, because that is going to be by far the best thing that I can make. Anything flame metal right now is going to be better than what I have, and if it's the cauldron upgrade, I'm going to be very happy, because better food is going to be, again, better than anything I could have. The Ashlands food, even if it's not the food preparation table ones, are all really, really good compared to what I have right now. Man, this space is doing me so well right now. I'm actually able to like spread out everything that I brought. All the resources don't just have to be in chests, and most of them can actually be brought out to what they were meant to craft rather than shoved in a chest. Also, we have our first flame metal ingot, and it does look like I can make the rolling pins and board, and I think I'm going to use the extra 5. See, I have 11, there's 5 for the board, and I'll have 5 left out of that 11, or 6 left out of that 11. I think because I have the bone maw teeth, and because I can make the ash fang with the current level of black forge that I have, that I'm going to make that. That is going to give me the range damage that I absolutely need right now, and any of the charred arrows that I can make are going to make this so much better. I'm going to actually be able to do a decent amount of damage. Even if I don't have the stones to upgrade it right now, or even the flame metal to upgrade it right now because I don't have the black forge upgrade, that's fine. A better bow is going to be amazing, and honestly, I really like the ash fang, so I'm excited about that. From here, I do have to start worrying about like where am I going to get more metal from, and where am I going to actually go from here on progression. This is a really good start. I got pretty much like established in the Ashlands, and I went pretty much in a day. I went, or even overnight if you'd consider it that, I went from being terrified up on the pillars, not even wanting to touch land, to pretty much thriving the way that I was intended to. And that doesn't mean, again, that doesn't mean it's not scary or that I'm not in an extreme amount of danger, but I am able to progress and move through some of the stages of it using the stuff that I have now, which is what I absolutely needed. Because of the extra gross that I have, I'm going to try and actually build like a decent staircase up here and maybe even expand it out a little bit more, but right now, the way that it's set up, I am able to sleep, craft everything that I need, and smelt metal, which is all that I could have asked for from this first base. After the flame metal smelts up, I'll make the rolling pins. I'll see. I don't know if I can make any of the actual Ashlands food yet, but I can look up what I need for those recipes, but I do have the fiddleheads and stuff, so it's a possibility, and I can start worrying about making some of the Ashlands food, because that will enable me, alongside my new bow, to get on the Ashlands and actually start exploring a little bit. And even though I want to be careful and not go too deep, I could definitely use a little bit of exploration and understanding the new area that I'm in. It's taken a few in-game days, but I've managed to process like everything from the bottom and move it to the top, either putting it in storage or using it for what I needed it for, make a staircase, and transfer the entire bottom out to Groston, meaning it's not nearly as crammed because it doesn't need nearly as much support, and it made it so much better. This base is so much more usable now. I have some stuff, actually still quite a bit of stuff in storage, but I think I'm going to start worrying about like where my progression goes from here. I could tame Askvins, I could go start looking up there. It just really depends what I find first. Whatever I find first is what I'm going to try and do. And making, like I said earlier, either a spawn blocker or a little land base for me to at least get inside of if something really bad is happening is going to be what I can make down there. I mean, I feel good right now. I was doing so poorly, and I'm not thriving yet, but I'm doing pretty well. Also, the rolling pins will be up very soon. Like the ash fang has been made, so I have that now, and but I mean, I'm really out of the flame metal. I need more. That's going to be the main thing for progression that I need right now. So I'm going to get everything like finished, put away off the boat, make sure that I don't have anything extra in my inventory, get everything reorganized from moving the base parts around, and it may look funny. There may be some really odd parts to it, but that's okay. It's just got to be functional right now. And then from that, I'm going to start moving onto the island and doing a little bit more exploring, because whatever I can find on this island is going to be what my resources are in progression for the Ashlands. Also, something that I've figured out that has been keeping me alive for most of this has been the Demolisher. Because I don't yet know the attack patterns of most of the creatures, the Demolisher is keeping me alive right now, because it can just whack everything in a 10-mile radius and hit literally anything away from me. They all get knocked back. It's the best thing to keep yourself alive if you don't know anything about the Ashlands like me. That being said, I am going to try to start getting down like the attack patterns, building some arrows for my ash fang, that way I can fight with it, and overall just trying to get myself as beefed up as possible, whether it's with food or weapons or armor, just to make sure that I have my absolute best chance of surviving at each section that I can. Obviously, I'm not going to have full flame metal armor right now, but the best stuff that I can get is what I need to try and get. So let me smelt up everything, get everything processed, and then let's start the exploration, because I am ready to get on this island, start finding what's around me, and start actually deep progression into the Ashlands, because this may be one of the first times, if not the first time, that I will actually do this biome the right way in vanilla. I've done it modded, I've done it in reverse, but doing it the normal way in vanilla is not the way that I've done this biome yet, and I'm kind of excited to progress it like that. Alright guys, the rolling pins are made. Let's see what is on the menu for us, because I did bring some recipes for some of the possible ones that I could make now. It looks like the only things that I have so far are the scorching medleys, which are really, really good cheap stamina food, like insanely good and cheap stamina food, and then the marinated greens, which is I think it's an Eiter food, which I'm not going to really need to make. But the scorching medleys, I did bring Jotun puffs, and I did bring onions, which means I can make a couple of them. I may not be able to make a lot of them, but honestly, these are like insanely cheap. The 3 onions, 3 Jotun puffs, 3 fiddleheads makes 3 of them, which means if you have 50 of each, you get 50 of them. They last 25 minutes and give you a shit ton of stam, so it is pretty good and will honestly give me a good exploration food to run around on, and that paired with the bone maw meat will set me up pretty well. And while there is definitely better foods I can make, this is pretty good for right now. So let me make some of these up, and then we are going to hop on that island. My first exploration back on the island, I decided to go ahead and set up a taming pen for the Ashlands. There was 1 or 2 of them that I could see on the way up this little hill, and I figured if I was going to have to kill them, why not just go ahead and tame them? They were right here next to the shore, right where I needed them at, so why not? Also, not that it will really greatly affect me, but there was 1 or 2 not broken crates yet that I went ahead and broke, meaning that I got 1 or 2 more flame metal. It's not going to be enough to make anything significant, but it will go in my stash and may make a difference at some point, so I figured I should mention it. But using the Groston that from this destroyed structure, I should be able to make a 3 high taming pen and be able to just go ahead and get one stuck in here and start taming it. I do have a little bit of a worry. Normally when I tame these, I go through a portal to get them to stop aggroing the pen and me. I don't know how I'm going to do that because I don't have a portal. It's something very small, but it is something, it shows you guys like what challenges are presented to me, even the really small ones. Like obviously there's the big ones, right? Like you can't get back to a place. If I die, I lose my stuff. Those are the big challenges of this playthrough. But the little ones, like getting things to de-aggro from you and stuff, while it shouldn't be insanely hard, does just add a little bit of difference from how you may normally do things, which is something to think about if you guys do a playthrough like this. That being said, I'm going to get this built up. I should be able to trap it pretty easily, but if I do get one trapped with the fiddleheads on them, I'm going to just AFK for a while because, you know, that is going to be, I don't really have much else I can do. I need to stay in the area. I don't want to piss it off, and I really don't want to die to anything else. So I might as well just lock myself in a little room, get it tamed up, and then hopefully I will actually be able to find a second one so I can start them breeding. Oh shit, he's after me. All right, we got one after me. I'm going to run over here. Hopefully I can get it trapped. My plan is to hop on the boat and sail back to the little other base that I have and then just go to sleep, and he'll either break out while I'm in my sleep or he will start taming while I'm in my sleep. I'm also going to build a little AFK house for me to sit in over here so that way I can actually like just have a safe place to sit and be in the right range, but I want it to be separate from its pen right now because, you know, obviously I don't want to piss it off or get anything like that. Also, oh my god, I think there's a diverger out here. I need to be careful of that too. I honestly may have to help it kill the diverger. I don't want the diverger to make it mad either. Man, getting this thing in the pen is not going how I thought it would. I was more scared about it killing me than anything. I had my bone mass buff on and everything, so I need to get this guy in the pen, obviously, but that's just proving to be more difficult than I thought it would be. All right, well, let me chase him back here and hopefully I can get him in. Well, guys, that one died. The diverger killed it. Luckily, me and it killed the diverger, and while I do normally need them for help, I definitely do not need one over here helping me right now, which I should have thought of before doing this next to a diverger structure, but that's okay. This guy should be a little bit easier to get in without the same distractions. Okay, he does a lot of damage to this. I need to try and get him like trapped in. Get closer to this side, please, so I can actually trap you in. You know what? That's fine. You guys, this is like an arc taming trap is what this feels like to me, but it is in. It is set up to where I can tame it. I'm gonna have to repair the shit out of these walls before I go back because it is doing a lot of damage. I cannot imagine how you would go about taming a 1 or 2 star of these things because obviously those would do a lot more damage to these walls, especially if you were gonna do that like with walls like this. Obviously you could do it by raising up the ground or at a charred fortress, but this is a little bit different. I'm gonna hope that when I go back to my base to sleep that he just doesn't break out and then he just stops because that's what I need. I also need to figure out how I'm gonna get my fiddleheads in there, but for right now it's in the trap and hopefully it stays that way. I'm gonna try and get my fiddleheads in, sleep, and then I'm gonna try and make my little AFK house, and if that all goes successfully, I'm gonna just have to AFK for a little bit for right now because I don't really have anything else. Like I said, I can't really do anything else while I'm doing this. And it is successfully taming, and while I do hear scary noises outside, nothing seems to be able to be aggroed to me, and honestly, the scary noises means that there's no divergers trying to kill my Ashlands, so that's fine. I'm gonna sit in here. I think it should take about 30 minutes to tame. I don't know if I'll get a prompt or anything like that for when it does tame. I don't know if I know I will if I'm close enough, but I don't know if I'm close enough to hear the sound or get the prompt. So I'm just gonna set a timer, watch some YouTube, and probably go like 5-10 minutes over that timer, and hopefully that will be enough time to have our first one out. Once I do that, though, I'm either gonna have to build an entire breeding pen or an entire base over here because obviously I don't have the saddle yet, so I can't get that thing back to my base. And even if I did have a saddle, I don't really know that I'd be able to get it back. So either I'm gonna have to build a taming pen here or build a base here. I also need to figure out if I'm going to be able to get a second one of these and how I'm gonna be able to separate it from the first one while they're taming, all of that stuff. But for right now, I just need to get this guy up. It'll protect me while I'm trying to build some stuff. I know they're not actually that like beefy. They're actually quite squishy as far as like them as tames go, and they do like to run around around and destroy your base if they can see anything. So I need to be quite careful. But let me get this thing up. I'll worry about that in just a second. But those are some things to think about how to deal with while I'm sitting here AFKing, because I'm going to have quite a bit of time to think about it. Well, guys, it is up, which is great. It is friendly. However, it seems to have a friend outside that I am actually quite terrified of, because I do not do that much damage to this thing. Luckily, it seems to be fixated on it and not me, because it would probably kill me. And also, luckily for me, I have my bone mass buff. I'm going to need to destroy the Diverger ward over there, or have something destroy it for me. Honestly, I don't think anything's going to spawn there, and it may have already gotten destroyed in the like crossfire of everything else I was trying to do over there, but I need to make sure there's no Diverger wards, and honestly probably stop the spawning of the Divergers, because I think this is going to be right about where my base is at over here, in the mainland base at least. I don't know if I'll use both or if I'll just use one, but for right now I don't really care. I need to get a structure set up to keep this thing safe, because it is extremely fragile with how much stuff is going to be running around, and while some of the stuff might not be able to kill it, some of the stuff can definitely lure it away from my base and this taming pen, which is not what I want at all. From here, obviously, after worrying about getting it like put away and stuff, I'm gonna have to worry about a second one, and I'm gonna have to worry, is this going to be just a taming pen, or is this going to be my new base? Because if this is going to be my new base, there's going to be a lot of things that go along with it. Okay, so for right now, I've decided to leave the tamed Askvin in its cage and just not deal with it. It's just safe in there, and while things may aggro it, nothing's actually attacking it or damaging it. What I'm going to try and do is set up another pen just next to it, get another one in here taming, and then once they're both tamed, I can just connect the pens and build the base around that. That way I don't have to worry at all about getting them into a base, moving them, or making a saddle right now at least. As soon as they get in there, I'm going to try and breed out 100 eggs. Now 100 is going to be probably enough to do a little bit of damage. Now I know that in most cases, or at least half cases, it really depends, I'll explain this in a second, but that 101 stars is enough to kill the boss. However, 100 no stars is probably going to be enough to help the boss. Now if I find a 1 star, that's cool, but I'm assuming that I will find a no star up this hill, because there were a few more up there and I did not see any with stars on them. But the main goal of these is just to have them help me, not necessarily kill it for me. If they do, that's fine, but you know, obviously, like I said, I should have some of the stuff to actually combat it, and if I can combat it, that's fine. I'm totally good doing that. I should be able to fight it at that point that I am ready for that. That being said though, I'm gonna get this set up just like this other one, literally do the same run through for it, get it inside, go back to base, and if it's nighttime I will sleep or just sit back at the base for a second. I'll come here, throw the fiddleheads in, or throw them in beforehand, and then sit in the AFK base again for another hour, or I think it's 30 minutes, but whatever, however much time it is, I'll sit there for that amount of time, and then I should be able to have 2 of them, and I can start this just as my base. The ward over here has been destroyed, whether I destroyed it or not, I don't really remember, but it is gone, so that means that I can actually start building my base over here. And like I said, once I get this guy tamed, I'm just gonna build the base around this. I know these foundations aren't snapped together, but I'll slowly like scoot, or I'll like snap one side to the other side somehow. We'll figure that out when it's time, but for right now, I'm gonna get this set up, find another Askvin, get it taming, and then I'll worry about building the base up. Alright guys, here we go. I got the pen prepared. I gotta get this guy in here somehow. He seems to be having problems getting up on the floor, but he was honestly walking down the hill towards me, and while it is a no star, that is perfectly fine. That is what I was kind of planning to do anyways, so I'm not really that upset about it. All I need to do is get this guy in here so that I can stop like dealing with these things. I am also so like, there are so many charred things. I would really like to walk around the Ashlands with one of these as my protector if I can. That being said, there is going to be a bit more AFK time just because I have to sit here and wait for these guys to tame. I cannot leave the area and I cannot do much else. Also, this guy does not want to get in the pen. This is going to be a hell of a struggle. Come on, dude. But as long as it doesn't destroy the pen and as long as nothing tries to hurt it, I should be perfectly fine as far as like dealing with it. So get him in here, get him tamed up. As far as what I was talking about, I can talk about this while I'm taming him. As far as what I was talking about with that sometimes 100 is enough to kill it and sometimes it isn't enough to kill the boss, and that was of course like I was talking about 1 stars. The way that the boss works, there is a layer of chance and a layer of your skill to do this specific method and getting used to it that like almost any method of doing a boss would have. But there is a certain degree of also luck to it. Now there may not be, it may just be something that I don't realize is actually something you can control, but for the time being it is quite difficult in my mind to get these guys to 100% of the time kill the boss. That's why I said sometimes 101 stars is enough. There is a scenario somewhere in the world where 502 stars isn't enough. That's just the way the boss fight works. There are certain attacks and stuff that the boss can do that I'll explain more when we actually get to the boss fight if I use these, that result in the entire, it doesn't matter how many you have, you could have 1,000 of them. They will all die. So you have to be really careful about that, and there is ways to prevent that boss from doing it, but also it'll eventually happen. Like I said, more detailed and like more of a detailed instruction of like how to not let the boss do that, and also like how to do this method will be included when I actually get there. But for right now, know that I'm not necessarily too hung up on what they are or what number, because there is always a world where they win, and there is also always a world where they lose. I have to be very careful not to get attached and not to rely on them as my only source, because I really only get one try at this. If it was a normal world where I could die and respawn, and just keep going at it, it really wouldn't matter, but this is not set up like that, and I have to be much more careful than I would in other situations where I've done this. The guy's trapped. We got fiddleheads in there, so I'm gonna sit here for a little bit. I mean, it's just, again, AFKing, watch some YouTube, hang out, plan out how this base is gonna work. I may draw it on a little notepad or something, and then I think I am going to live on this mainland. I think I'm gonna move everything from the main base down here. I know we just got that main base built up, and if I ever get to the point where stuff is messing with me too much down here, or it's just not working out, I can move up there. And also for right now, while I'm building this base, I have a safe place to go, which is really nice. But I think having a base on the mainland at some point would probably be really beneficial to me, so I'm gonna try my hardest to get this made into a base down here after this one's tamed up. Alright, and just like magic for you guys, in about 45 minutes for me, this guy's tamed up. Now, this is actually stressing me out voicing this over right now. I don't know how I didn't notice this while I was playing, but why do I only have 80 health and I'm standing in the Ashlands with Mistlands gear on? What the hell am I doing? I am just ready to die. Because I was AFKing, I assume I forgot to eat, but like there are some situations where I just do not know what the fuck I was doing. That is so dangerous and very easily could have led to my demise. Literally one hit from anything could have been my absolute death. Aside from that, this guy is tamed up successfully, only about 45 minutes. It was not too bad, and the other one is still perfectly alive. This one, while it is alerted, is not being too bothered by anything outside, and I am able to go ahead and start. What I think I'm going to do is just make connecting foundations and walls, even though they won't line up perfectly, and once they either work their way into the left or right side, I will box them completely in and actually make a foundation that's snapped, and then from there I should be able to like make my base around it, because everything will be able to be snapped to one set of foundations and everything will be nice and like connected. But I need to just make sure that I get them all in one spot and make sure that they can't get out or that nothing else can get in. That way I do not have them get killed or run away due to my own stupidity or not planning. So while I want the base here, I do not want it bad enough to lose these Ashlands, so I gotta be careful about this. Okay, well, it has not stayed peaceful for long. Leave my babies alone. They're literally everything is trying to kill them. Everything is trying to kill them. The only big problem for me is like I need to keep myself alive, obviously, more than I need to keep them alive, but I still need to keep both of us alive. And I also, those lava blobs are gonna break the structures and break them out, which I need to be really careful of, and they can almost hop over the wall. That being said, I think when I build the base for these guys, I'm really gonna have to like make a couple of buffer layers of base on the outside just to make sure that nothing can kill them or get to them, or even maybe to my hope that stuff will stop aggroing to them, because it's insane. Maybe at some point I will have to like raise up the ground around the entire base, but that's gonna be a lot of stone, which I really don't have here, so maybe that'll be a trip back to the mainland eventually. But also in my head, I do really think that I could beat this entire thing without going back to the mainland, which would be kind of sick, so I don't know. But I do need to do something to keep stuff from aggroing, because this is like the most things that I've had to fight in the Ashlands so far, and it's all because these keep attracting things. So yeah, I'm gonna start planning out the base. The base plan keeps changing every time I realize how much stuff aggroes to these and how like destructive these guys are. Like they will destroy your base if they get sight of something, but as long as they don't get sight of something, they won't destroy your base. But that means that I have to build that with that in mind. The entire base has to be built with it in mind, that if I do not keep them from getting sight of something, that they may just rip the base in half. So there's a lot of things to think about here, but first I gotta clear all these things before I can even think about building. On the good side, all of the lava blobs and other bullshit that was over here broke the diverger structure apart even more, meaning that I have plenty of Groston to build with when I do get to it. Alright, I have them like kind of confined to one space now. These still aren't snapped together right, and they're actually like still in their separate pens, but I have a buffer to stop things from instantly killing them, and if the lava blobs do break open the wall, it won't be the first wall to them. The goal now is to get them in either one of the pens. Now, considering that I've snapped literally everything to this other pen, I'm going to try and get this one out, but once this one's out, I should be able to destroy its foundations and all of its walls, pop a couple of new ones up that are generally in the same place, but snap to the other like pen. And then this is going to be the like foundation or like the base for the new base that I'm building. That's going to be like, this is going to be the new house once I get everything set up. It'll probably take me a while to move things down here, as I don't know how long it will take me to be comfortable with dealing with all of the charred guys and all of the other things that I have to deal with down here, as well as just like any preparations I can do to make myself safe from this. It may take a while, but for right now I'm going to at least start working on it after I get this guy moved over. The amount of stuff that's aggroing to it and like 30-45 minutes later is still a lot, but they are much safer now with the buffer walls, and once I get an entire buffer wall around the entire thing, they will be significantly safer than they ever were, which is going to be nice. And also they will be easy to breed because they will be easy to keep together. And a few minutes later, I do have a bit more progress. These guys are actually stuck in the middle now, and while I don't really know how this entire base is going to pan out, the goal is to set them up with like their own roof and stuff. They are starting to stack on top of each other, so I need to get them a roof or something so that way they stop trying to get out like that. One of the worst, I said this in the reverse series too, one of the worst, like, it just seems like lazy programming to me that they just stack on top of each other whenever they walk into each other, and it makes it really hard to like control them. But you know, it's fine because it's like that. I have to build a roof on this before I even build a roof on the rest of the base, because I do not need these guys stacking out or anything jumping in on them. But in the meantime, I have a chest down, or I will put a chest down, and they are already breeding. There is fiddleheads down. They should start breeding soon. They won't breed while they're alerted or while I'm in view of them, but once I get like the roof put up and everything around the area killed, they will start producing a bunch of eggs, actually probably quite quickly. And if I want even more eggs quicker, I can start hatching more of them, and then they will make eggs quicker. I'm very far from the boss, but getting some of the eggs started right now is never going to be a bad thing, because I may be able to use them for food or base defense as well. So it's a win-win no matter what. Whether I have them now for the boss or whether I have them now for something else, I'm gonna need them now, or at least it's not gonna hurt anything to get them now. As far as how big this base is gonna be down here, it kind of depends how hard I find it to like defend how big the base would be. Like if the base being giant makes it way harder to defend, which obviously it'll make it kind of hard to defend, but if it makes it like unbearably hard to defend, then I'm gonna make it quite small, and I may honestly keep my base up on the pillar. But if it's pretty easy to defend, or I can build a big wall around it, whether it's out of raising the ground or Groston, then I will do so. But for right now, the two biggest things I need these guys to start breeding, a good roof on them, and I need a little spot for me to AFK while they breed, because again, you have to be in the area, and I'm probably going to spend quite a bit of time AFKing, at least till the first couple bits of eggs are done. Well, guys, this is just an example of how the Ashlands can go bad quickly. No, I'm not dead, at least not yet, but man, the Morgan plus the lava blobs around me plus the charred marksmans are just insane. Luckily for me, I have my bone mass buff, because if I didn't, I would probably be dead right now. I honestly I'm probably gonna have to lean on this quite heavily when it comes to doing a lot of the like hand-to-hand or non-ranged combat, because everything in the Ashlands does so much damage to me. And even after I get the ash armor, it's not gonna be that much like heavier than my Carpus armor. It's not gonna be that much better. So leaning on my bone mass buff, well, it may seem like a little bit of a cop-out at some points. It's just like that's my power-up. That's what it's there for. And honestly, anything I can do to keep myself alive is what I'm gonna do to keep myself alive. That being said, apart from all of the chaos, I am building, there's starting to be a roof to where I can like AFK on the outside area, and they are starting to produce eggs. I have a chest in there to store the eggs, which is good. However, I am absolutely struggling with the Groston corners. I don't know how the corner ceilings are supposed to work, but they do not work like the other corner ceilings, which is being a giant pain in the ass for me. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make it corner ceilings. I may have to make it a giant A-frame or like a two-piece weird A-frame just to get this to work, because like I said, I wanted it to be like a pyramid top. It's not working like that. I have no clue how the corners of Groston are meant to work. If somebody can explain that to me, please do. But for right now, I'm going to get back and sleep, because nighttime in the Ashlands is not where I need to be. Apart from the almost death though, and the terrifyingness that is the nighttime Ashlands, the build is actually going quite well and very quickly. Having all of the Groston right there from the diverger structure makes it so easy to build really fast. And if I wasn't struggling with how to get the build pieces to fit together, it would honestly be a really quick build to where I could slap it together, bring the stuff down here, and be fine. Also, as I mentioned earlier about defending the base, it seems like I could build it fairly large without having a problem defending it. The only reason I say that, a lot of stuff will aggro to it, but one, the bigger I build the base, the less stuff that spawns around, which makes it easier to defend. And two, the more things that the amount of things that aggro to the Ashlands that are inside doesn't really matter, because everything is just on an alerted form where I can just come outside and poke them. Normally they don't even notice me if they're aggro to something else. As you guys will probably see many a times, they just hang out on the base wall. Like they just kind of walk around out there. It doesn't really do much to me. As long as they don't see me, they leave me alone and they don't really destroy the base, so it doesn't bother me that much. And having a bigger base would honestly probably spread them out a little bit so I could fight them. Aside from that though, the rest of it definitely needs a roof. I finally have a Morgan dead, which is nice because I get a couple more crafting recipes with that, and I need a heart to make the flame metal chest piece whenever I get there. There are still a couple of things I need to kill for recipes, but there's not too many left. But generally right now, after I get this base built, the other thing that I'm really going to be heavily focused on is getting rid of some of the spawns. The amount of stuff that is outside this base is ridiculous. Getting rid of some of these spawns, I don't care if it's campfires, I may even do Gralston foundations, I don't care, dude. Just something placed down somewhere that will stop things from spawning as much will be exactly what I need after I get this base put up, because like I said, there's way too much shit out here. After clearing everything from the base periodically though, it gives me time in between the waves of shit running at my base to put up enough roofs to keep myself of being able to AFK when I'm going to, and also it gives the Ashlands, it takes them out of their little alerted mode where they're actually breed for just a few minutes while there's nothing around, giving me a bunch of eggs that I can throw in the chest and add to the collection, heading towards that first 100 eggs, or even maybe more if I need more for food or anything else. Now, while I could AFK while these eggs happen, I honestly, it's going to be quite a while, and while I may AFK part of it, I think it's good to start knocking out some other stuff around the base while I wait. The biggest one that I can do while I stay close to the base is blocking as many spawns as possible. Now, normally I would do this with campfires, but seeing as stone and wood are both actually kind of hard for me to get without going back to the mainland, I figured that I would opt for Gralston foundations as they are extremely cheap for where I'm currently at, and I have a bunch of extra even after building the base, and even if I want to make the base bigger, I'm still going to have a lot of extra. It doesn't need to be a giant area, but literally just like up a little bit away from the base so stuff stops spawning so damn close constantly would be really helpful, and they may even get destroyed at some point, but just for right now, a temporary blocker of some spawns that are way too close to the base just to give me a little bit of room, because it's been insane how much stuff has been up against the walls constantly, and while I don't doubt that that will keep happening, the further stuff spawns away, the less likely it is to happen, and the less often I'll have to deal with it. Also, moving a bunch of these trees out of the way so that I can make a bigger base at some point, and so that I can see more clearly when stuff is spawning is probably going to be something that I do as well. Pretty much anything that I can do to make the spawns go away or clear this area of anything that I want while staying close to the base, that way I can get the Ashlands raising, is all that I'm going to try and focus on right now. That being said though, 100 of them is going to take probably a few hours, and while I may sit here or even build the base up even better, there is going to be probably a decently long period where I AFK and just wait for them to make eggs. After spending about an hour placing foundations, the AFK time had come, and I AFK'd for quite a while. Part of this though was I decided to pick up a few of the eggs and put them down to actually hatch them. Now this was an attempt to make the eggs go faster, and I could even expand the pen if I really wanted to, but they were making eggs fairly slowly, and doing the math, it was going to take like 10 to 15 hours to get the amount of eggs that I needed. But if I simply just hatched 4 to 6 of them, or even just 2 of them, that would at least double the amount of time that they were making them, or even more, simply because they would be more close to each other more often. It is going to take 20 minutes for these to hatch and 50 minutes for them to raise, which is going to be just more AFK time, and I was okay with committing most of my day to that, just because while it wouldn't do too much for the actual progression of it, I could build the base up a little bit while I was around the area and do things like place foundations down, and it was going to contribute massively to what I would do with these eggs in the end, which even if that wasn't fight the boss with them, I could use them for however much food I could ever need, base defense, or yes, obviously I could fight the boss with them. But I'm going to spend the next hour and 10 minutes at this base waiting for them to hatch and raise up. That way I can at least have a few more and they can start breeding a little bit faster. If I decide I need more than that, I'll make more, but for right now that should be good. After sitting for quite a long time and realizing that I didn't need to be right next to the eggs for them to hatch or for the babies to raise, I decided to go out on a little bit of my first adventure. This was my first time really going deep into the Ashlands, and while I did not go that deep and I made sure to keep the shore in sight, I was going up as far as I could to place these Gralston foundations. One, so that I would have a direction to get back to my base in as I could follow the path, but two, to stop spawns on what my main path deeper into the Ashlands would be, because the less spawns I had to deal with every time I had to run deeper, the better. This was also the first time where I realized how absolutely insane it was to try and navigate the Ashlands with no map. You can barely see the Yggdrasil tree, maybe like once every 10 minutes during the daytime, and at nighttime you are going to be completely lost. And that's assuming that it's not storming and that you know which direction north is. The only thing that I can hope that will even save me a tiny bit is that my base is right on the north tip of this island, and that as long as I keep track of which direction I go east and west, I should probably be able to run just straight north. If I went east, go west. If I went west, go east, and just keep myself alive. And if I do that, I should be able to make it back to base fairly easily. I'm sure I'll get lost plenty of times, but I should have at least somewhat of a direction to get back to base. That being said, though, there is going to be so many difficult moments in the Ashlands as I'm still learning how to do no map. And while I'm quite a bit better at using landmarks, keeping track of where things are, building markers, and also using the tree to get around the map, when I'm in this very cloudy, very hard to see area where the distance is very hazy due to the heat, the tree is no longer visible, and most of the times it's cloudy anyways, it becomes much more difficult to navigate, and most of my tricks and tips are gone. Not to mention that the Ashlands has so many similar looking structures and areas that landmarks, at least naturally occurring ones, unless it's something really odd that has spawned, really does not help you most of the time. By the time I got back to base from my short-lived Groston Foundation placing adventure, I had actually gotten quite a bit of ashwood while I was out, and when I got back, all of the babies were hatched, at least the 2 that I was going to be raising for now. And I had enough ashwood to start placing ashwood spikes through the walls onto the outside. Now, I didn't know it yet, but these actually will catch on fire, which is quite a problem. So if you guys are playing the Ashlands and you don't have much experience like I did here, just keep that in mind if you decide to try this. But the babies were running around. All I had to do was sit here and wait for them to raise, and I honestly didn't have to sit here and wait. I could just let them raise while I was gone. But the idea was to, at some point, trap them in a corner with the parents so I could get them into the same pen so they could all start breeding together. I will say I was still having a problem with a lot of things running into the walls to try and get to the Ashlands. That's why there was spikes on the outside, but like I said, they catch on fire, unfortunately, and there's no really way to get around that, so those will not stay there for long. I do want to expand the base while I'm sitting here waiting for all of the eggs to hatch, or at least all of them to get put in a chest, and hatching the ones that I want to, but I just don't know exactly how I want it to be shaped. I don't know how the Groston quite works as far as like the foundational support of it and stuff compared to stone, and while what I built already seems to be working pretty good so far, it's going to need to be quite a bit bigger and a bit more secure if I want to actually move my base down here. While I tried to justify the small base for as long as I could by adding little accent pieces to it and trying to make it as defensible as possible, I just got to a point where I realized that if I really wanted to move my base down here, that I was going to need to do it soon. And if I was already going to be AFKing near this place, I might as well be doing something. And well, again, while I will spend quite a bit of time AFKing because there will be points when I'm just waiting for stuff to happen, I don't have to do that for the entire time, and I can come down here and actually start working on it a bit. So I spent quite a lot of time just getting the foundation placed, getting the ground raised up with the minimal amount of stone that I had, and trying to use pillars where I could to stop myself from having to raise the ground up. But the idea is to get everything by the end of my current play session, move down here, get 100 eggs or get around 100 eggs, and then hopefully in my next play session I can actually go start exploring because I will have all of the eggs taken care of and a decent on-land base to come back to every single time I need to. Still, again, luckily for me, there is so much Groston that was just on the ground because of all of the different things that had happened around my base. So many lava blobs had broken not only the diverger structure, but just the giant random rocks that stick out of the ground, and a lot of them break partially underground too, bringing up so much Groston and stone from the ground. Mostly Groston, but still a little bit of stone. That combined with the diverger structure and some of the other smaller or bigger Groston structures that I found while running around that were also destroyed by lava blobs meant that if I was willing to run a little bit, I pretty much had unlimited to build with. All I had to figure out was how to actually support a structure like this and how to do the damn roof, because again, I was struggling quite a bit with how the corners of the roofs were working, but an A-frame would be significantly more unstable and a little bit harder to build. So that's something that I'm going to have to figure out when I get there. For now though, the idea is to just make it big enough to fit all of the crafting stations in here, as well as the Ashland breeding pen, and like the cooking stations, the smelters, everything. If I want to move the base on here, I want to move the whole thing. Even like a storage area would be nice if I can make one, which I probably should if I'm actually going to make this a proper base. For now, it's just going to be me getting the outer section made up, but very soon it will be me turning this into an actual base, because like I said, if I'm going to AFK here, I might as well actually do something useful, because I want to spend as little time actually just building the base as possible and way more time progressing if I can. And it was not long before adding this little foundation expansion before I actually started moving everything down, as I realized that this was definitely going to be big enough. Even if everything was a little bit tight together, it was definitely going to be big enough for what I needed. Also, the iron gate on the front and a little entryway was going to be nice, and I think I'm going to go with an A-frame roof on this and turn the back section into the breeding pen, while the front section and maybe even an upstairs under the A-frame can be for cooking, crafting, and storage. There may have to be like a 2-section A-frame just because of the support of the structure, but any way that I can get this thing to stay standing is a win in my book. Also, I'm going to try and make second-story Groston floors, which I don't know how that's going to work. If it works anything like stone, it's going to suck, but I think it should work just a little bit better because of the size. But either way, no matter how it works, I'm going to try and slowly move everything down here, as this is definitely going to be my new forever home in the Ashlands. There is a lot of things that I need to do to defend this place. As I mentioned, the ashwood spikes did start burning down at some point, so those are not an availability for me to be able to defend my base with. As the little fire particles on the outside fall on them, they burn, they catch each other on fire, and they completely disappear. So I will probably have to at some point get stone from somewhere to raise the ground up, whether it's from the Ashlands or the outside world, as in like the regular biomes, or put up a wall, or just do something to stop stuff from getting in my base so easily. Again, I'm sure stuff will still find a way somehow, but anything I can do to prevent it would be nice. For right now though, I'm gonna get the ceiling built, get the crafting stations down here, try and section everything out to figure out like where the stairs are gonna go, where's the storage area gonna go, where's the crafting area, and where's the cooking area. And the storage is probably gonna suck for a little bit, but that's okay. It'll make some people mad, but it won't really upset me. And then after I get all of that set up, it will be exploration time, assuming that I have all the eggs done. And if I don't have the eggs done, I can actually have a somewhat meaningful AFK without feeling guilty about doing nothing. Alright guys, it has been a while, but I am actually at the point now where I can start moving everything down. I pretty much finished the roof that you guys saw me doing, and then started to build some pillars and a second story that's literally just flat gross and foundations aligned with a bit of stairs. Now the stairs don't line up quite right yet, and there's still the roof on the Ashland pen that's like a little off from what I want to make, and I don't really know how I'm going to connect the two, but I think the plan is to build a cooking area downstairs, and then the storage area on top of the Ashland pen, and the crafting area on top of the like cooking area. That would make it so that if I can connect the two roofs somehow, that I can go from the storage area to the crafting area really easily, and from the crafting area and storage area down to the cooking area. The pen for them will obviously be completely separate because I don't want them getting out or seeing anything outside the base and destroying it, but they have made a lot of eggs so far. The two that have grown up plus the two that were already in there have made, I think, like 48 eggs or maybe 50 eggs. So I'm about halfway done. That does indicate to me that there will probably be some AFK time here in a little bit because the base is coming together a lot quicker than the stack of eggs is, and I may even go for like 120 and 100 or 150 in case I need more for, like I mentioned earlier, food, hide, maybe I even want a trophy, I don't know, like different things that I may need the resources for. That way I don't have to go out and farm them, I can just do it at my base. For right now though, everything is going to start getting moved down to that base. I am going to set up the cooking area first, and then like I have the black forge already down there, but literally everything is going to slowly get moved down there. The only thing I'm really missing are chests. I don't have a lot of wood that I can set up chests with, so I can't just move everything down there at once, put it in storage, and kind of slowly rebuild as I have time. I have to do this literally one crafting station at a time. Luckily for me, it's literally right there because otherwise it would take quite a while. But I'm going to get these set up, get everything moved down there, and then AFK for the eggs. I'll come back and do a little final count of the eggs, or maybe some updates on the base as I go, because it's still not done yet. There still needs to be a connecting area and like some walls put up, but I'll do a couple of updates. Other than that though, I'm going to be around base for quite a long time waiting for these eggs because I'm realizing that they take a little bit longer than I thought they might. Alright, I finally figured out how this is going to work. On top of the pen where they're breeding right now, there was a like very short roof and the little like buffer around the edge of it. I think at some point I'm going to break the buffer around the edge and just give them the entire back area, even though I do have to worry about the buffer on the edge keeping them safe from like lava blobs and stuff. But from here I'm going to make another A-frame. It's going to be like a little bit smaller than the other one, and then I'll just make a little hallway of them where you can go back and forth between, and on top of that will be the storage area. The other one's coming together as the crafting area, and the cooking area will be downstairs along with probably a little bit more storage and who knows what else. But that is how this is going to work for right now, and this is coming together insanely well. The only thing that I'm seeing that I'm going to majorly struggle with here after getting all of this put up is that the storage, I don't know how it's going to work. I don't have that much wood. Back to like mainland would not be hard to get wood, but most of the mainland stuff is actually like mistlands, in which I can get wood at, but it's not like an easy way to go farm like a boatload of wood. And also I would have to have the boat empty if I really wanted to do that, but I'm not sure that I even do. I can probably get it here, and I'm still sticking with like I want to stay in the Ashlands for as long as possible before I go back. What I do have now though is a very nice base that has actually pretty good flow to it, other than these stairs in the back. I may need to like adjust them at some point, and I don't have an area to make meads or a rested area yet, but I will get there at some point. I didn't have those in the other base, so I'm not that worried about it. The other base has pretty much been completely moved down here. I do still want to build a wall or some sort of fortification around the edge of this, or do more of the like spawn stopping, because there's a lot of problems with stuff spawning still, but having this on the main island is actually, I think, going to make it a lot easier for me to explore and be a little bit more efficient with my exploring. And while it may not seem like that, if I had to fight 100 things every time I came onto the island, it would be a lot more difficult for me to start and end explorations, whereas this point I'm already on the island and I've already cleared a bunch of the spawns, and I can continue to clear the spawns higher around this base and like up into the lava fields up top that I've started to see, and from there I will just make my journeys easier and easier to start and to come back from. So that will be the goal. I still have not not explored super far away because I'm still waiting for them to breed, but I can pretty much sit in AFK the last bit of this now because literally the base is done and it looks sick. I'm super excited about how it looks. Honestly, I may make it a little bigger at some point, but I would be okay if that's how the base looked for the entire rest of the Ashlands, assuming that I fill it up with a little bit more stuff. Guys, I may not have to go back to mainland. Check this out. I have actually been able to get enough stone in the Ashlands for this to like be able to be raised up. Now it's not high yet, but I was able to like flatten out some stuff under my base. I could still do more of that, but also I have enough and have been able to keep getting enough to keep raising up the ground around my base. And while it may take a while, it's actually not that bad. Having lava blobs break the big Groston blocks, like not the structures, but the actual like rocks, drops about 50% Groston, 50% stone, which is actually fine. I can use Groston for the base and use stone for everything else. The only thing I'm still having problems with is the chest area, but I've used ash wood to line it, which I have access to, and in the process actually gotten a little bit of wood. So while it might not be the most organized storage yet, or may not be the most storage I've ever had, it is definitely still a possibility for me to do this without ever going back. I'm not dead set on never going back. I just really want to try because I've already committed to only having one shipload of stuff come down with me. So I figure if I can do it like that, then that would be even just even cooler than it was. But my bed's down here now. I can sleep down here now. The pen will probably get expanded a little bit, but other than that, like they're breeding. They got stuff in the chests. I got like eggs. I got everything moved down. There's still a couple things up in the other place, like metal and stuff like that. But until I need it, I'm just gonna leave it up in the other base, and I'm gonna continue to just raise the ground up and sit here and wait for these eggs. But now we have fortifications around the base, which makes me feel a little bit safer, and it makes it a little bit harder for things to aggro against the walls. All right, guys. I don't know if this is a stupid idea or a smart one, but with a little bit of extra metal that I had, and also the linen that I had brought over, and the Morgan sinew that I was able to get from that Morgan kill, I have an Askvin with a saddle now. I don't know how good these guys are, like how far I'm gonna be able to go with them, but I mean, honestly, like whatever I can do, if I can just get some exploration in, do a little bit of like finding my way around, I will be fine with that. So if he could stop running around, let me get on this guy and let's go for a little adventure. I'm just gonna try and run down the beach and see what I can find. Okay, so far I have found some diverger settlements and some like putrid holes, but I have so many vultures chasing me. I need to get off and try and deal with these guys. Hopefully he can help me fight it out a little bit, and I can use my demolisher to help. And he already died. All right, well, these things are literally the weakest mount that I've ever seen in any game, especially for it being the end game mount. It's a little stupid to me. While it does give me the hide that I need, I am now like stranded down shore with no ability to like get back nearly as fast as I got here, and it's almost nighttime, which is a problem. I just wish Valheim in some scenarios would either choose to do the mounts in a way that you can actually use them, or to not do the mounts at all. And while I do understand at least being able to move around your tames in a farm situation or something like that, which makes the saddles a little bit nice, I do really wish that you could like bite and jump and like actually control the things that you are riding as actual mounts, rather than them just getting one shot by a couple of vultures. That is the stupidest thing I've ever had happen. I need to get back there and pick up the saddle just so I can move the ones in my farm around. Luckily that was one that I hatched specifically for that, but like not to die, but to explore. So I still have all my breeders, and I don't know, I wanted to take a break from the AFKing, but that really sucks, dude. I was really hoping that I could get somewhere with that. Now I gotta try and make it back to base at nighttime when my rested buff is about to run out and no Askvin to run back. Luckily there was some diverger camps that I can stop at, but I really did not find much for that to be worth it. After this incident, a ton of like things happened that I'm going to try and explain the entire timeline of to make the rest of this episode make perfect sense. After this, I took quite a while to get back. I actually was able to kill a couple of Morgans in the putrid holes, being able to just one-on-one fight them, and then also get a little bit more flame metal from some of the diverger structures. I didn't get all of what I could, but I can come back down here later if I can't find more. After this, in dealing with dealing with all of this, I was actually in the original episode trying to make it to 500 days, like this episode is, because I knew I could beat the game in that amount of time. However, never did I expect how long that episode was going to be, and as soon as I saw, as I was editing and playing, that it was going to be around 6 or maybe even more hours, I decided to stop it at 250 and to go ahead and just make that the first episode and make this a nice series that you guys could watch and I could continue as long as it got support, which made sense to me. From here though, if I was going to do that and that 250 days was out, I stopped playing for a little bit to finish the editing and post it. From there, if this was going to be a new series that I was going to commit to rather than just a single episode like it was originally planned to be, I needed to finish up the other things that I had started and also make sure of a couple other things on my channel. Number one was get the reverse series finished finished up, closed off, and turned into a movie. And then same with the modded season 2. I have more modded stuff coming, I have more Valheim coming, but I wanted to get the old stuff closed off while this one was turning into a series rather than an episode, so that way I could continue making new things without leaving other things unfinished. On top of that, I want to make sure, because I've had many of channels in the past that get locked on one subject so hard that I can't even fathom making other content. And while the focus of this channel is Valheim, and that's what it will be for quite some time at least, I do really like all survival games, and so I started making a couple other videos just to put it out there, like Raft and Void Train and stuff like that, which actually, thank you guys so much for the support on those, did great, just to kind of put it out there to everybody that, like, sometimes other stuff will be on this channel, because like I said, I've had experiences. This is not my first channel, this is not the biggest channel that I've had, and some of the other ones have failed simply because I run out of ability to make content on a game for a period of time, and I have locked myself in such a deep hole of only playing that game that I can't make anything else. So I'm trying to keep myself away from doing that. That being said, closing off all of that, making sure that I could get those other videos recorded, and finishing up everything else took me about a month, in which I did not play this series for about a month. So coming back, a couple things have changed. One, obviously, yes, it's been a month since I've played. Two, I've had quite a bit of experience and have actually tested the Ashlands in a boss fight, which if you guys want to go see how that went, go check out the Reverse series. And also, I have switched my recording style. Now, that doesn't mean that this is going to be a permanent thing. I actually want your guys' opinion on this, but rather than voicing it over, some people have said that they think I talk too fast, or they just want me to slow down and take a second. It's a slow, chill Valheim video, so I get that, but also I have reasons that, like, I can't always talk super slow and leave in all of the breaks that I naturally have. So rather than voice over the videos, I started talking while I was playing, and so things might slow down a little bit, conversations might slow down a little bit, but you guys are going to see two different recording styles split throughout this video. So please, along with everything else that I've asked for and that I will ask for, like recommendations for all of the stuff to do in this playthrough, please let me know. Do you like it when I talk while I'm playing, or do you like it when I voice it over? Voicing it over gives me the ability to make a much clearer picture of what's happening, because I can, like, actually take my time, and I'm not in the middle of fights where I may have weird pauses and stuff like that due to focus. But I do also have the ability, when I'm talking while I'm playing, to actually give you my emotion and feeling on the topic while I'm experiencing it, rather than a month later when I'm editing it sometimes. So let me know what you guys think. But after that month-long period, I got right back on it to finish the base playthrough and get on to the side quests and all of the crazy builds that I want to do. Alright guys, and I am back, but it has been a little longer than you guys may think. It has been actually exactly 1 month and 1 day since I last recorded this series. Since then, I have a new recording style that I am trying out, and I have a bunch of new outlooks on the game, as well as how I'd like to approach this last section of it, but there's also a couple of other things that have happened that are pretty awesome. First of all, a lot of people said, why not have a day counter if they have entire videos about days? Which makes sense. So, I have added a day counter in the top right of the screen, along with the time next to it. There's a couple things, though, like I said, that I want to talk about. So, I took a little break, not because I didn't want to do the series, but because I wanted to wrap up all of the other series that I had started, so that way I could put full focus into this one and the new ones that I want to create. On top of this, I started uploading other stuff on the channel just to try and diversify a little bit, as I do like a lot of other games, and I have a feeling you guys do too. But something that's happened in that amount of time, I don't remember where anything's at now. I don't really remember what I was doing or how any of this was, like, what my plan was. The only thing that I remember was this right here, the Ashlands. From some testing and some other experiences that I've had, some of you may know what I'm talking about, some of you may not. I know that these no-star Ashlands actually may not be the play. Ashlands will probably help me a lot, and I'm definitely going to make a ton of eggs, but I may hold out for a 1 or 2 star before I actually take them over to the boss. Now, if I'm fully geared and I hatch those 100 eggs, it's not gonna be a problem. They're still going to help me a ton. I just don't have faith in them to fully kill the boss. So that is something to keep in mind. The other thing that I have thought about a lot since the last time that I played is how I'm approaching what I'm doing right now. The problem that I have with how I'm approaching right now is that I don't have any of the base foods. I don't have the shield for where I'd be able to make my crops. I don't have a lot of stuff that I'm missing down here. And I really wanted to just stay in the Ashlands. I'm really scared to go back outside over here. I really wanted to just stay in the Ashlands, but I don't necessarily need to. I could go back to the mainland, grab a black core for a shield, and be just fine, and actually grow things here, actually use everything that I have here. I could actually do that without being, like, without being gone for too long, without risking too much of my Ashlands or like losing my base. So I've thought about that a lot, and I may go back to the mainland and try that, but I don't know for right now. The other thing that that's been insane to me, that I knew this was going to happen, but I'm a little scared for it. I don't remember where anything is. Why is this gone? Okay. I don't remember where anything is, like, at all. Because last time I played was, yes, it was a month and a day ago. I literally have not played since then. And while it was just a second for you guys, I don't have a map. I don't have anything I can reference to tell me where everything was at. Now, I have a general idea of where everything was at because I played it for like 120 hours, so I have a good idea. But some things may be a little fuzzy. I don't really remember if I found flame metal last time or not, so that's going to be an entire thing. What I can tell from my inventory right now, though, is that I have my armor. I have an okay amount of food, though it seems like I am running out of scorching medleys soon, and I don't have more onions for those. So I either need to get a farm going here or start some other or start eating a different type of food. I don't know. I really might need my farm over here, though. For right now, though, I'm just going to try and get a bearing of where I'm at. Try and keep myself alive, because I know I'm going to need to try fairly hard, as I've been dying a lot in my other playthroughs. And generally just get used to playing hardcore again, as I am... Oh, no, I'm a little out of it right now. The only thing I can't do is just let myself die during being out of it, though. Alright, guys, it's really hard to see because of the blur, which actually somebody told me how to turn that off, which I may do. But I think right there on my crosshair is a flame metal node. I'm pushed out a little bit into the Ashlands, and honestly, I'm a little more comfortable with the Ashlands now. I've just got more practice in. I've dealt a lot more because of the reverse series and even the end of the last modded series with the Ashlands now since the end of this one. And it just feels a lot better. I'm a little bit more confident in what I'm doing, and everything just feels, I don't know, I feel a little bit safer than I did last time that I played the Ashlands. So that's definitely something that I feel more confident with. I feel like will help me get through a lot more of this. I don't need to be going quick, but like just more confidently, just better. I'll be better at it. But the only thing that I've really seen that I need right now is I need flame metal. I also could use some Askfin meat. But I have 100 eggs if I really want to hatch some and cook them. So I actually think I have more than 100 eggs. So I could do that. But due to this newfound confidence in the Ashlands, I think as long as I keep my health up and stuff, I should be perfectly okay. Alright guys, it's the next day. I have pretty much everything that I need repaired, and I'm going to just try and run up to where I saw that next set of flame metal at. Or our first set of flame metal. That's actually our first one to mine. I've also been on the lookout for more diverger settlements in a case that if I do find some, it'll be a little bit of flame metal, but it's not going to be anywhere near the amount that I need. I am noticing something really odd, though. I feel like, and I could be wrong, that the Groston foundations I have down to block spawns do not work nearly as well as they were in my other worlds. But I wasn't using Groston foundations in my other worlds, so I don't know if either those don't work as well or if they just feel more expensive because they take more to place. I don't know, but they really do not seem to be working at all. So maybe I will have to go get some stone and some wood from the regular area or even from in this area, so that way I can make campfires and workbenches. But for right now, it just does not seem like I can block spawns that effectively. Holy shit, guys, there's a 1-star Askfin over here. This is exactly what I needed for taming and what I needed to revamp the entire squad of them that I was going to make. I just have to get it tamed and keep myself alive. I don't want to talk about how many times I died trying to do this in my reverse series, and this is definitely going to be no different. I could very easily die here. Not to mention the insane amount of stuff that is over here on the edge, but this is going to give me something to do to where I can actually get this thing tamed. I didn't even make it all the way up there yet, but I really didn't need to. I'm going to try and clear this stuff around the area, use the remaining Groston that I have to build up another pen for this Askfin, and I need to make sure that I have probably my bone mass buff before I go up there and grab it because I do not want to die to that thing. Alright guys, everything is set up now. The only thing that I really want to do is clear out a bunch of these charred warriors, charred archers, all of these different things that are over here spawning. Not because they're going to cause me too much of a problem, but because I really do not want them to get in my way while I'm trying to bring this thing back. That would be really bad if I died to it or if I lost it due to this stuff. So I need to make sure that I clear all of it. I can take my time with that because I'm really not in a rush here. The 1-star is after me. I don't have my bone mass buff back yet, but hopefully it doesn't hit me at all. It's kind of the plan. So I should not have to worry too much about that entire thing. But these guys were kind of hard to clear over here. There was a lot of things that wanted me dead. Oh yeah, I gotta be careful with this guy. I do gotta remember that these things hit like an absolute truck. Okay, come on, dude. Let's get this guy in our little trap. I'm a little bit scared right now. Of course, that's what's gonna happen. Nothing else could possibly ever fucking happen while I'm trying to do this. Oh my god, dude. I may have to get away from the base a little bit and hope he just doesn't destroy it. The bone mass buff would have been a smart idea, but as long as he doesn't absolutely screw me here, I should be okay. Also, my rested buff is running out, which is getting a little bit scary, but I just gotta be careful. Holy shit. Get in the fucking house. No, come on. You're so close to being in. Alright, that's good enough for right now. What I gotta do right now is get out of the area without him breaking out. I need to get as far away as I possibly can, as quickly as I possibly can, get this guy unrendered so he doesn't break out. And if he does, he needs to be de-aggroed for sure. Holy crap, that was terrifying. He might have already broken out, but I just need to hope he didn't. Alright guys, I don't know if the food being outside the pen is going to count or not, but I'm going to hope it does, and I need to go to sleep up here real quick, but holy shit. That was... Oh, I can't go to sleep because he's down there. Well, I guess I'm going to sit here and wait to see if he gives me the yellow hearts. That was kind of insane, kind of terrifying, and a little close in some senses, but he is technically trapped and hopefully taming right now, so maybe we will have a 1-star Askven and a new breeding pair very soon. There we go, guys. I got him taming. I had to throw in the food from up here, and I may have to go down and pick up those fiddleheads down below, but he is taming right now. I can sit in here, AFK for a little bit, and get him tamed up. It's a lot more AFKing than I wanted to do in the first 50 days of this series, but whatever it takes to keep myself alive and get through the Ashlands is what I gotta do. And our Askven has been tamed. It was a little bit of a messy start. I ended up throwing the rest of the ones that were on the outside in, and there is a couple things outside that I need to make sure don't kill it as soon as I get out there, but we have it up now. We cooked a little bit more food, and I'm ready to get these guys breeding again, which is ultimately likely going to culminate in more AFK time. Like I said, I really didn't want to spend this much of the first 50 days of this video doing that, but that's how it is, and I'm not that upset about it, because like I also said, I need to keep myself alive as best as possible, and we really did not waste that much time doing this. Also, on top of all of that, I should actually... Oh my god. Okay, we gotta be careful here. I should actually be able to take care of all of these Askvens while actually doing stuff in the Ashlands, because they should breed while I'm gone, and it actually should not be that big of a problem. So I should be able to handle both breeding them and actually going to get flame metal at the same time. Alright guys, this could be a problem. More stuff has spawned. I really need to block these spawns further out from my base, no matter how I decide to do it, and right now there's a Morgan out here, and I don't really want to deal with it right now, but I really don't think I get a choice. There's also, I mean, there's just so many things spawning over here. I need to block that little spawn out there. But I need to try and deal with this thing first. What I have is I have a 1-star rogue over here that I should be able to use to help me. I just need to really try and make sure that I don't get myself killed here or my new Askven, because any of that would be bad. I also really don't want my base getting destroyed. But hopefully this guy can help me. Yeah, he can do damage. That's good. We got a 1-star one of these guys. I'm going to try and get rid of his distractions. Keep myself from taking damage, and just allow him to get some hits in if I can. Come on. Alright guys, that was down. We still got a lot more to deal with over here, but honestly, these guys, these lava blobs, I actually kind of wanted to come over here. I need to figure out what is making these spawn so much. Holy shit, there's a lot of stuff. Because having them spawn right there outside the edge of my base is not ideal, but luckily there are Diverger rogues also spawning over here to help me out periodically. But yeah, that was rough. That was not... I mean, it actually really wasn't that rough. I only got hit like once or twice, and it didn't do that much damage, but it was just scary. I don't like having that shit all around my base. Like, having this much stuff outside my base is just not right. I just don't want that stuff. So I'm going to get my bone mass buff. Well, while I have my bone mass buff, I'm going to go ahead and use it to try and clear as many of these guys as I can, because I'm tired of having them out here. It's just a pain in the butt. Alright, guys, I forgot I had I forgot I was the proud owner over... I forgot I was the proud owner of an Ashlands saddle, so he is now in here. I was trying to build this entire complicated thing outside, and I really didn't need to. So we have him now. I'm going to break down this structure and use it to fund the amount of foundations I'm going to place on the backside. That way I can get rid of the spawns that are back there constantly causing me problems. And once I get these guys to start breeding, there's going to be actually 2 steps of getting them breeding, but once I get that first step started, I'm going to go start back up towards that flame metal node. And who knows, if I get interrupted again, at least hopefully it will be something like what I just got interrupted by, a nice Ashland for me to keep at my base. Alright guys, more foundations are placed, more spawns are blocked, and I think I have a plan. I'm going to make some more arrows and store some of my stuff away, and after I get these guys breeding, I think I'm actually going to head out back to the mainland. Now, what I want to do is set up somewhere along, like, right in the area of where the closest area of land is from here. I don't really care what biome it is. I would like to go over there and set up, as long as it's a place that I can grow plants, another little farm, kind of like the plains one that we have. The idea of this is to have a place where I can grow onions and other plants that I'm going to need for more food through this playthrough, and start growing them over there, and just take a trip over there like every 10 or every 5-10 in-game days, just to pick them up, harvest them, and replant them, and that should be enough to keep me sustained. I don't need to get black cores. I don't need to build a shield core over here. I don't need to worry about any of that stuff, and while it might be nice, I really don't need it. So we're going to set that up for now. If I do get a black core and can come back here and plant, I think the shield core allows me to plant stuff in the Ashlands, but I'm not even sure about that. But if I do get that, then I will come and try it. But otherwise, I'm just going to wait for now and set up that new little place where I can actually have a garden, grow the plants that I'm going to need, and work on having good food constantly, because I am running out of the stuff that I need onions for, and I actually don't even have any more seeds, which is a whole other problem that I'm going to have to worry about once we get over there. But for now, I need to get these Ashlands taming, get them breeding, get a couple of them out, because what I need to do is I need to replace the ones that are in there with 1-star ones, so that way they all come out 1-star, and then I will probably head up there and start worrying about building a new farm for the entirety of the playthrough that we can farm all of our stuff that we'll need for the Ashlands at. Alright guys, I am back. I've got some of the eggs now to where I can actually hatch. Well, let me look ahead, some upstairs as well. But I can hatch some of the the 1-star ones, which will give me the opportunity to kill the ones that I currently have, and then breed out only 1-star eggs from now on, which will be pretty much resetting, making an entire new set. But like I said, after taking a break, doing some testing, and also some other experiences that I've had in other playthroughs that I do not want to spoil for you guys, I definitely know that I need 1-stars. So, I'm going to try my best to do that. But as soon as I get these hatching, I am going to head up back to the mainland. I have enough arrows to fight any serpents that I see, or any of the bone moths that I find along the way. And honestly, I hope I find a few, because I could use some meat and some more of their fangs. But I am doing pretty well so far. The only thing I'm a little worried about is I seem to not have any, and I literally mean any, tin. And why is that a problem? Well, you see, you need tin to make the butcher's knife, to harvest or kill any of these Ashlands. Now, I could just put the saddle on them and let them out, but that really wasn't the plan. The plan was more to kill them, get their meat, and also maybe even harvest all of the other 100 eggs for meat. So unless I have tin up here, which I might, I may be kind of screwed, or at least have to focus on getting some of that when I go back. Oh my god, I have 4. Shit, how much is it to make? I think it's 6 to make the butcher's knife, guys. Not 100% sure. I'm going to look around here, look around my other chests, but I'm pretty sure I don't have enough on me, which kind of sucks, but I'm going to be going back to the mainland soon anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. Guys, I am so lucky. It is exactly 4 tin. I don't know what that tin was used for or what I needed it for, but I do have it, so whatever that was for, I'm not going to be able to make again. Whatever I may have destroyed or done with whatever that stuff was, I definitely don't have the ability to do now, but that is okay. Alright, so let's see. This guy can die. This guy can die. I need to make sure I don't kill the wrong one, and I need to make sure that I pick up everything from them. So I really need the meat more than anything right now. That's the 1-star. Don't kill him. Alright guys, all the Ashlands have been cleared. So what I can do now is I can start hatching the new eggs. All of the new ones will grow up while I'm on the mainland. I'm going to cook some of this aspen meat up and store some stuff away. Make sure that I have enough like room on my boat to bring back everything that I'm going to need. And I will go AFK. Maybe not even AFK, but I'm going to go spend quite a bit of time making a new little base up in the regular world. Farming some resources that I can only get up there. And then hopefully I will bring enough back from there back to the Ashlands with me where I can continue what I'm doing. Alright guys, all the eggs are hatching. Let me make sure I have enough stuff in the fires to keep that going. And then we're going to go back up to the new area. I have some things that I want to bring with me. I want to bring at least a forge or at least 6 copper because I don't know where I'm going to land. Enough stuff for maybe a smelter. I mean, just some things that I don't want to have to reharvest up on the mainland, because anything that I have to reharvest gives me a greater chance of being lost. But what I am going to bring with me is a stone cutter and a bunch of Groston. What I want to do is build pillars on top of the already made, like, Ashlands pillars, all the way back out to the edge of the ocean. That way I can find them and follow them back to my base, and I don't lose it, because that's one of the biggest things that I'm worried about, is having to completely restart the Ashlands or run out of arrows to bone maws while trying to find my base. So I need to make sure that at all costs that does not happen. Alright guys, for the first time since beating Queen, it is time to head back to the mainland. And I have a couple of tricks that I want to try and use to keep myself at least like aware of where my base is at. And it's all going to start out on this first little pillar, because this base is actually kind of hidden back here in the rocks. Actually, I guess we don't need to because of this, but building little structures, not anything near like that, but on these pillars, like that one looks, will give me some sort of bearing of where everything's at and give me a chance of actually getting back here once I head out. So let's go out here, and as soon as I get back on the water, I will start discussing what I think I need as far as actual progression goes, because there's only really a couple things that I need to be worrying about out here, and I need to make sure that I don't really get myself too stuck up on doing anything else. I just need to focus on the couple things that I need. Alright guys, we got the first little pillar placed. I actually don't know how visible these are going to be out here in the Ashlands, but it'll give me some sort of like, maybe, just like the arrows, maybe it won't be my main source of navigation, but it'll give me some sort of idea of where I should be going to get back to my base, and at least tell me if I'm in the right area. Top of this, we also have a bone maw. I'm not necessarily worried about picking up its meat right now. If anything, I can grab it on the way back if it's still floating, but I just need to get it away from my boat. I don't want it, yeah, there we go. I don't want it anywhere near my boat. But yeah, this is going to be what the placement looks like. Base is back there, so you should be able to see each pillar from the next. So even if I have to stop at each individual one and look at it, I still should be able to do that, and it still should help me. Really, though, the biggest one I have to worry about placement on is where am I going to put those last ones, or I guess, yeah, my last ones, but the first ones that you'll see entering the Ashlands. That's going to be the biggest thing, because those are going to be the ones that you are actually looking for along the edge, in the case that you don't know where to enter the Ashlands back in at, or in case that I don't know where to enter the Ashlands back in at. But it actually looks like we actually don't have to go that far in this. We should be able to see it from fairly close. Alright guys, we are out of the Ashlands for the first time in, like I said, about 50 days since we've killed Queen, and since the end of last episode or the beginning of this episode. It's kind of crazy to be out again. I feel much safer out here. I still have to be careful. To be honest, the Mistlands is still very dangerous to me, and that's not really where I want to stop. The other thing I did look at, for the Scorching Medleys, I also need Jotun Puffs, so if I can find an area that I can grow both onions and Jotun Puffs in, I can sit there and AFK inside of a box and grow like maybe 3 or 4 sets of them, and then run them all back. That would be the best thing that I could possibly do. But right now, I just need to make sure that I don't lose my bearing, and that I understand where I'm going as far as like where the Ashlands is at and where my base in the Ashlands is at, and yeah, I just really do not want to lose that. But like I said, I have to remember that the Mistlands is still very dangerous. It is not my friend, and I am not safe there. Anywhere else, maybe, but not here. And this will be our last director back towards the Ashlands, at least unless I go really far north, which I might. I might actually go a bit further back north than I was planning to, but I will say my fear of the water is actually really funny. I have been both playing this and the Ashlands, which you really can't be in the water, and Raft, which both give you an insane fear of the ocean, at least as far as like video games go. So I really wanted to stay out of the ocean. I did not like jumping and swimming around in it. It just doesn't feel right. And while you still can get attacked in this game in the ocean, your really only fear should be drowning and watching your stamina, and swimming is really not that dangerous as long as you're not in the Ashlands. But we have that pillar down. Let's go find a mountain. and let's start progressing a little. Let's get some of our back progression so we can actually farm the Ashlands a little bit more effectively. Well, guys, I do have a slight problem. It was foggy for the last like 4 in-game hours, and that is not good because I don't know where I'm at now. I'm using this branch up here to keep track of generally where that first pillar back to the Ashlands is, but I don't know. I don't know how much I should be trying to keep track of where I'm at and how much I should just be sending it and worrying about it later. Probably somewhere in the middle of what I'm doing now. It's just, I don't know. I'm a little worried about like losing my Ashlands base. I don't have... The Ashland isn't super traversable. It's not super easy to just pull in your boat and go along the coast and find your base. You have to know where your base is at. You have to... I'm going to have to pull right back up to my base if I want any chance of not getting my boat eaten or not getting stuck in the stupid-ass spikes and getting my character killed to something really dumb. But that's all going to be a problem for later because it seems that I have found a black forest with a mountain right next to it as well as some mistlands around it. So I should be able, whether it's 1 farm or 2 farms, I should be able to make quick farms really quick. Sit and either AFK them or go back and forth and harvest them for a few times, which will be like a couple, probably like 12 in-game days. I'll sleep through as much of it as I can. I'll skip through as much of it as I can, but I'm just going to have to sit here and wait till I get a bunch of resources back from this, because ultimately all I need is those 2 plants. I have the fiddleheads, and I can make my scorching medleys. Once I get back, the Ashlands should be hatching, and they'll be brand new babies because they haven't been loaded in yet, so they'll have 50 minutes left on that. They'll grow up. They'll start being able to breed. We'll breed out 100 new eggs. We may hatch the old ones for meat. I'm not sure yet, but that's all going to be stuff we got to do when I get back. So let's get here. Let's sleep through the night, get a good idea, and try and mark where I think the Ashlands is. Like, I mean, I know it's like from the tree, it's generally back that way, but try and mark out with pillars where the Ashlands is so I can get back and then start building up this first little farm. Alright guys, it's a few days later, maybe 1 in-game day later, and there's a couple things that I found that I want to share with you guys. So, number 1, got a little house build. It doesn't look pretty at all, but it's a little AFK house to craft some stuff in and to use just to survive over here. Right now, I'm smelting up stuff for a forge and for forge upgrades, because what I'm going to need is the ability to repair my black metal axe. I don't have a black forge up here. It's something that I could bring over here at some point or get the stuff for, but it's not something that I have right now, nor is it something that I'm necessarily worried about, especially if I use my black metal axe as my weapon. I can repair it. The only thing that I am worried about is getting the forge down before it breaks, because this is my only axe on me. It's not my only way I could break trees. I could break it with my chrome or something else, but I can't repair that either, so I need this. But once I get this crafted up to level 4 forge, I'll be good on that. The other thing that I have, back in this direction while I was mining this copper, I saw, and we'll actually go up to it here in a little bit, there's a mistlands right at the top of this hill, meaning we can do our Jotunpuff farm right up there. We don't have to sail from anywhere to anywhere. We have our plains, our black forest, and then over this way to the right, there is an entire mountain range that we can go get our onion seeds from. Meaning that this has literally become probably one of the most perfect spots I could have landed, which is really amazing to me that through the mist, this is where I ended up. So I'm going to sit here for probably like 20 in-game days. You guys will get updates as I'm doing different things, but I'm going to sit here for probably 20, 30 in-game days and harvest a whole bunch of resources and honestly set this up as a nice little base. I don't know that I want to go through the time of building another entire base, at least right now. After we kill the boss, sure. After we get past day 500 and in further videos, awesome. But right now, I haven't beat the game yet, so I'd like to do that before I start worrying about building too many structures across the world. But what I do think is that I could spend a lot more time here, and rather than coming back here just to get resources and going back to the Ashlands, I could survive here and go to the Ashlands when I need resources. Kind of splitting the responsibility of the Ashlands production between that other base and this one, as I'm a lot safer here. But I don't know yet. We'll see. For right now, this is just sick to have. It's really nice to be able to sit over here and be safe for a little bit. I did have some locks to spawn on my house, but other than that, it's been okay. And I'm just going to sit over here and chill for a little bit and harvest as much stuff as I can and get everything set up so I can survive at this base as well. It doesn't have to be fully self-sufficient, but just being able to survive at it would be nice. Alright guys, the forge is made. The first upgrade is made. I'm about to make the sharpening... Okay, maybe I'm going to make it. I'm going to make the sharpening stone, which will allow me to make another upgrade. I don't know what my next upgrade is going to be because I still need one more to... Yeah, I still need one more here for my black metal pick, or for my black metal axe. I don't know what it's going to be. Looking at my options, I either have to get iron, tin, or chains. I don't have a swamp nearby for iron or chains, nor do I have my swamp key. And this black forest just doesn't quite make it to the edge here. So I'm going to run up and start looking to get my onion seeds, and hopefully I can find something on the way, but that is where I am currently at right now. If I can't, I may just have to play it safe and try not to use my axe too much, maybe even make a bronze axe while I'm over here just to take care of my wood. I mean, I don't really need the black metal axe specifically. It's faster, but it doesn't do anything that the other one, that my bronze one can. I don't need more Yggdrasil wood for anything that I know of. of, so the bronze one really wouldn't be that much different. But also the other thing that I have, as you guys can see right here, I have a village over here, which means that this is literally the perfect spawn. Everything I could have asked for perfectly. I have the ability to plant flax and barley, which I don't really need the flax, but if I can get some barley up over here, I can start making flour for some of the Ashlands food. I can harvest up my onions and any other crops that I want, and I can also go grow my Jotun puffs and mage caps if I want them back in the Mistlands area. So this is going to be literally the perfect spot. I'm not really going to need to build anything else, and I'm going to spend a lot more time here than I originally thought I was going to when I left the Ashlands, because it is just too perfect not to. Well, guys, this mountain is slightly disappointing, as it does not have a single onion seed. It's literally all I need from the mountain biome. Other than that, I don't really care how big the mountain biome near my base is, but that sucks. Now, there is a swamp. As I mentioned, I don't have a swamp key, so that, I mean, maybe I could find another elder around here. I actually could look for that and try and get another swamp key, but that would be my third time searching for an elder, and I have to remember that I don't have a map. It's something that I've just not been used to. I've been playing so many other series where I have a map, and every time I think of a possible solution for a problem, it's just a little bit different. Going to kill elder, does it give me a swamp key? Yes. Is it easy? No, not as easy as it normally would be. But that being said, I do have some swamp. I could at least sit out here and harvest for the chains. There is another village with barley down in it, which is really awesome. That gives me the ability to definitely be able to sit over here and make the fire resistance meads, which is something I really needed. I just need onion seeds from somewhere. I really regret planting the last couple I had at the Ashlands, but I wanted to see maybe if they didn't catch on fire, if they could still grow, and they cannot. So I'm gonna run around here for a little bit. I may have to sail to another island close by if I can see one with a good mountain on it, and hopefully I can remember my way back if I do, but I just need to run around and find onion seeds. That is the biggest reason of me being over here, and while all this other stuff is nice and will be extremely nice once I get it up and going, I don't have it up and going yet, and the onion seeds is what I need most. Alright guys, as night falls on my day, I went to that mountain up there. There was nothing. There is a cool building spot right there that I actually could build the base or expand. I mean, that would be a big base if I expanded it this far, but what I did just find was 8 tin, right on this very thin edge of Black Forest. I actually missed it the first time I ran past it, but I got it on the way back. Still no onion seeds, not even a chance at onion seeds yet, no structures or anything like that, but the tin will at least allow me to repair my axe and be a little less worrisome about that. And as soon as I get that repaired, I think we're going to hop back on the boat and worry about going somewhere else, because right now I need those onions really badly, and I just am not seeing any way over here that I'm going to be able to possibly get them. Alright guys, I am on the next island. I'm pretty far away from the new base actually. I'm going to make an arrow just kind of leaving me back to where it's at in case I get lost over here at some point. I at least have a general idea of where to go. It's not going to be that complicated of an arrow just because I don't need it to be, but something that I can at least see, just like all of the other ones that I made earlier in the playthrough. But we do have another island over here. It's not super big, but it will do, and I'm going to head up it and see if I can find some onions. Oh, guys, we have our first one of these, and we have another one up here. I just need some onion seeds. I am going to run more of this than I may necessarily have to, just because I want more than just, I mean, I got 11 onion seeds. If I can get more than that, that would be good. I'm not going to run through any caves or anything because that gets, I mean, it's not dangerous for me right now, but it gets a little bit more dangerous, and any risks I cannot take is probably the best thing I can do. But we have our onion seeds. Now all I got to do is get as many as I possibly can from this mountain and then make it back to base if I can find it. Holy shit, I just muted my mic because I didn't think anything was going to be happening for a second. That's fucking crazy. New modder spawn. I really was not ready to run into that. I was muting my mic ready to go, like, not AFK, but turn it off for a little bit so I could just grind. That's actually insane that I just stumbled upon that. That's awesome. Alright, well, we know where that's at if I ever want to do it again, and honestly, when I go to harvest stone later, this is not that far from the other base. It's a little far for getting stone, but I could use modder to whack all of these rock faces down and give me literally thousands of stone if I wanted to, and then take trips back and forth with a boat. So I don't know, we may look into that, but that's just cool to know that it's there. That was kind of interesting, and I think I got enough onion seeds. I'm gonna go ahead and head back to base. All right guys, that was honestly probably one of the funniest things that would have happened the entire server. I just like whipped it straight past the base, not because I was distracted, not because something was chasing me, but because I was doom scrolling on my phone, which is kind of awesome actually. I can't believe I almost just missed the entire base due to doing that. So we're back. I did not get lost. I almost got lost. Had I not realized that I had gone past and that I was in that bay over there near the next mountain, I would have been really upset because I would have had no clue where I was at. But we are here. We got our onion seeds. I want to finish building up. I started building up a little wall around the edge. I want to do it up here as well as around back towards where I want to do the Mistlands one at. And then I'm going to sit here and AFK through multiple days, sleeping as much as I can to skip through them, while also gathering resources to take with me back to the Ashlands, things that are not as easy to get like wood and stone there. And then we will get all of the plants collected and take them back to continue our Ashlands progression. Progression. Well guys, it has been about a day and a half and I am out here. Look at this wall. I want to build something like this, like much higher, like we have around our Ashlands base as well. I'm going to go up soon and build the one for the Mistlands, but this one is completely set up now. I may take the stonecutter out here and build a gate or something right here. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll build a gate right here, and then everything else will be completely enclosed and safe from damage, and I can start putting out as many plants as I need to, but it's going to take a lot of cycles of growing, harvesting, and regrowing for this to actually become a really profitable farm, and for me to take enough of them back and also have enough to leave here to grow. So, I'm going to get more of this built up. I'm going to sit here for a little bit, get this gate, start going to get the Jotun puffs back there along the Mistlands edge, and build a similar thing to this, maybe a little bit smaller up there, and then I'm going to work on raiding the other villages to get the barley and flax to also start growing that over here, so I can take that back to it. So I can take that back with me to the Ashlands as well. All right, guys. So it is the next day. I actually took a little break IRL, but it's the next day in Valheim, and everything is still growing right now. I neglected to think how many different things I would need to bring with me to come up here, and the next time I come up, I will definitely bring more resources because I should have brought at least one of Yagloth's spirits or a wisp or something to get through the mist, and I definitely also needed tin and I needed a couple things that I really forgot to bring. So most of the Jotun puffs are planted up there. I couldn't build a wall around them, so I'm just going to stay out of that area for now, and they'll regrow when I go up there. I'll just make sure that there's enough time. They take about 3 in-game days to grow, as well as everything else. I'll just make sure that I don't go up there until they are fully grown. That way nothing really eats them or destroys them. For right now, though, it's going to be a lot of AFK time, a lot of moving around. The only thing that I'm going to try and do is fill that ship up with stone and wood, because those are a little harder to get in the Ashlands and still used, and then also fill it up with either the stuff for fire resistance meads or fire resistance meads themselves, and all of these plants for making the food that I want to make. I could also make a cauldron here if I can find the tin somewhere on the map for it, because while I do have the 6 tin here, if I could get just a little bit more, I would be able to make a cauldron, and I have the fiddleheads with me, so I could go back with some scorching medleys and the stuff for extra. So, I don't know, we'll see what happens with that, but for right now, it's going to be a lot of AFK, it's going to be a lot of farming, and when I come back, I'll give you guys some details, a little bit of, like, updates along the way, but most of it is just going to be fill that ship up with resources and get back to the Ashlands to continue our playthrough. So at least today, at the bare minimum, we get through the Ashlands, and we can start on more of the creative process and completionist version of the game. Alright guys, it is another day or two later. Stuff is still going here. I'm probably going to go see if the Jotun puffs are ready. I think they may need another day, but I could be wrong, and I don't want to let them be up there for longer than they have to be. The only other thing that I have right now is I have a bunch of barley that I just grabbed, which I can plant, and I can set up one of the windmills here very soon. What I may go grab from... I'm trying to think. Oh my god, I may actually go have to kill Modder. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have enough dragon tears down here, and that Modder spawner is actually closer than the other bases. So what I may do, I actually maybe go back to the Ashlands after I pick the Jotun puffs. If I can kind of establish a really good route like I had between the other two bases, between this one, or let's say between our first base and the Plains base, if I can establish a route like that between the Ashlands base and this one, it'll make my Ashlands time a lot easier, and I will not have to be so like stuck there constantly. So that may be something that I look at doing. For right now though, I don't have enough of anything to get the windmill going. I don't even have the swamp key to go over there and try to go over to the swamp that's nearby and try and get stuff. And I'm running low on arrows. I don't have a black forge to repair my stuff, and even if I wanted to go into the Mistlands, I don't know that I have enough stuff to do so. So after I harvest maybe the first set of onions, I will come back, but I may not even wait that long. I may go up there or go back there while I'm waiting, make a more defined route of how to get back and forth between the two places with markers and stuff, and then I will have a good trade route between these two bases. I don't know if I call it trade route, but a good supply route between these two bases, and I can freely flow between them, which will make this a lot easier to get around constantly. That being said, let's go check on the Jotun puffs real quick. It's day 310 and see where we're getting, because like I said, I want to say I'd like to have the boss killed by like day 375, but even maybe day 350. The max I'm going to put on is day 400. I should definitely be done with it by day 400, and I have plans after I kill it, but right now I got to get there. So let's go check on these Jotun puffs real quick, and then I'll be right back. Well guys, about a stack of Jotun puffs was done, probably actually about 2. Some of them are still waiting to grow up, and the other problem was the skeletons that did not want to leave them alone. I had skeletons over here beating them up, but I cannot even see, so making that an efficient farm is going to be wisp torches, if anything. I think I'm going to go back to the Ashlands base, actually. I really did not think I was going to go back this quick, but there's a lot of things that I need from back there. There's a lot of resources that I need from there, and there's a lot of resources from here that I'd like to get back there. I want to show you guys what I have on the ship real quick, and then I'll go back, get the stuff that I need, repair my stuff, and I will come back here here with another gear set and some new stuff that I might need while I drop this stuff off. And I'm just going to kind of continue this supply route back and forth until this base has what it needs and the Ashlands base has what it needs. Back on the ship, this is what I want to bring back to the base. I know it just seems like a bunch of wood and stone, which is exactly what it is, but what I do also have is some cloudberries for fire resistance meats. I'm going to need the barley to get up too, but mostly because stone is not that easy, because a lot of it comes out as Groston in the Ashlands, and regular wood is normally ash wood, and it constantly burns, and it's just kind of a problem to get. It's not nearly as easy as anywhere else on the map, so I figured why not bring some back with me for the basic building stuff. Running things like the hearth for the Ashlands, running things like any of the crafting stations, a whole bunch of stuff needs those two things, and I want to build up the wall around the base a lot bigger too, like I have here, so I bring back the stone for that. So while this stuff grows, while we're kind of doing this, I don't just want to AFK and make it useless. Let's get back to the Ashlands base, see what I can put together down there, repair some of my stuff, and then we will come back up here, and also hopefully I can establish a new trade route, or a new, like I said, resource route between this base and that base, and also hopefully I can find my way back to the Ashlands, because this will be my first time attempting it. Guys, it's taken me actually probably like 25 minutes. Getting back to the Ashlands, this is actually a very close ride the entire time. Like, this is a very quick drive over here. This is going to be really nice to have that base. However, fight with a bone maw did not go that great, so I'm going to try and get up on this first pillar. Like I said, I made it actually all the way to the Ashlands twice already, and then realized that I wasn't in the right spot, and finally I found the pillar and then had to fight a bone maw. But all of that aside, bone maw's dead. We got some bone maw meat in the storage compartment, and I need to repair the boat real quick on this pillar, and then we are finally here. So what it looks like happens is I got to come down and to the right as soon as I get to that first pillar that's in the Mistlands, and then I can drive pretty much straight in. Now once I'm here, I don't know exactly where to go. I don't remember. I think I go in here to this like slotted area to the left, but like I said, I got to get this fixed. I got to get this boat fixed up first, because this boy is hurting right now, and honestly leaving a couple of these on the pillars so I can just do drive-by repairs is not going to be a bad idea. We are back. I built a little house up on one of the pillars and slept through the night, and I found this right next to it. I went ahead and left the house up just in case I need to find it later. I know where it's at from here and how to get back from that, so that's another little landmark that we have. It was a little difficult to get back, but I've had worse times. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this sucks. This is really bad timing for this, actually. I don't have a lot of health or food right now, and while I do have the arrows to deal with this, I really didn't want to. And the thing that I'm most scared about is getting glitch bitten through the bottom of this shit. I can fight it, no problem. It'll be fine. It's just really not what I wanted to do right now. So coming in, this is not really what I wanted to deal with, but I have the stuff to do so. Hopefully it will be okay, and hopefully it won't cause me the most problems ever. All right, guys, this guy is down. I don't know what it is over here for some reason. It feels like my audio has bad frames over here. I don't know how to explain it. I have a good PC, so maybe my headset is going out, or maybe I just feel like it's always right here though in the Ashlands. I don't know what the problem is over here, but we're home. Boat is doing fine. And though we're almost out of arrows and literally everything else that I brought with me for that first journey, we made it back alive, which is exactly what I wanted. I'm not going to be here long. I just need to repair some stuff and transfer some stuff from the boat to the base, and from the base to the boat, and then we're going to be headed right back up. But now that I know the path, it should be quite a bit easier to get back and forth between these two bases, and I honestly may spend a decent amount of time up at that other one, just because it's so much safer. Well, guys, this could be quite dangerous. There is so much shit outside of the base right now, and while all of it is fairly low health, I definitely cannot fight all of it at once, and so I'm trying to take it down one thing at a time, but this is quite fucking dangerous for me here. Luckily, the Morgan attacks everything, and also everything takes damage from it, which is really nice, but this entire thing is just dangerous. These divergers over here I thought would be able to help me, but as you can see, they are fucking dead. So, alright, the Morgan actually was not that bad. The Askfin was down, which I can go get. Our baby's hatched, which is awesome. That is going to be something that I look forward... Actually, okay, I do need that. That is going to be something that was something I was really looking forward to when I got back. The walls to this are going up right now, and it is actually going along pretty well. However, I don't really know what I'm going to do about a lot of these mobs. Like, the mobs, I mean, I know they're bad. I've played some Ashlands now, so I have a little bit more of an expectation of what they're supposed to feel like, but that doesn't make it any less insane every time I experience it. And every single time, it just feels like a whole problem that I have to deal with. So right now, I have a couple of ideas of what I could do to make at least my area of the Ashlands a little bit more navigatable, but no matter what I do, it's going to be a little rough. For right now, I want to build this up higher like I am on that side and like I have on this side, but other than that, it's going to be a whole resource game getting this built up, and we are probably, once we use this stone, going to head back up to that other base very soon. Well, guys, perhaps I've been back at base longer than I thought I was. I'll show you the progress on the wall in just a second here, but we got big Askvins now, and if this guy wants to come back inside after I go grab some Groston, or if I could ride him back inside, I'm going to close them in that area, start feeding them, and start breeding out all my 1-star eggs, which is pretty awesome. The wall is higher, the backside still needs some work, as stuff is still aggroing and throwing stuff at the Askvins over the wall and hitting like the roofs and stuff, but it's doing a lot better. And also, I have the feeling that I'm in a little bit more of abundance with resources now as far as the Ashlands. I still don't have any flame metal, and I may get some while I'm here, or I may not. I am still really focused on getting the stuff ready for more food, but I do have decent food right now. And also, I have a plan for a lot. Oh man, I'm already out of stone. I have a plan for a lot more stone and wood once I get back from the other place. So I think what I'm gonna do is, oh, I guess I can't build up this wall all the way because I'm out of stone, but get all of the wood unloaded here. These guys are now raising, so I'll start breeding them. I know they won't really breed while I'm gone, like while I'm AFK or in anywhere else. I have to be here for it, but I'll get them started because I'm sure I'll hang around here for a little bit longer. And then I'm going to be heading back up to the other place, doing some more farming, and also setting up hopefully some wisp torches and stuff. I don't know, actually. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I brought my swamp key with me, which kind of sucks. Now, as far as like, I don't know, I could maybe find another Yagluth spotter. I don't really want to do Yagluth again. I have bad memories from that, but I could. But I definitely can at least go get the artisan table because I have that motor spawner up above on the mountain that I went to earlier. So there is some stuff I can do about it, but I think because of I was so low on space, I didn't bring a lot of my boss items. Now, I do also have the ability, if I really, really wanted to just go ahead and go back to the first two bases that I built. I didn't really plan on doing that for the playthrough, but I also have done a lot of stuff I didn't really plan to do, and I don't think it would be the worst idea ever, so I'm gonna consider it as I'm up back that way. Just because if it's something that can help, I might do it, especially if I'm waiting for plants to grow, waiting for Ashlands to breed. Like, why not go ahead and just sit and go up there if I'm gonna be gone or AFK anyways? So, I don't know. It's something to consider. I have a couple things to do before I leave and go back up there, but they're all pretty boring things, so I'm gonna get those done. These guys should be breeding pretty soon, and then hopefully when we get back over here, we will have plenty of baby Ashlands. Fill up a new chest right here with regular or with better eggs, and maybe we'll even turn all of these guys into meat eventually. Everything is moved in. It's been quite a while. I think I have something out here that may be trying to attack. I need to make more arrows real quick, and then the plan is to go up back to where I think that flame metal deposit is before I go back to the area. I may not even grab it. I just want to see if I think at least if I know that it's a flame metal deposit, I know where it's at when I get back. I also currently have 270 health due to my situation that I'm due to my food situation, which is pretty awesome, actually. I'm very excited about that. Ashlands are breeding. There are babies that I can finally actually use, which is pretty sick. I just have a lot of different things that I need to gather before I leave the Ashlands. Definitely more than I thought I was going to have to. Alright, guys, I am pretty much ready to go back to the regular area. I did think I may actually have my swamp key and stuff in that little base on the pillars. There is still stuff over there, and I haven't really thought about that yet, so there's a possibility that's where all the stuff that I'm looking for is, but I'm not super worried about it right now, and I'm gonna check it on my way out. Also, that looks like it could be a 2-star. Yeah, see, I don't want to fuck with this 2-star Charred Warrior. I'm just gonna get out of here from that, but I'm gonna get up, go check on this possible flame metal node. If it's not one, no big worry. If it is one, I have some inventory space, not a whole lot, but some to get a little bit of it and bring it back and start smelting it, and I may do a couple runs if it is one, but if not, I'll go look for more in the future. I just have a feeling that I could see one in the distance, and I want to go check it out before I leave because I do not want to forget about it. Alright, guys, well, unfortunately my rested buff has run out, but that is definitely a flame metal pillar, so I am going to get that when I come back. I also got to fight through a whole bunch of things over here, but because my rested buff is out, I'd just be taking way too much of a risk and not following my original rules of staying alive, which I actually kind of forgot about until just now. But I remember I need to keep all my best food on me at all times and try not to fight unless I have my rested buff. So, well, I did get through a lot of fighting stuff, and I honestly feel so much better about the Ashlands now just because of all of the experience that I have. And I don't have a lot, but I have some. I just feel so much better than I did at the end of last episode, or at the end of my last play session. And yeah, I just feel a lot better. I feel good. I was able to take on Morgan's Ashlands, lava blobs, a whole bunch of shit. That 2-star that is back by the base, I don't feel great about that, but I'm not going to try and deal with it. All I need to do before I leave is check the little base above, see if it has my swamp key, the Yagluth relic, any of that stuff. If it has any of the boss drops, I'm going to take those with me back to the other base, but if it doesn't, that's okay, because it is time to head back up there, check on our plants, and make that farm a little bit better. Alright, guys, we have 16 1-star eggs so far. Say goodbye to the base for a little bit. It is time to go get more stone, possibly kill Modder again if I find the eggs for it, and if I actually need it, and check out our little base over here to make sure that I have everything that I need. Something that I had not picked up this entire playthrough. I knew that I needed them, I guess I just didn't know how badly I needed them. Remember, I'm still new-ish to the Ashlands. I'm not that experienced with it yet. I have some more experience than I did before my last play session, but I don't have a lot yet. And something that I really forgot that I was going to need at all was the vine berries, and holy crap, dude, were they amazing. It gave me just so many recipes that I didn't have, so I have a bunch of those unlocked now. I need to definitely get a farm for those going going, but I know that it's easier said than done. But honestly, other than that, I think it is time to start heading back. I noticed that I do have some iron in here. I do have some, I have Jotun puffs I can take with me for sure, but it does not seem like I have exactly what I'm gonna need here. Unless it's upstairs. I don't have any of my boss items with me. Now I could go back and scan through the day that I came and see what was in my boat in the video, but I don't really care. Like, I care, but I don't think that that's really playing the game. I think that that's overanalyzing a little bit too much, and I think that I'll be okay without it either way. Oh, I am debating though, this 10 refined iron. Actually, no, I need this for some of the crafting stations so I can make the Aspen cape. I'm gonna take these bees with me when I go, and I want to take the fermenter if I can. Let's see, what could I drop to take the fermenter with me? Let's put some stuff in the boat. I'm gonna take the fermenter with me, and we are headed back to the other base. All right, guys, welcome back to the Plains base over here. I now have a fermenter. I don't really actually know where I'm gonna set it up at yet. I mean, I've thought about it, but I didn't really think about it. I kind of forgot that I don't have a full base over here. I should actually build this into a base. I didn't think I was gonna do this, but honestly, why not? While I wait over here for some stuff to grow again. But I have all of this barley and stuff. This is gonna be a really good harvest. I'm gonna set up the fermenter so I can start making fire resistance potions, and maybe even making more if I can find the tin. The other thing that I'm gonna need to do is go kill the modder that I found earlier, because I should be able to make an artisan table and therefore some windmills to process some of this stuff into flour, giving me the opportunity to make a ton of better food. But it's gonna take some time of just waiting over here. The other thing that I'm really sad about is I unfortunately did not have any ability to get wisps, which means that whole thing that I was dealing with earlier with how rough it was to plant anything in that Mistlands area and stuff getting destroyed by invisible things, not actually invisible, but just stuff that I couldn't see because of the mist, is going to be something that I have to deal with for a while, unless I want to go all the way back to the other base, which I'm not actually that opposed to, but I just don't know if it's worth the time, especially if I get lost. It's really not worth the time, and I know that, so I don't know if it's worth it, but it may be something that I consider while I wait for everything to go, considering the fact that I don't have any of the stuff that any of the boss items over here that I kind of want and need, and I'm kind of going good on everything else. I have all the food that I need. I now know where flame metal's at. I don't know, the only thing I can say, I don't know where the Ashlands boss is at. I don't think it'll be that hard to find because it kind of stands out. I think by far the hardest one was Queen, or was going to be Queen. At least in my mind when I started it, that was what was going to be the hardest, but when I started this playthrough, that's what was going to be the hardest. But I don't know. I haven't found it yet, so I don't really know. Let me get all this stuff planted up, take a little nap over here and get some of it to process a little bit quicker, and then start either going back to the other base or going to kill that modder, or maybe even doing both. Well, guys, we are back at the base of the mountain. I'm going to try and fight the modder over here. I understand that I may not be able to get all of the eggs for it from this mountain range, but there's a good chance that I'll be able to. And in the case that I can, I should be able to kill it fairly quickly, as I'm way over prepared for that boss fight at this point in time. Now, that being said, I do need to be careful still, because it is a boss and it still has the ability to kill me, but I should be a little better off than normally fighting it. So I want to get this down. It'll give me more dragon tears. I should then be able to make the windmills back at that other base. There's probably 200 barley on the ground right now, as well as about 170 onions, so when I harvest those, there's going to be a lot. The Jotun puffs are kind of a problem. I have like 100 of them at base, but the problem is like the planting of them and not being able to see. I was not able to find my Torn Spirit or the wisps at the other base, meaning that I just don't have any wisp torches, so that's kind of going to be a problem, but hopefully I don't need Jotun puffs for too many of the other recipes. Luckily, Jotun puffs don't have like their own recipe like onions do onion soup, so the onions are a little bit more useful, but I'd still like to have a lot of them for the scorching medley so I didn't have to worry about making onion soup. I don't know. We'll see. I should be able to get enough from it to at least make enough for the rest of the boss fights, but after that I may have to try and go back to the old base and revisit getting some more so that I can make more for what I plan to do after the boss fight. While this may use most of our bow damage, I think it's probably going to be worth it. Let's get up here and do this. I got my rested buff, I got everything that I need for it, and I have the last egg in my inventory, so let's get up here and do this. I do not have that much durability left on my bow, literally at all, so I'm kind of worried about that, but hopefully because I'm way over prepared for this, it will be enough. Well, guys, I got it to half by just poking it with the Crom and shooting a couple arrows, so I don't think the bow durability is really going to be the worst thing ever. But I am a little bit sad about the fact that I don't have a Black Forge over here to repair this thing, or even at this other base. I'm going to have to go back to the Ashlands every time I want to repair this guy. And while it's not something that I absolutely need, it is something that keeps me alive pretty much on the way back to the Ashlands, and so I need to save at least, let's see. I have half the durability left. If I can save that much of it, I'd really like to, but I don't know. It's just something that I need going back to the Ashlands in case I do come across the bone mods. There's really no other option to kill those. Well, guys, that sucks. I blocked with my bow and it broke it, which I really did not mean to do. It was a complete accident blocking it. And yes, I have moddered down just fine, but going back to the Ashlands is going to be absolute hell because I know I'm going to get attacked by a bone maw, and I don't have a way to get around that. I do have my Spine Snap bow still back in the boat. I just remembered that, and that's really my only option to even possibly make it back to the Ashlands safely. Alright guys, we're pulling back up with the Modder Trophy. I have the Spine Snap out right now to deal with the Serpent, and also I could use it to deal with any bone maws going back, but I do not want to shoot it at all outside of defending my boat or defending myself immediately, because I do not want to lose the durability on this one, because if I lose the durability on this one, I have no bow going back. That being said though, we are back. I'm going to stay here for a little bit in AFK for this stuff, but look at this. This is so many plants, so many onions. The amount that we take back with us this time is going to be insane. The amount of barley flour that I make while I'm AFK is going to be insane, and yeah, this is going to get a little nuts. This is so many plants, dude. Holy crap. Also, we got the beehive set up for getting honey and stuff for the spicy marmalade when we go back, and yeah, this is just the best setup ever. I'm gonna do this a few more times probably, and then that should be all the plants that I need from this area, and hopefully I have enough Jotun puffs to support it as well. Alright guys, and the first set of the harvest is done. All of the onions have been harvested, and no, it's not just the ones in my inventory. I've already put a lot of them back on the boat, so let's look at how many we got total to take back with us. 100, 200, 330 on the first one, on the first set of harvest to take back with us is a ton. That is going to make, like, I don't know, actually, is it 3 for 3? Is that going to make 330 of those spicy medleys? That's a little insane. We don't have the fiddleheads or Jotun puffs for that, but yeah, that's a little crazy. Okay, well, that's what we have availability for. These will turn into 100, and these will turn into seeds for our next harvest. I don't know if that'll be enough to cover the entire area again, but it'll be a lot. So let's get the barley harvesting up next, and then I will go over to do the Jotun puffs last. Alright guys, I'm not replanting nearly as much barley, seeing as I have, let's look, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 737 barley to turn into flour. I think that's plenty, but I have more replanted just in case it's not. The only thing I really have left to do is to sit here and turn this into flour and to harvest the Jotun puffs, which I will do while these ones regrow. But that is an insane first harvest from this place, and honestly makes me think that we won't need too many more, but building this base over here was definitely worth it. Guys, it is day 323. It's still a lot of flour is processing, and I actually did not know that, let's look over here, I'll show you. Flour stacks in 50, barley stacks in 100, just not something I really thought about as far as bringing it back, but I have all these onions, Jotun puffs, fiddleheads, and flour. Some of the flour may have to stay here for now, but I still want to sit here and process all of it, and then we're going to go back and start getting the flame metal stuff built up. We have so much food, so many things like ready to go. I want to build this into an actual base at some point, but it's not going to happen right now just because I actually did not have to spend nearly as much time over here as I thought. So we also have another modder head, which I really want to keep. I don't know where I'm going to keep it at just because, I don't know. I really want to make a trophy. I want to do the game to full completion because this is hopefully not going to be the last episode of this series. So when doing the game to full completion, I'm going to want to do the trophy, like a trophy wall with all of these at a base, build a giant base. I want to do all of Hilder's quest. I want to get the flaming sword. I forget what it's called from the Ashlands, which I've never gotten. I want to do all that stuff, which is, I think it'll be pretty sick. I just haven't, like, I don't know. I got to get through the regular game first, but saving the head from this and maybe even trying to get some of the trophies in a chest or just organized somewhere at one of these bases would be a good idea because at some point I'm going to need all of them. But I'm going to get as much flour as I can fit on the boat, at least process, and I may sit here and process some more of it, but once I do that, I will head back to the other place. It will be time to make up some food and start exploring our Ashlands a little bit more. I'm getting a little bit impatient here, I'm not going to lie, and I think I'm going to go ahead and head back. I have cloudberries back at base, so more fire resistance is on the way, but I'm almost out of food, and the plains in the Black Forest are not that dangerous to me. Even the Mistlands is not nearly as dangerous to me as what I'm used to right now, but that doesn't mean it can't kill me if I don't have the right stuff on me. So if I'm running out of food, I should probably go ahead and head back. Or at least I should have enough arrows to get back. It's a little foggy right now, which makes me not really want to leave, and I did want to stay and build this base up a little bit, but that's alright for right now. So let me back up. We're going to head back down the The route is really short if I can actually remember exactly where in the Ashlands it is this time. And if I can, it is actually going to be a pretty quick drive back down there, and we are going to have so much food once we actually make it. Alright guys, we are pulling back up to the base. I am literally like completely out of food. Had to use my bone mass buff just in case I had to fight vultures, and I got a little bit lost coming back. I mean, it's gonna happen every time. I have no map, but we are here. Luckily, I actually found that little structure again, the one that I slept at the night before, and slept at it again, which actually just saved my life again. So having that there, having more land markers is not gonna be a bad idea, and maybe taking the time to go out and build those when I'm not in such a dire scenario might be a really good idea, actually. But let's get on here. Let's go make some food. Let's get all the stuff from what I just brought back into the base, and then let's go start getting that flame metal and processing it, because I am ready to get a little bit of a gear upgrade. Well guys, that was a close call. Holy shit. Okay, perhaps I am not ready for being out there right now. Jesus Christ, that was a little much. That thing just almost fucked me up. That was almost just a death right there. There was a Morgan outside fighting a diverger, so I figured I'd go help it and get rid of it. And it did not go that well. Holy shit, that was actually really scary. So, I need to maybe make some better... Oh, fuck. Guys, this could be bad. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do here. This could be a problem. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Bone mass buff, maybe. Come back. Holy shit, can I hit this through the wall? Okay. Let that happen. This is like so bad, dude. Oh my god. No hesitation here. I just gotta hit it. And hope I don't get hit back. Holy shit, guys. That was the worst thing that's happened, I think, this entire playthrough. Other than the Yagluth death, that was almost so bad. I don't know why I know I don't have the best food on right now, but I can't make the best food right now. That's what I just came back to do. And that was a little terrifying. That should not have happened the way it did, but the base held up. I was really ready to pop open the wall with the Ashlands in it and just let them go at it and help me, but I may have to keep some of those around the base. Like, I may have to release some of those around the base, because that was a little stupid. Holy shit, that was so close. I'm like... When I was down at 10 health, I was... Tears were almost out of my eyes, man. That was a little too much. Okay. Back to getting shit on the ship. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. We may have to raise up these walls a little bit more, or make it so that something, like, maybe even raise up over here. Make sure that nothing can absolutely get in any of these edges, because that was really rough. Alright guys, we're about to have the first technological advancement in quite a while. The storage situation here is such a mess that I need to get it fixed very soon, but I don't have the wood to make signs. I have the wood for all the chests, but I don't have the wood to make signs, nor do I really know what I would categorize each one as. Right now, everything is full of everything, and that's how it's going to be for a little bit. But what I do have is the ability to now make the Ashlands cape, something that I have been thinking about making. I really like the feather cape. I really like not taking fall damage, but I also think that being able to run faster would get me up towards that next area quite a bit safer, where I got to get that flame metal from. So I think maybe I should go ahead and make it. Maybe I'll keep the feather cape on me for different scenarios, but for right now, this seems the smartest to have. Let's make that and upgrade it. I don't think we can upgrade it anymore. Luckily, I had the stuff for these two upgrades back up in the first base that we made when we got to the Ashlands, which was nice. I needed that. And now we have wind run. The wind is going. I guess it doesn't really matter if we're inside. All right, let's see. I've never used it. I've never made this cape before. Just does not seem to be working greatly right now, but I don't know how it necessarily works. So that's, I mean, I know it's kind of like a sail, so that's fine. That's great. We're hatching these right now. I made this little area. We're going to hatch 20 eggs, and we're going to kill them because we need meat. Once those 20 eggs are hatched and dead, I am going to go up and get the flame metal. I just need the food. The food is still a problem. Not necessarily the food that I can't get, but more the food that I can get. I just don't have enough of it right now. So I'm going to cook up some more bone maw meat, but I don't have a lot of meat of the other types down here right now. And so I want to kill those, harvest those. These are from this first set of eggs, and I can start using those for food. And then we're going to go up and get our first flame metal bit. Worry about upgrading our complete setup, our armor set, our weapons, everything. I don't know how much that first one's going to give me. I know that it kind of works like Kraken, but I really haven't gotten much of an opportunity to get some. I got some in the modded series, but I just thought the pillar disappeared. I didn't really understand how they worked. Now I do. I understand they work like a Kraken now, or a Leviathan, the ones that you get chitin off of. But I don't know. I haven't really done much with it yet, so I don't know how careful I'm supposed to be while I'm up there, but I have the Aspen cape now. We're gonna cook some food up, get those other guys harvested, and then we're gonna go up there and get that flame metal. Uh-oh, guys. I hear stimp stomping in that fucking room. I think there may be some new Askvens over there. I need to get my butcher's knife out. Oh, Jesus, it's gonna be hell finding it in this maze of shit that I've done. Also, a bunch of babies keep hatching, and the one that's under me, because I keep forgetting to pick up the eggs, and they're by the fires, so they're hatching, and now even more of them are hatching because there's more fires around to hatch these ones. It's a little insane. Let's get in here. Oh, all right. I don't know how much a baby gives. What did you give me? Nothing. I really thought the babies would give something. They give what? All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to wait till they're full grown. I really thought the babies gave something, and I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. That's fine. I will. Maybe that's just other animals. I will wait. But those guys are going to grow up into being some fucking beasts here in a minute. I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to wait the entire hour for those to cook before I go try and get the metal that I want to get. So I'm going to just cook those chicken breasts up for now, turkey breasts, and I am going to run up there with what I have. All right, guys, I got my rested buff. I got my food, and I only weigh 94 pounds, so hopefully I can get as much as I need from up there. I think the plan is going to be to wait to pop. I'm going to go ahead and throw this on just in case. I don't have that many of those left, but I don't see it as a waste, as this is going to be one of my most useful runs the entire time that I play this game. Is probably going to be this first flame metal one. So let's get over here, let's do this. Most of what I'm going to be doing is just running past shit, because a lot of the weaker stuff will follow me and I can just fight it, and then I can pop my bone mass then, but a lot of the stronger stuff will fall behind or get completely lost behind me, like the warriors. The only problem I'm seeing right now, it is dark as shit. That is the only problem I am having with this run so far. I can't see. I actually cannot see anything, and I gotta remember that I do not have my feather cape on. Like, times like this, I may have to switch to it. Alright, guys, I am up here. So far, the only thing I'm seeing that could be bad is that. Fallen Valkyrie could be a problem. I don't know. I think I could fight it. I think I'm gonna try. I haven't fought one of these yet without help, but I think it's probably best if I have my fire resistance and my bone mass on to deal with it now. It's the only thing that I could think of. Alright, well, that was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Where's the feathery wreath? Oh, I think that's an upgrade. These guys to come over here. That might be a diverger settlement up there, actually. I don't know. I'm over here. I got the flame metal coming up. All I need is these guys to push me a little bit so I can have it be... I mean, it's not gonna be mob free no matter what I do. I think it's just gonna be best if I can do it while I have my bone mass and fire resistance on. And I know that I have this fucking cape on. I don't really care that much. Alright, guys, I got enough for what I needed. Let's get the fuck out of here now. Okay, maybe I could have left my feather cape on for that, but it doesn't matter. We got Askven meat, awesome, and 32 flame metal, which is enough to make our Slayer. That's exactly what I wanted to get while I was up here. That is perfect for me. I just need to make it back alive now, which I'm just gonna try and dodge past everything, so hopefully that it shouldn't be too much of a task. Get back there, smelt this up. I'm so excited. That was the best. And also, that one didn't seem like it was sinking. I know they're supposed to sink, but that one's kind of on land, so we may actually be able to come back up to this one here in a little bit and get some more if I get lucky with it. All right, guys, I got lost for a little bit. Luckily, hopping up on an arch, I could see that this rock had taken like a section out of it. And that was really the only thing that showed me back to this base. Otherwise, I could have been pretty screwed right there. But I have everything that I need, and I am back over here. It's just time to get back in base and start smelting this shit. It looks like we got some enemies around. I should probably at some point go ahead and clear out that 2-star. I just need to be really careful about doing it and probably do it with just arrows, or just be really careful. I mean, it's a danger to my everything though, so let's see if I can get most of this shit cleared out real quick. Well, that magma blob is going to be a fucking problem. I'll tell you that for free. All right, don't feel rested. That guy's not aggroed. I'm not going to try and deal with it right now. I'm currently going to go inside and hopefully this magma blob doesn't blow up my whole fucking base. Guys, we have Slayer. I am so excited for this. We went from hitting for, what was it, 162 to 170. Also quite a bit more block force and armor from this. So, really sick. It's the exact same. Oh, it seems like it may actually hit a tiny bit quicker than than the one that I had, but it's not, I don't think, significant. Holy crap, those guys are already grown up. Time is flying right now, but I got all of that ready. I have a little bit more flame metal, but I don't know what to do with it yet. I think the biggest thing that I can actually do right now, I mean, I made my mashed meat, my food, I have all of this, I still have some bone maw meat. I probably should run back up and see if I can get the rest of that node and see if I can see another one. I did have a little bit of a problem almost getting lost on the way back to base, but it's not something that I'm going to try and focus on. I think I need to get up there. I am really worried about, like, navigation around the Ashlands. The only reason being, like, even in the Mistlands, which was hard to navigate, you could get up somewhere really high and see, like, landmarks in the distance. Here, it's so foggy and stuff. You just can't see anything. So I may need to come up with some sort of directional system to help me get back to base, similar to what I did for the rest of the entire world. I just don't know how I'm going to do that yet. So that's a thought to have, but I have my bone mass buff back. The only thing I think I'm going to build is I need some charred bones, ash wood, and black marble. I think I'm going to build this so that I can start upgrading my stuff. But other than that, I think we're doing pretty solid right now. Let's look at how much it would take to make the full set. So we need 20, 16, so we need 36 for that. And then where is the chest piece? Okay, so we need like 66 plus 5. We could actually make this right now if I wanted to. But actually, attack stamina usage and block stamina usage is kind of awesome. How much armor would that put me at? That might be worth it, actually. I don't know. I'm going to think about that. I don't know that I really want to carry 3 capes on me, but if I need to, I'm going to. As much as I don't want to go back right now to the other area, I might do it soon. Only because I don't have the ability to make potions. I used my tin for... I used the tin for my mead kittle on my butcher's knife, which I'm actually going to go grab real quick. And I didn't think about that. I didn't think about what it was for. I literally said, I think when I grabbed it. I don't know what this is for, but... So, that's fine. I would honestly like to go get some more. I have the tin that I grabbed on the way back from Modder at the other base. I just didn't bring it with me. I want to make a couple of these so that I can make more healing potions, more of these major healing ones, and then more of the fire resistance, and maybe even some of the stamina ones, some of the movement ones. I could make a whole bunch of potions, but... I don't have the facilities here to do that right now. And I think that's going to be one of the other things that can keep me really well equipped to explore the Ashlands. I still have a lot of time, too. I'm like looking at the day number. I know I want it done by like 350, 400. It's probably not going to happen by 350. I don't know. It could, but I don't know. It's not going... Like, right now, I'm not super far into Ashlands Progression yet, and there's still a lot of stuff that I could do, but to keep myself safe for in case I do get lost, I'm going to need to be able to carry a lot of shit with me and be able to stay alive for a really long time, and having potions is going to be the best way to do that. Well, guys, it's time for these guys to die. Sorry, I need food badly. I did actually figure out a trick for picking up the eggs as well that I can show you guys here in just a second, but... Actually, I can show you it right now, so if... Oh, shit. Well, maybe I can't. Jesus. You guys gotta let me in. This is insane, actually. I'm gonna get so much meat and hide from this, it's gonna be ridiculous. Let's see. This was just 20 eggs as well. I think it was only 20. It could have been 40 eggs, I'm not sure. Holy crap, dude. Well, do you guys think we're going to need any more meat or eggs anytime soon? Or hide or any of that? Bladders, anything like that? Probably not, because holy shit. This is a little insane. Oh my god. I can't even pick all of this up. This is going to make the storage so much worse. Alright, here's the plan. I'm going to run back up to... I'm going to go try and deal with this 2-star guy out here first. Then I'm going to run back up to... the flame metal node, see if it's there and see if I see any more. In the case that it's either not there or I don't see any more after I get it, I'm going to come back down here, smelt whatever, or I guess if I don't get any, I won't smelt anything. And then we're going to go back to the other base for a few reasons, just to get a couple more things that I need and all of that stuff. But after we come back from that base, the idea is going to be to actually start exploring a little bit more. Like I said, I need to get every facility possible to keep me safe while I'm out in the Ashlands and just give me something to actually, like, carry on me just in case something bad happens. So I'm going to store all of this for right now. It's not going to be very well organized at all. I don't think I've made any of this yet, actually. I think with vine berries, my vine berries that I can't do much with right now other than make stuff. I don't have any way to replant them yet. And my... oh, where are the mushrooms at? Alright, my smoke puff mushrooms, I can now make fiery fin stew. I can't make a lot of it, but I haven't gotten to have this yet, so it's a cool new little thing that I can make. Boom, got that. Got some extra food. I don't think... so, also, on the front of eggs, we have 39 eggs. I don't think I'm going to need more than that. From, I know I had like 120 before, because I didn't really know, but... like I said, there's some testing's been done. I'm not going to spoil anything if you guys haven't seen it, but some testing's been done in some places that proves that I definitely don't need 100, and I should be pretty well equipped to deal with it even if I don't have any. I'm going to go at it like I can kill it with none, and then I'm going to have them on top. So I really don't think they should be taking it all by itself. But 40 probably could take it by itself, so that's going to be the plan. I don't need money more than that. These guys can just hang out here for now. Maybe I will breed them later, or maybe I'll breed some to take back to my other bases, but for right now, that's going to be good. Let's go up to that new area. And also, let's try and deal with that 2-star guy outside. Oh, shit, that's a 1-star. Oh, my God, I did not even realize. Okay. That could, like, actually be a problem. I cannot believe I just jumped at him and put that straight into him. Holy shit. Oh, guys, this is starting off, I will say, quite insane. Quite adventurous. Alright, let's get this 1-star guy down. I bet I can take the 1-star if I don't have to focus on this one. Alright guys, I don't know how, but this note is still standing up over here. I don't see any more in the distance. The only thing I really worry about with what I see right now, one, that guy's not that nice, and then I got that over there. I normally would not worry that much about any of that stuff, but just because of the fact that the mining's going to make a lot of noise, I kind of want to be a little more weary about it. But otherwise, we're doing fine. There's just so much stuff, but like, really, if you guys are playing the Ashlands, and I'm sure most people know this because, like I said, I'm not that experienced. Most of you guys are probably more experienced with the Ashlands than me. But running through everything is fairly effective if you're fast enough. And if you don't piss off anything that flies, it's fairly effective to just run past everything. That was easy. Yeah, I just did not want to deal with that. He kind of came at me right as my bone mass ran out, and also while I had the feather cape on. Which, again, I do have my fire resistance. I just did not want to try and deal with it. That feather cape gives you so much less fire resistance, so putting on the other cape, I don't know. They just kind of put me in a bad position there. Bone mass buff is off now, which means I got to be a little careful about the combat with all of these guys. See, these guys actually kind of hit now. Would be a bit of a problem, but otherwise I'm doing just fine. I gotta re-eat here in just a second whenever I can. And then that is still not falling, so if I can clear these guys and get a little bit of peace, I should be able to harvest literally the entire thing. Alright guys, we got another 32 going back. I'm running out of rested and stamina and all that shit soon, so I need to get back actually pretty quickly. However, I got the Monument of Torment over here broken, so it was a fairly successful run, and that thing is still not sinking. I think it's because it's like pretty much on land, which is actually, from what I've read, very lucky. So, that is sick. I'm going to head back. I think I understand how to get back now. It's always a process for me to figure out how to get back, but that's fine. As long as I have, maybe I should get my rested buff back. As long as I can get some stamina, though, I should be fine to make my way all the way back. And we are back to base safely with our 32. I'm completely out of rested. Completely full on pretty much everything. But that was actually a little bit of a scary one. There's a lot of stuff to run past. I'm making quite the path of shit to run through every time. Because I keep getting things after me, leaving them in the path, and then I have to run back through them later, which I knew would happen on the way there. I didn't think about how bad it would be running on the way back if I hadn't rested. Running past that 1-star Askvin with no rested was not that fun. But we're back. We have another 32 plus the 6 we had before, so we have enough to even possibly... We may be able to make 2 whole armor pieces here. It'll be close, but... I don't know. I'm going to sleep through the night and get these processed, and then after we get some of this armor made, I'm going to take maybe even another run up there to grab the last little bit. There's more up there than I expected. And then I'm going to come back and go up to the old base to get some wood for the storage. That way I can actually organize it and use it better. And to also get the stuff for some fermenters and mead kettles so I can start making a little bit more advanced stuff here. Alright guys, flame metal smelted up. I have the helmet and the pants level 1, and then the cape level 2 obviously. Slayer still level 1. I don't know if I'll upgrade it until I get the stone for it. And I may make berserker axes. That's the only things I'm looking at right now. Let's look. Berserker axe. Yeah, 24 flame metal, kind of expensive, but probably make that as well. I don't really think I need a shield. I don't know that it would hurt to have a shield. I may just go ahead and make one. We'll see. We'll see how much extra I get. But for right now, I'm debating, do I go back up there for the last run or not? I think... I think no. I don't think we go up there for another run. I think we head back up to the other base right now. Just seeing as I need wood really badly. I need stone really badly. I need tin quite badly for the mead kettle. I need quite a lot of stuff from up there, and I'd like to make a couple of other things. And I could get more crops while I'm up there if I really want to. I don't know that I need more onions, because holy shit, but I definitely could. So, let's see. Let's take 8 of these with me. I got some food and some stuff. Let's head back up there real quick and start working on getting that stuff done, and then I will head back down here and we can worry about getting the entire set made and starting to look for those bell fragments. Alright guys, welcome back to the other base. I'm still processing flour over here, which is insane. I realized that if I want to use this flour, I'm going to need a food preparation table. And I can't really get iron, but what I did see, I think I saw it not on the way back this time, but on the way back to the Ashlands base last time, was one of the Mistlands bridges that was completely out of the mist. So if that was true, I can go break that for a bunch of iron, and that will give me the ability to make my food preparation table and also some other stuff. But the entire idea of why I'm here this time, I need some more stone. I need some more wood, some of the basic resources that are better to get here. And like I said, I figured I could sit over here, get some more honey and some more plants while I'm over here just to take back with me. And then we will have even more to harvest. So that's going to be the plan right now. I think if anything, I need more Jotun puffs. I do have a lot of scorching medleys, though. I'm not too hurting for any plants. But having all the food that I need down there, as well as all of the resources to just keep exploring, keep getting lost, and keep finding new stuff is going to be the best way for me to get through the last part of the Ashlands. That's what I'm going to try and work to come back with. Alright, a few in-game days later, and this is what is going on. I kind of built a little dock house here. It looks actually pretty sick. I just know that at some point this is actually going to get turned into a base, so I figured why not put the time just to decorate it a little bit and give it a little bit more room, because up there I really do not have room to do anything. What I do have, though, let me show you guys here. What I do have is, well, actually, let's start with what I don't have. What I don't have is a cultivator, which is a problem. I left it at base. I literally put it away to go get full metal, did never bring it back. So, what I do have, though, is I have 15 copper, which I may need to get a little bit more of, and then I have 16 tin. I have like 300 more onions, another 150 barley, a ton of wood, a ton of stone, some resin, some fine wood, and then some of this can be used to make bronze, which will be, I think, enough to have 2 or 3 different fermenters, the mead kettle. It'll be great. So, I may get a little bit more copper, but other than that, this is pretty much what I'm bringing back right now. While I was getting the fine wood, I used the extra wood to go ahead and make this, because I didn't need to bring any extra wood back with me, and, yeah, so I may move the workbench and stuff down here, the forge, and then maybe some storage, and then move some more storage up here. I don't really know yet. Like I said, though, at some point this is going to get turned into a base, and, well, it's a hardcore playthrough. Does not mean I cannot build cool shit. That's actually going to be the goal towards the end of the playthrough, so right now, this is a little base. It'll expand into something later. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. I think the other thing I've been harvesting a lot of is honey. Not a lot of, but just some, because there are a few resources back in the Ashlands that take that. But yeah, I haven't really gotten too many extra plants because I don't have the cultivator to replant them. Aside from that, though, I think once I get a little bit more copper, it's going to be time to head back to the Ashlands, get our last bits of flame metal for our at least basic armor set, and start looking for some bell fragments and charred fortresses. Alright guys, it is time to head back. This is what I'm left with here. This is actually a really sick, like, I could make a better dock, but this is a really sick inside that I have here, so we'll organize all of this, actually make a good storage place here next time. But for right now, that is going to be it for this area. I'm going to head back to the Ashlands. I have pretty much everything that I need. The stone, the wood, any plants that I could get, but I left most of the... Well, I guess... Okay, so I have onions and flour. I left some onions and here and all of the barley planted here, so that way I could actually have some later. And we'll probably have to make multiple trips back here, but for right now, this is pretty sick. It's another little thing in our world that I can just, you know, have. So let's get back to the Ashlands. We got a lot of stuff to do down there. And, like I said, start getting towards the end of at least the vanilla, like, part of the... And at least start to get to the end towards, like, the bosses and stuff. I have a lot of other stuff to do that I want to do, but I want to get through these bosses pretty quickly. So let's get down there. I'm getting kind of antsy to kill them and start working on both finding it and getting the stuff ready to summon it. And just like that, welcome back to the Ashlands. I have the route pretty much down now. It's super fast now. Like, it's very quick to get back and forth. It's super efficient. That base is exactly what I wanted out of it, so... I'm happy about that. I still have not gotten the iron from that one bridge yet, but I don't know that I'm necessarily going to yet, so let's go look up here at what I'm trying to do. What I really want to do is build storage on both sides of this and get all of them signed up, like, or put signs on all of them so that it doesn't look like this. And then maybe make a couple chests down here for specific things, like maybe... Say right now I could make an in chest, right? And I could have these, like, make a couple of chests for, like, stuff that I'm bringing in that I don't want to organize yet, because right now I have a whole bunch of stuff that's heavy that I can't carry back and forth just with me, but I'm also trying to bring a bunch of stuff in from the boat that I'm not necessarily going to use all right now, and I don't have an organization system yet. So maybe I'll make a chest or two that are for that so that I can reorganize it after I get everything in, but other than that, it is pretty sick. Like I said, being able to get back here really fast is the best. It makes me feel so much better, and I really, when I came back to playing this playthrough again, I really debated, like, was I ever going to leave the Ashlands, or was I just going to try and stick it out by staying here? And I definitely would have died and fucked up if I did not ever leave this place, so I'm glad I left. I'm glad I didn't stay here, and let's get all this stuff put away, go back up and get some more flame metal, and then I gotta start looking. I don't know how big this island that I'm on is. I may have to take multiple trips to different places, but I'm going to start looking at that as soon as I get the rest of my flame metal and my armor built up as much as I can. Alright guys, all of the wood is moved inside right now. I'll show you what it looks like up here. Most of it was used to do storage area, and it actually still not enough, but I have this now, which can actually be. It's not organized yet, but it will be. So, the only other thing that I have done, I accidentally ate my only health potion left, which sucked. I thought my hoe was in that spot, pulled it out to try and raise the ground up, and now my potion's gone, so... That kind of sucked, but the last thing that I have left is to raise up. I mean, obviously I gotta finish this at some point. I'll have to go get more wood for that at some point, but right now the thing that I really need to do is go work on getting the entire outside built up, especially that backside where there's, like, let me show you. There is this backside back here where it just is not nearly, it's the lowest point compared to the ground on the other side and the lowest point period, so I need to get this raised up for sure, but other than this, I have some cool ideas for what I'd like to do to turn this base into as we get closer to the end of the playthrough, as far as, like, the boss part of it. But I'm not currently there yet, so I'm going to try not to waste my resources and time doing that until we've killed the boss and done some of the other stuff I want to do with the playthrough. But this base, at some point, is going to become something really special. Finally, everything is pulled back from the chest. I have a really crazy idea here, actually. So... First of all, this is raised up higher. I've still had blobs jumping over it, but nothing else seems to really be getting over it. The side that I could raise next is over here, but everything's getting aggroed to this side because of the creatures that are inside the base, so that seems to be solving most of those problems for now. And it looks a little better. That's about as high as I can get that side. I want to build a dock out this way. I don't know how far up I can raise the ground, and I kind of want to get rid of that structure right there, but I would like to raise up the ground out that way. I'm out of stone and wood right now, which I could go back, but I think I have plenty to suffice for what I need for right now. The other thing that I have going in here, I moved the stairs a little bit to give a little bit of a step to get to that. I'll show you guys when I'm upstairs, but I moved the stairs a little bit It looks a little more closed off. I don't know if I like it or not yet, but for right now, it gives you a little bit of a step up here so you can run around without jumping. And other than that, I'm working on making the fermenters real quick, as well as the mead kettles, so I can start making tons of potions. I'm also gonna organize while I'm sitting around here, but for right now, there is still a lot of stuff to do at base before I head out. But I'm getting close to going out to look for stuff. Getting close. I've used up most of my things that I wanted to use up. I've used up pretty much everything that I brought back, so I'm pretty much ready to go out and start looking for stuff again as soon as I get this stuff done. I'm going to make the mead kettle right now. Can someone explain to me? Why the fuck is something that you need for the entire game? Why does it require leather scraps? I'm trying to think of where I could get that from. You don't have to have a meadows to get it, I know that. But there's not that many other scenarios to get it from. Man, what could I possibly have that would be... I'm trying to think. I hope I brought some with me. I brought, I think, 1 stack of every hide with me, so maybe there's a chance I have some out here at this little base. But if I didn't, why is that something you need that the entire game? Why is that something that you need leather scraps for? That just doesn't make sense. Like, this game is pretty good about saying, oh, you need that the whole game, therefore it's not gonna be easy to craft, but it's gonna be craftable from most places on the map. That does not seem like one of those things that is like that. I'm gonna need those. Oh, I did bring leather scraps. Holy crap, dude. That's a little stupid. Be careful if you guys do one of these series, is you need to carry like a lot of random crap with you that you wouldn't otherwise think that you were gonna have to. That was terrifying. For a little bit here, I thought I was gonna have to make an entire journey just to kill 1 single boar. All right, back to building mead kettle, as well as the fermenters. All right, things are as organized as they are going to get. I have all the food I need. Sorry. All right, let's go. I am ready. It is pretty... Okay, I'm scared a little bit. I don't know really where I want to go. Back up to that flame metal is a good spot to start, I think. But from there, I actually want to go quite a bit further if possible. So let's start going. Holy shit, why is there so much stuff outside my house? God damn, dude. I'm gonna have to pop this bone mass buff right away. That is not cool. Also, getting a better rested buff inside of that place would be kind of awesome. I don't know if I have the facilities for that, especially right now, but that's fine. Right now, oh my god. Right now, I just gotta worry about how the fuck I'm gonna live through this scenario, because there's a lot of shit chasing me. Based on the way the landscape spawns, I think up here in front of me is where a charred fortress would be if I saw one. The reason I say that is just because it's so big and flat and open, and I always feel like that's where I see them at. It doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be one, but I think based on the patterns that I've seen of like how the ground spawns around them, that's where I would think one would be back there. But it also seems like there could be, because of the way the trees are placed, it also kind of seems like there could be ocean back there, which would make me quite sad. But let's get up here and see if I see anything. Obviously there's that. I think back there to the right is where I want to look at. It just looks too flat to not have something in it. Well, guys, I have good and bad news. So good news is I found a settlement. Bad news is I've already been here, and I think I'm already on opposite shore of this entire thing, which is not good because there is not a single charred fortress on this island. Okay, that's a little crazy, but like, yeah, there not being a single charred fortress is not good for me. Like, that is... Oh, that's gonna make this so much more difficult. Like, not even one, man. Like, that's nuts. I get if there was only one, maybe 2, but none. Even my tiny island in my reverse series had 1. Like, that's nuts. Yeah, I remember running around here. My base is right back this way. And unless I see something in this middle area that I couldn't see from anywhere else, not only is there only one of those, there's also only 1 flame metal deposit on this entire island, dude. That is just crazy to me. That is how this spawned. So, I know from just seeing it when I come in that, say, looking south to the right, so I guess the east, there's a really big island of the Ashlands that I can, as far as I can tell at least. So that may be where I head over to next, but that is a huge bummer, seeing that there's literally nothing on this island other than the single flame metal deposit I have. That being said, that single flame metal deposit is not fully harvested yet. So I'm going to go over there and harvest it because, you know, I feel like that might be a good idea. Oh, guys, it is not over yet. We got 2 fallen Valkyries in sight. Luckily for me, I have a few things here. at my disposal. I have my fire resistance potion already on. Not that I want to use it, but I can also let them damage each other, which is a fairly good idea. And hopefully the knockback from the constant mob attack will stop any of the really big dangerous ones from hitting me. But also, I have my rested buff, I have my sword, and as long as I pay attention to my dodges, I should be okay. But this is a little bit of Ashlands battling right here. Holy crap, man. Holy shit, I got a fallen... Oh my god, I don't know if I've ever gotten that. I got a fallen Valkyrie trophy. That's awesome. I don't know what the drop percentage is on those. I'm sure it's not like that insane, but that's just that's one of the only trophies I feel like in the entire game that I've ever seen. That one, and I don't even know what other trophies I haven't seen. I'm actually trying to think. That is like, out of the trophies that do exist, that might be, that one and the Warlock one might be the, no, I've had a Warlock one though. That literally might be the only one that I've never seen. That's awesome. Holy crap. I mean, I've seen Stone Golem Trophy. I've seen all the fairly rare or hard to get ones, Rancid Remains, but that is awesome. Alright, sick. But yeah, guys, as I was talking about before I got so rudely interrupted by literally everything in the Ashlands, right now is a little, like, it's a little odd. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the fact that there are literally none on this island. I mean, obviously I'm gonna have to travel, but getting geared up for that is gonna look a little different than what I'm gonna call domestic Ashlands travel. I'm not just gonna be hanging out. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work to get ready for that one, so back to base it'll be, and even maybe another trip back to the other island just for some preparationary stuff, but I need to go look like where I can go. And I need to really make sure that when I decide that it's time to go, that I can keep track of which direction I've gone. Because I really don't think, like, that is water out there. Unless that goes somewhere out on that little section out there, there's nothing left. I have to go to a new island, so I'm going to get as much of this as I can. I don't know if I'll get a full harvest here or not, but I'm going to try and get as much as I can, and then I'm going to head back to base, smelt it up, see what I can make with it, and then we will be heading to another Ashlands island, it looks like. Well, guys, actually, quite surprisingly, I'm up here yet again getting more metal, and I still don't even know if this is going to get all of it. Again, I don't know why this one is not sinking. I know that they're supposed to sink like the Leviathans, and this one seems to not be doing that, but that's okay. I've already gotten what I would consider to be enough from it, but this is like my 4th or 5th run picking stuff up here, so... and I still don't even know if I'm going to be able to carry all of this back, dude. It's so much. It's awesome. I'm not complaining. I'm very happy about this. I just did not expect this much to come from this single, like, spot. Yeah, I'm going to have to make another run. It's not going to be well, yeah, it might be a full run. Holy crap. So we're going to have, like, another 100 back at base. The only direction I realized I might not have gone fully in. I might not have gone fully that way yet. I might not have gone fully, like... I think that's ocean out there. It's more towards the middle of the map, but I'm not sure yet. I may go explore out there a little bit, at least just till I hit water. That way I know for sure that that side is good and done. And then, like I said, I think I saw more stuff to the east as far as, like, Ashlands, like a big island. But you, like, thinking about it, I'm already really far east, and the really big, like, main island of Ashlands, I mean, I know there's multiple, but, like, the giant... island that would be the middle of the map should be west by quite a bit, not east. So I don't really know which way I'm going to go when it gets to traveling to another island. Luckily, because of the 2x harvest rate, the bell fragments are going to be fairly easy to get. I mean, everything obviously has been a little easier to get than it would be, but the bell fragments are a whole different thing, because bell fragments normally take quite a while to get. And having that be an opportunity that I think if I got one that dropped 4, I could get 8. I could get 8 from 1. That'd be pretty awesome, and I'm only going to have to max do, I guess, 3 of them. So that's the absolute worst case scenarios. I have to do 3 charred fortresses, which is not that bad. I may do more for the stones because I want to make Iolite infused for the Slayer and the Berserker axes, and then also use the root to do the bow. And I want to do upgrades on those. So it's going to be pretty expensive as far as that goes. But as far as actually getting the boss done... it's not going to take more than 3 guaranteed, which is really awesome. So I don't need a giant island. I just need a decent sized one and a little bit of luck. And hopefully that is what we'll either get on that side of our island or on the next island over, whichever direction I choose to go. Alright guys, I have not been back up to get more flame metal yet, but I do have a lot smelted up and a lot still to smelt. It's kind of insane how much that one pillar has given me in those last couple runs. What I want to look at, I don't know that it'll be enough for everything. There's a lot of shit outside also, so I apologize for how fucking loud the footsteps are, but looking at this, I want to build this flame metal breastplate, which I can do pretty easily. Just need a couple of extra things. Let me look. What all did I need? 5, 3, and 1. Alright, so we can do that real quick, but after I do this, berserker axes, and then I'm trying to think what else I want to make, because I don't know if I want to upgrade Slayer and the berserker axes if I know that I'm going to have to pay to pretty much upgrade them later. So I may just wait on that, but I will upgrade the armor all up to level 2, which is going to be about, I think that's the most protected you can get in the entire game. So after I do that, I'm not going to have a whole lot left to do other than just progress and explore and hopefully find a new Ashlands, assuming that that new area doesn't have any bit of it that I need. Also, these have heat resistance. I don't know what that does, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that does, but holy shit, guys, we're looking good actually. This is pretty sick. I'm gonna go throw these on my boat, and then come back here, finish smelting up the flame metal. I might. I don't know yet. I've thought about it a little bit. I may build the cape as well, just for that extra armor. I don't know if I will, but I don't know. I'm gonna look at what all it gives me compared to what my other ones are. I may keep all three. I don't know if I'll keep all 3 of them on me, just because that's expensive to lose. But I don't plan on dying, and I kind of have to put all my eggs in one basket and say everything that's on me is not gonna. I need it to survive, because if I don't survive, I lose it anyways. So who knows? But I do need more inventory slots and weight. So hopefully I can find some. I don't know. I'm gonna come up here and look. Actually, let's look. I'm gonna sit here and look at it with you guys. So the new one gives me 12 armor and is upgradable, obviously. It's not that expensive, and I think I can upgrade it to level, okay, I think I can upgrade it to level 2. It gives me attack stamina usage -10 and block stamina usage -20. So I can, I'm trying to think, like, that would be good for fighting stuff. The wind run is good for running from stuff, and then the feather obviously is good for its own scenarios too. So I may honestly carry all 3 capes with me. It may sound a little ridiculous, but like I said, the most prepared for every situation I can be is what I need to be. So that may be what I try and do. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna try and do. Alright, well, I may make that as well. I have an upgrade that I can make for the Black Forge that I definitely have enough extra stuff for now. And then I will work on upgrading it before I go back up to that new area. Or before I go back up to the flame metal to grab the last little bit. Alright guys, time to gear up for the next adventure, next day. And yeah, I'm ready. I got food. I hear a lot of shit outside the base, but I'm a little bit more prepared. I got 118 armor now, level 2 hat, helmet, berserker axes, which is sick. They don't do, I don't know if I actually really like them, at least for fighting the things that I have so far over the Slayer, but you know, I have it. They might be better once they are upgraded with the Iolite as well as the Berserker, or as well as the Slayer, but I don't really know. I haven't gotten to try out either of these weapons yet, I don't think, so maybe I did. I don't remember what I tried and modded, but either way, I definitely have not used the Berserker axes yet, or at least not a lot, not for an actual playthrough, so I'm pretty excited to use them. See, for things like this, I could see how it would work, and also, oh my god, yeah. So the ones that have, like, the lightning on them, I definitely could see how those work for groups of things, but I don't have that yet, so right now I'm definitely just focused on using Slayer still, and I also understand, just because of how much I've been using Slayer and Crom, the, like, tempo at which you hit and how you dodge with it, that's just something that I have kind of ingrained in me right now, so I have not made the new cape yet. I think I'm going to. I don't see a reason not to carry around 3 capes. It may sound a little ridiculous, but Knowing that I'm going to be going on whole journeys to new sets of Ashlands very soon, I think that I should bring absolutely everything that I possibly think could help me with me. And if that's one of those things, I'm going to bring it with me. So that's going to be the plan with that. But I still have a little bit more flame metal to come up here and grab. So I'm going to do that first before I worry too much about going other places. And that is the whole thing mined. Awesome. So, again, I'm pretty sure those are supposed to sink, but maybe if they're touching land, they don't. 24 more. Awesome. That's going to be enough for, like, not quite everything, but everything as far as I can make right now without the stones, that's enough. So, that's pretty awesome, because I even made, like, the upgrade for the Black Forge and stuff earlier. Now, the direction that I haven't gone is this way yet. I don't know how far I can go this way. I mean, maybe back there it looks like I actually may have some distance to travel still, so maybe there is hope for me over here. I still don't know, like, how much hope there is, because I feel like I'm close to the water, but maybe I have a chance of getting past some stuff over here and getting a charred fortress on my island still. But almost for sure, I'm going to guess that I have not yet reached a point where I am going to be able to get everything that I need. Oh, no shit, there's so many of these things spawning, dude. I need to go over here and break this. This is bad. Now, the Berserker axes are really good for breaking these, but holy shit. That was actually a bit of overwhelming there, and I was wondering why. Definitely because of that shit. Alright, there we go. See, now I should be able to deal with these. The fact that I went from being really scared in the beginning of this playthrough of these mobs to this, not even necessarily because of their strength over me. Now, obviously, that was a part of it then, and now it's not. But just knowing, I mean, knowing their strength is a really big thing, and also knowing their attack pattern is a huge thing, and knowing how much they can actually do to me. Now, this is a, like, this is a showing of extremes here, because this is actually nuts how much shit there is. But even this, like, with bone mass buff, with the armor that I just built, is fairly easily, like, I can get away from it. I can survive this. I'll be okay. It's not ideal. This sucks. Like, I don't want to have to do this. My armor's going to be beat to shit after this, but even this is survivable with the shit that I've made. So I feel like both the knowledge that I've obtained from playing the Ashlands a little bit more and the stuff that I've made this, like, episode of the playthrough is really fucking good. Like I said, this was, my reverse series was the first time I ever went into vanilla Ashlands, and this was the first time I ever went into vanilla Ashlands normally, and it was a little insane when I first got here. I feel a lot better about it now. And also, it does look like there's some more island this way. I thought there really wasn't going to be, so that also gives me a little bit of hope that there may be a charred fortress yet to be found over here. Holy shit, that was a war. Man, that was insane. Alright. On to move into the next place. Back over here is the only place that I think so far that I can actually go. Alright, guys. This island is much bigger than I thought it was. Like, holy shit, it goes back even further. So much bigger. Only problem, I didn't bring my shit for, like, an expedition yet. I'm gonna sit down in here and get my rested buff, and I may actually have to, like, I may have to hang out in a place overnight if I really want to survive this. It's almost nighttime, and I can try and make it to another one, but I am far from base, like 10, 20-minute run, maybe, so, and I can see this goes further and further that way, so I think what I'm going to try and do is clear this area out and get it to be a little safer, and then I may hang out there for the night. I don't think I'm going to actually make a bed. I think I'm just going to AFK until it's daytime. Not even AFK, I have to stay here and make sure I keep myself alive, but stay here until daytime, that way I can, yeah, that way I can live through this, because this could be really dangerous here. Oh shit, it already could be dangerous here. Let's real quick, while I have these guys kind of by my side. Oh shit, we got these two. Those are important, those are important. What can I drop? That. Let's see what I can see from up here. So, 2 diverger places, awesome. Just more Ashlands, dude. It just goes so far. Like, I'm gonna get lost here, and I don't really know how going back is going to go. How getting back is gonna go. But I have 17 meat of this. At some point here in like the next hour, if I'm still gone, bone maw meat is going to turn to fiddleheads, which is not ideal. But it will keep me alive. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'm going to hang out here. Maybe I'll see if I can get a bed down from some of these trees. And if I can, I'll put it in one of these structures and try and pass today. But otherwise, I'm going to hang out here for the night, keep myself alive, and then just, I guess, I want to keep heading that way. I'm already this far out. I'm already lost. I'm already going to have to find my way back. I might as well get something out of it. So I think I'm going to try and keep going. And even if I can't clear a charred fortress right now, if I can find one, I'd be very happy with it. Holy shit, guys. I successfully got a bed down, which is awesome. Dark-eyed Loki approaches you in your dream and gifts you a ring for each hand. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever gotten a dream about Loki. That's fucking cool. Anyways. Campfire, bed, workbench. Awesome. Almost day 350. Not gonna say less awesome, but, you know, makes me aware of my time a little bit more. What could I carry? Weighs more than I think it does. I want to drop it, but I gotta make sacrifices here. Let's see if I can get across this other Ashlands. It has become extremely hard to see. Holy crap, that is a whole nother island right there. This place is a good place. Where I'm at right now, there is 2 diverger settlements, which is really good. Yeah, this is water under me. But I think I can make it back across where I need to go. Shit, guys, this is a lot. I may have to go back to base at some point to get, you know, a little bit of a smarter setup going for a run like this. I brought the stuff to go up, to run up the hill and get metal. I did not bring the shit for this, so, you know, a little insane. A little bit overkill as far as, like, I'm a little bit overextending my resources here, but you know what? I think it's going to be worth it. I hope it's going to be worth it. I'm going to keep pushing, hoping that it's worth it. But soon here, I'll have my bone mass buff back, which will give me a bit more safety in the case I get into a bad situation. And I'm going to keep trying to look for a charred fortress, because that's really the only thing on my mind if I'm going this far away from base. Oh shit, we got another flame metal node over here. That's not like breaking news, but that's the next closest one to me that I've found, so that is something I will have to come back to at some point. I don't know if I'm going to remember at all where the fuck this is at. I definitely won't. But, I mean, I'm going to have to just try and hope that I do. Right now, I've just got to really keep all of my focus on keeping myself alive. All my energy has to go into keeping me alive. Because this is a dangerous scenario that I'm sitting in. Yeah, vultures are not a place I want to go deal with. Alright, this way. I'm kind of circling the island right now, but there's just so, like, there's so much Ashlands over here. There's so much more than I thought. I wanted to just, like, make sure that the edge of the island where I thought the edge was the end, and it really was not. Okay, fuck. That's Diverger, I think? Maybe not. That one looks a little too broken to be Diverger. Yeah, this is nuts, though, guys. Like, finding my way back to base is going to be almost impossible here. It's going to be very hard. Once I use my next piece of bone maw meat, I'm going to start trying to find my way back. But I really want to find a charred fortress before I do. At least knowing that there is one that I can reach on foot would be nice, because then I can really gear up for an exploration and even take my boat if I want to. Alright, guys, this is about to be an absolute sprint for my fucking life. If I can get it stuck in these trees, that would be better than having to actually turn around and fight it. I think up here, though, there's an opportunity that could lead to charred fortress. I see much more like giant flatland up here. Holy fuck, everything wants to kill me, dude. I just need to pick a lesser evil and go for it and deal with it. And that is vultures right now. Oh, this is not a situation I wanted to put myself in, but I don't really get a choice. Oh my god, there's a fallen Valkyrie. Alright, here's the plan here. We're gonna turn around, we're gonna fight these fucking things. I don't want to deal with having to be scared of this. And I have my bone mass buff back. The only thing I'm out of is flame resistance. I cannot get lit on fire And if I do and I have a feather cape on, I need to take it off. It's really the only two rules I have for myself right about now. Other than that... Oh my god, please don't aggro to me. I'm alive and I'm fine. But I'm lost. But like everything else in the series, maybe I'll find something great being lost. Just have to see. Holy shit. That is a... yeah, that is a... Oh my god, that's a naked flame metal node. That is the one. That's insane that that's the way that I found my way back to base. I mean, not actually, that's just a landmark, but... That's awesome that that's the landmark. Holy crap, guys. I was actually not nearly as far as I thought I was. I'm really confused now about where I might have gone. Where the fuck was I? Because I'm so much closer to base than I thought I was. Okay, that actually just confused the shit out of me. Not about where my base is at, but about where I might have just been running at, because I just went south. I don't know. Alright, well, I have the general direction of more Ashlands now, which is cool. I would just like to go back, not full of shit and ready, like, not full of metal and more prepared next time. That's all that I would really want. But I did find more Ashlands, which is pretty sick. Just running back south gave me a decent bit more, so that was nice. That just took away a lot of stress, because I was worried that if I ran out of rested, or I wasn't rested at some point in time and I was out of food, that I would really get screwed there. So knowing that I'm at least back where I know I'm at is... Yeah, that was probably one of the best things that could have happened that entire journey. I'm gonna get back to base, smelt the metal that I originally went out to get, and then, looks like we're gearing up for an on-foot Ashlands run, and a long one at that. Alright, guys, it is day 350. Everything is repaired. Let me grab the metal. It's been smelting up here for a while. It sounds like there's a Morgan just sitting outside, if I had to guess, but hopefully it's on the other side of the wall. I would assume it's on the other side of the wall. I don't know how it would have gotten around, but before I go worry about that, that is 10 and that is 10. Both need 1 hide each. That is going to be fully upgraded as far as I can for my armor set. Now, I'm not going to lie, I do feel more prepared than I did, but I still just feel like I'm not ready to just dip into the Ashlands. Now, something that I do not have is healing potions. And I don't know where it went, but I don't have the royal jelly that I showed up with. I swear I brought some. It's not here with me, so I don't know where it is. So I can't make the healing potions. I also don't have raspberries to make even the lower healing potions, so that's just a problem. But apart from the healing potions, if everything is leveled up, I have 122 armor, which is quite a lot. And... I mean, I guess I could have eaten better food, but a pretty solid food choice. Almost 200 stam, 10 more fire resistance potions. I'm about to make, let's see, 18 more. I don't know. I have everything that I feel like I could be making. I just still don't feel like I am prepared, which is just, it's a scary feeling in this playthrough to feel like you're not ready for what you're doing, because it's a good way to die. But I think the idea is going to be to take the boat to a new island and try my absolute best. I'm going to have to bring so much food and stuff. I want to bring a bunch of stuff for a few campfires, maybe a building area so that I can sleep. A whole bunch of different stuff. But that's really the only thing that I can think of that would keep me, like... That's the only way that I think I can keep progressing. Like I said, I'm a little worried, I'm a little nervous, and I'm here, I'm in the Ashlands, I'm doing fairly good as far as keeping myself alive so far. Better than I did in the Aglet fight so far, but like, I don't know, it just still, like I said, it still feels like I could have a problem dealing with some of the stuff out there. Also, there's a Morgan in the fucking base. That's a problem, because it's gonna break through my fucking walls. Unless I can shoot it and bring it this way. Dude, what the fuck? How is it in here? Don't roll my fucking walls down, dude. Don't do it. I gotta keep this thing from rolling my base. Holy shit, dude. How is this here? Don't tell me I'm gonna have to build up. I wonder if it swam or some shit around to get in just to aggro the Ashlands. Really? I may be honest, guys. I may get... like 25 more. I may get some extra eggs from those guys, and I may kill them. Because that is stupid. That shit keeps getting in my base because of that. That might have to be the play, honestly. That's a little ridiculous. I think that's gonna be what I do. I'm not gonna do it right now just because I'm not gonna be at base a lot, but I have the eggs that I think I'm gonna need for the boss fight. And if I die or something like, I mean, I can literally leave like 5 or 6 behind and be perfectly fine. Man, that is stupid though. How is this thing? I don't know how to deal with this. I have 30 arrows left. That actually probably should kill it, but they're wooden arrows. They're just extras from a different fight that I had from when I went over to Modder. So, dude, I don't know. All right, let me get this guy cleared out. Hopefully it doesn't roll my entire base, and then I will start preparing to move towards. I think what I want to do is sail to another Ashlands and then just run on shore, look for the charred fortresses, and bring enough shit to survive quite a long time when I do. Alright, guys. I mean, like I've said many a times, I'm a little worried. But I think I'm ready. I think I'm as ready as it gets. I got 10 fire resistance. Could bring more, but I don't think I really need to. More arrows than my bow has durability. All my weapons are good. I have all 3 capes, and I have 16 of my best food. Of each of my best food. Plus some extra food. So I think it's time. I got my rested buff. Oh, wait. Okay. It's almost time. The only thing that I still need some wood and some stone to bring with me just for a rested area. I do not want to have to harvest that shit on the fly. So. Alright, that should be enough to keep me alive. Let's get out of here. If it's not, I can harvest it still, so. Now, I've thought a few different times, like, maybe I could, like, sail down there with the boat. I don't see a reason to. I don't really want to lose the boat. And there's a chance that I would actually make it back to base without having the boat, and that would suck. And I never got that island fully explored that I was at earlier, so I think I'm going to go out there and deal with that one first. I think that's going to be my first order of business. Now, past that, if I find more shit to do, or if I see areas that I can't get to without a boat, then I'll look at it. But for right now, I'm going to try and go with this, with what I have, see how far out there I can make it. There it fucking is, guys. Oh, that's our first one. I got 15 seconds of bone mass. I'm going to try and run this while I do. I just slept, so it's just become the next day, which makes this a little easier. I have all day to get in there. This expedition has been crazy. I've found so much more Ashlands than I thought I have, but I've also been exploring it in a way that I feel like at least helps me understand where I'm at a little better. So I don't feel like I'm completely lost right now, actually, which is good. I'm far away, but I'm not lost. What I do, or what I would at least like to do, would be to wait till I have my bone mass buff back before I even go dicking around with up there. I don't know that I have the time to just sit here. I mean, I do. There's more flame metal too, dude. Holy shit. This could be perfect. I do have the time. I can be patient. I just don't know if I want to only be able to move for 5 minutes at a time, if I'm really going to commit to having my bone mass buff on for all of that. What I do for sure want to do is get rid of all the monuments before I mess with any of it. And like that. Get rid of that shit. I don't want any of that while I'm doing this. But other than that, that's the first one. I feel pretty good about that. I think I'm going to go set up camp in one of these bigger ruin areas, like back there or something. That way I have a place to sit and a place to kind of retreat to. And then should be okay. Damn, I'm very excited about that. I almost didn't come over to this island because it looked too small. So I'm definitely very happy that I did. But I gotta back the fuck up because there's too much stuff over here right now. Sleeping through the night. Bone mass buff is already almost back up. Just seeing the Morgan and the Fallen Valkyrie and all of that stuff on that upper side, I kind of want to try and go down below now, but I don't know. It's going to be really dangerous. I really would like to have my bone mass buff when I go back, but I also feel like I should be able to do parts of the Ashlands without it, maybe, so fuck. All right. That is all right, let's get away from that. The Morgan, or the Putrid Hole right there, is kind of a safe area for me right now. It's not super safe, but if I really need to get back somewhere and hide for just a second, I can do it right there. I think I'm going to try and go up this left side and hope that there's nothing too big over here that can kill me. But yeah, my bone mass buff will be up in a minute. If there is some big shit up here that I'm going to have to deal with, I would like to do it with that bone mass buff on. But if not, I want to do it with range and keep myself as safe as possible. Keep myself away from the danger. Alright guys, this is when the bone mass buff is needed. Right here, we got literally everything on me. Pop it. Get rid of these. I saw, the only reason that I got kind of scared going up there the first time, one, there was all of this shit chasing me, which is a problem, but the biggest thing that I had is that the little turret on the side locked onto me, and that is not something I want to deal with while fighting through all of this shit. I can fight this shit, I just don't want to do all of it at once, so yeah, up there is what I gotta watch out for. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, this is gonna be difficult. Also, for those of you saying that I don't have a battering ram or anything like that to get rid of it, trust me, I know. I have a different plan. I think I have enough wood to do the plan that I used on my solo series, and even if I don't, it'll be close enough to do what I did on my solo series with. Holy shit. There's debatably, not even really debatably, there's too much shit over here, dude. Some may say, at least, that there is way too much shit on me. This is a little nuts, but once I get this cleared out, hopefully I can just climb up on one of these buildings, start shooting in there with my bow that I have not used this entire fight, and actually... Oh, I heard that fucking thing lock onto me, dude. Honestly, like, with the bone mass buff, I'm like... As far as these guys go, I think I could take like almost an infinite amount of no star of these, which is good. I think some of the 1 stars and 2 stars could be really dangerous to me, but all right, let's see. Well, yeah, what I want to try and do. There's that right there. I don't even want to worry about that. What I want to try and do is place this right here. Climb just a little bit up. Put on the feather cape to make this easier. And then put this right here. Now this should allow it so that I can shoot the structures down. Which is the only thing that I really want to do. I feel like I can hand-to-hand combat everything else. I gotta be careful of the warlocks too. But I really don't want to deal with this when there's still spawners in there. So. And I may wait. I mean, it depends. I can't see that there's like anything else in there that would kill me right now. But sometimes there's extra shit in there that could kill me, which would be a problem. And the other problem that I'm seeing is the fact that I cannot seem to see the other spawner. I think it'll be right there on the corner. There it is. I can see it. That little... That's going to be a little higher than that. That little edge. Right there. I have to have the perfect angle at it. But if I can get this thing down, this is going to be our first charred fortress. Holy shit, I'm excited and kind of scared. We are building up here. What I want to try and do is specifically take out that guy. That guy is going to be the strongest one by far, or my biggest worry by far. Only really because of his ranged attack. I don't really care about... Yeah, see, there's one coming over here as well. I don't really care about the fire, or I don't really care about the summoning attack. I care about the fire attack. The fire attack is the bad one. That's what could get me killed pretty easily. But unfortunately, I don't actually really have a good angle to hit this guy from, unless I can... There we go. I think that's hitting him. But he's really the only one that I want to use my arrows on. Holy shit. Well, I guess if you're going to fucking jump out of the fortress, I can come over here and take you down. Alrighty. Wish I could see how much health he had from that far. Also, rested buff almost gone. Just realized that. Okay. Warlock is hurt. Rested buff is almost gone. Let's get over here and just get a little bit of one going back because I need one very badly. I cannot do this without a rested buff. I don't really want to jump in there unless I can kill everything inside of there. I don't really want to just jump in there and go to town with my sword unless I have pretty much everything dead or unless I have my bone mass buff. But yeah, I got the flame metal cape on. This is the first time we've gotten to use it. We don't need Groston or bones with me at all. Pick this back up. This method of traveling is definitely effective. I could go to other islands like this and survive if I had to. And I could bring more stuff on the boat for multiple trips and stuff. So it's not the worst method ever. I can definitely use it. I just have to be... I mean, it's the Ashlands. If I get through the Ashlands without dying, I'm going to be quite surprised, even though I've made it this far. Like, I've made it through what I would consider the hard part other than the boss fight. That doesn't mean I'm not going to die. There is so much that goes on in the Ashlands, and if I ever miss a point, like the other day, where I'm not being patient or smart with my buff and everything like that, it could go bad really fast, so gotta be careful of that. I think I have one more Warlock in here. I want to make sure both spawners are destroyed, too. It looks as if they are. The other thing that would be the absolute best would be to set up a little camp here. I know, obviously, I did that in my reverse series, but, like, it worked really well. It was... Oh, shit. See, that's what I don't want. It was one of the best ways to have a base in the Ashlands. So, like, building up here, I don't know that I'd want to bring my whole base over here. I love my base, how it's set up. But just having another base or like a little stop over here where I can maybe have a couple crafting stations, recharge my shit, and keep going. Especially if this island gets bigger, if there's a lot more Ashlands over here, that's probably going to be the smartest idea. Alright guys, I think I have one more of the cogwheel things left to break. I only have 5 more arrows. Oh shit, alright. I gotta get that broken. But other than that, that's our first charred fortress cleared, dude. That is freaking awesome. Holy crap. That was terrifying. Actually, that was not even as bad as running here, if I'm being honest. But I still have to get inside, which is gonna be actually quite the fucking process. I don't know why I didn't bring the stuff for this, but I didn't, so I don't think I can make it because I don't have my artisan table stuff with me. But I do have a way to get in. I have 2 ways to get in, as you guys have seen on my other series, so I'm going to try both of those ways and see which one is going to actually work for this playthrough, but it's probably not going to be both of them if I had to guess. Oh, you can get right up on these things and just poke them. Awesome. Alright. Well, that is this cleared out. I'm gonna... Oh, wait. Before I dip. Let's see. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is a lot of... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's everything, dude. That's literally everything. That's so much jade, first of all. This, I'm not going to be able to take back with me, obviously. But maybe something will have to get set up here, because that's nuts. Alright, well, I'm going to figure out which way I'm going to break in, and then I will be back with you guys. But that is awesome and insane. Alright, guys, I couldn't tell you how that fucking counts as a bed, but I am sleeping now. Holy crap, I don't really have many resources to make another bed area, like, now at all from building up here. That also does mess with my plan a little bit of how I normally get into these, but I have a fast way and a slow way. The slow way will definitely still work. So let's get to digging. Like I said, I don't actually know why I didn't bring the battering ram. I think I just have never actually gotten in that way, so it didn't even cross my mind that that's how I was going to get in, but... There we go. That's exactly what I needed to happen. Okay. Oh, I mean, I have no stamina to get up there. Oh, we still have the inside chest too, dude. Alrighty, how much do these weigh? 20 pounds. Cogwheels introduce the catapults, correct? That's it, I believe. First of all, I'll look which direction that is in a second. Holy crap, dude. Oh, there's 50 here. There is 50. Holy crap. Alright. I don't know what I'm gonna commit to not having on. I think feathers is having on the back. I can only carry 5. I can only carry 6 metal back with me, which sucked, and that's not even fucking fragments either. Bell fragment, no room in inventory. As much as it pains me, fuck the turkey. 1, 2, 3. Got 4 bell fragments from that one. Perfect. So we'll have to do at least one more. I mean, I was gonna have to do at least one more anyways, but it's that direction. So you just see like which direction this is. It is that direction. Okay. Now that is actually good for me because that tells me that it's fairly close. And I'll explain why in just a second, why that tells me that it's close. So, well, it doesn't mean it's fairly close, actually. So, unless it's on a different island. Unless it's on a different island, it's gotta be right down this hill. Or it's on a different island, which would suck. That also doesn't mean that's the closest one to me, though. That's just the closest one, period. So, or to this place. So, there could be one way closer to my base that I've just ran past. Let's see if I see... I don't see another charred fortress or anything yet. I bet I could go that way. Where's the tree at? Looking for the tree. I'm looking for Yggdrasil. Yeah, no Yggdrasil. Oh, there we go. So that's the way I gotta go. That's the way I'll have to go for the boss. But I have this location now, and I want to set it up as actually like a little base, as hard as that's gonna be. Like, as many resources as it's gonna take to run from there to here, I kind of want to do that, so... This may be where we do some operations, actually. I don't know if I'm going to go through getting, like, an entire Black Forge setup and stuff over here, but I might. It might be worth it. But 4 bell fragments, all of the stones that I could want, and, I don't think I'm going to carry back the metal with me. But that was pretty sick, so... I got to find my way all the way back to base. Actually, I am going to carry some of the metal back with me. I'm not going to carry these cogwheels back. That was pretty sick. I mean, that was about what I could have asked for from this. Some more bell fragments would have been cool. Like, at least 5 would have guaranteed me that I only had to do one more. But, I mean, other than that, guys, that was pretty awesome. Let me get the metal I'm going to take back with me. Yeah, I can take 11 back with... I only need 2 of this. Alright. That should be good. Let's get the fuck out of here. Back to base, hopefully. I got a long run back. Alright, guys. It's the next day. I've been AFKing up here for so long. I need to wait till my health goes back up, but I'm not rested, so it's going to take a minute. But I'm trying to see. I can't seem to see Yggdrasil, the tree. If I can see that, I can find my way out. Right now, though, I'm pretty fucking lost on where I'm supposed to be going, which is not good. Okay, I'd like more than 100. Okay, 180 health. I have my bone mass buff. I actually had to... I cannot believe I could not even sleep last night. I had to AFK all fucking night. Yggdrasil should be... Oh, fuck. Not being able to see that is not good. What I've been doing is just running around this. Running around this edge. Trying to find the thin little path that I got here on. But I have not found it yet, so... And until I do, I'm going to be pretty screwed. It looks like... I'm not going to lie, it really looks like I'm running south right now. The way the sun is positioned and stuff. But if I do run around the edge of this island completely, I should find it eventually. I just have to keep myself alive while I do that. But yeah, there was one little, like, thin bridge, I don't know if I showed it or not, where I ran across to this island from my, like, spawn little island, or from, like, my Ashlands island. And that was where I was trying to get back to. That's where I'm currently trying to get back to. But I just have to find it. Where is Yggdrasil at, man? Come on. Holy shit. Oh, that could be so bad. Guys, I have made it all the way around the island. So far. Because this is back up to the Charred Fortress. That is not good at all. Dude, I need to figure out how... I don't have the sun. I don't have the Yggdrasil tree. I don't have anything to tell where I'm at. But I know I came from down here when I originally came over, so I have to be somewhat close, man. What the fuck? That's insane, dude. The fact that I made it that far is nuts. Jeez, man, I don't know what to do about that. That's terrible. I'm gonna have a lot more exploring to do and a lot more getting lost to do. Still yet to get my rested buff back, which is a problem. I'm about to be out of bone mass buff again. But dude, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm completely lost right now. I don't really see any way of getting back yet, which is just a huge problem. Holy shit, I see the Yggdrasil tree. I'm on the completely wrong side of this thing, but I do see it. I gotta be a little careful here. Because what the fuck? Because I don't have bone mass. And I don't know, I don't have a lot of stuff here. I'm missing a lot. I need a lot to survive here, but if I can just make it through this one situation, I might just live. I might just live. Holy crap, dude. This has been the most insane shit ever. I need to see if there's any way for me to get across to another island. That seems to be right there. Tell me this is the spot I crossed at. Oh my god, this... don't know if this is the spot I crossed at or not. I'm gonna take the chance, I think. Oh my god, it might have been. I think I'm gonna take the chance that this might be the spot that I crossed at. Oh my god, this might be it right here. This might be the spot that I came across at. I'm gonna take a chance and try. Yggdrasil tree. I think that's it right there. It's really hard to... No, that's it. I can't tell at all which way I'm facing on it or anything like that, but this is the way I gotta go. This is fucking insane, dude. This is not at all how I wanted this adventure to go. Well, guys, I got good news and bad news. I found where I crossed at, I think. But, it is, not friendly over here. Nor am I really ready to fight that at all. Oh, divergers. Yeah, this is exactly where I crossed at. Okay. Get them divergers! Holy shit. Back this way. I think I'm almost home. Like, not almost, but I'm back on the island now, I think. Alright. Get me home, dude. This has been a crazy adventure. This is what I, like, was trying to prepare for. Honestly, the only time that I really screwed myself was when I decided that I didn't need all of my resting stuff to come back with. That was the only time that I really screwed myself. The only other thing that I could think would be maybe getting a build piece centered on my hammer to be able to tell which direction's north, and not building anything until I can put that piece down. Just having something to tell me that, okay, this direction's north every time I stop and put something down would be really nice. I think this is the one that I've already... Oh, this might not be one that I've already been to. You know what, though? This is going to be rested buff right here. I can hang out here for a second, hope to see the Yggdrasil tree again. This is one that I've loaded in before because it has no wood in it. And, Hopefully I can make it back here. But this is promising so far. This is better than what I was seeing before. Guys, I think I'm so close to being back to base. That's a diverger settlement that's been completely broken and raided. This is where I'm pretty sure the Ashlands died. Was over here. What the fuck? I can see under the map right there. That's really weird. I think the flame metal node is up there to my right, and I think base is down here to the left. A little bit more in front of me. But I think I'm really close to being back. If I'm not really close to being back, I'm confused as shit. I'll tell you that. I think I'm actually, because of the Morgan that's down here, gonna run up this way. Because in the case that I am... Oh my god, tell me you're a normal one. Okay. In the case that I am turned around a little bit, finding that flame metal node would get me back home really quickly. It should be like right up here in front of me. Yep, there it is. It's right there. You can see it on the other side of the arch. I just gotta get over this little lava pool and down. That was by far the craziest Ashlands adventure I have had this entire playthrough. And I'm not gonna lie, even though there were parts of it that were extremely terrifying and dangerous, it was pretty fucking fun. I mean, now that I'm like back here and I know that as long as I don't screw up horribly that I'm gonna get back safe, that was really fun and kind of terrifying. But I think getting lost like that has been the way that I've found everything useful in this entire series. And I really think that's how you have to play when you're doing no map. I mean, you have to be willing to get lost. Now, I will say, okay, that's a little insane actually. I will say there's a part of me that wants to play this with portals. I want to play no map, use portals. I think that would be pretty sick. But I mean, I'm perfectly fine with how I am. I'm going to sit here, get my bone mass buff back, just because why not run back into base safely, because there's a 1-star Ashlands outside, and I do not want to make any too dumb of mistakes. And then we're going to be back home. We can put our bell fragments away, process our new flame metal, and try and figure out maybe how I got there and how I got back, and maybe figure out the most efficient way to get there and back, because that was a really good island to go to. I just need to be able to kind of streamline the process of running back and forth. Alright, I went ahead and waited till the next day because, didn't want a 2-star Ashlands. Actually, I would have been pretty happy with one, but not really prepared to deal with that with no rested buff. So, I think I'm just going to pop it so I can run back to base, honestly. I mean, they might already be gone. They might be leaving me alone by now. Pretty much, yeah, but you know, why not? I am thinking about making, not for me right now, but the entire set, the entire Ashlands set would be, I think, really cool to make. Just because, like, I don't want to make it for the Ashlands, but I want to try and make it for later down the line when I'm actually just exploring, because I want to try and find the traders and all that stuff. And I think finding the traders and running around the regular world, I think having that set would be one of the best sets that I could have in the entire game. I think that would be really cool. So I may actually look at making that. Base, if I'm sure, should be right down here. I am, okay, maybe I'm slightly off. But I think it's right down here. I don't know, guys. That was one of the most insane journeys ever. Like, I was really worried. I mean, it's like every other time that I've gotten lost. You get really worried that you're never gonna make it back. And, you know, in this hardcore scenario, that was not something that I ever wanted to happen, was to get lost somewhere and either have to slash die or run out of food, and that's the reason that I die. Like, dying to bosses, fine, but dying to just getting lost, oh, there's base, let's go, dude. Oh my gosh. 4 bell fragments, 12 more metal, and all of the stones that I think I could want. That is pretty awesome. Holy crap, guys. Let's get inside. Let's see if I can get some of this stuff upgraded. And, oh my god, I just can't believe I made it back. I guess let's prepare for another journey, because that's where we're going next. We're going back out there, hopefully for a little bit more of a successful return on the next one. I have a decision to make here. At least I think I have a decision to make. Let me look how much stuff I have. Yeah, I have quite the decision to make here. I have just enough to upgrade just one of my weapons. And I don't know which one it's gonna be yet. I mean, I have the stones and the metal to upgrade. Like I said, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I can upgrade any of them. The Root Fang is cool, you know. Possibly roots things to the ground. 20% chance. The Slayer, let's see. 25% chance to apply the lightning damage. And the lightning damage does quite a bit. And then the Berserker Axe has the same. Obviously, they hit twice as fast. So the one thing I am saying, I could do the Berserker Axe and the Root Fang, and then just have the regular Slayer. Which... oh man, it's so... I want to do it. Alright. Just because of how much I use it. We're upgrading the Slayer. Oh, this is going to look insane. I'm so excited. How much does this cost to upgrade? Another 50. And I think I had the opportunity to make, what was it, a gem cutter? I have to make that as well. Let's look quick. Bloodstone, 5 metal. Man, I could have upgraded the other 2 and made this. That's alright though. I found a couple ways that I actually could get more metal if I really wanted. So, down that way, where I just came from, there is actually still a couple of Diverger camps that have not been, like, destroyed yet, with the boxes that have the metal in them. Now, I don't know if that'll be a lot, but it'll be enough to at least get maybe these upgraded and worked on, and it's pretty close. It's a pretty local, it would be a pretty local run. But, apart from that, I don't know that I don't know if I'm ready to run all the way back to that place yet. That was a lot of stress. I kind of want to take the time to process, like, what just happened, how I got back, how I got there, and all that shit, and think of a couple ways to keep myself from getting that lost again. And then I will go back out all the way to where I have, I know, like 50 more metal. I can try and take a metal run out there, but it's going to be a lot of work to get that metal back, so I don't know. I'm going to think about it. For right now, I honestly may just hang out at base for a second. That was a lot. I almost wanted just to go get stone and wood from the base that's in the normal area of the map, just because I don't know, I'm a little stressed out from that first run. But the other thing that I got to think about, coming up soon, actually, yeah, coming up soon, I'm going to have to figure out, like, once I beat the game, what base do I want to take over as, like, that's where I live all the time now, full-time base, because I want to be kind of close to Altar, but I also want to be close to the Ashlands, and that's obviously, you can't do both of those. I don't know if I'll just, maybe I could build up the long house that I made, or maybe I could build up this base, maybe I could build up somewhere completely different. I really don't know yet, but the idea is going to be to have really cool builds all over the map, along with a couple other really cool ideas that I have for builds, so there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. That's what a lot of this is going to become. I want to make this the ultimate hardcore world in every way possible, not just beating it without the map and stuff. I want it to be an insane, like, fantasy world by the time I'm done with it. So, that's pretty awesome. I think I'm going to just take a second to chill out. I may honestly just pause the game and take a second in real life, just because, like I said, that was a lot. That was a lot of running, a lot of worry, and it does really stress me out when I think that I'm possibly about to die, which there was a couple of those times there where I thought if I messed up too badly, I could have died. Just because, like, if I die right now, I lose, like, lots and lots of hours of my real life, and, you know, lots and lots of, like, content and video, and also just, like, just so much time. Like, I have to come back and do all this stuff again, so I want to be as smart as I can and not letting that happen, but I gotta be careful. Also, look at, oh, okay, I hear something outside. Before I go take my little break, let's go poke some shit with this. I really want to see the lightning effect. Damn, that thing is almost broken. I really want to see the lightning effect happen. I just do 1,064 damage. I think that was just my base damage, too. Holy shit. 1,000 is awesome. Alright. That was pretty sick. I mean, I can get this upgraded to level 2 now. How much more does this do? It is 170, 10 lightning, plus the chance to, I think, apply 75 more lightning damage, so we got a strong right now. I'm going to go take a break, and then I'm going to decide I'll either run back to where I was just at, or I'll run over to those Diverger camps, but I'll be back in just a little bit. Alright guys, break over. My character hasn't moved an inch, but I feel a little bit better now. I feel a little bit less stressed. So, let's look at all the stuff that I want to do. So, one thing, I think I'm going to breed the Askvins a little bit more, and then I think we're going to say goodbye to the ones that are in the base, just because there's too many. This shit's just insane. So, I think I'm going to breed them a little bit more. Maybe I won't kill them. Maybe I won't even breed them more. Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to kill them, I just don't want them in my base. Like, I just don't like the shit that they get constantly in my base. That's the only problem that I have with them. Other than that, though, I think I am going to opt to run down to the new, or to the, yeah, the new diverger settlements that I found. I feel like that's probably the best idea. I don't think I'll need that much for it. I'm going to get my rested buff back, and then I'm just going to run down there because I think I'm pretty much ready. Hopefully I get just enough. I need like 15 minimum of the flame metal. If I can get more, that'd be cool. If I can get like, I mean, like 30 would be really sick, but for now, that's fine. Like, if I can just get 15 or around that, that'd be sick. So I'm going to go down there, see what I can find, and then hopefully we'll come back with just enough to survive on, because I need to get myself prepared for the next long journey, and it is going to be, I want to be even more prepared than I was last time. Alright guys, it has been quite the journey, quite a lot of shit chasing me, but getting the hang of how this, like, lightning effect can work when it hits. It's only a certain chance to hit, but we got over to the, I think this is the other diverger place. I don't know if I'm going to break it or if I'm going to try and find just like a lava blob to break it for now. I also got, I'll show you guys, we got vineberry seeds, which is pretty sick. I will take that for sure. I love the vineberries. And I need some of the vines at my house, so I'm excited about having those now. One of the only recipe things that I don't have to grow yet. I don't know if you have to grow those in the Ashlands or if I can just grow them anywhere. I think they'd actually go sick at like tower base on the edges, but I don't know. For right now, we're good. Got plenty of vulture meat to make mashed meat when we get back. And it's time to see if I can get some metal from the inside of this. Also, I've been clearing all of the monuments of torment that I can because it's been, I mean, running back, knowing that there's empty beaches without them, seeing these little circles without the Monument of Torment in the middle makes it actually quite a bit easier to tell like where I'm at, so that's nice. Been trying to break as many of those as I possibly can. We're over here. I need to see if I can get something to break this real quick for me, or if I'm just going to go ahead and break it. I'm sure I'm well equipped enough to deal with these guys. I just like having them as my friends when I run by, so maybe I'll try and find something to break them. I don't know. I'll see. Be right back once I get these broken, though, and I'll see how much flame metal I get, and maybe I will try and look in the lava over here for another like pillar of flame metal, but if not, I'll be okay with just what I have now, because I'm going to go on that big journey here in a little bit. Perfect. Oh, that was nice. It broke everything that I needed it to. The best part about this is I still have my bone mass buff on, so fighting this guy is actually going to be pretty easy. Look at that, 512, perfect. We get this, like I said, I hope I get 15. It's really not looking like that's how much I got, but it doesn't look too bad. Did I at least get, oh shit, okay, if we can at least get 10, that'd be cool. I don't think I'm getting 10, I think I'm getting 8. Yeah, it looks like 8 is what we get. Fuck, man, I really wanted, I wanted just a denomination of 5 at least, or, yeah, multiple of 5 so that I could make, oh, fuck, oh, that sucks. All right, well, what I can get while I'm over here, I can get more fiddleheads while I'm in here, for sure, and I can bring those back with me as well, but I need to get back to base. It's getting nighttime, and I am actually, this is a little further than I remembered it being, so I need to get back for right now. But what I can do, I'm going to gear up. I can upgrade at least one thing. It will actually probably be the bow, and then we can go start working back towards where we were at. I need to make probably a little bit more food, or at least pull more food out of storage, and then make sure that I have some way of keeping my direction of north if I can. But otherwise, I may just have to make a marker on the shore or something like that. For now, though, I'm going to go back, try and find whatever or try and get everything ready for the next journey, and then we'll be back to go on that very soon, assuming I make it back to base safely and quickly. Dude, yeah, see, get the fuck away from my house. Okay, that was close. I did not like that at all, actually. That was... Those Morgan in-base fights are what get me close to death every single time. Let's get up here and get the fuck to sleep, man. Get me the fuck away from all this insane shit. I just ran back at night past 2 Morgans, a bunch of 2-star and 1-star shit, and then with no bone mass buff and no rested buff. That is how you know I'm prepared for the Ashlands and I can live through that, even if it was a little close and scary. I'll hang out. We got this smelted up. I think I'm going to upgrade the bow. I got some more food to make. some stuff to put away, and then a little bit of preparation to do before we go on that next big journey, but I think that is going to be the next thing that we do. Alright, guys. I don't know if it has... It still only has 100 durability, which is not great, actually. I would really like to upgrade this soon. But I have a few other things I got to get first, mostly just more metal. I'm trying to think of how I could bring back the most amount of metal possible. I'm not running a cart that fucking far. I don't know. I know it's close to the water, but I don't know what water and how to get to it to where I could boat it back. And I'm trying to think. I don't even think I could run an Ashland that far, especially because of how weak they are. So I think it's just going to be run. I need to bring back... Let's look exactly how much I need to bring back. I need to bring back 5 more... Okay. 5 for the upgrade. 5 for the bow, which makes 10. 25, which is our 250 pounds, which I'm actually not that far away from carrying. If I left some bone maw meat there, or some of the aspen meat or something, I might be able to carry that much back. And then... I'd like to upgrade that. Oh, I can't upgrade that. That's just too fucking high. Holy shit, first of all, we're upgrading this. But, I also need to upgrade the Berserker Axes, which I think is another 510 metal. So it's definitely going to be 2 runs, for sure. Maybe even 3. If I can just find a good, efficient way to get there and back, that's going to be by far the best thing that I can do. I don't have a lot of comfort yet. Comfort room is going to be something that needs to come, like, quickly. But if as long as I bring wood and stone with me right now, I should be okay. I can sleep when I get there. I can probably make it there in a day if I know exactly where I'm going. Which I don't know exactly where I'm going, but I have a pretty good idea. So let me grab my stone and my wood that I'm bringing with me, and then I'll be ready to go over there. Alright guys, stone and wood acquired. Time to get up to that next area where I want to go. Everything is pretty much fixed. Except my cape. I don't really need it that badly. Also, armor we now have 14 armor on that cape, which is actually really good. Fighting anything big, I kind of want to use that cape. That cape seems insanely powerful. Did I just hear a Morgan somewhere? Really felt like I just heard a Morgan. There is like way too much shit out here, like an unacceptable amount of bullshit. But that's fine. I can hopefully deal with it. Also, something that I really want to do, I thought about it when it was like, really when I was running back when it was nighttime. Trying to get a 2-star Aspen farm would be really cool. I don't need it for the boss fight, so I'm not going to prioritize it. But just getting a 2-star of, like, getting 2-star breeding going for every single thing. I don't know if you can get a 2-star, I don't think you can get a starred locks, but getting 2-star breeding going for everything that you can breed would be really sick, and I think that's something that I want to try and go for as part of, like, my completionist. I want to make this, like, a hardcore completion run. So, that's going to be the goal from now on, is just going to be get all the trophies, do Hilder's quest, beat all the bosses, build a whole bunch of cool-ass bases, and also get, like, get all of the tames up to 2-star breeding pairs. Literally everything that you can do in Valheim. Oh my god! Everything that you could hope for in Valheim is exactly what I want to do, so that is the goal from now on. This 2-star, or this 1-star is quite strong, actually. Also, I've come up with a new, I think I talked about this a little bit, but I have a strategy. If you're running through the Ashlands, if you're playing the Ashlands in the same scenario that I am, or any other scenario, exactly what you should be following is only, if you're just exploring, you're just trying to get through the Ashlands, only kill something that can catch you. Vultures, the Fallen Valkyries, Askvins, sure, they can catch you. You probably want to kill them because they're going to be on your ass constantly, making it really hard for you to explore and run. But on the other side, like, Twitchers can sometimes catch you if you're running. Nothing else really can, though. You can run past the warriors. It's not going to hurt you at all to just run past the warriors. Like, they can't do anything to you. Even when you're out of stam, you walk about as fast as they run. So it's like, literally only kill things that can catch up to you. Now, obviously, if you're going to be sitting in a spot, setting up camp for the night, doing anything like that, you don't really have to. But even, like, the Fallen Valkyries and the Morgans, even those you really don't have to kill. The Fallen Valkyries are a little different because they're harder to get, like, stuck. But if you can get them stuck in, like, a building or something, still, you don't really need to kill them. The Morgans, you can get stuck in any sets of trees or anything like that that you run through. Realistically, you can get almost anything stuck. Even the Vultures and stuff, you can get stuck. But they're pretty easy to kill. Like, for me, at least, I have the Slayer. It's one tap to all of them to kill them with a heavy attack. So they're not bad to fight at all. Like, but yeah, anything... That's been the strategy that I've been adopting, running there and back, has been... Anytime that there's something chasing me that I can get away from, it's just run right past it. You don't need to fight it unless you're stopping in that area. Or unless you're about to get really screwed by something else, but there's really no reason to. Like, there's shit back there. There's Charred Warriors, Ashlands, there's a couple Fallen Valkyries that way. I don't need to fight any of it. I just need to keep myself either away from it or kill the small things that can kill me, or that can catch me. Let's see if I can find the bridge to get over to the other island. If I can, I have actually a decent idea of direction here now, and hopefully I should be able to use that to get back to that Charred Fortress, where I can hopefully find another one. Oh, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I am completely lost in every, like, aspect, but I wanted to get back to that other Charred Fortress just because I knew it was a big area, and it seems like I've stumbled upon another big area of Ashlands that I'm not familiar with, which means that I still have the same amount of, like, possibility, if not more, to find another Charred Fortress over here, which is really all that I'm after right now. I found 2 of the flame metal pillars, but I can get whatever flame metal I need from the fortresses and not risk falling in the lava for it, so I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I've just been running, clearing, trying to keep myself alive, stopping in a putrid hole or two just to keep my, just to keep my rested buff up. That's really been all I've been stopping to do. Other than that, I've just been running. Like I said, I found a few more pillars and stuff. I don't know at all where I'm at. I don't know which even direction I'm running in right now, but all I know is that when I go home, all I gotta do is look for the Yggdrasil tree. Luckily, the way that I've set myself up, the Yggdrasil tree is literally home, because I'm on the northernmost point that I could find of Ashlands, which means that if I just go north, which is the Yggdrasil tree of me, I will find myself back home, which is what I've been able to do every time. It may not be easy to get there, but it's possible to get there. So, I don't know. I'm just going to keep running around. This is how I found the last Charred Fortress and how I've experienced a lot of this playthrough so far, so I'm okay being a little bit lost for right now. I'm just going to try and keep myself alive, either AFK or sleep through the nights, and then get as far as I can and hopefully find myself that next and hopefully last Charred Fortress. Holy shit, guys, it is the next day. Or no, it's not the next day yet. I'm about to sleep to the next day, but Charred Fortress. Let's fucking go. And new Diverger settlement right here to hang out at. So it's almost nighttime. What I want to try and do, first of all, let's test this bad boy out. That's fucking sick, is it not? And then, so we have this guy now. We have the new bow. We have these guys to help me out over here. This fortress is going to be really easy to shoot into from that rock up there. There's so much flame metal over here, dude, and I'm actually really close to the water. If I can figure out where the fuck I'm at, I would be fine to bring my boat over here. The reason being, there's like 6 or 7 pillars of flame metal over here, which is like, I don't know, that's perfect. That's all that I need in my life. Like, that's all that I'd need for the entire playthrough. And every flame metal gate, every pillar I wanted to make, everything would be fine with what I would get from that. So, if I can figure out where I'm at, I may bring my boat over here at some point. But for right now, that Charred Fortress is the goal. I'm going to either, like I said earlier, AFK or sleep. I think it's just going to be an AFK through the night kind of thing. Hanging out with the Divergers. And then hopefully in the morning, I will be ready to go take on that Charred Fortress. Man, I'm excited to find that, though. Still completely lost, don't know where I'm at, but I have that now to help me out. Alright, guys, morning came. I actually did get to sleep, which I didn't think I was going to be able to find a place to, but where I did works just fine. Time to see if I can get up on this rock over here. Basalt bombs would have been awesome. But I don't have any. And that's fine. I'm just going to have to find how to get over there. And I also can't see shit because of how foggy it is right now. But as soon as I can find out how to get over there, it is going to be a good day. I've made it up top to the rock nearby. Lots of stuff over here that wants me dead. But I'm kind of used to the Ashlands at this point because that's what most of it is. And I'm fairly well prepared. I actually did not take me that long to get over here. Like, it took me a full in-game day, which is 30 minutes of running. But, like, I don't know. It was just a fairly uneventful day, I guess, because I didn't really feel like I had too many challenges getting over here. That guy is not cool. I don't like seeing that. Actually, why the fuck did I say I wasn't having any challenges? Anyways, I have this right now. I have just enough arrows to shoot out probably one of, which it's going to be this one, the catapults, and then both spawners if I can see them. So the rest of it is going to have to be done pretty much by hand, and any extra arrows that I have from that will either go towards the Morgan down there with my bone mass buff combined, or it will be used to break the other catapult corners. Alright guys, both spawners down. I still got 50 arrows, and it seems like 2 of the corners don't have the ballistas. So, you know what? Taking these out might not be that bad, and I may even have extras for the warlocks. I also really think, I don't know how smart of an actually, I don't think it would be a bad idea. I have my bone mass buff. I think if I'm a little stupid here, just take the risk. I can throw on my feather cape, build the ladder up, and glide into the into the actual charred fortress, which I think will be a little insane. But I think it would be pretty cool. So I think that's what I'm going to try and do. Once I want to get the warlocks down first, just because I have the extra arrows to do so. But as soon as I'm out of arrows, we're probably going to try and jump in this bitch with our bone mass buff on. And while it may seem like a stupid idea, I've dealt with a fair amount of these guys just trying to kill me outside of these, and I think it being inside of a fortress doesn't change that much. If anything, their patterns become a little bit easier to read because of the stairs and stuff. Alright guys, both warlocks, not the one from the top, but all of the other ones fell out, which is pretty sick. That's about as perfect as it could get. I don't think there's any more up there, which I think means the rest of this is just charred twitchers and the warlock up on top, which if I can snipe, I can, but if I can't, I will live with it. I will be fine. Oh, yeah, fuck. Alright, let's see if I have enough wood, I think, to do this. I want to see if I can build up and jump into here with my feather cape. Oh, man, this is going to be a little bit ridiculous if I can do this. Save me a bit of time. My pickaxe is still full. I haven't used it at all this journey, which means that I'm going to be pretty much good to hop in there, or to dig down to the bottom of this place as well. Alright. Let's put this on, and let's get in here. Oh man, this might be the craziest fucking way I've ever gotten into one of these, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm a little bit more prepared than I've ever really been for these. Let's go. During the modded season, Jake did a lot of it, and during my reverse series, obviously I didn't do too much of being prepared for anything that I did, so. Man, is this already it? Am I already in? Is that everything? There's just this one warlock left? That's kind of awesome, actually. Alright, well, that warlock is just going to hang out up there for now. What do we got in the charred chest? More jade. Awesome. I don't really need that more of it, honestly, but that much more of it, but that's fine. No flame metal. A little sad, but luckily for me, if I really don't find any, there's plenty of pillars around here to get it at. Just realized there is still a catapult on this side. Yeah, there's 2. Dude, there's like 2 or... I could see 3 pillars from here. What is this place for metal? This is insane, dude. I should have just brought my blast furnace and my black forge with me, because I could have made whatever I possibly wanted. Jesus, man. Alright, well, I'm going to try my best. I only got 7 arrows, but I'm going to try my best to clear these last couple guys out and then start digging, because I still did not bring this stuff for one of the battering rams with me. And our corner is about halfway through our pickaxe durability. Which, looking at it, I actually could, if I put this away right now, I really could do a second one if this one doesn't drop enough bell fragments, but I'm just gonna hope with everything in me that it does drop enough. Also, just purely out of curiosity, that way. Okay. Which way that way is, but it's fine. More iolite. Perfect. Look at that. And then drop the bones. Pick up some bell fragments. It does not look like it's going enough. Okay, well, it's not necessarily possible for me to get 3. There we go, 4. Yeah, that means that I am going to be left doing one more of these, unless I missed one up here, but I really don't think I did. Yeah, alright, well. I need to start, like, triangulating where this guy is at. So that is something that I need to actually start paying attention to. I should be able to find it. Actually, if I can get out and up here, I should be able to find, like, direction that it's in from my base. Or at least from here comparatively to my base. So right now we have this, correct? So let's see if I can see the tree. I think the tree should be that way. I need like binoculars in this fucking game. Well, assume the tree is that way, because that's where I came from. It would be east. And that was weird, because I swear the other one was west. So I actually could be on the other side of it right now from where the other one is at, which would be pretty cool if I was. Because that would mean that it's fairly close. The only thing that I have left to do before I leave, I may look for one more fortress. I don't have the arrows to deal with another fortress, really. But if I had my bone mass buff and and a fire resistance potion and I played it as smart as I could, I could probably get in there and deal with it. It'd be a little scary. But if the opportunity presents itself, then that's fine. Also, tree is right there, which means this one is also to the west. So it is going to be pretty much southwest of my base is where the boss is going to be at. When I go to do the boss, the plan is going to be to bring... I don't really know how I'm going to set this up yet. I know how I set it up the first time to hatch the Ashlands the way that I did in my reverse series. Again, if you haven't watched that, I'm going to try not to spoil it too much, but I will have to talk about it some when it comes to strategy of doing that, so maybe watch it if you don't want it spoiled. What I'm going to say, though, is I don't know, like, it's going to take way too much stone to raise up the ground around the edge, but I also don't really know what else I would do. What I think I'm going to do if I find it and it's not that far from base is I will do the whole raising up the ground on the edge, doing all that stuff. If I don't have it like that, I think I'm going to try and raise all of the Ashlands with a moat around them, assuming that there's no lava on the edge of it. If there is, I'm just going to have to deal with it, build up around it, or do something like that, or maybe that's the edge that I'll raise up. And then from there, really my only option is to get them all hatching, go out of render distance till I know they're hatched, and already have the bells hung, and just run back and ring it, because otherwise they're going to start running away really fast. Now again, this time, I feel like I'm going to be a bit more prepared than I was. I mean, obviously I'm going to be more prepared than I was in my reverse series for it. I have literally 3 times the armor that I did, and I do 3 times the damage. I have way more health and food, but that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy fight. So I'd like to have as many of them as I can stay with me, but for right now, I think the move is going to be, because of the time of day, sleep here, and then go ahead and start running. That seems to be north, so I want to start running that way. Grab the flame metal that I can carry. I don't think it's going to be very much, but I am willing to drop a decent amount of my wood and stone if I get my rested buff here, because I made it over here in pretty much one day, and I should be able to make it back in pretty much one day, so we'll see. But for right now, I'm going to try and sleep, get my stuff ready to head back, and then, yeah, we're going to try and run back. Be a little terrifying, though. It may be another really sketchy run back. Alright, guys, it is the next day. Time to get some metal and get the hell out of here. Hopefully this one doesn't sink on me. If it does, that's okay. Also, I'm realizing that I'm sacrificing my pickaxe durability for this, which is alright. If I find another, like, charred fortress, I'll figure it out. But for right now, I just need to come back with enough of this stuff to upgrade my weapons a bit more. 15 at minimum would be great, but 25, I mean, obviously I can't bring back 25. Yeah, 16 is what I'm going to be able to carry, but I got my 15 that I needed. Ultimately, I got to go back this direction fairly far, but I don't know. I'm going to look for more stuff if I can find it, more charred fortresses and all that, but realistically, the game now is getting back to base, and seeing as I don't have a campfire or anything to help me because oh my fucking god. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Everything just got changed by that. Oh, crap, dude. It's so low, too. It'd be easy to get into. It'd be possible to get into, maybe. Oh, I don't know how this is gonna go. Alright, well, it looks like I'm gonna be waiting to get my bone mass buff back. And then trying to figure out how to enter one of these fortresses with pretty much no materials. This is gonna be insane. I'm gonna go back and grab my bed and all of my wood and stuff that I have at this last place and try and use it to get into there, because that is all my bell fragments. That is everything I need. The next exploration I can go on can be to kill the final boss. So, as long as I do this right. Alright, it's time to get back over there. I'm going to try and do this. It's going to be terrifying. It's going to be risky. It's going to be hopefully worth it. Alright, guys, I got all the wood that I own. Going to be Ashen Cape, or the Flame Metal Cape, Ashen Cape. I had to throw some of the jade on the ground, which is a little ridiculous, but I needed to carry the wood back over here, and I know where it's at if I want to go back and get it, but this could be it. I mean, this should be it right here. How I get... If I can get into the bottom, I really don't know. Because I think the last one, I got down to... I had 209 hits left, which means it took me 99 hits. I only have 96 on here. But maybe I could break less of the ground around it, and I could make it in. There's also another theory that I have explored in my reverse series that I may get to use here. It's not safe at all for my health. Maybe if I have 244 health, it might be kind of safe, but it's definitely a little bit risky, and I need to make sure that I do it perfectly, or else I will get stuck, which would really suck. So, yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a high-risk, high-reward situation, and then after this, I still have to make it all the way back to base, but I have to try this. I literally said if I found another one, I would just probably go for it, so here I am. Let's go for it. Alright, guys, here we are. Bone mass buff is back and ready. Welcome to one of the riskiest things I'll have to do this entire playthrough. Little nuts, if you ask me. Get a safe, flat place to put this stuff down. I'm trying to go slow and, like, methodical about this, because I really cannot afford to fuck it up. And let's get the fuck in here. Here's the thing. Oh, Jesus, that's not a good start. Holy shit. Almost fucking safer in here than it is out there. I need to get down behind these things. I need to start breaking these. And then I need to worry about the Skogs last. But I do need to worry about them because they do a lot of damage to me. And then the creatures, I'm gonna have to pop this. This was a little insane of me. Why the fuck am I in here? What am I doing with my life? Holy shit, guys. What the fuck? Actually, my health is looking fine. I just have to be really careful with everything else. Chain lightning in this scenario is going to be, you know, fairly useful as it comes up. Alright. Get that guy down. That's most of those. One more Skog. There's a bunch of guys still. There's still one guy up there that can summon shit, but hopefully I can knock him down somehow. And then, like I said, the chain lightning right now is going to be the biggest thing that keeps me alive. Holy crap, guys. That was... I mean, I did it fine. It's just literally everything that I could have, like, just the perfect amount of wood. Just the perfect amount of stuff. Maybe just under the perfect amount of, you know, the pickaxe hits, but there's still a possibility that I can get in here. I just have to figure out, like, how deep do I have to dig? How much health do these little things have? I wonder, I'm really tempted to try and hit the... Oh, shit. No rested buff? That's a little scary. I'm really tempted to hit that. Can I just break the corner? Oh my god, I can just break the corner. I don't have to dig down at all. I just have to make sure I'm hitting only one piece of the corner, I think. Alright, I'm going to try and break in this corner. If I don't make it in, it's whatever. But, you know, if I can make it in, it'd be pretty nice. I'm going to try my best. Holy shit. Oh my god. How many hits do I have left? 3. If I had not, at the end there, just switched from hitting both to this middle, because I didn't realize I was doing... I realized I was doing 2 damage numbers, but I didn't really know if there was a way to fix that or not. Switch to the end there. I really wouldn't have gotten in. Oh, of course I got an 8-1. Holy shit. That is awesome. Well, guys... I had enough stuff to almost do the boss fucking 2 times now. Which is something that will happen at some point. I will have to do it a second time at some point just to get the head for my trophy wall, but that is it. Now I gotta make it back to base. Base is that way generally. I don't have any rested buff, but I think I can run over to the Diverger camp I was originally at and get them to help me with the rested buff problem. And then we're going to be back to base, dude. Holy shit. I am so glad I ran this way. I'm so glad that I did that with my pickaxe. I'm so glad I had enough wood. If you guys were wondering what happened to some of my wood, my bed burned while it was over there. Literally everything had to go perfect. Absolutely perfect for that to get pulled off. That was awesome. Now I just got to make it back to base, which is still a very difficult part. So let's get over here, see if I can remember where to get my rested buff at, and then we're going to be heading on the very perilous journey back to base. So guys, this is concerning to me just a little bit. I am on the northernmost point of this island that I am on. And there is just water. Which, okay, there's actually bone moss. I don't think this is the ocean, though. What I think this means is that I did not come over from the north, which confuses me and gives me a little bit of anxiety because I don't know which direction that means I came from. Now, I obviously came from the shore somewhere. The clues that I've been using are like when I'm going somewhere, like I tried to go the other way down the beach, and there was a Diverger settlement with a fire still lit and a bunch of buildings crumbling as they loaded in, which means that those had not been loaded yet and that I had not been over there yet. So, I really don't want to go dick with a place that I haven't been to yet. That's not where I'm trying to go right now. I'm trying to go back the way that I came. Now, okay, whatever just hit smacked that Morgan just might have saved my entire sanity here. I can deal with these vultures. I just would rather get past where those guys are at. Oh my god. Get me out of here, dude. But yeah, I don't really know, like... I did get a build piece facing north because I don't plan to build anywhere going back. But other than that, I have pretty much no clue where I'm at or how to get back right now. Which is... it's scary. It's concerning. I can see, like, where I'm at. It almost looks like I'm on, like, the right side of the map now, which is just weird, dude. I don't know. A lot of concerning stuff happening. Oh, I've been here before. I've been to that. Okay, I'm going the right way. I've been to that. I got... maybe. So, I got to that last time I was lost. Which is a weird thing, but I found my way back from it, so that's fine. Now, not having rested's not cool. I need to try and find a place to get some rested buff. Man, that would mean... Holy crap, dude. If that's where I think it is, that would mean I'm almost back to the first charred fortress that I ever found. Which is weird. I'm sure someone actually suggested this yesterday on the first video. And I don't know when I do it because I would have to, like, I don't know. I don't know how this would work. It'd be really awesome if at the end of this entire series, maybe I go to 1,000 days, or maybe I go even further. I think this is the bridge that this is the bridge I'm supposed to cross on. Let's go. Maybe I go back even further, right? Someone said, maybe you should at the very end turn on your map and see, like, how many tangents you went on, or like how many times I just got completely fucking lost, and then you guys could cross compare it with the videos. Maybe just like pull the seed and do like explore map at the entire end of the series. You guys could see where I got lost, where I was struggling at, like even in the first episode, like where I was trying to look for Elder at, all that shit. I feel like that'd be pretty funny, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I kind of like leaving the series as this mystical, like unknown place. Anyways, though, apart from me getting lost, that is where I came back from last time, or that's where I went across the island at. It is 1400 as far as time right now, and I think this way is where base is at, so we should be, yeah, we're almost back. Alright, sick. Well, I'm gonna try and get back safely. No rested buff is not gonna make that easy, but I'm gonna try my best, and then hopefully I get back. But when I do, we're gonna make the bells. I'm gonna look at what I realistically need to like prepare for the final boss. I've never done it normally. I don't know if doing it with 40 Ashlands is going to be considered normal, but I'm going to have to figure out like what all I need to take with me when I go and do it. So, I don't know. We'll be back for that in a little bit. But for right now, I'm going to get back to base, get everything put away, get the bells made, and then I will start looking at what I need. Because that last expedition, I'm going to bring the stuff for some rested buffs, the stuff for like almost a little base, and then we're going to go out and try and get this boss down. So, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a hell of a run. It's going to be a hell of a time in general. But I'm going to try my absolute hardest to get it done once we get ready for it. Holy shit, this just got way too chaotic for not having a rested buff. Honestly, Fallen Valkyrie might be kind of awesome to have help me out here. That's what I mean by that. Oh, 2 of them? Oh, yeah. Alright. I think there's a Morgan cave back here. I know there's one nearby that I can go to if I really need it, but... This is getting to be a little much with no rested buff. Luckily, I had my bone mass buff, so I can try my hardest to stay alive here. But this could get a little difficult with no rested buff. This is a little nuts as it is, actually. All right, that's that down. That was, I mean, dude, I knew the game wanted me to be stressed as fuck when I came back, but. You know, I didn't think it was going to be quite that much, and I'm really still not out of the woods yet because it just became nighttime, but we're so close to being back to base. Honestly, I only killed one of the Valkyries. I don't know where the second one went, but I don't really need to know where it goes. I just need it to be not near me. That was too much. That was, like, way too much. Dude, if I didn't have my bone mass buff there, I would have been dead. That is just why, like, keeping the buff, keeping everything, keeping the discipline on not using things when you absolutely don't need to is the best, because had I not had that there, that might have been the end. Also carrying things like my fire resistance potion, considering the fact that I got hit. Let's see, base should be right back over here, though. We should be pretty much back. Make the bells. I'm super excited. That was just, I knew the game would give me absolute hell as soon as I started doing good. Alright, I had to take once again another little break after that last journey, just because I get really tense sitting down when shit like that's happening. And, yeah, that's not, like, the best. When I'm tense for 2 hours straight sitting down, it's just not the best feeling on your body. Also, sometimes you guys are playing games, you gotta get up and move, so we were back from a little break. I have enough stuff. I have one more bell fragment, but I have enough stuff for 5 bells. How many people can hold a shift and craft 5 bells at a time? Look at that. Where do they go? Right here, we got 5 bells. Throw these in our chest. Now, the reason I want to, I think I mentioned it earlier, is because not only do I want the 1 or the 3 to summon mine, but I want 3 more eventually to summon a second one so I can put its head on my wall at whatever base I decide to do that at. So that is to be done. I have 17 metal to smelt. And I think, ooh, if I have 3 up here, I'll be happy. So, oh, I got 2. Why? Well, 15. So I can upgrade this pretty much, and I can head back over and get more. Before I go kill the final boss, there's gonna be quite a bit of other things I want to do. I was worried about getting it done by day 400. Like, I want 100 days of cool shit for you guys to see after the boss, but I also want me building up to the boss to be a decent portion of the video. I mean, it's the Ashlands. This is the hardest part of not dying, so taking my time on it's gonna be smart. But I want to go back up to the other base. I want to get some stone and some more wood. I'm like completely out of wood because it's going to be quite the adventure. And then I need to get a bunch more food ready. I mean, I have a lot of food here, but I don't know. And then more metal, getting my stuff upgraded as far as I can. Once I have this upgraded Black Forge, once I build the Black Forge upgrade, all of this can get upgraded again, which will put me at 42 armor apiece. I'll be up to like almost 130. Actually, I think I'll be at 130 if I do the cape too. So I'm gonna be, oh wait, I might be at 140 if I do the cape, dude. Holy crap. So 140 armor is pretty insane. That's gonna be the plan, but that's gonna take a lot of runs back and forth to that new area, so that's fine. I'm good with that. I'll get fairly used to taking the runs back and forth, but it's gonna be a lot of work, so. And I think one of the main things I'm going to do very soon is take a trip back up to that other base. Back to the first base. 1, I want to replant my crops up there so I have something to harvest next time I go back. But 2, I would like to just, I don't know, I need some stuff from up there. And I want to go, I honestly kind of want to get out of the Ashlands for just a little bit. So, it might be the move. I want to fill the boat up with more stuff and bring it back. Because after I beat the boss, I have a lot of builds and a lot of other cool things I want to do out here that are going to be in the Ashlands as well. I will probably try, I don't know, this is going to be kind of scary to me, but I will probably try and make it all the way back to altar with the head to put it on, even though I won't take the buff. And then try and find my way all the way back down here. That's going to be a little bit of work, but I think if I can get all the way south past all the islands, I can find my little pillar that's placed where it is now and be fine. So I don't know. There's a lot to before then, but I want to build this out to be a dock. I want to make this base more functional. I have a really cool idea with this. I need to see how far out I can raise the ground first before I try and talk about it, but I have a lot of cool different ideas here, so that's the plan for now. Get some stuff ready, maybe take another trip or 2 up to the flame metal before I go back, and then I'm going to go back to the mainland and see what I can get from up there, get a couple more resources, some stuff to help me smelt, some stone to help me on the journeys, and then we'll be ready to go back and start actually trying to find the boss. But I kind of want to be prepared that if I find the boss, I'm ready to do it. So that's going to be most of the plan right there. Got enough stuff now to do what I need to do, hopefully. Some of it is still down there being smelted. And I don't know where enough room for this is going to be at. Come on, don't be Why are the crafting stations so, like, weird? Like, they need so much space. Let's just go in there for now. It doesn't look great, but... Alright. How's our upgrades looking? I still need 15 for that and 1 iolite. I have 11. What's just down here? 3. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me. Oh, you suck, game. I'm 1 off. Well. Yeah, that sucks. I have 14. Man. Alright. Well, backup plan. Let's upgrade. Oh my god. That makes me actually kind of upset. Let's make the thundering ones because like I said, I know from talking to people that those are really good for fighting groups just because they hit so fast that it triggers the chain lightning a lot easier. Where's my iolite at? There it is. So, we'll make that, and I think above all I want to upgrade. Oh, I could upgrade the armor though too. Let me look at that. That honestly makes more sense to me. 16 for that, 12, 16, 20, 20, okay. We're gonna need 60 for that easily, which is a little nuts. And just more to ask than hide for that. Alright, let's go ahead and make these thundering axes. Like I said, I know that these are supposed to be good. I have never used them. Jake used them in the modded series, but I have yet to use them at all, and I'm kind of excited for it. Missing, alright, so we're gonna need more metal, clearly, right? I don't know. I'm trying to think, do I want to go get more or do I want to try and, like, do I want to go up to the north right now? I think just because of what I have available with me right now, like how much stuff I have, I'm going to make another run back out to get more metal. Because I have so much food right now that I don't really want to waste. I don't want to waste it up in the regular area. I'd much rather use it here. I definitely need... I'm going to need to go get more wood, because I definitely need more arrows this time. That'll keep me a lot safer. I can fight a lot more stuff from range. And stop just... I mean, I still am going to run past everything, but... Stop running past such dangerous things that I should just be sniping and getting one-shotted on. So, I'm going to work on that. I'm going to grab some arrows, make up some more food, and then we're going to go get more flame metal, because right now, I really want to get this stuff upgraded. I can go ahead and upgrade the Ashen Cape, but everything else, I cannot yet. So, I'm going to try and get that upgraded, head up and get some more flame metal, and I want to get all of my entire set upgraded to the max of what is capable in the game right now. Guys, something insane has happened. It is... I'm almost out of aspen meat. I don't know how, but it's about time to run 20 more through the meat grinder from that first set of them. I've got them ready to go. Also, vine berries growing on the damn house now, which is pretty sick. Let me get this made up, and then I'll show you guys. I just picked most of them, but... Oh my gosh, we're getting so much food, man. I'm gonna start... So, something I am going to do, I don't know if I'm going to go all the way up to the other base. I might, I'm thinking about it, but I would really like a food preparation table and an oven, because I can make one of the things that, I can't use the fucking flour that I really specifically wanted to use, that I purposely got for down here, if I don't have that food preparation table. And there's a way, there's a bridge that I can break for iron, like literally right outside the Ashlands. So I feel like I'd be a little stupid not to do that. Not to go ahead and go up there and grab that. I don't know how much of it I'll grab. We'll see. I'll probably just grab... I'll see how much breaking that yields me. But I figured why not go ahead and do that. If I'm getting the absolute best shit, I'm pretty sure that food is 5 health better than the fiery spin stew, maybe? I don't know. But I figured having... I mean, I have so much flour and stuff down here, I might as well figure out how to make it, so... I need to go up there and grab that after I finish making this food, and I need to go start these guys hatching real quick, because that is going to take a while. Let's see, those will hatch in about an hour and a half. Hour and 10 minutes, so, alright. Get these guys hatching. Just figured I'd tell you guys that we were almost out of spin meat, and that was a problem, so I'm going to try and deal with that problem real quick, but it's going to be chaos over here in a little bit when these guys all hatch. And then once I get back with the food preparation table, I will be pretty much ready, in my mind at least, to go for the flame metal runs. Also I use my bone mass buff, so I want to have that when I go back up there. I had to use it from some 1-stars that got me down to like 100 health. And then, yeah, so that was a little scary. So I want to have that when I'm running around, just in case something stupid happens. But for right now, since I don't have it, I'm going to go try and get the stuff for the food prep table and hatch these guys up for some food. So I'm going to go do that. Hopefully I can find the bridge again. Hopefully it's not misted over from the Mistlands, because I do not have my wisp. Hopefully we can find that and use that. So I'll be up there in just a second, but it should be right outside the Ashlands. Also, before I go, vine berries, boom, they've been picked, but they're there. Awesome. Alright, I'll be up there in just a sec. Alright guys, I'm out here in the Mistlands. It doesn't look like wherever I wanted to go is slightly covered by mist, but I am kind of realizing something else right now. Well, there's actually 2 things that I'm realizing. One is that I may fucking turn around here in a second, or as soon as I get over here, because I brought a stone cutter, did not bring the stuff for a workbench, so that was a little stupid on my part. But the other thing that I realized was that I need leather scraps for the food preparation table, which sucks a little bit. But I think what I can do is I can go up to... Oh, there's the bridge I'm looking for. I can go up to where the other base is at and go to those plains villages and break the tanning racks, and I should be able to get some from that. So hopefully that is the solution, because if that's not the solution, I'm kind of screwed. I'm going to have to go pretty far north to get a food preparation table, which I really don't want to do. So I don't even know if it's worth, honestly. But iron right here. I also need enough iron to make the oven to cook the shit in. So, you know. Both not bad things. Oh, let's see. Can I break this? Yes, I can. Oh, it breaks it so fucking fast, too, as long as it doesn't roll in the ocean, please. Alright, guys, 25 iron, 23 from the bridge, 2 from the stonecutter that I brought. Plenty for what I need. Because it's nighttime and because I need the leather scraps, I'm going to go ahead and go up to the other base. I have my cultivator on me this time so I can replant some of the stuff while I'm up there. And then we'll bring that back down and we should have a food preparation table now. Feel a pretty strong boy. Now if he's stunned, yeah, we do a decent amount. And then, I mean, I don't know. We don't do crazy damage to it actually, but it's just kind of awesome being this strong. Normally when I get to this point in the game, actually, I don't know if I've ever gotten to this point in the game with normal progression, but around this point is normally when you stop playing the game because you finish it and you don't ever really go back to the other biomes. For me, at least, I normally finish it and then stop for a little bit. But for right now, I'm gonna get to kind of be the powerhouse in a couple of biomes for a while. Just not really have to be scared of anything. Even like a Lox is just not gonna do really anything to me. So it's pretty sick. All right, I'm gonna get all this stuff on the boat. Get any of the stone wood that I need. Maybe sleep a day, maybe 2 here. And then I have my bone mass buff back, so I think we're going to hop back on the boat, go back down, build our food preparation table in our oven, and then it is going to be time to go on another exploration for some more metal. Alright guys, I had to do some stuff for a while where I could play but couldn't talk, so I opted to stay here and just farm shit for that amount of time. I've got like 250 onions planted and about the same in barley, so yeah, this is a little nuts. Also, this has been cleared for a comfort room that just gives me a little bit more than what I have. I actually have more here than I have at the other base, which is kind of funny, than the Ashlands base. So that's actually kind of insane. But what I can do is I can set up some of the same stuff. I'm bringing back with me the stuff to make a wolf bed at the Ashlands base, which is going to be pretty helpful. Assuming that I have the deer hide. If not, it's on the ground over here. Maybe I should go grab that if I want to bring that back. But I think I have some. I'm going to go grab it just to bring it back with me. But yes, I'm going to make the wolf bed at the Ashlands base. I'm going to make a couple of other things at the Ashlands base to help my character have more comfort. But I had to sit here for like I had to stay for so many in-game days. Like I said, I was doing something where I couldn't talk, but I could still play just fine. So why not just sit here and grind stuff? I'll show you guys. Let's go grab this deer hide real quick. And then I'll show you guys what I have in the ship, and I will start heading back. And then, God, what was I was going to go do flame metal, I think. So head back, get that stuff set up at base. I have a bunch more stone for raising up the ground around base, which I almost want to make like a buffer between my base and the wall. Like, almost like a double, like, raised up wall. I don't know if that's worth it, but I kind of want to do it. That or like a moat or something, because still shit's getting in constantly. So thought about that a little bit. I thought about a lot of different things, but for right now, let's see. I think I need 7 for a wolf bed. 7 deer hide. I'll bring back the feathers. I'll make sure I have the fine wood. And then we'll have the wolf bed. I need to make a comfort room at that area. If, like, I honestly think the move is going to be to kill the Ashlands. I don't know, maybe move them to a different place or something, because I want that little base to myself. Like, I want that inside to myself, but I still want those ones around. I still, like, I don't want to kill them. Even though I'm not breeding or doing anything with them right now, I just feel like I should have them at least until, I want to have them at least until I bring, the one thing I could think is if I brought some of them here, bred them up here, and had some breeders back at this base, I could justify killing those ones. But I don't have that yet. I have room for it. I could do it here for sure, but I don't have that yet, and until I have that, I probably shouldn't kill them just in case I need to breed them out in case something happens to the eggs. I don't know. I just want to be careful of it, so that's a thought. But the only other thing that I did here for now is, actually, let's clear this, is I also got all of these labeled, all of the stuff put away, since that top section now has all of the, like, comfort stuff. This has all of the storage stuff down here. Where did I put my hides at? It's all, I should come up with some sort of, like, means of organizing all of my chests. That way, like, what order they go in. That way I know at every single base like what is where, but I don't know. I don't have that right now. I don't really need it right now. I'll be okay without it. But I have enough stuff. I think I'm going to wait until nightfall, sleep, and then I will start heading back. For a reference of how much shit I have to bring back, this is what we are looking at. I have, I mean, a couple hundred stone, like 700 wood, some fine wood, some hides. I have my iron. I turned some of it into nails for the purpose of the bed, and I have the feathers for the bed. So I'm gonna go wait till I can sleep. Once I can sleep, I don't think I'm gonna harvest any of this stuff. I think I'm just gonna leave it as harvestable and get it next time, and we're gonna head back over there. Alright guys, and we are back. I have a lot of stuff to unload, like a ridiculous amount of stuff, but it's doing alright. Now, I was gonna say, I know there's Ashlands fucking, yeah, hatching in here, so that's something that I have to remember that I have to kill at some point for food. And then, it sounds like there's also a couple angry mobs out here, but vine berries are regrowing. Back at base, gotta move some stuff in, but that's alright. And then, once I move some stuff in, I actually have some base improvements I want to do as well, but I need to get more metal. I need to get this shit upgraded very soon. Or get my, yeah, I need to get all my everything upgraded as soon as I can, but I don't know. I'm at the point now where, like, I'm no longer worried about, am I going to kill the boss in the 500 days? And I'm not going to slow down on trying to kill it necessarily, but I'm not as stressed about constantly trying to make progression. I'm okay doing some cool builds and stuff just because I'm in a much better spot than I was, like, even 20 days ago. So that feels good. That makes me a little bit more confident in my ability for what I have to do. And then also I am at a position now where I can be a little bit more free in the Ashlands without being too... I don't have to, like, be worried of every Twitcher that comes at me. I can keep myself alive a little bit. So, of course, there's situations I don't want to be in around the base. But I think the more I get this place built up, the easier it'll be for me to survive here. So I'm going to work on this a little bit, work on the base a little bit, and then I'm going to start, obviously, going for finding the boss, getting everything upgraded, and working on progression as well. But like I said, I'm no longer worried that I'm not going to beat the boss in the 500 days. So I'm a little bit less focused on progression, at least in my mind right now. So let's get everything moved in. I want to build this out to be an entire dock, and then also maybe build this into one solid piece that I can actually, like, use, kind of snap everything together. It may have to be after I kill the current Ashlands that are in there, but I almost might expand the base here. I don't know how I'd expand it, but I may expand it here, so I don't know. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna get everything moved in, and then I'll figure it out, but I may slow down a little bit just now that I know, now that I feel better about my progression stance. Alright guys, I've not got everything cleared yet, but I want to show the first, I don't know, this might be the most insane idea ever, but I have a really awesome idea. Right, I don't know how far you can do this, like how deep the Ashlands gets permanently. But I have the thought that maybe these are connected to the ground. And that maybe, therefore, it might not be that deep all the way out. Now, there's definitely waves that will fuck me up doing this, but I kind of want... I mean, part of this world is not just going to be beating the game. Hardcore, at least my version of hardcore. But it's going to be building an entire world in it. Building a crazy world in it. And there's going to be a lot more episodes to come past just beating the game and even just doing the basic quests like Hilda's Quest and stuff. I want to do all the trophies. I want to do full completion. I want to get the sword, the flaming sword. I want to do all that stuff. But one of the builds that I've just had in my mind since I started building this dock out is what if somehow I did this all the way, maybe not to the edge of where the water turns red, but all the way to the edge of the spikes. Just raise the ground all the way up. That on top of this made a raised bridge and mimicked the entrance to hell on the other side. I forget. I'm actually going to look it up while I talk about this. I forget what it says, but also in the meantime, while I just look this up, I want to, like, there's so many things that I want to build, dude, and you guys can leave comments on this video because I'm making more episodes, and this is one of the first times, one, that I am talking while playing. The first time I think I've made a Valheim video doing that. And second of all, that, like, I will actually see this before none of this stuff is really pre-recorded. Obviously, the episode is all recorded together, so if you suggest something on this episode, it's not going to happen in this episode. But if you suggest something on this episode and I see it and like it, it may go in next episode or in one of the coming ones. So if you guys have any really cool build ideas that you think specifically matches what a hardcore world is, I have an idea of building an entire fantasy map of what, like a fantasy style map of what my world, of what the world looks like to me. Obviously, it's not going to be like one-to-one comparison of a Valheim map, but like all of the important like spots, the bases that I build, and maybe stylize it, like I said, like a fantasy map. I think that would be sick. I also think building a giant compass on certain parts of the map would be sick. So if you guys have anything specifically for no map, hardcore, or just something you think I should build, please give it to me. Alright guys, I am bringing you back for an update because I completely forgot about a few things. One, I didn't forget about this yet, but I do have to go ahead and clear out the Ashlands in that next area. Considering right now actually getting, I'm trying to think how to explain it, like moving the 1-stars from here into there, not having a slaughterhouse, and then moving a comfort room and some better crafting back in that area. Or maybe putting a comfort room up here and putting the crafting back in that area where those Ashlands are. Thinking about that right now. I don't know what would happen if I destroyed that wall between them, but I feel like I should at least put pillars if I'm going to do that. I don't know if I want to put them every floor or what, but I have a feeling I should at least put pillars if I'm going to do that. And then, yeah, so that's a thought that I'm having, but not necessarily set on it yet, just a thought. I'm going to do a lot of base moving around and expansion when it comes to after beating the boss, so, you know. Yeah, assuming I beat the boss, I'm being a little cocky about that. That is the fucking hardest boss in the game, and considering I couldn't even take Yagaloth and Queen almost got me too, it'd be a little close. But let's see. Boom. Dude, they stack up so fucking high. Let's get these guys harvested up. I'll figure it out whenever I actually want to do it. Just some thought processing while I'm moving shit around. I always just think about what I could possibly do. This is going to be so much meat. The only thing I really wish I had more of was vulture meat. I don't have a lot of vulture meat. I have plenty of bone maw, plenty of aspen. I have plenty of hide of this guy. These guys, like, plenty of meat pretty much on command whenever I need it. At least for now. I know at some point I'll run out of those first eggs. But those first eggs, I was a little sad that I was going to let them go to waste. And honestly, now it is one of, like, there's some of the most useful things. Those are, so far, have been way more of use to me than the other ones have. So, the other thing that I want to bring on this journey, if at all possible, Jesus, man, would be to bring, would be to bring some of the little, like, bombs that you can throw in the lava to make shit come up. That would be the basalt bombs. If I could make some basalt bombs, dude, I would be so well set up. I'd be so happy with that because it would just allow me to run so much smoother across certain parts of the Ashlands. So that is something I'm thinking about bringing with me that I probably should bring with me when it comes to my next adventure. But the other thing that I forgot that I have the food preparation table and the oven that I have to make. And those, I don't know exactly where they're going to go yet, but I can find a spot for them. Let's actually look when I come back inside here. The space definitely needs to be expanded, though. Like, I mean, the oven could fit right next to the pots and pans if I raise the pots and pans up. And possibly move the mortar and pestle to I don't know where. But we'll see about that. For right now, it's in a fine spot. I just maybe at some point need to, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the oven fits when I get it out. But I have those things to build as well, which is pretty sick. I'm excited to see what recipes I have that. I think I'm gonna build that thing real quick, and then I'll show you guys what recipes I get from it. But I have all of the iron and stuff back here with me, and I was able to find those leather scraps, so it should not be too hard. Alrighty, guys, this is what I was looking for right fucking here. Oh my god, 105. 105 health, 100 stam. Like, these need to get made, and they last for 30 minutes. Okay, vulture eggs. I knew I'd been saving those for a reason. They both take vineberry clusters. Oh shit. Well, we're gonna need more of those. Yeah, that's gonna get a bit expensive on that front. But we have some for now. That's nuts, dude. Those are so good. Like, I'm honestly extremely happy with the amount of effort I just went through to make that, because that is by far the best food. Yeah, I've never made those before. That is insane. My friend literally told me just make sure I make a food prep table. So, man, that is nuts. I'm so happy about that, actually. Holy crap. I'm gonna make some of those before our journey for sure. I don't think I need anything else. I have more vineberry seeds. I don't know. I know in modded you can plant the vineberry seeds other places. I don't know if you can everywhere. It's something that I want to look into at some point. But for right now, I don't need to look into it too much because I don't think I need... I mean, I can grow all... Well, the only time I'm going to need them is here for right now, so... looking at this, though, I don't seem to have any extras. I've got flour. Believe it or not, I do have flour. And also, believe it or not, I do have aspen meat. So, that's fine. I can do all that. I just don't know how many vineberry clusters I'm going to have for a lot of this stuff. I also have the vulture eggs that I need. So, I don't know. I have all that shit. I think that actually should tide me over fairly well on making this. But I'm going to see what all I can make. Because that just opened up a whole new world for me. Also, a whole new world of cooking times. Because it's going to take quite a while to get a lot of that stuff through the oven. Alright guys, well I have 6 of each because I got +1 from each one. 100 extra stamp, right? So like this one but on crack. Also this one gives me a little bit more health. And then 105 health plus the 100 health one. It's so insane how much food that is, like, and how long it lasts too. The other thing that's really crazy, one of them, I think it's the pie, this one, assuming, right, that I could make the vine berries grow not in the Ashlands, even if I could grow them in the Ashlands, right, this is a fully farmable food. This doesn't take anything that you can't farm. You can farm aspens, you can farm flour, you can farm vine berries. Like the roasted crust, yeah, you got to go out and get some vulture eggs for that. Those still aren't bad to get if you're going to just chop up nests and kill vultures on the ocean, but you can't just sit there and AFK farm it. This one you can. The best health food in the game. You can sit there and AFK farm. Which is insane. I mean, there's not a whole lot of foods in the entire game that you can do that with. Especially not the late game ones. But, yeah, that is quite the insanity right there. So I'm quite excited about that. It is time to get some flame metal. Because I've been saying I'm going to for way too long and not. All the iolite I need, all of the stuff that I need. Comfort room and base expansion might come when I get back, but right now I'm going to clear the stuff around my base, and I am ready to go out there because, I don't know, I'm quite excited to go get everything fully upgraded and get this boss killed so I can start working because my mind is going crazy with all the insane stuff I could build. Alright guys, it is time to get on the move. Rested buff is not doing it too great, obviously, because I don't have that much comfort, but I figured out kind of not like how I've been getting lost, because I haven't really been getting that lost, honestly, but where everything that I've been going, where everything has been at. So that has been actually pretty awesome to find out. I don't know for sure. I'm about to actually go test it for the first time, but I'm pretty sure I know where the first charred fortress is and where the second charred fortress is, which is a fairly, I mean, feels good to at least feel like I know what I'm doing, at least to some degree. I'm pretty sure when I go across that little bridge, that if I take it straight, I go in between them. If I go to the right, I end up back away from, if I go straight to the right and back, I end up at the second two that I found, and if I go to the left and back pretty far, I am able to find where the first charred fortress that I found was at. So, a lot of shit to do back there. Get back to the little land bridge and then figure out which direction I want to go, but I think to the right is where there's more metal, so that's going to be the play for right now. And then if I want to go to the left, I know there's still a few more over there too, so let's get back over there. Hopefully I know my way. I may get lost. Who knows? We'll see. Just got to get over there first to find out, and I'll bring you guys back once I'm over to where I'm starting to get lost again. Alright guys, well I don't necessarily know that I'm I'm aiming for the second set of charred fortresses. I don't necessarily know that I'm by either set, but I am, I'm at flame metal, so wherever the hell I'm at, it's good enough for me. I want to clear some of the monuments over here if possible, but I also want to clear like this guy out before anything too bad happens with it. And I don't know, I want to clear some of the stuff out. I don't think I'm going to wait for my bone mass buff to come out, but I may have to take a break and get my rested buff back at bare minimum, just before I start pushing this. Oh guys, while I'm mining this, I'm realizing I may be in a completely different spot than either of the charred fortresses, which is fine. I'm actually okay with that. Because if I am, that means there's more metal to be gotten somewhere else. But, also, where the hell do I keep going and how big is this island? Because I just keep coming across the same bridge and finding different places in my mind. Now, I still think it could be up there. I really haven't checked yet. I really think that's where the charred fortress could be at. But, like, I don't know that I remember seeing this. Maybe I do remember seeing this on the way in. Maybe I am just tripping out a little bit, but I don't know. More ore, this is all I care about. It doesn't seem as if this one's going to sink either, which is cool. I'd be very happy if none of the ones that I got sank. Seems like I've found like 3 or 4 of these so far that don't sink, which is pretty cool, I will say. Because it's almost nighttime and I'm going to have to spend the night here anyways. The goal was to not spend the night here. The goal was to make it back to base by nighttime. But because I know that's not gonna happen, let's get up here and see if I see what I think I will. But I really think... Nope, it is not up there. And not unless it's even further than I think. So, that's insane. I'm in a whole nother part of the Ashlands. I'm sure, like I said earlier, if I pulled out a map, I'm sure I'm like 10 feet away from the 2 spots that I think I'm between. And that I just am not exploring that way because, you know, I don't really want to get lost and I don't have a need to. I'm sure if I had a map, I would be very sure of where I was. I just don't have one, so that's fine. But right now, there's more metal over here to be gotten. I could probably take 3, maybe even 5. I'm gonna say max of 5 trips over here to get like fully geared up on metal. And I don't know if I'll take that many because already bringing back another 30 is a lot. That is a lot of metal. But I mean, I may do it. I have some ideas with the flame metal gates and pillars for builds, so at least knowing where there's a bunch at is going to be needed at some point because I'm going to need it. I'm going to need a lot of it if I want to build with those resources, so. Fuck, dude, I don't know which direction to go. I have to wait. Let's see. That should be rising in the east. But I'm in the southern hemisphere. Does that matter? That should be rising in the east. Setting in the west. Which means I should be going this way. Alright, well. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm going to try and also grab... I don't know how much room I have for them, but I'm going to try and grab some vine berries on the way back if I get the opportunity to, because they are becoming quite useful as far as my cooking recipes are going. Actually, one of the most used things, so... I'm going to try my hardest to get back. I don't think it'll be... And I have my I have my bone mass buff back. I have still plenty of food and stuff, so I'm not too necessarily worried about it. As long as I don't get lost being an idiot, then like following the sun, only the sun, then that should be fine. But I now know where metal is at. It's actually really not that far away from base, which is really cool. And I should be able to actually make like 4 or 5 trips there. Not that long. I want to see how much this one trip does for me. But like I said, I have a lot of building ideas, and some of them require the pillars and gates, which are pretty expensive. I mean, like, this entire run wouldn't even get me a set of gates. So that is going to be something that I definitely have to consider when I'm running this metal right now, is I know where all of it's at. Say I take a break before playing the next 250 days, I might not remember perfectly where everything is. And I may want to go get that stuff now before I have to struggle through that. So it's a thought process. I'm going to see how much this makes me and how much extra I have or how much more I need. And then I will decide whether we are going on another run or if we are looking for the boss. But that is kind of what it's coming down to right now. And I have safely made it back. I feel good about my navigation. Like, as crazy as it is, I feel like the Ashlands is the biome and like area of the map so far that I've been in that I've picked up the navigation the quickest. Maybe it's just because I've played no map more and I understand like what to look for, what to be careful of, all that stuff. But I feel pretty good about like making it, like, again, I don't know exactly where everything's at. I have a problem building a mental map of this in my head. But due to the fact that my base is perfectly north pretty much every single time, no matter where I'm at, it's pretty easy to find my way back compared to most of the other ways that I've had to find my way back. So that is very nice. I want to make more of the pies if I can while I'm here. I've got some vine berries. I have some tail. I have some eggs, so I should be able to make some more. But I also have plenty and plenty of flour. Let me grab that while I'm worried about it. And then, I'm trying to think, I may make some more coal while I'm down there. If I can, just because why not? And then, I mean, it's just going to be sitting at base for a second. Like I said, I need to really figure out how much that metal is going to get me as far as progression. And then I'll decide if I'm going back for more or not. I'm sure I'll go back for more at some point, but if I can have the next... I cannot tell if that was lightning in game or real life. Alright, sorry. I need to figure out if the next expedition is to find the boss location and make a plan for that, or if it's to go get more metal. I want to be fully prepared when I go do that. I think the plan is going to be find the boss location, and depending on its distance from me, I have two different plans of how to take care of it. Both are going to involve doing the whole tame thing, setting up a base over there, kind of a base over there, possibly even two, because I need one to AFK at and one to actually raise the babies with. But how I go about that, if I can bring the boat over there, how far it actually is from base, is going to be... It's going to change the difficulty of it a lot. If it's on the same island and not that far away from the charred fortresses that I've already had and easy for me to navigate to, I'm going to be able to build a crazy setup over there. If it's something where I have to take the boat over there and it's not close to shore on the new island and I get lost a little bit, could be a little bit more of a problem. So it's all going to depend on how the boss location is laid out and where it's at from me. But I'm not going to be able to find that out quite yet. So let me get this stuff smelted up. I'll figure out what I'm doing next, and then I will bring you guys back for whatever the next part is, and to see what this flame metal is useful for. Maybe the most fun I've had playing Valheim ever. It's debatable, but it's pretty damn close. And it's by far, I've been making videos across so many channels for like 15 years probably. Yeah, I'd say, wow, it's actually been that long. That actually is insane to me. Not always successful, not ones that still exist in most cases and on a lot of different channels. But this is the most fun I've ever had making a video too. Last video, like the 250 days, I had a lot of fun making, but there's a lot of really stressful moments. And this one is stressful to me, but I'm still just having so much fun. This is I don't know what it is about right now specifically, but running through the Ashlands, having fun, planning some really insane builds, and also making it all into a video for you guys that people are actually watching is pretty awesome. So thank you guys so much for the support. I am truly enjoying it, and I hope you guys are too. But back to Valheim for now. I'll talk about that more at the end of the video because that is something really big to me right now. But back to Valheim, I got 31 and a couple more coming ingots, which means that I'm looking at Slayer being upgraded. Oh man, I forgot how expensive it was to upgrade this stuff. Slayer gives me 15. I'll have 15 left to play with, and that is most likely going to the Root Fang, because the rest I'm gonna have to take like 2 or 3 more runs. Yeah, I forgot about how expensive the like all of the flame metal armor was to upgrade. That's awesome. Okay, well that's fine. I have something to do, I guess. Let's go look. I want to upgrade all this stuff first. My Berserker axes are already upgraded. Take all this stuff out. I forgot what else I need. I'll just throw this down over here by it, but I'm excited to get this upgraded even further. Let's see. I need just Iolite. Cool. Iolite and Jade if I'm going to upgrade the other one as well. I have so many of these stones too from the from the different places. Let's see. Scourging, Slayer. It's for 176. And that is max upgraded, at least for the time being. Also, something else. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how much input I'll take on this because I have an opinion already formed. But I will still ask just to see what you guys think. And I will actually put a poll up for this at some point because it is something that I have been thinking about a lot. Say the Deep North comes out. I mean, obviously it's coming out. But like later this year, this series is still going on and still getting support. Or maybe even it's not, but maybe I still have this world, right? Would you guys like to see me do an entire new hardcore series through all the stuff that I've already done and showed, and then finish it off with the Deep North? Or just continue this insane world, building up farms, building up everything, and then when Deep North comes out, I'll hit it ground running because I will have everything in the game to make it to there, and I'll show you guys what, hopefully without dying, a perfect Deep North run would look like. If I do die, a really sad Deep North run. But I could use this world. Like I said, it really depends. If the series... Here's what I'm thinking. If the series is still going, and it's still going strong, it's still getting support, and you guys are still enjoying it, and I'm still enjoying making it, which I will, because like I said, this is the most fun I've had playing Valheim or making videos, then I will push it all the way into the deep north, which I think is really cool, because I'll have it to add to the world. I won't load any of it in before then. Or, like I said, I could start my entirely new series on it, even if... But I could continue this one, even if I've taken a break for a little bit. Maybe support dies off a little bit, or I run out of stuff to do, but then Deep North comes out, that gives me more stuff to do. So, maybe I'll do that. I just feel like that's a quicker way to show you guys the new content, while also being able to actually play through it. But again, it's a question to be had. There's a lot of questions like that I have. Like I put out a poll for, like, should this video be 6 hours, or should this video be 3 hours? Because I genuinely didn't know. There's another one of those questions where I genuinely don't know. I have an opinion formed about it, but that doesn't mean you guys couldn't change it with some reasoning. So, yeah, that is something that if you guys have an opinion about, please comment, because I am curious what you guys think. Same with the builds. I want build ideas. Alright. Let's see. I can sleep real quick. That is one of the things. This mod is mainly the mod for this up here with the little days and stuff. Mainly for you guys. But it is nice for me, because I can see what time of day it is, and that makes me know if I can sleep or not. Which doesn't really change anything about the playthrough. If I went over to a bed, I would know if I'd be able to sleep, but it allows me to be a little bit lazy and plan a little bit better, which is kind of cool. So, I'm going to go ahead and head off to bed, and then I will wake up, and we can go get more metal, because I am going to need it. Seeing as I need... Let's see, I need 60, I think, total to get my next upgrade, and I have 13, so I'm going to need to take 2 more runs out there, actually, but we'll go get the first one for now. Alright, guys, well, I finally got to use my bone mass buff in another situation that actually I feel like I needed it, and that was a Morgan, 2 1-star Askfins, 1 regular Askfin, a 1-star Charred Bowmen, 3 Warriors, and 3 Twitchers, as well as a couple other regular Bowmen, all right next to my fucking node. That was a little bit insane, but the fact, I mean, really the only thing that could have made that worse was, you know what, let's not even talk about what could have made it worse. I think we all know the couple of things that could have made that worse, but that would have been, like, even then, I might have survived, so... that was a little nuts, but we survived it. Even with our bone mass buff. It took me 4 minutes of my bone mass buff, which is probably the longest fight that I've had to have on my buff, but that was fine. Even then, we did fine. I definitely would have had a much rougher, scarier time if I didn't have the buff on, but that's why we have it. Also, it's only 12 o'clock in the day, which means the possibility of getting this run done before it becomes night is actually quite high. This is by far the closest node to my base, besides the one that I already broke all the way out. So I'm gonna get the last little bit of this that I can. I mean, obviously I can come back and get more, but I'm gonna get the last little bit that I can carry for this run, and I'm gonna head back to base because we are already full again. And hopefully it will be a quick run, because it was only 6 in-game hours to run here. Hopefully I can make it back in about the same amount of time. Alright, there we go. Jesus, dude. Stop rolling into my damn house. I need to figure out how to stop them from getting around. I know that one I purposely lured in here just because I didn't have the facilities to deal with it otherwise. Like, that would have been a really bad fight if I didn't have my rested, but he always breaks my artisan table, man. I don't know what his problem is. Alright. Well, we're good for right now. I'm going to throw some stuff on the ground just to replace this. Get this replaced, and then I'm going to go sleep through the night while this... I don't have... Go get some stuff, just to go get some coal before I sleep through the night. Then I'm going to sleep through the night. We will get set up to smelt the rest of this metal. I know I will have to take at least one more run back out tomorrow to get the rest of the stuff for my armor, but it's a pretty quick run, so hopefully it won't be that bad. But let me get this stuff put away and set up first, and then I'll worry about all that. Alright guys, took a while to take a break. I have most of the metal from yesterday smelted up, and still got a little bit more to smelt. Let me look here, like, what can I get upgraded, what can I move? I have a plan. I'm a little worried that it might be too much time spent on something, but I don't really think I should think about it that way. I think I should be smart and actually do it. So here I have blood bags, right, for our meats, and I don't have royal jelly. which means I can't make the good healing potions. And I just don't think I can justify doing the last boss without any healing at all. I think that'd be really stupid. I don't know that I should be able to justify me running around as much as I have been without it. So I think part of the move, let's see, what all would I need and how many could I make? So I could, let's see, major healing, 4 blood clots. I could make like 10 of these. I could get the royal jelly. Honey would be a little ridiculous, but what I'm looking at here is I could, if I really wanted to, go back up to the tower base. Now, I haven't been back up there since I left for the Ashlands last episode, and I don't know where it's at. I don't know if I'll be able to find my way back here, but I just can't justify doing it without it. And without my wisp or anything else, I also can't go get my own royal jelly from the Mistlands, really. So I feel like that's the smartest idea, and maybe I can get a wisp and I can get some stuff from my farm that's back here. Maybe get some mage cap to grow and some wisps to keep myself alive. Bring the swamp key down here in my boat. Bring a torn spirit down here in my boat. Bring a whole bunch of stuff that I need, and kind of take the second trip that I always said I might have to in the case of I didn't fit everything on the boat when I came down in the first place. So I'm thinking about doing that. I want to get everything processed up first, and I may even go on one more Ashlands run if this doesn't get everything fully upgraded, which I don't know that it will. But that's the plan. That seems like a pretty good idea to me. I'm just worried about it. I'm just kind of scared that I could get lost. At the end of the day, though, if I can get all the way as far south as I am now, find the Ashlands, I should be able to find my way back because I know about where I'm at on the tree, and I should be able to test like my navigation skills here. Ideally, I should be able to make it to altar and back pretty easily. Now, I'm going to get lost doing it, sure, but I should be able to at least find it. So I think that's going to be the plan. Like I said, I want to see how much I can get upgraded here. If I can get like, we'll say if I can get within one like upgrade, if I only need one more thing upgraded left, I will go ahead and go up there and do that. Because then when I come back, I should be able to get that stuff, like whatever I need to upgrade while I'm looking for the boss. So that is going to be the plan. I'm a little scared about it, but I think it's going to be possible, and I think that's going to be worth it. So let's get this stuff upgraded. Let's use what I have right now, and then hopefully we can find our way up there. But I'll be with you guys when we're leaving on a journey back to the tower base for the first time in a very long time. Alright guys, 20 acquired. I literally have everything upgraded. Like, level 2 everything. This stuff is all 3. I could upgrade my pickaxe, I guess, if I really wanted to. But I could upgrade the Aspen Cloak if I wanted it, but I'm about to be at full armor, full damage as soon as I get the next piece upgraded. Let's see, which one is the same price? Same price, same thing. Alright, cool. Do this. I don't have enough metal to do the last part yet, but like I said, when I'm going to look for the boss, I will have enough. I have 140 armor, putting my max at 142. How much of a difference does this make? Dude, that's nuts. Leave this cape on. Yeah, I mean, it's a little crazy how well set up we are here. I've got plenty of food for a journey. I don't know that I'll really need it for this journey specifically. And then I should be able to get enough stuff for food while I'm gone as well. So, alright guys, I think it's time. It's time to get out there. So I'm a little nervous, but I think it's going to be good. We're going to have to make it all the way back to the tower base. I'm excited to see the tower base, though. I haven't seen it in a long time. So, alright. Let's go up there. Let's get the stuff for some potions. There should be honey at that base, some plants that I can grab. There's so much stuff that I need to get from that base. And honestly, I don't want to, but if I had to go all the way back to the other base, the first base by the altar, I would. So, if I'm missing anything, I can go back there. But I want to get all my boss items and stuff and bring them all down here. I just feel like I need them, so I'm pretty excited for that. I'll update you guys if I get lost or if I feel like I know where I'm at. We'll see, like, see how well this goes. I think it'll go okay, though. I remember where the tower base is on the tree, and hopefully I can just navigate around the islands to make it there. Alright, guys, I'm pulling up at this next place. I was just looking because I was curious. I think after we, like, start turning this into a bigger hardcore world after the boss is beaten and stuff, like, when I'm starting to make really crazy builds and stuff, I think a really cool idea, or like something that I've been thinking about a lot, I guess it's not even really an idea, is just like, which boat do I take? Because I had a feeling, and I was right, this is not the fastest boat in the game. The longship is. Now, it's not actually that different, and because this can carry almost double the amount of stuff, I don't know that I really won't use this for a lot. But from just getting back and forth between bases and stuff, I may actually leave a Drakkar here, build one to take stuff around in, leave one here to get to the Ashlands with, and then build a couple long ships at different bases to use to get around. The other thing that I have thought of a lot is building an entire... I may even... I'm not going to do this before the boss fight, because I have a little bit more trust in myself than that, but I kind of want to build a second set of stuff, like, of all of my gear, all of my armor, all of the weapons, maybe even more than one second set of stuff, and have it at the altar base. That way, if I die, if something happens, I have everything back. Obviously, I wouldn't want that to happen, but I have the feeling, like, I just know getting the gear when I have the gear is so much better than getting the gear when I don't have the gear. And even if I've killed the boss, I still might need this gear for certain things, so yeah, that's something that I've thought about. The couple things I need to come back with, I'm going to make this list right now in case I have to come back and watch, because I don't want to forget when I get there. I need Torn Spirit for a Wisp Fountain, whether I think I'll probably put it at the farm base. I need the Swamp Key so I can get iron down here. I can go get a new Swamp Key if I really feel like I need to, because I know where the Elder Spawn is. And then I can... So I got the Swamp Key, Torn Spirit, Wisp Fountain, or like the Torn Spirit will be for the Wisp Fountain, but if I can bring some Wisps with me, that's good. I don't need to, though, because I'll have the Fountain, hopefully, but that's a backup for that. And then Royal Jelly. Quite a bit. Some more blood clots if I can find them, and a lot of honey. That's all of the stuff I need to bring back with me. Now, anything else that I see I might bring back, because if I have flour or something that I want to bring with me, I've been using quite a bit of it, so I may bring some flour back. And then I think that's pretty much it. If I have iron or any other like resources that I could use to beef up my base in the Ashlands a little bit, make some more ovens, make some more things, I might do that. But I don't need anything else. The rest is going to be pretty much filler stuff. And we have... I want to stop paddling, but I have a lot of space in here today coming back, and I kind of want to fill it like I did on the way here to the Ashlands the first time, so that's going to require a lot of random shit that I want to bring back with me. Anyways, for right now, head back, try and follow the tree all the way back, and then hopefully we can find ourselves there, and after we find ourselves there, we have to figure out how we get back to this place, which is going to be a whole thing, but once I get this route down, I feel like I could, like, maybe make giant pillars on the land all the way down each side just to know where it's at, and maybe that could contribute to the fantasy map. I have no clue. I have a whole bunch of really crazy ideas, but for right now, let's just get this finished, get everything ready for the boss fight, and I can worry about all the crazy shit that I want to do afterwards. Holy shit, guys. Here's the thing, I don't know exactly where I'm at, but that is a campfire over there. Meaning I've been here in some way or form. Where am I? There's a campfire down. It's so odd. Where am I that there's a campfire at? I think the Mistlands is a little further this way. I think if I had to guess, I'm just slightly south of my base. Where, like, kind of west of where Queen was at. The fog is terrible, dude. I don't understand the purpose of this shit in the game, but it just makes navigation, like, damn near impossible at certain points. And during no map runs, it's the worst. But I think if I go to my left up here, I think this is the Black Forest that's right across the Mistlands that I had to kind of pass through to get to the Queen area. And I think... yeah, I can't believe I just saw that campfire as I came in. Yeah, there's the mist right there. I think that way is where I went for Queen. I think right... yeah, dude, oh my god, I'm gonna make it back. This is the swamp right outside my Mistlands. I'm, like, at my base. Holy shit. That's awesome, actually. Oh my god, I see the wisp light. Here it is. I was right. I knew exactly where I was at when I came in past that fire. That's awesome. That just made me feel like I actually know what I'm doing a little bit with the navigation now. I mean, that from the beginning of the series not even being able to navigate towards Elder at all. I mean, the amount of progress that's gone on for me since then is nuts, actually. Yeah, and there's my long ship. Oh my god, guys. Well, I didn't know that we'd be back here before killing the final boss, but to be back here in full flint metal armor and not dead yet is pretty sick. I will take that. I have a decent amount of stuff to grab from here. Some of it actually should be in this ship. Yeah, more healing potions, my wisp, the royal jelly, some of this. Stamina potions. Holy shit. I actually may make some potions while I'm here. I could just spend some time here and make my potions here. I mean, I can bring the stuff back, but I have all the stuff here to make. Oh, no, I don't. I destroyed, like, half my shit here. Alright, well. Dude, I left this base a fucking mess with nothing in it. I mean, that's just how it was when I left. I took the Black Forge. I took everything with me. I just didn't have enough stuff to do everything that I needed, both at this base and at the new one. But here we are. Wow. Kind of sad to be back here, actually, now that I realize that I don't have much back here as far as, like, crafting stations and stuff. But I'm going to fix that after we get the playthrough done. Okay, so I want to make 10 mead bases, which would make me 60 healing potions. I feel like that would be probably enough. I don't even know if I need that many, but if I can make that many, I know I definitely have enough, and I can use them without worrying about wasting them, really. So, that is the main goal here. Let's look how much I have. I need 50 jelly, which I have. I have 58, so I have enough for 11. I do not have enough honey, and I have, I think, yeah, it's only 40 blood clots to make 10. So assuming that I can get the honey from this base, I actually don't have to go get anything extra. And I also think, let's look at my crafting recipes here. Black Forge specifically, 10 yggdrasil wood, which I have at the one base, 10 black marble, and 5 cores. As well as 5 cores for this, and I think 5 cores for this. I could make an entire ITER refinery and shit with what I have at this base at the other one. That's a lot of stuff. Like, I can't believe I have 20 cores here. That blows my mind. And I can take a new day, sail back down to the farming base. It'll probably be nighttime or a new morning again. And then from there, I should be able to get back down to the Ashlands base. But so far, we've been able to actually run it all the way back from the Ashlands, all the way back to this base. From this base, I can get back to Altar. So that actually makes me pretty happy that we were able to do that. I'm pretty excited about that. Let's get back down there and make our health potions and start preparing for that final boss. I am so scared, but I am so excited. Alright guys, and actually really surprisingly, we are back at the other base. I feel really good about navigation now. I got one serpent there, one serpent on the way back, but my navigation was so on point that the first serpent meat that I left in the water on the way there, I ran it over on the way back while I was on my phone watching Instagram Reels. So that means that I was literally going perfectly the right direction, like the same way that I came there. And using like the mountains that I found Mater at, there's one, pretty much the way this works, there's a river that goes up. There's a ginormous open ocean that you can follow a few islands with, and I'm normally looking for that branch in the sky. And then once I get around this island that's on the right, that's pretty far out in the ocean, it turns back into a river that goes all the way up through the swamp, through a couple more biomes, and then that was where I found my campfire and whipped the left back in. Now, I make it sound pretty quick. In all reality, it's been like 3 or 4 in-game days, which is like 2 real-life hours. So it's been a lot of real-life time, but it's been worth it. I got everything that I needed. I did look. I could technically make the lingering health potions. I kind of forgot that those exist, and they seem better than what I have. I'm gonna be honest, as sad as it makes me, they do seem better. But I do have the facilities to start working on those if I want them for the boss fight. It'll put me behind. By day 400 is going to be a stretch if I get it done or not, just because I don't have its location yet. But I'm not real. I would rather do it right than do it fast. What I do have, though, I now have the Wisp. So I could go, like... Let's actually do this real quick. I got the Wisp. Let's go look in the Mistlands near our base real quick. I mean, I literally have everything on me. I can throw one of these pies on so I have extra health. I have like 250 health. I got my rested buff. Why not just go run up here and see what I got real quick? Because if I can find a diverger place in the sap tap, or like one of the sap things, and then a place to put it, it's gonna be really easy for me to make the new ones, because I think it's smoke puffs, vineberry clusters, and then sap, which I did not bring any sap back from the other place. I didn't look at that potion until I was on my way back already, so. Holy shit! I just found this. Alrighty. That is pretty sick, actually. Also, I will say it was cool. Earlier, I found a, Wait, what the fuck? How is this like this? Okay, yeah, earlier I found a bridge that actually fucking worked. Like, it was perfectly working as a bridge, which was really odd. It's not something that I've ever seen of those bridges, so that was pretty sick. But, we got one of these guys. I don't know. Him and his component crate seem to be buried, but I think I could probably take him if it came down. There's only one here, right? Yeah, there is. I'm fucking scared. I feel like this guy could... I don't know how strong these guys are. I normally get something else to break that shit for them. Alright. That's perfect. Alright. That's so scary for me for some reason still. Let's break this fucking component crate and get out of here, man. Alrighty. Diverger extractors. Let's fucking go. Let's get back to base. I'm going to have to refine some black metal. It's actually going to be quite the process. But even though I don't have the iron, I now have the swamp key, so I can go get iron. Like, it's going to be a couple days spent at this base, but making these potions is going to put me even higher on... Like, I'm going to be literally the best food, the best potions, lingering of both, and the highest, like, instant of both, because I may want instant health over lingering health in certain scenarios. And then the best armor, at least for armor specifically, not maybe you like to ask set better or something, but the best armor in my opinion, the best weapons. The only thing I really don't have at all is I don't have magic weapons, but I really don't plan on using magic weapons in any way. Oh guys, the swamp has no frickin' crypts. I brought the swamp key out here for no fucking reason, which means I cannot smelt any of this here. Which ultimately means I'm taking this shit back with me to smelt it. Which is not that fun. I will not lie. But, let's smelt it. I'm going to come back here. We're going to make the diverger extractors. We're going to get sap. I'm going to go down there, harvest some berries, harvest some smoke puffs. We're going to have all the fucking health potions in the world. Is it going to take me till day, like, 395? Yeah, it is. Hopefully I find the fucking guy at least. Hopefully I find the last boss by day 400 at least. But, you know what? I got 500 full days. What am I even going to do after day 500 anyway, or after I kill the boss anyways? I do have some stuff, but as long as I get killed this episode, I don't really care that much about it. So I'm going to go down there, smelt this, and then come back up here with the smelted black metal and actually use it for the diverger extractor. And just like magic, at least for you guys, we are back at the other base. Day 390, man. I really thought I was going to be further than this at 390, especially how fast I was moving. And then we were going to go set up. I found a couple of sap taps, or places to put sap taps not that far away. What do I need for those? Do I need a workbench? Yeah. And then I need to go grab some Yggdrasil wood as well, but I think the main goal is going to be get those, and I want to take some Yggdrasil wood and some wisps. Oh, fuck, I need to gain those. I guess maybe I won't take those for right now. The goal is eventually to throw a couple wisps with it, just because, well, that's obviously help me find them a little bit better, so. I have this. I have to get the diverger extractors off the boat. Head up there, throw those down, AFK for a little bit, we'll get some sap, and then I need to calculate like how many I'm going to want to build and all that, but we will head back down to the Ashlands with our newfound sap. We'll have a sap place. We'll have a place to get sap here now, which is way closer to the Ashlands base, and we'll have one up at our Mistlands base, so I don't need to take from either. I can take from either one of them, and then I can go back to the Ashlands, get that ready, and then we are going to be on the hunt for the final boss, as well as a little bit more metal to repair, to fix up. I think it is our... Yeah, we need to upgrade our pants still, so that's going to be the two main things I need to go for, but other than that, guys, we're getting close. I know it's day 390, but I still got 110 days left in this, and it's looking like we're going to get it done, but I got to get all this before I'm too sure of that. Alright guys, the sap taps have been placed. They're back there. I have something to mark it. I wanted to get out of there quick because there was a yawl kind of stalking me in the mist. But got two. They're fairly close. As far as like, they're fairly close to the base and they're all on the same branch. There's two on the same branch, so I should be able to get 20. Also, is this the same 2-star troll? I saw this earlier. I don't know if I showed you guys it. Oh shit. I really don't, I'm not gonna lie, I really don't want to get hit by that actually. I feel like that could actually do some fucking damage to me. I want to poke it though. I'm not gonna lie, I don't do that much for it being a black forest creature if you think of that. Like, think about the fact that this is literally a black forest creature. That becomes a little more insane. Okay, it doesn't hit me that hard, but it's about the same difficulty as an Ashlands mob right there. That guy's, ugh, sorry, English. That guy's a little powerful. I don't know how rare these guys are, actually. At least in vanilla. Obviously, I've seen plenty in modded, but that's pretty sick. Okay. Dude, that boy is strong as hell. I don't need to pick any of that up, but that's pretty sick. All right, I'm going to sit here. It doesn't take that long for the sap taps to work. I think literally if I wait till I can sleep, I go back, they should be at 10. Because of 2x, I should be able to get 40 sap and run it all back. Let me go look how much 40 sap will get me, but I'm pretty sure it will get me at least enough to be tied it over for now. Alright guys, I'm back at the marker. Next day, let's get in here and grab this sap. I looked up 40 is going to be enough. Guys, I don't know that I've ever really made these before. 40 is going to be enough for me to make 24 of the potions. And I think I'll run out of other stuff before I run out of sap, so just give me 40. Yes, it will give me 40. So, got plenty here. Next time we come back, we will, hopefully there will be 20 or 40 more in there. 20 per sap tap. So, that will give me pretty much everything I need for that mead base for a while. Man, there was one so much closer. I knew there was one close to the edge. I was looking for this one specifically, but that's okay. Having all of this at my disposal is kind of like having the multiple capes. It just gives me multiple different ways to prepare for situations and to deal with them, and that is the best way to keep myself safe. So let's get back down there, let's make these up, make my decisions on what I'm gonna make. Boat's over here, and we'll be ready to go because I'm excited. We're about to be the most geared I've probably ever been in Valheim, and I am excited for it. So let's get down there, let's get ready, and let's head for that boss. Alright guys, I got everything together. I had to grab a few more of let's throw these on the ground for right now. I had to grab a few more smoke puffs, but luckily some spawned next to the base. Let's see, I think we're gonna do 2 of these with the current amount of sap that we got. And I can throw those 2 in there. And then I think I will need Jotun puffs for the lingering stamina. And then the major healing, I have plenty of stuff to make some as well. So as far as making, let's see, where did lingering stam? 10 Jotun puffs. I don't even need more vine berries right now. I'm going to for making other stuff, but I just need Jotun puffs down here. I apologize for my storage, dude. It's horrendous. We'll cry about my storage every episode, but this time they actually like have a reason to. Let's see here. I just need some Jotun puffs, and I will be good to go. Tell me I have more Jotun puffs, please. Oh, dude, if I gotta go back up to that other base, I'm gonna lose my mind. I know I have them. Please. All right. I might be out of Jotun puffs. Lingering stam's not that important, honestly. Okay, I do still have some. Like, I swear I still have some, even though I don't have those. Alright. 20 sap, 2 lingering stams. Make these up. I'll start one. I got a mead chest upstairs to put the other one in. And then as far as our heavier stamina, our major healings... not our heavier stamina, our major healing ones, I have blood clots, royal jelly I need to grab. Once again, apologize for the organization. But let's go grab all this. I want to make all of these real quick while I have you guys here. I don't know that I'll wait for them to ferment because I already have a couple of each. And then I will, we're going to head back up. I think the plan is going to be, the plan is actually really going to be to try and locate the charred fortresses that I'm missing right now. Because the charred fortresses that I'm missing are, like, really the key for me being able to get to the boss. So I need to go find the charred fortresses that I don't remember where they're at or I haven't been able to re-find yet. I need to relocate those and get a really good idea of where they are and not lose them every single time I need to do something. And then I will be able to much more confidently and much better, like, go find the boss. Because, like I said, I need to know where those are and how to get to them, so I can kind of draw my path from there. And I think it's in my best interest to make a camp at each one for me to stay at, and kind of make waypoints for me to run to. I think that'll just make it really easy for me to actually get from point to point, get to the boss. And if I am going to transfer a really large amount of resources for something like raising up the ground around the entire arena, which is something that I may have to do to keep the Ashlands in, then I'm going to need like waypoints and entire like bases set up purely for that stuff. So it's going to be a journey. It's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be honestly closer to the 500 days than I thought it was ever going to be. But it's going to make for a really epic battle and a really useful pipeline of resources and like navigation for later down the line after I beat the boss. So let's see here. We have, for right now, we'll go throw this other one up in the mead chest. I can make so many of these, dude. I'm so excited for this. Let's see, mead. Don't need this. We could use a little bit more of that, and we can throw this in here. And then I think we will be good. I'm excited. We have so many meads now. I have the best food. I got the best meads. I mean, I showed up with a lot of meads, so I'm glad I'm able to make more. I will make more. I have the honey to make a ton more. I have honey in like 3 different chests, so I have the honey to make more. I'm not going to right now just because even after this, I'm not going to have enough space to ferment more. After all of them get done fermenting, I will ferment more, and I will make more. But for right now, I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to wait for those to ferment, or at least I'm going to sit around base and get everything repaired. I'm going to get a little bit more food made, because I only have 2 of these and 3 of these, and then 1 of the mashed meat left. So I'm going to make some more food. And then we're going to be back out on that adventure, both trying to find the charred fortresses and the boss. Alright guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't really remember where I left off. I'm pretty sure I am ready to go out on the first adventure. I may need the stuff for a campfire, but generally, oh, I need to make more food. That's what I got to do. But after I make more food, get the stuff together for a campfire, it's time for the journey. The long journey. The one that I'm scared of. And I have about everything that I could... Well, I will have about everything that I could have to be prepared for it. It doesn't make me less, worried about it. It's going to be a stressful journey. But quite a bit, actually. Just because of how much is riding on me finding that boss. I mean, and doing it right. Like, finding it in a way that I can remember where it's at and stuff. All of that matters quite a lot here. Alright, guys. It does not look super pretty. First of all, before I even get into that, I forgot I had 10 more mashed meat up here that I can take with me. Which is pretty awesome. Go ahead and fill up on these guys. So now I have extra food there. 12 of each of these. And then also 20 mashed meat. I feel like I should bring one more thing, maybe. Like, I can bring 10 of this. There's something outside being extremely rude. Hey, bud. The fuck out of here. How about that? Alright. Got a lot of shit. I got some of that. But I spent an insane amount of time down here getting a comfort 11. We've got this stuff back here. This stuff here. We've got the hearth, obviously. There's a spot right here where I can sit and get comfort 11, which is pretty awesome. Now, I actually think I still need the bed upstairs to actually sleep in, but that's alright. So, we're going to sleep down here because the other one's not close enough to the damn fire. And then we are going to head out. I have everything that I need. A little worried. Gonna have some anxiety about it just because this is going to be probably the biggest journey that we have the entire playthrough. But I'm about as ready as I can be, so unless I can yank these... Can I yank the Lingering Stam one yet? Yes, I can. Take this with me. And fuck it, I'll even take a Lingering Health with me just because I can. So I literally have everything on me that is possible for me to carry, pretty much. So we got this comfort. We'll sit here, we'll get our rested all the way back up to 18. Alright, there we go, let's go. We got it. Alright, here we go. So I want you guys to remember, this is not the run where we are necessarily killing or setting up for the boss even. It's just to do some reconnaissance and try and figure out, is the boss even on this island? But this should be what I need for all of that. This should be everything that I need for that. So dude, I'm excited. Sometimes I mistake my own excitement for nervousness, so maybe that's why I feel a little nervous about this. I have literally everything I need though, like all of my everything. Literally all of my potions, all of my weapons, everything I could want I pretty much have on me. My bone mass buff, a way longer rested. A rested that will actually last about as long as the entire daytime will. Day is 21 minutes, so 18 minutes of rested is going to be pretty solid. And considering I got it a couple minutes into the day, that's pretty much going to be the entire days of rested right there. I just need to find one of those charred fortresses. I know they're going to be hard to find, but they shouldn't be that hard to find. I mean, without the green beam, sure, they're not going to glow in the distance, but I should still be able to see them. They're still fucking huge. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, what could possibly lead to me finding those, or where I might have gone for them. My only thought is I could have gone further left around the beach when I started. But I don't know how these are all the same island, dude, or how these are all even, like, me getting to the same spot. It doesn't make any sense to me at all how that's happening every single time, so I'm gonna try and find my way back to maybe even the bridge and clear some of that, or go over to that part of the bridge just to see, like, what I can do with that. But otherwise, like, I am so fucking confused right now. Maybe I'll try and swim across this. Let's actually try it. It may not be the smartest thing I've ever done. Let's fucking try it, though. Is this look like something I can swim across? Yes. Alright, guys, I'm about to set up camp for the night. I'm not discouraged. I'm more just a little confused. Yet to see a charred fortress. Yet to see anywhere that I feel like I recognize. Yet I'm seeing broken circles of, like, stuff, meaning that I've been here. Now, if I had to guess a charred fortress, I'd guess that direction, right? Which is north, which is odd. I don't feel like I should be going back north. But for the night, I'm going to set up camp. I'm going to sleep up here. And I will worry about that stuff in the morning. Holy fuck, what the hell? Where am I, dude? What? Fine. Also, what the fuck is happening, bro? Okay, also, this is a moment for this shit. I cannot fucking deal with all of this right now. Yeah, this is not actually good. Maybe a Morgan Den would do me good right now, because this is actually becoming a little bit of a fucking problem. Holy crap. Too much stuff, too much stuff. I may just have to fucking turn around here and fight. It kind of looks like that's what's gonna have to happen. Holy fuck, this is a little bit fucking nuts. Guys, what the fuck do I do? Oh my god, the fucking lightning just saved my ass. Oh no! Alright, we gotta get the fuck out of here. This is too much for me, dude. I don't even know where the fuck I am. What is happening? To be fair, the only good sign that I have is I am pretty far north. Which means wherever I am, I'm kind of close to base. But I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. I'm so lost in every aspect of what I'm trying to do. I think I know where I'm at, like, on the map-wise. Like I said, I think I'm east and, like, about straight east of where my base would be at. But I'm not that confident in that. And that makes me, like, a little more nervous. Not that I need to be super confident in, like, where I'm at right now, just because it doesn't really fucking matter. I should be able to get back to base no matter what. But it is a little worrying. Alright, let's pop one of... I have a minute of that still. I'm gonna save my other stuff for right now. Get the fuck in here. I'm going... oh, Jesus Christ. Going for the fucking spawner first, of course. Honestly, this one I think might have only had a... yeah, okay, the Warlock's a bit of a problem, but... like, it doesn't seem like this one had that many turrets or anything like that, which is pretty sick. Makes it a little easier for me to get through this. The fire resistance potion makes it a little easier. Also, my lightning bouncing off of all these fuckers makes it a little easier. Try some thundering axes in here. Well, maybe I should have tried that against bigger groups of things. I don't know. all I'm really going in here for, I could use another bell in case I want to do the boss twice, which I will want to at some point. And I can obviously use the location, assuming it's in here. Which if it's not in here, if I fight this whole damn thing and it's not in here, I'm going to be a little bit upset. But and we're in, let's see. I do not see a location, sadly. I see 30 fucking metal. Pretty sick. Actually, I will take that, but... yeah, no location. Man, no location. Actually sucks so bad. I sure as hell cannot carry 30 of this. But I could carry quite a bit, actually. I can drop, like, literally 6 of it. That's fine. I can carry 24 back with me. And 6 more bell fragments, which is enough for another bell. Well, question now. I mean, it really is a hell of a question. Like, I think I'm just gonna... I know my answer. The question is, am I too deep into this now to, like, go ahead and go back to base and try and figure it out? Or do I just, because I'm already this deep, do I just send it, get as much information as possible, and really go for it? And I really think that's the play. Guys, what the fuck is happening? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. How is there another one that I haven't been to? Oh my god, there's so much flame metal around here too. How is there another one I haven't been to? Where the hell am I? Alright guys, I'm getting my comfort back real quick. I didn't get that much wood, honestly, but I might have gotten enough to get in. Well, I'll go over and figure that out in a second. What I am looking at, that is north, and that is the ocean, the actual ocean. No islands north, I don't think. Which means, because I've already got another island up north, which means I'm right about a couple things. Number one thing that I'm right about, I am on a different island, which is fine. It's a little worrying, but it's alright. I just need to figure out how to get back. I think I'm actually 2 islands over. Significant, even more significantly worrying. But, man, can I find anything over here that is, like, somewhat descriptive of where I'm at? Alright, well, it looks like 3 big-ass buildings in the water is where I'm at. I don't really have much more than that, and I'm not going to try and build something because I don't have that many resources to build with. But if I can figure out where I'm at, if say I break into this charred fortress and I get a direction, right? That leaves me the ability to run back, hopefully, get the boat, and then be pretty much free to come back and have a new, like, starting area. Now, again, having... oh my god, Diverger, you are a godsend. Having the boat is good because I can fit more food or resources. I can have it as almost like a little base to get back to. Having the boat is a great thing. However, I need to get back to base safely first, and I need to make sure that... I mean, I don't really know that there's going to be a way that I can guarantee my way back here. Because even if I could, right? Even if I could say, okay, I'm going to make the biggest landmark ever, I have to be close enough to land to see that shit. And it's not like sailing along the shore of a normal island in any other part of Valheim. It's its own fucking thing. Just because of the giant spikes sticking out of the water. So, it's going to be real interesting here. It's going to be the journey of the journeys, like the journey of all journeys that I've been on, which is kind of what I asked for when I left, but it's a little terrifying. Also, oh my god, nightfall is coming. Tell you what, let's get the fuck in here so we can AFK for night. And this is going to be, like I said, it's going to have to be quite the creative process to get inside. I did not mean to pop my fucking healing buff, but here the fuck I am, baby. Alrighty. Why would this ever get stressful, huh? Holy shit, the lightning strike is insane. Cogwheels. Careful of those, or careful of the scogs, whatever the fuck they're called. There's 2 of them over there. There's 2 of them on that side. Let's not go to that side for right now. Let's focus all of the attacks on these guys and watch my fucking health. Remember, if at any point in time I need to get out of here, I totally fucking can. Now this is one of the few times in all of my fucking shit where I'm gonna say that maybe the axes, just simply because of their fucking possibility to bounce lightning, maybe the best thing that I can pull out right now. Oh my god, dude, I am a fucking tank. How's my armor doing? It's like actually damaged, which is crazy to me. It has this armor has so much durability, so the fact that it's damaged is a little nuts to me. But you know what? We got fire res here. It's almost fucking nighttime. I'd be real careful to clear out all of this perfectly. But holy shit, that was a lot. In here though is probably safer than out there at nighttime, honestly. As long as I can get the two things up here cleared, that would make it a little bit safer for me. Alright guys, we're broken in. Oh, we don't have it again, dude. I do have, so it's taken 70 to break in each time. I still have 72 left. Which means I could get inside one more. But it's gonna be another AFK night. I have no campfire to get my rested buff this time. The sun should rise in the east, set in the west. And north should be that way. So the goal is to get down to the beach. Stick along the beach as far as I can. Try and pick up as many things in my head as I can to like identify the shore and stuff like that for when, if I do ever want to come back here. I don't know if I will ever want to come back here, honestly. Just because I didn't get anything towards the boss over here, so I don't know that coming back here would be more of a gamble, I think, than going where I know the boss could be at. But that being said, if I ever want to come back here for the metal, I would like to know where the hell this is at, because this is pretty good for metal. Guys, holy shit, that is the naked... That's the naked node right there. I'm almost back to base. I do understand where I just ran, and here's the really... So, well, maybe I'm not. I really feel like I am... That has to be the naked node, though. But base has to be this way. This doesn't look like near base. Maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe I'm almost back to base. The Ashlands confuses me in such a pleasing way. Because I constantly feel like I'm lost. But I kind of feel like I'm from the Wizard of Oz. I just tap my heels together and I go back home. I just follow the tree north, and I just keep going north, and then the opposite of the way that I came. So if I went west, I go east. If I went east, I go west. Like, that is literally how this has been working. And I just go north and not the direction that I came from, and that is how I make it back to base. To be fair, I'm not back yet, nor do I know that this is the way. I think base, yeah, base is right fucking here. Dude, where do I keep going? To be fair, I know where I went that time. I know how I got there, too. And I think I was 99% sure that I saw the other Shard Fortress on the way back, but I was significantly more worried about getting back than trying to find the other Shard Fortress at that point in time. I do think I know how to get to it now. I know I've said that so many times, but, like, I know where I was just at. I know which direction I was in. I feel like I know a lot of that shit now. It's a little, like, I don't know. It's a little insane how that all just happened, but that's just... I don't know. Yeah, that's just fucking crazy. I don't even know what to say about that. That's just stupid in my opinion. Like, I don't even fucking know what to do about that. I'm so relieved that I'm home and that it actually, like, my rested buff just ran out. That was only like a 6-7 minute run. And I know where I was at to get back. 1, for the metal, which was sick. 2, I have metal. 3, I have enough for another whole set of bells. I mean, I just, like, that is just mind-blowing to me. It's so weird how in the Ashlands I can be... I mean, I've mastered so far at least, I've mastered getting back to base, which is the important part, but finding my way around is still completely a zero, so... Guys, that was the craziest shit I've ever, like, had happen. I just got a +1 crafting on a fucking bell. I was crafting the 3 shards, or the 9 I had into the 3 bells that it could become. I got the little nice little thing, and now I got fucking 9 bells. I can summon that bitch 3 times. I can get 2 extra trophies if I have enough Askavens. Now, I'm gonna smelt these up. I do have a really cool plan, actually, that I don't know, like, how worth it it'll be. I want to set up a boss farm for all the bosses. I want to, like, now that I'm back to base, I'm in a good mood. So, I really want to turn this into, like, a crazy-ass world. Like, and I don't want to put this out there yet, like, for you, like, first of all, if you watched this far in the video, thank you very much for the support and watching, but also, like, I don't want to put this out there as a thing that's guaranteed yet or under any stipulations. It's not something I'm saying I'm going to do. It's just something that I've seen some people do and that I want to look at doing. I know that you can put the world files out for your world. What I would ideally like to do is build an insane fantasy type world, assuming this series keeps getting support and all of that shit, but I have no doubt that it will because of how much you guys have supported it so far. And then release that into YouTube and to, like, give you guys the world file so you can come look at all my bases, and maybe I'll even leave, like, little side quests and Easter eggs, and that would be cool to me. Like, that is something that actually is genuinely cool to me, because I mean, I can make this stuff for you guys, I can always make episodes, right? But making something that you guys can get on and play and experience is a little different. And, like, I've made my own game. Like, I have games on Steam. I'm not going to say what they are, but, like, I have games on Steam. I've made my own games. Like, I've made my own stuff. But, like, none of them were big and associated with, like, any sort of content or anything like that. So to have you guys like my videos. You guys watch them. A lot of you guys are really high supporters of them. You guys watch these entire crazy 6-hour long, maybe even, this one might be even longer, videos. And so to be able to give you guys specifically something that's not a product, it's not anything like that, it's just like, here is the thing that you guys watched me work on and that you guys supported, that is cool to me. So that is something that I want to try and do, but if I would ever to go do something like that, one, I need to make sure that there's a lot of things that I need to make sure before that happens, and like I said, I'm not guaranteeing that that's what the plan for this world is, just something I've thought about a little bit. But if I'm gonna do that, this needs to be the most badass, craziest world that you guys could ever fucking experience if I gave it to you. I need to make it something special if I'm going to do that. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that goes in behind that. There'd have to be enough support for the series through probably like 4,000 days, maybe even further of this entire series, which is a lot. I don't know if I have the time for that. I don't know if you guys have the time for that. It's a whole crazy thing that I could talk about with you guys as a community as I get bigger and as I make more of these and as you guys support it and continue to support it. It's something that I can talk about and think about. But something that I think would be really sick would be to build an entire, like, automated boss farms. Now, obviously, you'd have to provide whatever you're going to provide to summon it. So, for this case, it's the bells. But the idea would be to get 2 stars of these boys back here, breed a bunch of them up, and leave them at each arena in some sort of contained fashion where you could respawn the boss and absolutely destroy it. Now, really, it wouldn't even be a question for any of the bosses except for the one in the Ashlands. The one in the Ashlands can kill them even at 2-star if you don't do it right, so... But that, I mean, a lot of the builds ideas I have, that's where that's going, is to hopefully bring it to you guys eventually. But again, I don't know how that would all work and how that would all function. So, just a thought. Just something while I sit here and wait for my stuff to smelt up. In the meantime, while I'm hanging out here, we got another lingering health mead base to pop out, and I've got 3 more mead bases to pop in. So I think I'm going to go up here. I don't know if I want to carry 10 of these. I think I'll still just carry the 5 that I have. Just because, I don't know, I don't want to get too generous with using them. Let's pop. We'll keep 6 on me. We'll keep a new set. And then I need to ferment these next ones and maybe craft up a couple more real quick. Don't worry, this storage is not staying like that. I just need spots for a second to throw this stuff in. I will probably craft up a few more if I have the stuff too. I don't know that I have that much sap left. I don't think I have any sap left actually. But I don't know. I may craft some more potions up. We'll see. For right now, though, that's all I need. I'm going to wait for this stuff to craft up. We need, like, 11 more smelted to get my armor fully upgraded. And then that is all of the harvesting we're really going to have to do. The rest of this is just going to be farming for that boss. And like I said a million times, I think I know where that first charred fortress is. But I'm going to go back out and keep searching for it, even after I get this stuff made up. Alright guys, time to bring you back for this. We got everything that I'm going to need for the upgrade, toss this over here. I don't know what else I'm going to need. I think I need hide. The other thing that I could make, not that I really need it, it doesn't really matter, but I could make the other upgrade for this. Actually, I think I have 2 more upgrades to make for that. I could have made, I'm not going to make the one that requires Iter for it, but I may make the little, like, wreath just to have it, just because it's cool. But other than that, I mean, shit, guys. This is about as fully upgraded as I get. So, now that I have this, I can take some back to the tower base. I guess that doesn't have a black forge, even though it has enough stuff to. I really don't know what I was thinking when I did that. I really want to go back and look at the footage and see what the fuck I was doing, but other than that, like, we could upgrade that, we could save some for our other bases, but, like, that is all the metal I'm gonna need. Now, before I say that, all the metal up there is gonna get used. I'm gonna go try and grab it at some point with the boat. The reason is because at some point I want to, at the base by altar, put like 3 sets. It'll probably be 1 at first, but put multiple sets eventually of full Ashlands gear. The reason being, if this guy dies, it's going to be shitty enough restarting with no skills. But restarting with nothing would be really bad. Even if I'm doing a mega build project, something stupid like that, and that's how I die, I don't want to lose my stuff. I have to, I don't know if you guys know this, I mentioned it in the first episode, I probably mentioned it at the beginning of this one when I voiced over the intro, that the part of this being hardcore, and this is not something that you can just set in Valheim, this is something that I am just sticking to, is that if I die, I respawn at altar. Which sucks, because that is far away. And I'd like to, if I have to deal with that, if I have to die, if I die some stupid way of doing something dumb, that I at least have some of my stuff back. So, that is the plan. Also, just talking about skills real quick, let's look where this guy's at. Part of the completionist run that I've thought of is what if I got my skills all to 100? Again, that is not a promise, that's just a thought that I've had. But run 93, pretty damn solid. Jump almost 90, and then we got, honestly, swords is like 60. That's like my highest. It would take me so long to get like everything up high, but I mean, it's a possibility. Like, how the hell you getting fists to 100? I don't know. It'd be funny to try and do, but I don't think I ever will. As far as full completion goes, I'm okay without doing that. Alright guys, a minute 44 on the bone mass buff. I did not make... I want more lingering stamina meads for sure. That's actually something I will spend the next 40 sap I get on, just lingering stamina meads. Health meads are cool, but I just don't need them that much. Like, I mean, I just don't like them as much as I like the other ones. Like, the instant health ones just make more sense. I did get it, like, jumping into one of the fortresses, I get that, because, like, I'm going to need it for the next 25 seconds. I'm going to need probably increased health, but, like, past that, really the only thing that I'm going to need is, like, I just need instant health. I need a quick save, like I would a bone mass buff or something like that. Like, I need a situational, like, savior. So, normally, that's what it comes down to, is that I actually want that rather than having the, long-term one. But on the front of stamina, the lingering one makes way more sense to me, because you can run for 5 minutes and fight for 5 minutes way more efficiently than you can any other time. Oh shit, see, this is why I wanted the bone mass buff. Oh my god. Alright, this is gonna be an interesting one. You can fight and run way more efficiently than you can normally, and the instant ones don't do much for you. The only time that the instant ones are really good, and I found this out on the last episode of the Reverse series, if you guys are wondering when I found this out, you can use the instant stamina ones, which are fairly useless in most scenarios, if you are swimming to the Ashlands, because it will, or if you're swimming anywhere and you're about to drown, you can pop one of those and you will get your stamina back even if you're in the water drowning, which is pretty awesome, actually. So that's one of the only good things that that's used for, but there's definitely situational uses for both sets. It's just, for the health one, I don't see the point in dumping the stuff into it, especially if it's not nearly... Like, if it's more expensive to make the lingering health ones, it makes no sense to me. If it was really cheap to make them, I'd get it. Even if it was just cheap for, like, Ashland standards, like you had to progress here first, I'd get that, but it's not like that. Right, guys, now, like, what the fuck is this, right? Okay, Charred Fortress that I've been to, yes. Exactly what I'm looking for. All of the other shit on my ass, not exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, I popped my buff, so dude, what? The fuck is 1 star back there? If as long as it's not a 1 star Morgan. Here's the thing, right? This is fucking crazy, first of all. I have a safe spot under me. There's a third one! What the fuck, bro? I have the opportunity here to, like, lightning strike and do something fucking insane with these, but this is a bit ridiculous, guys. What the fuck is happening? If there was ever a proper use of a bone mass buff, this was fucking it. Like, what the fuck? I do see the Charred Fortress up there, though. I don't know which one that is. I think that's the first one that I pulled up on, though. I think I did know where it was when I came back, so I'll figure out which one it was here in just a second. I'll get the location from it, because if it is the one that I think it is, it has the location that I think it does, and that will be pretty nice. Dude, what the fuck, game? 3 Morgans, like... What the hell is wrong with you? This is the craziest part. I'm gonna use my arrows while I'm here to sit here and shoot this fucking... this Monument of Torment, dude. And I'm also gonna see if I can poke this Morgan from up here. Guys, how many people have you seen in Valheim history fight 3 Morgans at the same time? I haven't seen that many, honestly. I don't know if I've ever seen a situation like this shit. This is nuts. But again, lightning damage kind of prevails. Some bombs right about now would have been one of the coolest things I could have made. Preferably, like, of the nuclear variety would have been pretty sick. But, you know, alright, here's the craziest part, right? Right now is when I'm going to pop one of these extra healing potions that I was just shit-talking. Oh my god, the lightning effect. And, yeah, that was, like, I don't know, well worth it. That was, kind of insane. Get the fuck down, buddy. You ain't doing shit. That was by far... I don't know where the third one went. It was by far the most insane fight ever. The game said, oh, you finally know where you're going? Fuck you. That's what I got. My gosh. That was kind of awesome, actually, though. Like, moments like that is what I save my bone mass buff for. It's just, it's the best. It's kind of insane. Let's go figure out which Charred Fortress this is. I'm pretty sure it's the first one that I ever came across, but I could be wrong still. Alright, guys, so. Slightly confused me. Again, you know, I told you I wouldn't know shit. Even when I thought I knew shit, I didn't know shit. That's how this game works. I gotta be kind of careful. There actually is a 1-star Aspen behind me. Aspen. I can't ever fucking say that shit right. Roast me in the comments if you please. But this is not... This is the one that I was in... This is never the first one that I found. This was the one that I was just in last run. Which is cool because that metal's not that far from base. But it's not that cool because this one doesn't have a location. Now, to be fair, this gives me a better idea of, like, where I was. And it could help me form the entire picture of the Ashlands, like, as a whole. But it definitely does not give me what I needed. So, that's fine. We're here now. Finding... Well, let's see, where's north right now? Like I said, if I couldn't find it, I'd go back. It's currently only 1,300, though. And I could still go back this way, which is the original direction that I wanted to go. Dude, I mean, I just don't, like... I don't even comprehend. I don't even know what's happening. Alright, guys. I actually have a decent decision to make, so... I'm still on the hunt for that first one. Oh, it's day 400. Holy crap. I am actually running out of time a little bit as far as, like... I mean, there's always going to be another episode, like... especially if I don't beat it, there's going to be another episode, even if you guys don't want it, but... Like... Looking at this... Looking at... This over here specifically... There was a time... That actually... It looked so similar to this. There was... 2 diverger settlements. This was already broken before I got here. And I jumped across the water, right? This was like the first time that I went on an adventure by myself. And... Yeah. And I went across. And that's how I found the first one. I don't know. It doesn't mean this is where the first one is. That's just how I found it. And this looks pretty similar. Also, I got a whole new fucking day. Yes, this was supposed to be a quick trip. Doesn't matter. Not sponsored. really don't like that jump, actually, at all. I would much rather wear a feather cape for that jump. I'd almost rather build across to it. Fuck it. Alright. Just for reference, just so I know which direction I'm running. I am running, like, west right now. Southwest. Yes, this looks familiar. All of it looks familiar at this point in time. Guys, I swear it's up this hill. No, I know it's up this hill. I just saw like 10 really familiar things from when I was early in the Ashlands. It's right up that hill. It's right up there. I know it's up there. I'm so happy. I know where it's at now. I almost laugh at myself saying that. I'm gonna get lost, like trying to get back, or I'm never gonna be able to find myself here again. It is really far away. Like, I think most of why I had problems getting here was my severe underestimate of how far away it was. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. That was definitely the main, like, that was the main reason that I had problems finding it. Also, like, again, mental mapping, all that shit. But we are here. This one has flame metal in it, so that I can bring back to base. Again, I need it for other sets of armor. So, you know what? I'm fairly pleased. Took me a long time to find it. But I know for sure from here that I can get a location, or a direction, and start heading towards it. And, get some flame metal in the inventory. I know I can't carry quite that much, but we'll be good. Alrighty. To get this set up, we are looking at that way. Alright, guys. First, like, detailed look. We're gonna look with the tree, the locator, stone. Try and, like, triangulate where from here it is. I'm gonna see, the tree is that way. So, looks like it is north west of the tree. I am southeast of my base, which is actually pretty good for me. It's only noon in the day. I say we run that way. I think that might be the smartest thing we could do. We get this on and we book it that way. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see how far. Maybe it's on this island. I don't know. I don't know if I've been over this way or not. Maybe I'll run into the other charred fortresses, put the entire map of this island together in my head, and then I'll be really oh shit. Well, that may have been short-lived. Maybe the goddamn ocean. Alright, it's a little precarious, but it'll do. The way it's pointing, I have a feeling it's actually fairly close on this island. Maybe be careful here. I need to remember, so I'm gonna jump back on the east side of it. If I do this how I think I should, I'm gonna have to jump back on the east side of the island to get back here, to get back to base. Assuming these islands aren't connected somewhere. But the southeastern side is how I have to get back, so note to self. Now, if this is where the other two charred fortresses are, and they point me in a new direction, a lot will happen in my brain. I actually think this is the island that the bridge goes back to the base from. So, I don't know. This is going to be a whole puzzle to put together, but it's gonna starts now. Let's go. Let's book it. I'm not gonna give myself any identifying features. I think there's a good chance that this is where the other two charred fortresses are, and honestly, if it is, the map in my head is actually right, which some of you probably want to smack me for saying that, knowing how many times I've gotten lost, but I promise you, you're justified. The map is coming together in my head, slowly, one bit at a time. Guys, I haven't even been that far. The map is working in my head. Oh, I know where this shit's at. The map of where the boss has been this entire time has been somewhat right in my head, which is just fucking odd to me that, like, it took me that long to do any sort of navigation. So I was right. This is the island that the bridge goes to. I don't know how I haven't been able to find these two again yet, but I think coming across from, I don't know, coming across from the original way that I came probably helps. So this one also has a locator, I believe, that points me the same direction. But if I can really map how I get back to base from here when I go back in my head and think about it really carefully, I should have a pretty solid map of what's around me. This is exactly what I wanted, man. This is perfect. It looks like, I will say, it does look like there's a small chance that my ramp in got broken. But I should have enough wood to rebuild it. Alright, guys, let's see. Got that way. And no, that does not mean I passed it. That means I placed my fucking ladders. So let's go down here and see what that means for us. Does that mean we keep going the same direction? Or does that mean we keep going this way? Which way do we go here? Oh, okay. I'm gonna say that means... Okay, that sounds really dumb. I'm trying to think of how to say this in a way that makes sense with how I'm thinking of that. We didn't quite pass it yet, but like our last location with this one is making like a very close point to it being, I think, south of here, like straight south, like very close south of here, which tells me that we actually might be pretty close to it. Holy shit. Alright, guys, well, that is the first Divern Worm fragment up there. So that is actually something to be extremely cautious of being around. Like, that is very dangerous to be around. I am running the direction of where I have to go, so I know, like, I mean, I'm really not that far away from the other place yet. What the fuck? So, that's a little insane, actually, that's there. That scares me a lot. That place, so for anyone that does not know, there's a special sword in the game, only obtainable, there's a single one, like, per map. It is only obtainable by that shit. And what that shit is it is a, like, a monument that only spawns 2 stars. It's sealed in there, and that's 1 fragment. There is also a mini-boss that is required for one of them. I don't know if that's one of the, I don't know if that's the mini-boss one. I've never done it. That's not what I'm worried about right now. What I'm worried about is that is what I fucking think it is, and that is terrifying. The way that you can tell is because it's fucking purple around it, and it's a little bit more of like an aggressive look to it. I don't know how else to explain it better than that. But that is, yeah, that is the Divern Worms fragment. Again, I've never seen that, done that, used that. That kind of scared me. Those guys look like ants running out of there. And I need to be careful around there, because that place, if that's the one with the mini-boss, oh my god, there's the boss. Holy shit. For reference, the mini-boss can one-shot me in full armor, best food, with anything that I want on. Maybe not with bone mass, but pretty... I would not fucking be the one to test it. Not on this world, at least. Okay, that is the boss. We have actually... Okay, it's a good... I mean, it's close to base. It's runnable from base. It's on... I can run it. Now, let's see how good of a spawn it is. I need it to not be with, like, touching too much lava. That is really the goal here. If it's not touching too much lava, I will be very happy with my life right now. Let's see here. Let's get down. It really doesn't look like it's touching any, man. this. Yeah, it's not touching any lava. Okay. This is going to be a lot of work still. It's gonna take today, I'm guessing 450. Maybe not quite that. Maybe that, though. How this is gonna work. I'm going to need to bring, like, as much stone as exists on the damn planet. It may involve the boat. I'm trying to think of where I'm at that I could bring the boat. Just purely because it would be easier to bring it on the boat than without boat. The reason I'm going to need stone is the Ashlands that I raise will fucking run everywhere. They will get out easily, quickly, right? And that's not what I want. So the goal is to hatch them, and you also can't build in here. So I can't, like, build a little cage dead in the center and then just release them as soon as it starts. And I can't build the cage outside and get them stuck until it starts, because it will kill them all instantly if they're not there attacking it when it lands, pretty much. So I need to raise up the ground around, make one hole, raise them inside of a building at the edge of the hole, or in some form like that. Maybe I'll raise them actually in the den, but the fire can't be in there with them because you can't build in there. And then from there, I will worry about, like, getting them all spread out in there. But I need to raise the ground up so they can't escape. It's pretty much the end goal here, and so that they can't push. I promise you they still can, because I've seen it happen. But the goal is that they won't be able to push the boss out of the arena too quickly or too hard. Because then it gets away from me. I can still get hit by the boss. I can't hit it. That becomes a problem. So, trying to think. Let's see. This seems to be on the northwest side of this island. And I don't know what this island is. Well, I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think about the process for that, because there's a lot of different ways that I could go about this, but I think the smartest thing right now is to go back to base and game plan there and not out in the open losing my rested buff next to the Elite Monument of Torment and a bunch of other shit that can kill me. I don't have enough arrows. If I had enough arrows, I would try and break that bitch with a bow before it starts spawning stuff. But, you know. Do I try? You know, I have my bone mass buff. I'm gonna fucking try and break this Divine Worm Shard. I don't know that it's a good idea. But, like, I have my bone mass buff. I should be able to just, like, I'll just dip if it starts fighting back, but for right now I want to shoot it, like, once or twice. Wait, should I just break it? Was it really the same strength as a regular monument? Just stronger? I'm still scared of that building in general. I know that it doesn't, like, have an entry necessarily. And I'm worried that there could maybe be one on the other side that spawns a 2-star on me. But I think it's worth the try. I definitely think it's worth going up there, because if I can bring a Divine Worm Shard back with me, I mean, that'll be fucking crazy. Oh, let's see. Please don't have another. Doesn't have another one. I do have to break inside of it. Luckily for me, there's a homie over here willing to help me do that. Come on, dude. Need your help. Because once this gets broken open, this is definitely the one. It's got the purple stones on the outside. Like I said, there's only one of each shard in the entire game. Like at the map when you load in, there's only one of each shard. Right there. Yep. Blow that shit up, dude. Oh my god, guys. That's it. Oh, well, that's awesome. Because I'm in 2x, I get 2 tips. That means I could make 2 of them. That's kind of awesome, actually. 2x is goated. Actually, for real though, if you guys are playing this with a friend, consider like 2x or something like that, so you can both get one. But I mean, even literally turn on 2x just to pick those up. Like that gives you the ability to make multiple. That's pretty awesome, actually. Aside from that, we have the we have a Davernworm fragment. We have the boss location. What more could I ask for? Let's get back to base. Holy shit, guys. Coming back in with quite the fucking welcoming party once again. Actually, decent sized problem too. I'm out of stamina, bone mass buff, everything. And there are 2 Morgans outside. That may have just fixed a whole fucking lot of it. Because I would at least like to get my rested buff before that motherfucker runs around the corner. And maybe even get to fucking sleep. Oh my gosh. Maybe it'll let me sleep. Yeah! Alright. So, we'll go up there. We're back to base. I'm going to smelt up my metal, even though I don't necessarily need it. Having it smelted would be nice. And, trying to think. I need to clear the area out around my base, obviously, now, because I just brought all that shit back. But, I have a good, like... I have a better mental map than I regularly have of the Ashlands now. I'm not going to say it's perfect and that I don't get lost again, but definitely getting better for sure every single day, which is exactly what I'm looking for. So that was a really good adventure. It was a little scary at times, just not knowing exactly where I was, but it was a pretty solid adventure. I mean, like, I got everything that I really wanted to get out of it. I feel like I got out of it, so I feel like that was pretty perfect. Definitely fun, definitely fucking terrifying, and looks like I still got a little bit more problems to deal with, but... Alright, guys. So, back at base. I took a little break. We have the boss location, and I'm pretty well built up, I would say. So, there are still a few things to do, and I'm not making it by 400 days, so I'm not going to rush it. I wouldn't have rushed it anyways, but now I'm definitely not going to. So... I have a couple things. The next run we take over there is going to be intended to kill the boss. Most likely. With me, I plan to take the Black Forge setup, a stone cutter, some Groston. It's probably all from the base. Plenty of food, and it may take anywhere between 1 to 3 runs. I'm also taking 100 eggs. Now, you may be asking, how the fuck am I taking 100? When I only have, wherever the hell they are, 40. It's because I'm about to sit here and breed more. Now, my thought process is behind this, because like I said, I don't have that many days left, but I do know where it's at now, which takes a lot of the stress off. My thought process is 40 won't be enough for one fight. Now, it probably will be, but it could not be. And in that case, I'd like to have 100 of them. And if 40 is enough, I want 100 because I'm bringing all 9 bells. So either 40 wasn't enough and I needed the 100 to do it once, or 40 was plenty and I'm going to do it all 3 times, bringing back 3 trophies and 3 like relics from Vader. Either way, 100 sounds like a good idea. It's just going to take some AFK. So, probably 10 in-game days is what I would guess for 60 more eggs, considering the amount of them that I have. So, that is the plan. It is going to be a little nuts. I'm going to sit here in AFK, like I said. Other than that, I may actually run back up to the other base and get some more sap for some lingering stamina potions, some of the major healing potions. Whole bunches of stuff. There's going to be a lot that goes into this. I need more food, whether that's I need to pick more vine berries, whatever I got to do. Whatever I need to do, I will do. Because until then, like, I do not want any doubt about this boss fight. There has been times in videos and outside of videos where I am quite worried about what I'm doing and whether I'm ready for it or not. Actually, for example, the queen boss fight last episode being one of them, where I just did not feel ready for it. I do not want that feeling going into this fight. I don't even want the slightest bit of feeling. I want the most amount of overconfidence that's even possible in a human being. I want to be ready to smack... I mean, I want to be, like, convinced that I'm doing it all 3 times. And then I want to step back from my confidence and play it tensely and play it smart. And hopefully that will get me through at least one of them. Like I said, I'm going to bring all 9 bills. And if I can do 3, I'm going to do 3. I will move the first one back, like, into a chest or something to where, 1, if I die... Or 2, if I realize that I'm not killing the second one, that I can dip with what I got and just leave that one out in the open. But like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that's going to go into it. And I do not want to go until I'm completely ready. Which is not right now yet. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to get more eggs. Gonna probably take a trip back up to the other place. I'm going to get a lot more vine berries because I need them for food. And then, yeah, we're going to be ready here, I think, for this boss fight. I'm terrified, but I'm ready. And I think you guys probably are too after all the waiting I've given you. So let me get this stuff prepared up. I'll probably give you guys a few updates along the way. Come back with a final, this is what we're going with. And like I said, it may take a few trips to run it all over there because I'm going to be setting up pretty much a mini base over there for now. And then we're going to do it. So let me AFK for a little bit. Let me get these guys going. Let me get into the food stuff that I need, and then I will be back to update you guys. Alright guys, it's actually not been that long. A lot of the eggs are, we have 60, 75, 73. Got a couple of them. I want to show you actually one thing real quick. I'm sure most of you guys know this, but it's a nice thing for if you don't. So, if you're breeding a bunch of these guys, let's see if I get an opportunity to show you guys this here. I do not, actually. There's a situation where they can sometimes get the eggs stuck under them. If you look like this through them, you can actually pick up the egg, which is, like, a really odd thing, but it does work, so that is, that's interesting. This is breeding out so much faster than the first set of them I did, mostly because I'm assuming I have more of them, but yeah. So, looking at food and potions real quick before I try and, like, get everything ready, and also let's talk about how I'm going to get all this stuff over there. Let's see here. So, mashed meat I need more of. I need probably more vulture meat, which shouldn't be that hard for me to get. And honestly, maybe more fiddlehead, but I have a place up the hill that I can go get more from. I just need a bunch. I need to make a bit more food. I need to make, so I think my, like, the run for the entire thing is going to be exactly what I've been running. It's going to be the 2 pies and the mashed meat. That's going to be the best way for me to keep myself alive. So, that is that. But there's also going to be, let's see, how many of these? I can make quite a few of those. These major healing meads are extremely important, and so is this lingering stamina one. These are finally done. These are extremely important to keeping me alive here. So we have a bunch more of those potions, and those are just important for, like, the lingering stamina ones are just going to get me back and forth from place to place. That being said, the way that I'm going to get from, or get all this stuff over there is going to be interesting, and the amount of stuff I'm taking over there is going to be a little insane. So, there's two thought processes that I've gone through. The one is, I've thought about going back up to the Mistlands base, the farm base right north of us, because there is one dungeon that I could do in the Mistlands. I could get enough black cores for a whole nother black forge setup and bring them down and set up an entire base for this fight. My 2 parts of that thought process that trouble me are that, one, that base will likely get destroyed because boss, you know, especially if I do it multiple times. But also, like, I don't know that that one is going to have all of the stuff that I need. I don't know about, like, I don't think that there's a guarantee that I go into that dungeon that there is 5 cores in there, let alone 10 for the Yaldo table as well. So, that's pretty much out of the question, at least for right now. The other question is, how am I going to get, oh, so I want to take the Black Forge and at least enough stuff to repair everything, which is a repair station of level 4, so pretty much everything. I need to take all of that over there, the stone cutter, a bunch of Groston to build with. I can get the Groston over there most likely. And then I need to build an entire base and bring a bunch of stone and bring all the eggs over. And the thought process, there's 2, right? First one is I could bring the boat. It's not that close to the water, but it's much closer to the water than it is to my base. But the other thing is, the Ashlands sucks to navigate through. I don't really know that going through the water is going to be that effective. If I think I can navigate through the spikes, it might be worth it. Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to take the stuff for a little house, maybe some Groston and the stone cutter, with me. I'm going to run it there, and on the way there, I'm going to build a Groston marker on the beach that I would park the boat at. Whatever the closest beach, I mean, like I said, there's really not a close beach to the boss, so, but whatever the closest beach is. And I'm going to try and figure out, like, which direction it is, how far it is, and how long it should take me to get there with the boat. I'm then going to load the boat up and get it as close as I can to that beach. I may not be able to get all the way up to it because of the way that the spikes work and stuff, but if I can get pretty close to it, that'll at least allow me to run all of the stuff from the boat rather than from my base. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm going to need to bring a lot of arrows and stuff with me. There's a lot of stuff that's going to go into this, just because I want this to not only be a place to fight the boss. I don't want to just go do the fight. I want to be ready to like kill the boss either multiple times or set up a farm there for it, because I need a trophy head, and also I'm going to be raising 100 animals there and a bunch of other, I'm going to be doing a bunch of other stuff over there too. So this is going to be quite the process of getting shit back and forth, but it's going to be it's going to be insane. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't fucking start with my mods. Let me get my mods put on so you guys can see what day it is real quick, and then I'll wait for the Ashlands and we can run it over there. I'll be right back. I got to put that on real quick. Alright guys, I got a little bit excited, I got a little bit excited there, getting back into the world. I'm ready to kill this freaking boss, and it's going to be a long process, so I was ready to get on. Completely forgot to load up with mods. Luckily I only got one, so I didn't, like... I mean, if you do that with an actual mod pack, you will crumble your whole mod pack, pretty much, so you have to be careful doing that shit. But that was, all I was missing was day counter. Day 405. You're actually closing in. I want to kill this guy by day 450, but whatever it takes. So I'm going to get all this stuff ready. Try and see how much I can fit on the boat, and then I'm going to get ready to make that first run where I'll put down the markers and stuff. But it's still going to be a little bit before I leave, because I need vine berries and vine berries, pies made. I need a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm going to sit here, make that, get the last couple eggs, and then we'll be headed up there for our first run of many. Alright guys, I've got at least enough food for the first run over there. I don't have a lot of food. I need more vine berries, but I could pick those up on the way over or wait for my ones to regrow here. Either way, I'm going to have to wait a little bit, so I might as well run these for now. I think what I'm going to do is actually run up. So I'll make the little marker, and then I'm going to make my, like, home base for right now, at least where I'm going to start dropping stuff off at. I'm going to make it the... Oh, what is that? The Charred Fortress, the one that I got the location from originally. If I can make that the locate, or that what I like store my stuff in, I feel like I'll be fairly set up for success there. Lingering stamina potion wouldn't hurt me, but I don't think I really need it. But yeah, most of this is going to be get over there, build some chests, cover them in Groston. That's gonna be the move. Also, we got babies in here, so that is something that's happening. I gotta wait for that to go too. But I'm gonna run over there right now. Try and make the marker on the shore, and just so I do this every, like, I worry about this all the time. So I went to bed after I did the last, like, run back, right? Perfectly makes sense, like bed in real life. And whenever I do that, right, I forget everything about what I was doing when I was playing. And I don't understand how I even, like, keep my map knowledge after a month of not playing, because it just doesn't even make sense to me. But I do have to, like, there was a lot of markers I had that were in my head for how to get back to that location, exactly where I needed to be. And those are all gone. Those were all last night. Now, I do remember about how I need to get back, but it could be a hell of a ride trying to get back there. So I'm going to try and see. Right now, I also don't have my bone mass buff, which could get a little scary, but I have my healing potions on me if I really need them, and I can just keep running for right now. So I'm going to get over there. Set up, like I said, for right now, the Charred Fortress is going to be our home base on that side of the map until I figure out how to get the boat over there or how to get resources over there. And then once I do, I'll start to figure out how to actually get it into the boss fight and around and start setting up for it. Alright guys, I am back at the location. So looking at this, actually, I feel like I am actually running almost straight, like, west along the coast. It is a little bit further south, but that would mean that I should actually be able to bring the boat over here fairly easily, at least in my opinion. So, what I want to do, I just want to build something, like, high up on the other side of this little structure that just shows me, if I were to bring the boat over here, how could I get in? Like, what am I looking at that way? I mean, it just looks like ocean. I feel like I can actually make it in like this. The only thing that I am thinking, quite a bit actually, is like, let's just do transferring. Get those. The only thing that I am thinking is, like, I wish I had a boat with me, like one of the entire, you know, the boats. boats that I would use for that, because I would be able to go out and place a pillar on one of these pillars, and then I can know where to get in at. Once I find this place, I can do that, and boating between them will actually be pretty easy. So the three-step process is pretty much going to be boat over here, get everything. Maybe I can use a cart or something. Maybe I can pave a path. I don't know. It's going to be decently far, but it may just be quicker to run it than to deal with all that. And then not this charred fortress, but the next one back is where I want to keep all of my stuff at. I think. I mean, maybe it wouldn't hurt to just throw it all here. Just looking at it, like, I don't know if it's that much more efficient to run it up to the other one, but for right now, I feel like if I can get it, if I can get a boat over here, which I think I can, this is going to be a lot easier. Now from here, I need to find the safest and best way to get over to the boss, and once I get over to the boss, I need to figure out, is there any ocean by it? Because if there's ocean over by the boss, and this is kind of what this journey is for, if there is ocean by the boss, I don't need to even bring the boat over here. I can bring the boat over there, and this becomes 100 times easier. Otherwise, though, I'm going to have this, oh, what is it? How many in-game hours am I going to have to run just to have a basic set of tools over here every time I want something over here? Every time I want something new over here, I'm going to have to run like this. So, it's possible. I could do that. I would do that. I don't want to do that. That's not the goal. The goal is not to do that. So, I'm going to go over to the boss location, do a bit of exploring, get this area more cleared out. There's still spawners and stuff over here. And, get some chests set up for when I do get over here, whether I do it over here or at the boss location. And then it's going to be time to either start running or start getting the boat over to this location, because resources are going to become the next thing that I need an absolute shit ton of over here. Alright guys, we are finally at the arena. I'm not going to lie, it's been a little more chaotic than I've expected it to be. I've actually had to use my buff and both my potions, which is, you know, not what I had in the cards for coming over here. I brought it in case I had to, but I didn't want to use it. Also, it seems as if, yes, this is extremely close to the water on what would be the north side of the island, which would be easy to get to if I can figure out where. So that is going to be the absolute goal. I just need to get in here and try and figure out where I am with the boat. What am I going to bring on the boat? Well, even that may be multiple trips, but I'm trying to think about it, because there's two options for how I set up the boss fight to do it with the tames. First one is I set it up with walls, right? I just build walls, perfect, we're good, we're ready, right? And that's the quick way. It's not as secure because they can break it, shit can break it, they can get in. But if I just want to run it a couple times real quick and I never have to come back here again, that's definitely the way to do it. However, if I think it's going to be a more prolonged, difficult fight, and I don't want to have the boss being able to, one, get around certain spots, I want to be fighting it in certain spots, and I want a way to get away from it, the way is going to be raise the ground up. Which is, you know, it's way more expensive. It's stone, which exists here, but doesn't, because, you know, there's not a lot of it here. And, I would have to go probably, like, source the stone from elsewhere. So Groston walls are on the edge, or that. Now, the other thing is, I could also put them when I raise them. They could go in a house, and I could slowly let them come out, or aggro something to let them come out like I've done previously. Or I could just build an AFK house. There's a diverger camp over there. Build one that's slightly out of render, so that nothing kills them. And then, after that, I could, like, just put the eggs down at the fire, or with the Groston walls. They will stay in the same spot. They will raise, right? Or they'll hatch, and then they'll raise, and they'll insta-grow up in the same spot because they weren't loaded in. And that would mean that they don't move, and while I still would need the walls to kind of contain them while I summon the boss, and while it comes down, and to stop them from running away after other shit, it would keep them, like, fairly contained. It would help keep them contained, not have to let them all run out of their certain spot or whatever, and make it just a little bit easier for them to get out. So, those are my two options right now. I don't really know which one I'm going to do yet, but I have both options, and I need to go down here and mark the water for where I'm at and also get my rested buff back, because I think right now the thought process is out of all the ones that I just brought up, unless I think of something that I'm not thinking of, I think it's going to be Groston walls around the edge, on these arches, right? Build an AFK house somewhere. Get everything ready here. I'm going to bring the Black Forge and stuff over here. Maybe I'll put it in the AFK house just so I can repair my... I mean, look at my sword from just getting over here. I'm at half, so if I do have to fight it, I'm screwed. And then, also on top of that, like, just like I said, set up campfires, hatch 100 of them in one spot. They'll push each other. They'll, like, explode into the arena a little bit when they hatch. They'll all get pushed out into the arena. I'll go back to the AFK house, and then when I come back an hour later, they will all be fully grown, which is like... I mean, they'll just pop into existence. If I put the bells up before I throw the eggs down or before they hatch, I can run in here, smack the fucking ring the bell thing, and we can go from right there as soon as they're raised. So that's going to be the plan. It's going to require a lot of pre-planning, and the Askvens are actually going to be the last thing in here, which is odd because it'll take an hour and a half for them to raise. But once they are in there, I don't get a choice of whether I'm doing it or not. I'm running it. And if I'm going to run it multiple times, I need to run it multiple times before they run away, which is going to be even more difficult. So... that's the thought process. It looks like I said, I think we're about on the north. We're on the north, like, we're kind of working our way around the island a little bit here, but I can get the boat here. Maybe. I'm going to try. And if I can, this is going to be pretty sick. So, I'm going to get this set up. I'm going to head back to base. Maybe set a couple of chest stuff. I may actually pick up some Groston and build the AFK house now. And then I will worry about, like, all of the shit that needs to go down here in a minute, because this is going to be a little insane. But if I do all this planning right, I do think that we definitely have the boss in the bag, and I think we could even have it in the bag a few times in a row, which would be just such an epic, like, fight for a hardcore series. To not only kill the boss, but to take it multiple times in a row would just be insane. All right, the decision has been made where the AFK base is going to go and why it's going to go there. It's just out of range. It's like perfectly out of range of the boss arena, and I am on the pillars again. Because, why not? These are, like, that's the stone pillar I built. The arena's right up there. I figure this will help me find the arena better. This is a lot more noticeable than one of the stones. So, why not just build like this? Perfect, right? I'm trying to think of, like, how difficult this is going to be to get the boat over here. It really only... if I do it right, the boat only has to get over here once. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to do it. And honestly, the first time's always the hardest time, so... yeah, I don't know about all that. It's going to be fairly difficult, but... what I'm going to do right now, I have actually a way to get Groston over here. I've been getting lava blobs to blow up the diverter structures and a lot of the ruins. So I think the play right now is going to be to get some Groston roofs and walls put up, get some chests put down, and then start stacking up some Groston and other resources that I can get from over here. And then, honestly, if I'm doing it like this, where I'm getting the Groston over here, I may not need the boat, now that I think about it. I gotta bring the eggs and my potions. I mean, it might take like 2 trips of running, but 2 trips of running is going to be way easier than getting the boat over here. So, I don't know. I'll think about it, but I'm going to have a lot of time to think while I run back. The other thought process that I've had is I may build an actual base over here after the, like, boss is over, because this is way more like central deep Ashlands, for me at least. Considering, like, it's way more as far as compared to my other base. So this would be actually, like... this actually wouldn't be a bad spot to build. There's a lot of really cool big flat spots up here, too, that I could actually build, like, an Ashlands castle, like a crazy-ass thing. The idea for the gates of hell, like, raising the ground up as far as I can, if I can do it the way I want to, will remain out there. Even if I don't live there, there will still be a whole base there just because it'll be awesome. But I may build my main Ashlands base in here a little bit deeper. There's more metal. There's more natural resources. And there's a lot more mobs and stuff to farm, so that's a thought process that that's a thing that I could pursue, but for right now I'm going to get stuff to continue to blow up this diverger structure, get some of this Groston, and then I will put it up at that base, and hopefully here in just a little bit we will have a little starter base. Alright guys, so here's the current situation. Right now, I have a little bit of a base set up. I have more Groston to put down, but I'm completely out of stuff to eat, so... the plan right this second is going to be pop on our cape, go ahead, run back as far, like, as close as we... oh, fuck. Alright, Sorry, back over to that charred fortress. So the first charred fortress right next to it is a giant area for harvesting berries. From there, I can go down to the beach, run all the way back to base. I only have one more pie of each, though, and these ones are halfway through being eaten already, and I also only have one more mashed meat. So I have 25 minutes left of food, equivalently. So I need to get back now. And now, once I get back, I'll have the vine berries that I harvested from nearby the first charred fortress, or the whatever charred fortress that I'm running back past. And then I will also have pretty much everything else already at base to make more. If I don't, I can head back up to the like farm base if I really have to, but for now I don't really need to worry about it. Also, I think it's only going to be 2 trips as far as stuff that I need from my base. It's still going to take a long time to build that entire structure up, but bringing Grossin from base is not going to be any quicker than actually just harvesting it here. I mean, look at all these structures around and stuff. It'll be fairly easy to get it with the help of lava blobs. It'll just take some time. So I think I'm going to bring the eggs over. The bells are already in a chest back there. Bring the eggs over and then bring a bunch of food. And then I'll also have to bring the crafting stations. But I can bring... let's see. I can bring, like, probably 10 slots of stuff at a time. Which is not the worst. That's plenty of, like, 2 or 3 trips I should be able to have all of it over here. I'm going to set up the Black Forge and stuff so I can repair my stuff over here. Set up, like... I don't know. I'm going to set up a lot of things. It's just going to be... I'm going to have to show you guys as I bring it. But I'm going to organize the first trip once I get back to base. And then it is going to be time to start running stuff over here. I'm super excited for this. Like I said, I've literally, like... I mean, you guys saw earlier, I fucking hopped on without even starting my mod pack because I was just excited to start today. So I do need to be careful of my excitement. Make sure that I don't forget something or push it too fast. But otherwise, this is it right here. I'm hyped. And we are back at base. It was a little close. I had to stop, get my rested buff. Ran past about 25 Morgans on the way back. Little stupid, but like, that's just how it's going to be. I tried to clear as much stuff as I can, but I know that it's kind of futile because it's going to spawn on my way back. But as long as I don't get it in clumps of it chasing me, that's going to be where it's important. Also got 90 vine berries, which is pretty good. It's really good if there are more back here that have grown. Also, I have... here in just a second, at least I will. We got to go harvest our Ashlands, take care of them, and then we will have enough to make so much food. I just realized the eggs are technically still not done. I still need like 12 of them, so I may have to sit here and wait for those. But other than that, I'm just gonna start running stuff over there. I'm gonna make my first little inventory, make some more food, and then try and carry as much weight and stuff as I can over there at a time. So as long as I get maximum, like, inventory, I'm trying to think, like, efficiency, as long as I get maximum efficiency moving stuff over there, it should be fairly fine. New plan, because I didn't know how heavy it was going to be, or how insane it was going to be. We're just going to pack the boat with everything, and I hope that I can find it. So, rather than running over there right now, what I'm going to do is pack the boat full of everything that's in my inventory. And then we're just going to take an entire run over there, set up, and then that's where we will be until we actually kill the boss. Alright, that is not how I thought that was going to go. I really was trying to hold off from using the boat to get over there, but just because I don't know how well that's going to go. But right now, this is the plan. So I'm going to put all this stuff away, and we are headed over there as soon as I get the boat loaded up. That's a little scary, I'm not going to lie. Here's current situation. I'm going to go ahead and repair this stuff. I got 180 arrows. And then I'm going to go ahead and sleep. I'm scared. Not really scared. I'm just a little nervous that I could fuck this up. So, realistically, I haven't left this part of the Ashlands on the boat yet. Like, I've literally just gone from farm base to here and back. That's really all the places that I've gone. So, boating in the Ashlands is really not something I'm super familiar with. That doesn't mean I can't do it. Which means it's going to be a little sketchy. Everything is pretty much on the boat. 19 of each food. After eating those, 10 bone maw meat, 8 of these mashed meat, which I may have to come back and make more food at some point, but I can run back and make more food. Getting all of this shit over there would have been like 5 runs. Ideally, it's not going to be ideal. It's going to suck. So, what I really want is clear skies right now. That's not what I'm going to get, though. the idea is that I'll be able to follow the coast, at least somewhat follow the coast, the way that, like, I've been running, because I've just been running along the coast. And if I can do that, that's going to give me a pretty good opening to, like, just follow the place that I already know how to get to. If I can't do that, it's going to get a little bit, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So, the better I can see the coast, you know, the better. Also, on boat, this is going to take forever on boat, but I have everything that I need for the entire, like, other than building up the Groston around the edges, I have everything else. So, and I can get that over there. Alright, I'm worried. But let's go. So I'm going to try and just keep the edge of the Ashlands in sight, keep the tree in sight, try not to get lost on this thing. If I do get lost, I'm going to head back out. That's why we have the pillar and the tree and all that stuff. We have so many landmarks to keep. And luckily for me, I did mark some stone pillars along the way back, both to the Charred Fortress and to the actual boss arena. So I should be able to actually, like, see a little bit. Like, when I get close to the, when I'm starting to get close, I should be able to see some signs of it. But alright, for right now, hopefully not too many bone moths, because, you know, my bow only can have so much durability, and hopefully it's a safe journey, and hopefully I don't get lost. This is gonna be a hell of a ride, though. The Ashlands is really hard to boat in compared to everything else. Alright, I have just passed the bridge. That is the bridge right there. Meaning that this should take a very extreme right, which it does. Oh, fuck me. We're ramming these rocks, and I gotta fight the fuck out of these vultures, but I at least know generally where I'm at now. How's the boat doing? Boat's doing alright. That is the, yeah, that's the monument stuck in the rock. Okay. That means I can back up a little bit from the shore here. I've been staying, like, really close to the shore the past couple, like, spike sections, just because I wanted to make sure I could see where I was at. Alright, I know where I'm at now. I'm still far as hell away from this, but I'm here. Also, the other thing that I'm, like, not really worried about, but I just know that it's a possibility, I've technically never gone all the way to the ocean that's by the, like, boss arena, like, where I built my base at, because, like, yes, I've gone over there, sure, but I've never technically, like, gone around the shore to get there. I've only ran back through the lava. So I assume that's connected, like, that there's no, like, other islands between that or something, but I really haven't ran on the shore yet, so I don't technically know. Alright, guys, just a little update. It's been pretty slow moving. I've killed maybe 6, 7 bone moths. I actually have not used that many arrows. I've killed 2 of them, I think, with my sword, just because their head's been sticking through the boat, but I have yet to see the first pillar yet. Now, to be honest, I don't think I'm far enough along to have seen the first pillar yet, but I should be getting fairly close to the first pillar, and that's when I gotta start paying attention to, like, wrapping around the backside of the island and all that. I'm also staying fairly far away from the island, just because I know, like, I'll be able to see, if I'm in the spikes this close to the island, I'll be able to see if I do pass my little base. But I don't necessarily need to be close enough for on-ground shit to be aggroing me. I need to just be fighting the vultures and the bone moths that keep poking at me, so. Alright, guys, the Ashland storm just ended. And I don't know, like, necessarily where I'm at now. Like, I don't know. I'm tempted to run onto land and try and figure out, like, a sign of where I'm at. Just some, like, oh, you know, like, just something, just some sign of where I'm at would be nice. Because I should be coming up on it pretty soon. Also, the bone moth situation is out of hand, dude. It's ridiculous how many of these things I've had to fight. Like, I thought these were, like, serpents. Maybe, not quite that rare, but, like, I thought they were, like, serpents, you know? These are more like fucking fish. Like, this is like a shark and raft. Like, these motherfuckers, there's at least one everywhere at all times. It is, dude, like, come on. And I also am missing, like, my rested buff right now. I have to re-eat my food, actually, before I get royally whacked by one of these things. But it's just been, I don't know, it's been a little hellish. Don't tell me that was a different one. I'll lose my mind. Alright. Well, I'm going to set up camp here for the night. And then I think in the morning I will go into, like, the shore and figure out, like, what's happening with all this. Because I don't And I don't know where I'm at. And if I get on the shore, I mean, if I'm completely lost, that means that I probably shouldn't keep sailing anyways. I should have a fair idea of where I'm at. So, let me get up here, sleep through the night real quick because it's getting close tonight, and then hop on land and see if I can tell where I'm at. Maybe I'll sail a little bit further, but I need to get on land soon and see if I can tell where the hell I'm at. Alright, guys, it's the next day. Let's look on land and see if I see anything at all familiar, I think. Like, I don't even have to go on land. I just want to look. I also want to see where the tree is at. The tree should be... Yeah, even the tree is off a little bit from where I thought it should be, so... So what? Let's get... I want to be at the point where I can see lava, because I know there's one really big lava pool that takes this entire side of the island over. And once I can see that, I'll have a way better idea of where in the lava pool I'm at, because I can go up there and look. Also, I need to be really careful I don't lose my boat when I go onto the island. I don't want to go very far up. So, that is something to be extremely careful of. Dude, there's another bone maw! Why? Like, dude, why? Why? I've fought 10, 15, maybe even more. It's just driving me actually insane how many of these I've messed with. And how does my sail get put down when I put it up? I don't know. This is a big, nice open area to fight it at least, but my bow is almost broken, dude. I'm gonna have to, like... I have to put down the entire Black Forge setup and shit to fix my bow and make more arrows just so I can keep sailing. Which is, like, nuts. Alright, that guy's dead. Oh, there's my base. Boom. Alright. Look at that. There it is right there. Would I have seen the pillar from this far? No. However, I was about to go on land. I definitely would have seen the pillar then. But, alright. Well, guys, that means... Holy shit, we are at the boss with everything we need to do it, pretty much. It's still gonna be... I'm aiming for day 430 to have the boss dead by. That makes sense to me. It may not seem like it makes sense, but it's 3 days to raise the babies up. Probably 5 to 10 days to build the arena up, and also to set up my base over here, make sure I have everything else. Do anything. I'm sure I'm also missing a lot of things, and if I have to take any, like, run back to the old base, that's going to take a lot of time, so... I'm sure I forgot something or we'll run out of something, so I'm sure that'll happen. For right now, though, I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm going to get up here, get everything pulled off the boat, get the base set up a little bit better. This, like, it's a temporary base. It's not going to be pretty, but get it set up a little bit, and then we can go start worrying about actually how to set up the arena for everything that I need to do. It's going to be... There's a little bit left to do. Still quite a bit of time left to spend, but the end is in sight. The Groston is going to take a long time because I'm going to have to smack so much of it up around, like, the entire... Like, every single one of those archways in the dome have to be filled. Now, luckily for me, normally some of them are in the lava and then you can't build and then you have to start worrying about raising the ground up and it gets to be a really big pain. That's not going to happen with this, like, location. The way it spawned, it's not going to happen like that. So that is one of the only really good things that I've seen so far. I'll get up there. I'll kind of analyze the situation a little bit and then we'll start setting up for it. Alright guys, it has been about 2 in-game days and I'm halfway around the arena. So I'm building these little triangle shapes out. The idea is going to be that 5 of these around the arena. I think 5 would make sense. I could do 10, but I think I'm going to do 5. 5 of these around the arena get set up in a way that they have a fire that can reach them. And then from there, with the fire that can reach them, so like say we put the fire here, we'll put the Askven eggs inside of the little triangle. Probably 20 on each, we'll split them between them equally. From there, I will wait for them to hatch. Now that's, once those go down, that is the last thing that I can do. Like, that is the last thing that I will do for the entire boss fight. Reason being, once they're in there, they're going to be really easy to contain, even with the walls. They like to jump out, they like to stack on top of each other. It's a fucking problem. So, the goal here is going to be to do that, get the bells in place, make sure I have literally everything ready. If I got to go back to base for anything, to get food, anything like that has to be done before I put those eggs down. Once those eggs are down, I'm going to AFK for 20 minutes. That will give them enough time to hatch. I'll come back, they'll hatch as soon as I load them in, and then as soon as they're loaded in, I will leave again for 50 minutes, in which will make them pretty much pop into being fully grown as soon as I come back the next time. Once they're fully grown, I literally have to ring the bells instantly. And from there, there's an entire strategy that I will talk about of keeping the boss from doing certain attacks that can kill all of them or target all of them, because that is going to be the detriment of at least them. And I want them in the fight as long as possible. If they completely kill the boss, that's fine. I know they can, but it's not a 100% chance. And there's been a lot of scenarios that I've seen where they will get killed. And I do not have a death on this one. I do not have a try again. I don't have anything like that. I mean, really, realistically with this boss, you don't ever really get a try again, but I don't get like I can't die, I can't do anything wrong with this. So I need them to be alive as long as possible. And there's, like I said, there's some strategies to talk about with that when I get closer, but for right now, I just need to get it finished up. But as soon as those eggs go down, I want you guys to know that is pretty much it. That is sealing the fate for the fight. Alright guys, I'm running to get the Groston for the last little archway cover. I still need to make the camp, or the... I could use campfires, but I think I'm going to use hearths just because they're a little bit... They burn a little bit longer. I don't know if it necessarily knows, though. I'm trying to think about it now. But what I will say is no matter which one I decide to use, I'm going to get them over there, get it set up soon. Maybe I'll use campfires just because they're cheaper, but I'm going to set up the sections like I said I was going to earlier, and then I will get the bells hung, fill all the campfires or hearths with wood, throw those eggs down, and pretty much wait. Now, the only concern I have, I only got 2 mashed meat left. Now, these ones I have another 10 of, I think. If I can get this done and built up, while I'm AFKing, I'll just eat the bone maw meat, because it's pretty good. It'll keep me alive in case I have to run out and do something, but it's not the best ever. And then I can save the 2 mashed meat for when I actually fight. And then I have 10 of the other ones, but I do need to get it done fairly quick. But that's the only thing that I could see that could cause me any issue right now, is the fact that I really don't have that much food left for this fight. Because this is probably the last, like, fairly calm moment I'm going to have talking before the end of the fight, unless I die, but I hope that doesn't happen. Let's talk about the strategy for how this is going to work. So, first of all, this is how I've been getting Groston right here, is just getting lava blobs to do that, and on a couple other structures. But what the strategy is for this, it's not hard, but it's all about delaying 2 different attacks that can happen. Now, one of them is not that dangerous. It is like, it'll kill about half your tames, but it won't kill all of them. The other one will kill all of them every single time if it does this attack even once. And that is the one where there's 2 different ones that will pull flames out of the ground along with the spikes with it. One of them being the one where you have, like, the ring of it around you. That one's not that dangerous. The really dangerous one is when it's following you. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but it's actually following every single player faction thing in the area. So if you have multiple people, it's actually following everybody. If you have 100 tames, it's following all 100 of them. And the Ashlands will not, even the 1-stars will not even survive that attack one time. So, it's dangerous, it's bad, and it doesn't even matter. I've even tried stacking them on top of each other to where they can, like, fight the boss in a stack and tank it a few times. It doesn't work. They always burn, they always die. It never, like, there's nothing to do about that one attack. So, the way that you do that, the way that you avoid this, for as long as possible at least... Oh, fuck, I did not mean to use that. Damn it, man. Alright, sorry. The best way that you avoid this is you try your absolute hardest to stay close to it. Now, it does not guarantee that it's not going to happen, but it does do that attack more when you're further away, and it's more likely to use its other 2 attacks, the tail swing and the swipe, and even I think there's like a headbutt kind of bite thing. I don't know. This boss has a lot of attacks, but it's more likely to do those 2 if it is close to you. Otherwise, its only 2 options are either of the ranged ones, which are both bad for your tames. One of them obviously worse than the other, but that doesn't mean that they're not both bad. So I need to stay as close to it as I can, as quickly as I can. As soon as that thing hits the ground, I need to be pretty much on it. So that's going to be like I said, this is probably the last calm moment I'll get, other than like the preparation, like showing you guys the Ashlands raising. But other than that, this is pretty much it. So I'm gonna go to sleep real quick so I don't have to deal with this at night. Start building the campfires. I'm gonna build floors so that the fires can't get affected by other things like the fire coming out of the ground and all that. And then I'm going to bring the eggs over here with me. I'm going to hang the bells up and make a door for me to get in. And then I will literally be able to hatch the babies, run straight up there, open the door, ring the bells. That's going to be the plan. I'm very nervous about this, but it's just how it's going to be. Like, I'm going to be nervous about it. There's nothing I can do in this entire game that's going to make me less nervous than I am right now, because this is about all of the stuff I could ever have for it. The only other thing I can see myself doing, I may need to make more arrows. I could see that, but I don't know if I will, because I don't really, I mean, fighting the boss ranged is really not the plan. So, I don't know. We'll see. But for right now, go ahead and go to sleep. Get everything ready to throw the eggs down. I'll show you guys me throwing the eggs down, and then it's just going to be a waiting game for a little bit. Alright, guys, the fires are lit. Outside is done, I think. I'll make sure I actually did the last one. Like, I think I did. But I have the door made. Campfire's down. Campfire's full of wood. Yeah, we've got everything pretty much ready. These are all, like, I know there's gaps in the top. There's gonna be. So, I'm gonna go grab the eggs. Alright, guys, throwing the last couple eggs out right now. Pretty much no turning back. Like I said, I gotta go back to base real quick. Honestly, I'm thinking about it. I don't really need to boat back to base. I can run back to base while these are hatching, and I should be perfectly okay. I may have to eat a little bit better food, but I have health potions and stuff and stamina potions. These are all warm. Alright, let's get the bells up and let's get the fuck out of here. I am scared, but prepared. I think we'll be okay. Also, while I'm back at base, if I really want to, I can make more of the food that I need, so that's gonna be fine. Let's see here. We got all the bells up. All the eggs are warm. Let's get the fuck out of here before they start hatching. Took me a minute to throw them down, so that actually could be a possibility, but here we go, guys. I'm gonna run back to base, probably get some feathers. I need to bring back feathers, I need to bring back fire resistance meats, and I could make some more mashed meat if I want to, and then it's, by the time I run back here, it's gonna be sleep up there. They should be hatched. They shouldn't be grown, but I'm gonna be honest, they could be grown. Just the way that, like, I've seen, like, they're not supposed to be, like, but they could be. So I've had some weird glitches happen when I've been raising them in really tight spaces, so they could be grown when I get back. I need to be pretty much ready when I walk up there to see if they're grown or hatched to fight the boss. So it's gonna be quite stressful when I walk up there. But for right now, I'm gonna sleep, run back to the base, get a couple things for last preparations, and then I will be back over here to kill this thing. Alright, guys, welcome home. We are back. It's honestly weird. I feel like I haven't been here in a while, which is, I was just thinking about it. I know that when I go back all the way to the first longhouse that I made, it doesn't even feel like the same world to me. Like, this feels like another complete save playthrough that I'm doing. That's gonna feel weird. Not bad, just weird. So that is something that I've thought about a little bit running back, and as I walked back to this place, it feels so long since I've been back here. Alright, let's see. I got 10 of these bad boys. Perfect. And then I got plenty of feathers to take with me. A couple other things I might be able to put up, but for right now, I'm scared because I know when I run back, it's go time. But that's just what we've been preparing for. That's the entire playthrough's preparation right there, so that's fine. I'm gonna make a little bit more of the mashed meat, make a little bit more of any other food that I might need, if I do need any other food. And then when I run back over there, they should be hatched, hopefully not raised, but if they are, even if they are, I will go to the Black Forge first in case I need to repair my stuff. So that's, yeah, it's a little, I'm worried. I'm scared, but we got everything we need. We got the fire resistance, we got this stuff, we got our healing potions. I'm gonna sleep over here. I will run back and show you guys them if they're hatched, which they should be. Looking at the time now, they should be hatched in 2 minutes, so they should definitely be hatched by the time I'm back over there. And then we're just gonna have to AFK till it's go time. I'm excited, but I'm also kind of nervous. Alright, I'll see you guys over there. Alright, guys, I'm very close to getting back to the arena. I want to pop my bone mass buff here, because I don't want to be scared of dealing with anything even generally around the arena. This is, like, still out of render of it, but I just don't even want to bring anything back with me. I don't want anything to hurt my tames, because if it does, That could be a fucking problem. This is the Diverger camp right here. It's honestly like it's a decently far run to get back to between these places. Like, I'm glad I brought the boat. And now I can make the path eventually. I do need to still, whether I take the boat out right now or not, I need to make that pillar so that I know where to get back in. But, yeah, the Morgan I should deal with. I need to deal with all this shit. I don't want any of this around. I don't want any of this to get aggroed into the arena during the fight either. So let's see. This guy. I feel like fairly comfortable with the Ashlands though now. It's honestly like, now that I have experience with it, it's one of my more favorite biomes. I like it more than the Mistlands, which I feel like a lot of people will hate to. I mean, it's my opinion, so it shouldn't make them hate to hear it, but I feel like a lot of people do not agree with that statement. I do really like this biome. It's just difficult. There's a lot of shit in it. But once you're built up, like, you do so much damage compared to everything else, like in every other biome. Like, I feel like if you have a Mistwalker in the Mistlands, you don't do that much damage, like, compared to the mobs at least. Here, like, just a base swing can, like, yeah, just a base swing can one-shot some of the basic enemies with the weapons, so it's not the worst. Also, adding the effects to the weapons makes it a little bit more manageable. All right, as soon as I hear, oh, I already hear them. I hear all the eggs hatching. Let's make sure all the eggs hatched, and then we'll dip right back out. Yep, they are all hatched. There's a fucking fallen Valkyrie hovering above them, which I need to take care of quickly. Dude, that cannot happen. Over here, motherfucker. Over here, motherfucker. You cannot go for them. I will cry, dude. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. This guy has to die. Okay, that didn't break anything. I gotta go. I gotta go AFK. It is... Okay, it's 4:06 right now. At 5 p.m., they will be pretty much ready. That's the goal. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here before I accidentally get them killed. Jesus Christ, that was scary. I cannot have that happen. But yeah, it's ready. Bells are in. I may bring more bells up with me, because hear me out, I may be able to do it multiple times with that many Aspens, and they're going to escape really fast, so if I can do it multiple times, I'm going to have to do it like right then. Maybe I'll bring 3 more bells with me. But other than that, I'm going to make some arrows while I'm AFKing. I got all the food I needed from the other base, and it's just kind of time to hang out. Alright guys, I'm slightly terrified, but I think we got this. Put my extra stuff away. I don't really need storage organization right now. And I have a couple things to grab out of the boat as I go up there, but they should be about done. I did realize I forgot to like eat my food while I was AFKing, which actually could have been really dangerous, so I'm glad nothing happened with that. But it should be time. They should be grown up. Oh, I'm scared because I know as soon as I run up there, I gotta start it. Like, there's no other option here. Alright. I don't have a lot of rested buff either, but it's alright. Shouldn't need that much if everything goes how it's supposed to. Alright. Up we go. Oh man, I'm so nervous, guys. Like, this is the culmination of the series right here, which is, you know, it's a big thing. Well, like I said, I'm a little nervous about it. But at the same time, I don't know that I could be much better prepared for it, so. Oh my god, there's a fucking... Really? Really? I'm gonna try and shoot it. Because this bitch could fuck me up. I hate how the shit, like, how everything wants to spawn next to me all the fucking time. See, that's not what I want. I need this guy to die. Need this guy to focus on me. I also need to be not wet. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? I need these guys to not break out, because they fucking will. See, that's bad. This is why we gotta go start, like, right now. And all of the bosses have been contained in my hardcore world, but there's still a lot to do. You see, there's still side quests, still lots of things for me to do, and honestly, I can start leaning on the community a little bit for build ideas into making this a true one-of-a-kind world. It's gonna take a lot of work and a lot more episodes, but the very first part of the challenge is out of the way, and I can continue the more creative parts of it now. Alongside Hilder's quest, as well as building the Davern Worm and getting a whole bunch of other stuff set up, like a trophy wall and a fantasy-style map of the world that I have created, I want to do tons of builds alongside what you guys suggest, some of my own and some of your guys's. As I've said many times through the video, and as I will put a post up on my channel later this week, please drop any build ideas you have, anything like that you think I should name them, or even just things as simple as what to name pets in my world. Besides all of that though, there is still a lot to do this episode. I still have 70 days left that I can build in, but the first and very stressful part of beating all of the bosses for the first time is done. It's not the last time I'm going to kill all of them though, but like I said, there's a lot of stuff to do still. I didn't necessarily go straight back to base, but I wanted a nice little cinematic return. I'll explain that here in just a second, but that was awesome. To be honest, I couldn't talk too much during the fight, obviously, but the Ashlands they stacked on top of each other, which is exactly what you don't want. But luckily, for some reason, the boss was not doing the one attack that could kill them all until the very end. And by the time the boss had done that, it was too late. it was like a 2-shot at that point, and I could sail back to base. But if you guys watched to this point in the series, like I said, it's just the first giant milestone, but it is pretty awesome to hit. Thank you guys so much for watching, all the support on the first episode, and all the support that I'm sure you guys are giving the second episode, as it means a lot to me. But on to some of the more creative, fun things that I want to do in this episode. It's a little odd now. I will say, one of the things that I noticed the most coming back, which also, my journey back, I didn't come straight back, I'll be honest, but my journey back was pretty easy. I found my way. Like, there's 1 or 2 times where I was like, I didn't know if I was supposed to turn yet or not, but then looking at the tree, I could tell that I wasn't supposed to yet, and then I just kept going. So it was like, it was pretty easy to make it back. I will say, though, I sailed through one night, and seeing Fuelings, Seekers, and all of the charred things running around at nighttime in the meadows is terrifying. Because if I live in the meadows now, I don't have the ability to make the food that would protect me from that shit, but I still have to deal with it at nighttime. So I may just try and sleep through most of the nights so I don't have to deal with them. It's also so weird to be back at this base, dude. Like, this base, like I said earlier, it doesn't even feel like the same series. It's been like I know for you guys who have watched this, first of all, if you guys have watched this, so thank you so much. You guys put so much of your time into watching my content, giving me support and feedback. It's the best. It is the best community I've ever made YouTube videos for, and I love it. But you guys have watched, like, I don't know how long this video is going to be, but I'm going to say like 12 to 15 hours of content, it would be my guess. And that's a lot of time, especially for a YouTube video. But for me, after this video would be up, every day in Valheim is 30 minutes, which means I would be sitting at about 250 hours of playtime on just this series. The base that I built in the beginning, I haven't seen for like over a month. I haven't lived here for over a month, and that's crazy because I lived here up until we beat Yagluth. So it's like, I don't know, it's been insane. There's a couple things I want to look at. So, first of all, I kind of want to just go back and appreciate this base because it's kind of awesome to see. Like, this is where we started at. This is where everything was at, and it's kind of awesome to see it again. But I think by far the biggest thing that I want to do is I want to build an entirely new base. Because none of these bases accommodate for what I want to try and build for the series, like, for our series main base. I know the bosses are dead, and that had to happen first, but that doesn't mean we're done with the series. Not even close. Like I said earlier, I want to drag this out to Deep North if I can. There's probably 10 to 15 really cool build ideas that I've always wanted to build, plus the things that you guys add in the comments below. And I want to work on those, try them out, try and build them. But I have an idea for a main base that I feel like has to be done first. Just because a main base would give me, like, a spot to go all the time. But what I want in a main base is, I really want to build a main base, full comfort room, which we have most of here. I want to build a fantasy style, like, map. Because if you guys ever play this, or if I go another month after making this episode without playing it, then I'm going to forget where everything's at. And I want to make, like, a version of my map, like a 3D version, like, on the ground that you can, like, walk on and stuff. Kind of like what I started to do over here at the very beginning of the game. I want to make something like that, like my viewpoint of the map and how I perceive it, and then put that, like, on a floor that you can actually see and look at and stuff. I also want to make the trophy wall a much bigger, like, central storage area and all that, and just make the best possible base that I can with everything that I have now. I have everything, every single crafting resource at my, like, hands that I can make stuff with. So I should make the most badass thing possible. It's, like, really the only thing that I think of. But that's going to take a long time. That's probably what I'm going to spend most of the episode on. What I have to do is find where I want to build it. There's a couple places I have in mind that I'm going to go over right now and kind of go over my process for why I think each one would be a good idea. And then I'm going to sit here and pick. So I've already thought about this a lot. I really thought about this base, but after seeing the charred creatures and realizing that I'm not going to be able to make most of the food, I realized that if I want to at least be able to make, I think it's the pies and some of the other foods from the Ashlands, I'm going to need at least plains so I can make flour. And a lot of the other, like, area, like a lot of the other stuff I'm going to need flour for. So having a barley plantation would be nice. So then I went to the farm that I have built, the one near the Ashlands. But that one, it's not that bad of a spot, but it's a little too close to the Mistlands for me. And then I thought of the tower base. That one's even closer to the Mistlands. And then the only other thought that I had is there's this really cool flat plains, just like pushed back from the ocean a little bit in this little bay that is from the original, farm base that's by the Ashlands. There's also the Plains farm that I haven't been to in a very long time. There's all of these. But I think that one is going to be the best. The one that's in the bay by the Ashlands. And the reason is I want to go back to the Ashlands. There's a lot I still need to do in the Ashlands. So that's probably going to be the move. But I don't... I don't know. I want to go look at it because I don't want to misperceive it and then think that it's going to be the best spot ever and then commit to it and then realize that it's really not that great. That would kind of suck. The only other thing that I can think of that I've actually really thought about a lot on the way here, I was looking, and this is not the fastest boat in the game. The longship is, which makes sense. This boat's fucking huge. This boat is also a pain in the ass to fight on. If you're fighting serpents or something, it sucks. So, I think what I want to do is build a couple longships to explore the area, like the regular area of the map, and then just leave this at one of my southern bases to get to the Ashlands with. Those are a couple thoughts that I've had. You know what? I got time. I mean, I can do whatever I want pretty much now. Let's go check out that one spot. And on the way there, let's talk about the last couple things that not the last couple, but the next things, the not mandatory things that I want to finish for the game for this kind of completionist hardcore run. As well as a mod that I might be adding very, very soon when I get down to this other base. So, one of the main things that I want to do, for sure, there's a lot of things I could do completionist, and if you guys have completionist things you think I should do, please let me know. But I really think I should try and get all the trophies in the game and put them on a wall. Like, I want all of them in one spot. It'll be difficult. It'll be a lot, but it's possible. And from that, if I'm going to do that by itself, I'm automatically left with having to do Hilder's Quest, because I'm going to need those trophies, and also doing Hilder's Quest would be cool. To be fair, I don't actually have to bring the chest to her to get the trophy, but I want to beat Hilder's Quest as part of it as well. Aside from that, I also want to build the Ashland sword that I have the tip fragment for. That one's going to be a difficult one. There are stones to tell you where the locations are that I can get pointed in the right direction at least, but there's one spawn location for each fragment. Those could be spread all across the Ashlands through a lot of different islands. And then I've also thought, there's some crazier things that I've thought of. I want to get as functional of a, automatic farm as I can. I know there's going to be a lot of, you can't automate some things, which is fine. But I want to get as close to that automatic farm as I can. And then I also, I want 2-star tames, just because I feel like finding a 2-star of every creature is, an insane task. I know you can't, I don't think you can get a 2-star locks. I don't think you can get A-star locks at all. But I want to look at that. And then the other really crazy one that I've thought of, I don't know if this is worth it, and I don't know that it would provide much content that's for you guys to watch, which is why I don't know that I really want to try. But in the meantime, I may try and get all of my skills to 100. My running is at 98.5, and I mean, that's one of the things about a hardcore series. If you beat it, your character's going to be really high level and everything because you haven't died. At least, I haven't died in a long time, at least. But, yeah, so that's a couple things that I want to do. If you guys have any ideas for stuff to do, please let me know, like I said. But I want to build a giant base where all of this can be culminated. Everything can be awesome. And I have a couple other really cool build ideas that I want to build around the map. The goal is going to be, the only rule that I'm going to try and keep for myself, even if it keeps me from getting Hilder's Quest, just because I need to be careful of this, I do not want to go north at all, really, from the altar. I know I could go pretty far north and keep it safe, but if I don't load Deep North in, nothing will happen to it, and I can actually play it when it comes out. I can actually play the Deep North on this map. If I go up there and load it in, none of the new shit's going to spawn, which could suck, so I need to make sure that that doesn't happen. I need to stay out of the north. Also, finding Hilder and the Bog Witch is going to be a pain in the ass, but I'm going to try. There's also a couple things that I need to do to make my exploration set. A lot of next episode is going to be exploration, because what I need for that, I I want to make the ask set and then like a little camp to carry around with me to keep myself alive, and I just want to hop on each island and just like run the whole island, just figure out like find Hilder, find the Bog Witch, find everything that I can, like just go as like just make a set that I could easily explore in really fast and just not worry about anything. Now the ask set is actually not like a not worry about anything set. The set I'm wearing now is, but if I'm exploring something that's under plains, I should be fine wearing that set. Aside from that, finding the Bog Witch would also give me my Ratosk beads to make me be able to run a lot faster. So that's a couple things to think about. I'm going to head actually to the tower base real quick. Just because I really want to get... There's black cores over there that I really want to set up a black forge at the new base that I'm about to build. So I'm going to go grab those. That way I don't have to farm them. And then we are going to be headed down to the Ashlands farm, the north of the Ashlands farm, to check out the possible building spot. And if I don't like it, I'll go find a new one. But I just think I saw a couple cool building spots over there, and that's close to the Ashlands for my other journeys, so that might be the push for now. Alright guys, we have made it to the farm base. It took way longer than I thought it would. Way more lost. I think the problem was most of the day it was cloudy and raining, which stopped me from being able to see Yggdrasil, which was actually more of a problem than I ever expected it to be. But the island, or I guess it's on the same island here. The spot that I want to go build in, there's like 2 little areas back here I want to go check out. And again, I'm not committed to saying I'm building here, but it looks like a good spot, just given the location on the map, what's around it, what I already have established around it, and I don't know, all the places I need to go, all the biomes I need, and also what I want for the entire space. Because I want this base to be fucking huge. Like, I really haven't done, and I'm not like a master builder in Valheim. Consider building a little bit like 5% higher than the rest of my skill when I started making videos, which wasn't that high. Like, you guys have taught me more than I have probably taught you about this game, so like, you know, I have a lot to learn building, but any building tips and stuff is majorly appreciated. But I'm going to try my best. I'm going to see what I can get going over here. But one thing I am decent at building, it may not be the most detailed, but it will be huge and epic, which is going to be the goal here. So, I want to get over here. It's to the left. It's got like a little bay over here. It will actually be slightly closer to the Ashlands base, as well as our sap taps. But let me get over here and check it out, and then I'll show you guys what I'm thinking. And we can either go look for another spot, or we can take this one. I'll just have to see. Alright guys, this is the area that I want to look in over here. There's a nice big plains. I kind of want to build on one of the pillars. Not like on it, but like for a absolutely like colossal build of a giant, like for a absolutely giant building, right? How sick would it to be to have like a center spire that was on one of those pillars, and then to have like a city around it? I don't know. It's a thought. But I want to see what's further back in this valley a little bit. I kind of think a valley like between this would be pretty sick. So I don't know. I'm going to look for like a good area to build. As far as map area goes, this is about the best area I could get for building. But I'm open to looking for other spots. But in reality, I can probably terraform any specific spot that I want. This is pretty good as far as like geography goes. Like, there's Mistlands right there, pretty close. Our sap taps are like right, they might be back further that way, but I can move them over here. And then we have mountains, we have black forest, we have plains, and we have Ashlands right next to us. So I feel like for building, that's pretty solid. And I think like I can farm everything here. Anything I can't farm here, I can farm in the Mistlands right next to me. I just feel like it's kind of a win-win. I feel like it's pretty perfect. So let's see. Maybe this will be the spot. I don't know. What could I turn that into? I'm trying to think like what I could do. If I pick this spot, what am I going to do with it? Because there's also Mistlands and stuff right there. I do like it though. Right at the base of the mountain. Let's see. Alright, well, here's what I'm going to try and do. I think I'm going to pick this spot, just because I like where it's at on the map, and I don't hate, like, where it's... I could build all the way out to the Mistlands right there and have a Mistlands farm within the base, the Plains farm, and I figured out... Well, I mean, I was pretty sure, but I looked it up. You can grow ash vines in anywhere on the map. I knew that I could in modded, but I didn't know if it was going to stay the same when I came over to regular, so that is sick. I should be able to literally do everything that I want to do here. It's just going to take a lot of terraforming. Because the space is going to be large. And I also, because of the dangers of the nighttime, I want to try and sleep through as many of the nights as I possibly can. Oh, fuck. Alright. Damn it. Sorry. I just used one of my things that I did not mean to use. I need to get my hoe back there rather than having my healing potions, but that's fine. I will set up, start getting things like flattened out. The floor will probably be built out of Groston, but I need to store all the stuff in my boat before I go worry about getting Groston. And you guys consider this. You guys can consider this the first like bigger build project of the server, which is pretty exciting. I'm excited. I just it's gonna take a lot of stuff. There's gonna be a lot of off-camera work here, and a lot more of just like updating you guys with what's happening rather than like showing you every single possible step of it. So I'll bring you guys back to update you on how much it's taking and how long it's taking, as well as the final vision for the project. But right now I just need to get it flattened out. Alright guys, this is the setup for now. I got just a couple of these. I don't know how big, like, I have an idea in my head of like how big I could make this. I don't know if it'd be reasonable because I want every place to be functional or have something. It could be a little oversized for each area. Like if I have, you know, if I have a forge room that's a bit big to be a forge room and has a lot more decoration than forge, that's fine. But I need every room to have a purpose or something. So I kind of want to do from that pillar to that Mistlands as the base. And it doesn't have to be all inside. It can be spread out within like walls and stuff like that. But like have all of that be within giant city walls would be pretty sick. However, I want to build the floor of the first. Actually, maybe I don't need to build the floor first. I'm trying to think like what I want to go back and get Groston for the floors. Because I want to see how flat I need to make it. But I don't know how much, like even a, yeah, I probably should. I'm going to need Groston to build. It's going to be the only thing that I can't harvest from over here. So I think what I'm going to do is go fill the boat with Groston, just see how much, like, just go get lava blobs to break structures, grab what I have in the base, because I have a chest full, and bring that all up here, and then I'm going to start laying out a flat foundation. That flat foundation, parts of it may get destroyed, it may turn into multiple buildings, but getting it, the Groston foundations are super thin, so if I can get it flat enough to place those, that's perfectly flat. That's good enough for me. And I can also have tiers to it. I can have it be tiers, but I want the tiers to be exactly one wall high, that way it can match with everything else. So I'm going to go get some Groston from the base and from the Ashlands, and then I will come back, as well as I need to make some better food. Because if I'm going to deal with any of the nighttime stuff here, or honestly just even going back to the Ashlands at all, I'm going to need some better food, and I'm pretty much out. So that's going to be something I need to do. Oh guys, this could be a hell of a time. I left base with no food left, no ability to really make any either. Yes, I could have gone to the farm and made some basic, but I don't have a cooking station there. And I thought I had one set of food left so I'd be able to make it. I've been going into the wind the entire time, meaning I'm now entering the Ashlands at 70 fucking health. That's actually terrifying, dude. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna go. I think I'm probably gonna, let's see, we'll put this back here. I'll pop fire resistance and also probably my bone mass buff the second I see a bone maw, just to keep myself from taking too much damage, and I will try and kill it as quickly as possible. But that's fucking scary. Like I said, I had enough time. I had plenty of time if it was gonna be like if it was gonna be with the wind the entire time, but I haven't been with the wind at all, dude. I need this wind to flip around. This is killing me. It literally could kill me here. I'm actually quite worried about it. Oh god, dude, fuck this bone maw. Break my boat, eat my dick, I don't care. Leave me the fuck alone. That's a problem. That's a problem. I literally had to one-shot that, or that was very possibly my fucking life. Oh my god, I cannot. This is all a problem. Throw the feather cape on and pretend like it's fucking not. Oh my god, get me inside, dude. Get me into safety. I cannot believe I just did that, guys. 50 health. In the Ashlands, a hardcore world. What the fuck am I doing? I have no stam. Alright guys, the last bit of Groston is in. Keep what I can on me. And the food situation, so I'm not going to bring back that much food with me. I'm going to gather the vine berries that I can off the vine that I have and make whatever I can with it real quick. But past that, I'm going to try and use... I have scorching medleys, which are pretty easy to make. They're really cheap. And I should be able to make them at the new place, which is good. Other than, like, assuming that I bring the fiddleheads. The... I think it's pecan pies. I don't know how to say it. Pequant pies are completely renewable. I'll be able to farm everything for those once I have the farm set up. And then I need to figure out, like, how I want to do my food. Because obviously I'm not going to be in the Ashlands, so some stuff is not going to be nearly as accessible as it is in other places. That being said, I am going to bring back, like, all of the cooked, like, meat that I can. All of, like, I'm going to bring back as much food as I have here. But it could get a little expensive. Let's see. Alright, guys, I am back for a very short play session. But let me explain. I don't even know what I was doing yesterday. I'm back here right now from the Ashlands. I did not actually go over to the other base yet because I wanted to sleep and repair some of my stuff. But what I do have here, I have added a new mod. Now, it's not... I've tried to keep this as hardcore as possible, obviously, because that's, you know, that's the series. But I did have one that I wanted to add because at the end of this, it's going to shift more towards building. But I didn't want to have it for the entire playthrough until I was done playing the game because I didn't want people to feel like I was using it. Because I'll explain it in a second. Pretty much, I have, if it's working, there is unlimited fires will stay lit, pretty much, I think is what should happen. Now, I don't know if it's working or not yet. That's not the point, because I'm going to get it working at some point. I think it'll make the builds look really cool. I want to be able to put up 1,000 torches and have all of them be lit and have it be cool. Will it tank my performance? Sure. But every really cool build that I've ever made in a modded server, I like it so much more because the lighting always stays on. However, in a situation like the Ashlands or something like that, where wood is really, like, scarce and it becomes actually a challenge to keep track of your wood and to use it correctly, I didn't want that mod on for that section of the playthrough. Now that I'm here and I'm through the game, I turned it on because, like I said, most of the focus is going to go on some really cool builds and some other, like, more aesthetic stuff and some other outside challenges, but none of it will really be too heavily affected by that. But I do want you guys to know that it's there. One, pay attention to the builds because they'll always be perfectly lit, but also just know that if you see that everything is always on, that is why. Now, that does not extend to, like, smelters or kilns or the Iter refinery or anything like that. It's just purely the regular lighting, and I think they should still have smoke. So all of that should make sense. All of that should be good. But let's get over here and see what I can do with this Groston, though, because I still have a shipload of Groston to unload and use at this new place, as well as a bunch of bone maw meat to actually keep me alive this time. Alright, guys, so I've thought a lot about, like, what I want. My very short play session is almost over, and I've thought about, like, a lot about what I want from this base, right? And because of how many things I want, I don't know if the outside shape up close is going, like, the actual shape of the base is going to matter to me as much as what it both looks like from far away and when you're inside. So what I want it to look like from far away, I want to extend almost as high as that pillar, maybe even using that pillar for part of it. I want to have, like, a big, like, flat, almost like a square with, like, multiple houses sticking out of it. And then to have, like, spires and stuff sticking up even further out of the top of it, making it look like almost like a skyline effect from far away. Obviously, it won't load in from that far, which will make me kind of sad, because seeing, like, a giant city skyline from really far away would be really cool, but that's still fine. That still should look really awesome when you load it in and when you come in for the first time. So, but I think what this is going to have to start with, if I want to build a bunch of different buildings, but all snap together on a giant, like, canvas of pretty much floor, and to have all of my paths made of, like, the same material, rather than making Groston paths between all of the buildings and trying to mess with all of that, I think the best thing I can do, it's going to look real boring at first, but I think the best thing I can do is get this flattened out with, like, a perfectly square, it doesn't have to be perfectly square, but like a Groston pad expanding all of where I want the base at, which is going to be a lot actually, probably multiple trips back to the Ashlands, and then from there I can start worrying about like how far, like what I want to add to it. But I think if I want everything snapped together, an entire little village and like city of different things, I have to have all of the Groston snapped together in a nice flat pad, or at least like if there's going to be multiple levels, I need to define it all with this like section right here. So like there's going to be a different level that's on water level, or a different like section that's on water level, that's fine. I just need to like define that with these floors. So that's going to be the goal of how I set up like the template for this. Alright, that's going to be the goal of how I set up the template for this, but it's going to be just a little bit like I said, at first it's going to look a little boring. You guys will be like, oh, he's building a fucking square. It's going to be a square at first, but I promise it's going to be something cooler than that eventually. So I'm going to try and use, both in this play session and whenever I get back on, I'm going to try and use all of this Groston, get this rock mined out, and pretty much raise up and lower and flatten all of this area that I can into something that I can use. Also, I am very lucky to say I have 2 cloudberry patches inside of this, like where I want to build at. Maybe actually 3 or 4. Which means that if I structure it right and I don't destroy them when I'm over there, I can actually have cloudberries inside my base as part of the farms, which is pretty sick. So, I don't know. I'm going to try and use the Groston that I have up both in this play session and when I get back on. Get this as flat as possible, and it's going to be a lot of grinding, but hopefully when I come back, you guys can see the at least layout idea that I have for the base and what I want it to become. Alright guys, progress plus problems has happened so far, so let me show you guys what like half a boatload of Groston looks like, as well as literally all my stone, which is going to be where one of the first problems comes in at. So, what I have, so this is like half the boat that I've brought, which is actually nuts. I did not expect it to cover this much area, and while it's going to be much bigger than this, this is still a really good start. Remember, this is not an entire single structure. This is going to be mini structures with this as like the ground layout for it. So, it's not going to be like, I mean, it is going to be ginormous. I want it to go, like I said, probably from Pillar to Mistlands, but this is like what it's going to look like right now. So, it's a little insane so far. But what I'm running into is, one, running out of stone. Now, there's these like big blocks of it all the way up the mountain. As I don't want to destroy the pillar, but I really could if I needed to. And there's some like, even over here in the ground where I'm probably going to end up flattening out at some point anyways, there's stone. But I'm running out of pickaxe durability, as well as my weapons are going to eventually break. Now, I did bring the stuff for a black forge, and I could make a regular forge. But what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go back to the farm base and pick up the forge from over there, just because I don't want to remake all of the attachments and stuff to it if I literally have one. But this is what, let's go look exactly how much Groston I have left. So I have 15 here. I've been through a whole box and a half of stone already that was from the giant boulder that was sitting here, as well as some of the other rocks around the area. And I've been through, let's go see how much Groston. It's actually going pretty quickly. It's just not, obviously it's going to take a really long time to build this up, and there's not going to be a lot for me to show you guys other than like progress points. So I've used about, yeah, exactly like half the boat of Groston. There was a little bit in my inventory, so consider that half the boat, right? So the platform should be about double that size by the time I go back for more. I did think of something. Let me talk about this while I sail. So there is a thing, I've seen it on Reddit, I've never done it, I really don't know if this is the world to dick with it, but I've seen this thing, right, where you use a catapult and a feather cape to launch yourself. And my thought process is, again, this could be really fucking stupid. I really wish I could, like, throw a test dummy on there or something, but the process that I'm thinking of would be, could I make it a calibrated one, right? Something that always moves and shoots me the exact same way, to where I could shoot myself to the Ashlands, to alter, like make like a system of them where I could launch myself. I don't know if they're that accurate or that consistent, or if that glitch, I'm not even going to call it a glitch, but like that method is that accurate or consistent. But if it would be, pretty much eliminates the ability, or like the need for portals, but I could still have them pretty much, because, you know, no portals on this map, I got to become creative. I don't know if that's a thing that I want to mess with, because if I launch towards the Ashlands and land in the ocean, I am so fucked. Like, there's nothing I can do about that, and I'm just dead. But I don't want to, that's the thing. If my character's stats weren't a thing and all I was risking was a bunch of feather capes, I could try it. But I just, I get scared of it. So that's a thought process that I've had. It's a thing that I've thought about. It would have to be, there would have to be a lot to go into it if I did try it. But I think it would be cool. I don't know. It's just a thought process of like, you know, if I could get myself from one place to another quicker, I think I'd be stupid not to do so. But I also may be stupid to launch myself into the middle of the fucking ocean with all my gear on me. So I don't really know which one of those would be that smart. But I'm not gonna do it yet. It's just something I've thought about. If you guys can tell me, like with or I can't really say without feather cape, but I could if I could aim at like a pool of water. With or without feather cape, is there a way to like tell how far you're gonna go? Then let me know, because that would be pretty sick. I think that would be a really good thing to try and do. I think it'd be cool. It'd be a little bit unique. I mean, it's not unique because other people have done it, but like it is a perfect transport system. I feel like hasn't been calibrated that well yet, and I think it'd be cool. So if you guys know a way to do that, let me know. But I'm gonna go up over here, pick up my forge for now. That platform I want to like extend, like I said, pillar to Black Forest. It's going to be multiple different tiers and stuff. It'll come down to the water soon where I'll flatten out an area for a dock and all that, but it's going to be a lot of building. It is going to be a ginormous structure, so it's still going to be probably many of trips, but I think really right now the biggest thing is going to be stone. Just as I've had to raise and lower the ground, that's definitely been the biggest issue so far. The Grostons actually, with Lava Blob's help and how much like available there is in the Ashlands, it's actually not that hard. It's just a trip to go get it, but right now the stone is going to be a really big problem. Alright guys, this is the current like situation that I have. I can repair my pickaxe. I can't really repair my bow and stuff yet, but that's fine for now. And I can also, you know, I have obviously that, and I can sleep. So this is a nice little setup right now. It's a bit foggy, so I can't show you. I mean, there hasn't been much building progress since I left, but it's getting there. I also don't know. I've had so many ideas because there's so many ways that I want this to look. Like so many different things I want it to look like. And I don't know what's going to be the best. I think what I want is Groston floors. I think I actually want a regular stone wall on the outside. So like these ones on the very outside edge of the port and like the very outside wall. One, it's cheap. Two, it just looks the most like wall. Like the Groston ones don't look good as like exterior big ass walls, right? These do. These are thick. These are strong. I like those, right? And then I think, like, some of the accents in the inside of the village could be made of black marble. And then the really, like, interior, bigger rooms could be made with Groston walls. But I definitely want to use a lot of the windows and stuff. Also, these gates. These gates are sick. And so are the, where are the other ones at? I mean, these are fine. These gates are also pretty awesome. I don't really like how they open, but this would be cool. The flame metal gates would be cool. Those are all fairly expensive, but I don't really care. I mean, I'm down to building at this point pretty much, other than the side quest, which I'm going to save for next episode, so I have something to look forward to. But, like, I don't know. There's choices to be made. But right now, it's still just going to be Groston. I'm going to literally use as much, I'm going to use that entire boatload of Groston and then see where I'm at for you guys. This, like I said, will probably be building this out and starting to plan the giant main base that I want to create is going to probably be this episode, like the rest of it. Really, I was just excited to get the boss down, so the fact that the boss is dead makes me... It takes the stress off for what I have to do. I don't have to get that done. I didn't die doing it. I didn't die and have to rebuild anything, so I know now that I can kind of not chill out and slow down because I still have a lot of stuff to do as far as, like, getting the side quests done. But I can sit back for a second and give you guys something to look forward to next episode. So, that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start by getting these big stone areas before I worry about going for that pillar. Because I want to build using that pillar, but if I ever really, really need stone, and I don't think I'm going to use that pillar, I will go ahead and break it down. So, I'll have to wait for now. I also could take the boat to go break pillars elsewhere. The only other thing I could see myself making right now is a cart. A cart on a dock would be, like, really helpful right now, but other than that, I'm pretty much just gonna go with what I have. I have enough to do everything except my weapons right now, repair everything, so I'm gonna raise the ground up. I'm gonna try and use all that Groston, and I'll be back with how big that platform is, but I think it's gonna be quite humongous. Alright guys, this is way more than I thought I'd be able to get done with a boatload of Groston. Now, to be fair, it's a shit ton of Groston. Like, oh shit. It's way too much. Like, it's just, like, I don't know. It works. It's enough for right now. I'm going to start, I think that's as big as I want the very first section of platform, because I need to figure out like how big the first couple rooms I want are. I still have a bit though. Not a lot, but I still have some Groston that I can carry. So, I mean, I have like one more trip back and I still have some in a chest over here, but this looks pretty solid. I want to like raise up this ground section over here, and I've left some of the cloudberries in the area. Obviously some have been destroyed just to make this platform. I want it to go all the way out that way, but as far as how deep it is right now, I feel like that's good. And the way that I want to build this should, I don't know, this should be big enough to at least start sectioning off the first rooms and the main general area of where I want to land at. But what I want is I want a lower down, like, dock area for the boat. And I think that's what I'm going to work on. The way I want to line it up is so that this drops down, the left side goes out, and the right side goes along. Maybe we'll build out another section out, but it kind of lines up with this shore here, and then we can use that to, like, pull the boat up on, and then I can turn left and get out every single time. And I also may want to raise this up over here to flatten out. Now, this is probably going to be the edge of, like, this taller platform, and then we'll have another one that goes up there, but for right now, this is a lot. This is a lot more than I thought I'd get done with a single boatload, so I'm actually quite happy that this is not as grindy as I thought it would be. Also, day 450, we got 50 days left to build, or to at least add to this for right now. So, pretty nice. I think I'm going to start building down this section. I got to figure out how to, like, how I want to make this work. It's going to, I don't know, it's going to be a lot of, like, experimenting and messing around. But for right now, this is pretty sick. It doesn't look like anything yet. It's just a big square on the ground, but it's potential for how big this could be. So, I want to reiterate, like, how big, or, like, with the big section that I want to make. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, or even if it's going to work. But I think the main thing I want this first area to be is a fantasy map of the world. I tried it very early into, like, the server, but the idea would be to use the blocks on the ground, like this, and outline them as, like, sections of the map that I've been to, and build the map in my perspective so far. So, like, you know, I could build, like, let's line this up right here. Let's find the edge. Let's see, throw this, and then, so I could build, like, I could outline, like, the way that islands work and stuff like that, and, like, maybe even, I've even thought about using, like, carpets, as, like, this would be land, and then this would be ocean. I'd have to stack them and get a lot of jute and pelts, but, I mean, it could work. And I want to, like, make an entire, like I said, like, fantasy-style map. And fantasy style is, like, it's going to be hard to achieve by building out of blocks like that, but it's what I want. And if you guys don't know what I mean by fantasy style, you'll have to see, like, as I build it. But just like what you'd see in, like, a movie or a book, like something like that, on a big part of this, and then a higher up section to view it from. And in that same map room, I want a big wall for all the trophies. That's what a big main area section is going to be. There's a couple, like, challenges I'm thinking of with it. One of them being I want it kind of set into the ground. And while, like, the pillars work fine actually being set into the ground, I didn't realize how perfect that was. I wanted it kind of flush, honestly, with the entire ground. So, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of, like, cool shit that I want to build that's going to be a little bit more difficult than I'm used to. But other than that, I like the size so far. And I like the location. Have not had too many problems. There's a sap, or a branch of the tree that I can put sap taps on literally right inside there. Got Black Forest. There's a dungeon that's kind of in my way towards the Mistlands, but I could probably either build over it or just make it a part of the base. And other than that, it's going pretty good. I'm going to try and build this out to a little dock, and then hopefully soon we'll have to go get more Groston. I know that sounds odd, but, like, I feel weird with how much I've gotten done from not really making, like, or I feel weird from how much I've done from not making, too many trips back to the Ashlands yet, so I honestly may only need, like, 2 boatloads of Groston for this entire first, like, main section, which is, again, way less than I thought I was going to use, so that's nice. Alright, guys, a lot has gone on. The platform has been extended down. Using these walls is exactly what I want for this, like, this section. I don't know why certain parts of it pop through more than others, but I don't know. But it's fine. This is exactly how I want it to be. With this, I could place another wall flat on top of it, and it would line up perfectly with these other walls. Now, these Groston ones were just to snap the foundations, but, like, you get the idea. Like, these line up perfectly with those. So, that's exactly what I want this to look like. However, I'm out of Groston, which is kind of insane. But, I mean, honestly, the fact that this much got done with a boatload and that I'll probably come back with another boatload makes me feel pretty good. Yeah, this is nuts. This is huge. I don't know what I'm going to fill all this space with necessarily, but some of it's going to be open space. So, and some of it's going to be like locks, Askven, like breeding pens. There's going to be, I want to go get chickens. I want to see if I can get boar down here somehow. And then I feel like there's something else tameable that I'm missing. Oh, wolves. Yeah, I can go get wolves from up on the mountain. So I could literally get every tameable thing in here. Breeding pens, giant like map, trophy wall, crafting areas, cooking areas, smelting areas, boat dock, storage area. Like, this can get filled. But to fill all the way up to the mountain to there would be difficult. But, I mean, some of it can be straight up decorative. So, this is awesome so far. I'm realizing how much work this is going to be, but also, like, how big this project is makes me really happy. I already have 2 mods, and I want to, like, not download more. Completely, like, stay away from downloading more. However, the only thing I could see is at some point, I have a pretty crazy computer for, like, I don't know, compared to what I used to have at least. Like, I have a pretty insane PC. If it starts to get to the point where I can't, like, run this crazy of a build, I will get some either performance enhancing mods, or if all of it's not loading in, I may get some render distance mods just to help with that, just so we can see the whole build. But other than that, I want to stay away from any other mods. This is supposed to be a vanilla hardcore series. So, that's the plan for right now, is to keep that. But if I do talk about more mods, those are the only ones that I'll even think of installing on this, is just either performance or some way that I can see the entire base, just because I want the entire build to actually be able to be viewed. So that's the only thing I can think of for right now. But like I said, I hope I don't have performance problems. I know with constantly having everything lit that it might, though, because I've seen that in some of my bases. But for right now, Groston, let's look at how much space we have to fill. It'll be almost a full boatload. Some of this wood, honestly, might just get thrown out if I need to. But I also need to bring ashwood back. Ashwood spikes are going to be part of the aesthetic and also part of the defense. And they look freaking insane. I know I put them on the Ashlands base really early in the episode and that they all burned down. But I think putting them on the edge of, like, the front of this base or, like, the top would make it look awesome. So I'm going to need to bring some ashwood back as well. Curiously, actually, how much do those take? Only 6 for a piece. So I guess a piece covers half a foundation, so 12 per foundation. It costs about as much as a wall would for Groston, so probably about a third of this will be ashwood when I bring it back. Or at least, it may not be this trip, but one of these trips is going to have to include ashwood in it for right now. Or I don't know if it's going to be right now. I don't know. All right, well, let's get down there. I'll figure out what I need to bring back. Probably Groston this time, ashwood a different time. But hopefully I can get some lava blobs to help me and be back here quick, because I don't want to spend too much time down there. Let's see. I still have some Groston. You guys would not believe how much is just around my base. Like, how much is just from all the rocks that have been broken and stuff from lava blobs for the hundreds of days I've been here. Like, even like this one gave me, like, this even still has 100 stone on the ground next to it. But, like, I found like 1,000 Groston behind that before. Like, it was insane. Like, all of this. And look, more lava blob. Like, it's perfect. There's 50, there's 50, there's 40. Like, that's already my load. That's perfect. It's insane how perfect this, like, setup is and how much I've already kind of garnered from living here. So it's actually really not. I know the boatload seems like an insane amount, and it will be once I actually have to start harvesting it, but even then, the lava blobs, they're the fucking best. They do everything for me. So I'm going to just sit over here, pick up the rest of what's on the ground, and then I will worry about getting more. I think actually this lava blob may be able to help me here real quick. Let's see. Let's see how much I get from this. Oh shit, my mouse just deconnected. Alright. That was fun. Come here, guy. Come here, guy. I don't even know if that'll hit it. Yeah, it will. So, like, it breaking like that already gives me a decent amount. And you guys also may not realize, I mean, you might know, there is a lot under the ground, too. And look, they just keep coming. Now, the Morgan's not as cool, I will say that. That's going to be, like, a giant bone mass moment, because I really don't want to deal with that. But oh, fuck. Alright, this is going to be interesting, actually. I don't have that good at food right now, so I got to be actually kind of careful here, but I don't know. I'm just going to sit over here. There's plenty of lava blobs to help me out and get all of the stuff that they can do for me, and then I will worry about getting all of it on the boat and heading back, but it's really not going to be too much work, and it should not be that long. Alright, guys, like 10 lava blobs later, a bit of fire damage to myself, and just a little bit of time, and we are pretty much ready to go back. Now, there is one thing that I'm going to do. I didn't really want to do this, but I also think it's worth it. My idea of making the new base was trying not to dismantle other bases to make it. Obviously, I already took the forge from the farm base, so it's not going that well. But the farm, I mean, obviously I need it more. So, what I'm saying, though, what I'm going to do from here, I'm going to take the cooking station with me. I just need to be able to cook food. Like, I don't have any way to cook food, and I don't have the way to get the chains right now. I could go to the swamp and farm at night, but I can take one of these with me. Actually, forgot there was two here. Yeah, I'll take one with me. That'll be fine. We got another 100 Groston. Some of it's going in the boat. Ashwood is not a thing I'm worried about yet. As much as I want the Ashwood spikes on the outside of the wall, I gotta get the wall existing first before I can even worry about the resources for that. And honestly, it'll probably be its own boatload because there's gonna be a lot of Ashwood accents that I want to add as well. Alright guys, we are pulling back up still to just a very flat platform. The number one thing I want to do right now is get my cooking area set up, but let's talk about what the goal for this Groston is. That way you guys at least know what I'm trying to do when I come back. The goal right now is to get... It's actually going to be a lot of stone, more than anything. I did not mean to do that. The goal is actually going to be raise up the right side over here all the way to equal this, probably about halfway out, and then have the other side of it, this left side, come out to the water. That will give me a dock that I can drag carts on, get more Groston on, get more stone, get anything that I bring in boatloads back to this, like, area with a cart. So I could park, like, right here, and I could literally raise up from, like, let's say this foundation, right? Like this one, straight out, and then I'd have a spot to park. It'd be perfect. That's going to be the goal. Now, it's going to be mostly stone, but the Groston floors are going to be where the Groston comes in. And I honestly don't think that this Groston's going to really... Well, yeah, it'll outlast that now that I think about it. The next goal from there is just to probably expand left and right. I don't need to do a whole lot from that. But this is as big as I wanted the port section of it being, so now I can go left or right. This might come right with it a little bit, but not too far. And then, yeah, just keep expanding. I want this platform set up before I really start sectioning anything off. But like I said, hopefully by the end of this episode, it actually starts to look like something that is actually resembling a base. And it may not actually be that long for you guys. Well, it's still going to be a lot of time for me. There's not going to be a whole lot for me to show you other than progress, which the progress is going to take a lot longer than me showing you. Alright guys, this is day 459, and I want to show you the base of what's happening here. So, I actually don't know what this little block... This actually might get mined out from what I'm looking at, but these are the stairs up. Hopefully I can... I don't know if carts really work on stairs. I don't think. From what I remember, they really don't. It's been a long time since I used carts, but there's also going to be area up there to go around and stuff, so maybe I'll make a cart path specifically, but I know it's foggy, but this is like... This is the entire idea of what I'm going for. I want... Big port, I want a huge wall here, which is why this is going to get dug out, and probably all the sides of this will get dug out as well. Make this kind of like a pit on the outside. Have that one dock, and then have it come up into here where like the main like kind of town square will be. And I don't even know if the map room and stuff is going to be up here. It might. I could also see the map room. I don't know if it'll be I don't know if the map will be small enough to go like around here. I don't think it will. Yeah, maybe I could square it out to there and put the map down here, but it'd be... I don't know. It's still going to have to take shape as I build it, but this is like what's happened so far. This is what 2 boatloads of Groston has gotten me. There's still a lot of Groston, but I will say these stairs ate up a lot, and I still need to make like, what I want to do is probably try and use, actually let's look at doing this real quick. Oh, those are 45s. Yeah, I don't know. I may try and do something odd up these stairs or something like that to keep a little railing type look, but I don't know. To figure out how that's gonna work. But right now though, we have like an entire little dock area, which is kind of awesome. I just want to make sure that while I'm doing this, I'm assigning purpose to each area. What I want to do for like decoration for each area, I want to keep that stuff in mind. Like, look at this. This is little stuff like this is, I mean, it's little stuff, yes, but it's like, this is what's going to make the build a build rather than just, you know, rather than just a giant flat structure. So things like this actually might make this look really good. I'm going to try and make some of these real quick. Well, that's probably going to be my next thing. Make some railings, finish this dock, start to make certain parts of this actually look like a base or like a build rather than just a big stone block, and who knows, maybe it'll actually start to look good. The other thing that I'm thinking about is what the internal, like, small buildings and courtyard stuff is going to look like, because the only reason I've started to think about that, I don't really know, like, what I want to build it out of. I could build it out of black marble. That's going to be expensive and kind of hard. Black marble is, like, the most inaccessible building thing in the game other than flame metal. But, like, that's going to be slightly difficult to build a giant base like this with. But Groston's a little plain. Wood's a little basic. Oh, I could. Oh, you know what, guys? Oh, it's kind of expensive, and there's no renewable resource for it, which scares me a little bit, but I may build that out of ashwood. I don't think I have really any, but, like, these nice little, like, ashwood things with, like, vines on them and stuff might work. I don't know. Again, it's going to take shape as I build it, but little things like this will start to happen to make it look a little bit more like a base. And hopefully it just continues to grow. But right now, I still don't know, like I said, like where a lot of stuff's going to go. But I'm excited. This is starting to like form into a base. I need to get the building or the cooking area. Actually, no. Cooking area is over there. I want to start making like little sections on the ground, though, for like where each area is going to go. Like cooking area here, smelting here. Even if it's like really far apart and even if there's not grass and floor down there yet, I still want to start sectioning it out. So that's a thought process. Also, not all of the Groston pad is going to stay there. Some of it's going to get taken away for farm that's inside of this. So it's not going to be a perfectly flat thing like this. There are going to be sections where it's taken out, where trees are planted, where there's crops planted, stuff like that. But for right now, just to keep it squared up, I'm going to leave it there. But there is going to be something nice like that at some point. So not just going to be a nice, it's not just going to be a flat stone piece. It'll actually look nice. It'll have detail to it. That's the plan. But for right now, just going to keep making the basic shape of it, and hopefully, like I've said many a times, I can get this looking a little bit more like a base before you guys have to dip, before this episode's over, because I would at least like some resemblance of what I want it to be by the end of the episode. Holy shit, guys, we have a dock. It's actually kind of awesome. So, like, imagine I pull a cart up here, right? I actually could go, let's see, I could actually go one more out, but like that, if I really wanted to. I think this is fine. Imagine I go out with the cart and come up this way with it. This is like perfect. Now, I kind of want to, I really like the railing that I was building. Not saying it can't be, man, that's a little big. What would this look like? That's too big. All right, well, I'm not saying that I want to do that everywhere, but I really like the Groston railings. I kind of want to do those some places like this. But other than that, look at this. We got a freaking thing. It's starting to, like, I mean, it's not taking the shape of a base, but it's, like, taking some shape. So that's kind of awesome. I think the next thing is going to be the stone. So I'm going to grab some stone, get it set up, and then I'll come back to show you guys. That way I can actually show you what I plan on doing with it. Because it's going to be a lot of, like, there's going to be a lot of intricacy with the stone as far as, like, the shape of the base. It's not just, I mean, there's going to be a lot of square. It's going to be a lot of square corners, but, like, it's going to get a little bit crazy along here, how tall it's going to be, how it's going to start looking, and it'll actually start to look pretty cool, but I also want, like, windows and stuff in it, so I don't know. Maybe not intricate for most people, but intricate for me. So let me get some stone, and then I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, because the next part of the base is going to start to take shape very soon. Alright, guys, this is the very base of what I want the stone section of this to look like. So what I want this to do is go up fairly high, and then have kind of like a castle-like wall on top of it. I actually may build like an aligning section with it so you can actually go up there and stand on top of it. On the front of this eventually, what I would like to do is whatever you guys, I want to actually, we'll talk about this towards the end of the episode, and I probably mentioned it at the beginning when I did the intro, but in detail pretty much, I want you guys to come up with names for the city. Now I may come up with a different one, but using inspiration from you guys, or somebody may come up with a badass name. But I want to spell it in actual wood, probably ashwood, just because it will stand out a little bit more on this once it's a full wall. That way when you pull up, you'll just see that. Now it'll be a longer wall, so if you guys want to make it a longer name, feel free. But for right now, that's the size of it. That's the first section of it. But yeah, that's the plan. And then on top, you'll be able to stand. It'll come all the way down and out to here, and then there will be one on this backside as well going that way, meaning this will pretty much be the only entrance to the entire, like, compound that I'm building. From here, I need to figure out, I don't have a lot of seeds at this base, I don't think it'd be worth going all the way back to another base, but I do want oak trees here. And oak trees come from the meadows, as most of you know. Which means I'm going to have to go find a meadows, and there's not really any close. So that may be one of the last things that I do, but the idea is I would like, I think, man, I don't know. I want to build at least a square like this. It doesn't have to be this one, but it might be this one, where I do the farm at. And the idea will be to split it into like 4 quadrants. We'll have like a farm of like barley there, onions there, something here, something there. We'll do something like that. And then a giant oak tree in the middle, or maybe even like a pine or a fir tree, a couple of those across that entire thing. Just to kind of give it like, I don't want it to just be a giant stone block sticking out of the ocean and the plains. I would like it to actually have some character. Even maybe some trees down here and stuff wouldn't be bad. I'm still trying to figure out what all of these rooms are going to be and what I'm going to do with this much room. There's like, more of it's going to be like, what do I even decorate it with? Like, we could make like a bar or something down here. We could make literally anything down here. But part of that, I kind of want to save open space. Like, I want to make it look like a base right now, but I kind of want to save open space. I expect you guys to have some really badass ideas. Anything you guys have ever wanted to build or thought about building, anything like that, I feel like you guys could have some actually really banging ideas. And if you do, well then, you know, obviously I can build them. So, there you go. But for right now, I don't know. I'm just going to keep, like, expanding out the basic structure of it. I still have 40 days, which is actually a lot of time to make this. I don't know if I'm going to spend all that time doing this. I may actually start looking at some of the other side quests. I don't know. We'll see. I want to save those till next episode, but I may have to do something else other than just build for these last 40 days. But for the time being, it's starting to, like, pan out at least what shape it's going to be. Like I said, I want it to expand at least to the Black Forest right there on this side. But what I'm going to do with all of this room, I have no freaking clue. It's going to be... I want it to be detailed. I want it to be big. But I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. But like I said, I have a feeling some of that's going to come from you guys. And I'm honestly down to have most of it come from you guys. Obviously, I have things that I want to build. Ideas that I've never gotten to build. Things that I want to do like that. But I'm also totally down to build whatever the fuck you guys say that you think would be cool. So, let's make this a community effort. Let's make a cool-ass base. I'll build it. You guys suggest it. Hopefully I can make it come to life the way that you guys wish it would. And for now, let's look like... Okay, I'm going to actually sit here and think. Maybe we do smelting area down here. The reason I say that is, we could easily do... Say we build, like, a second thick wall. So, like, what I'm talking about, like that, like... We could build something like here, or even out here, and have that be the wall up top, right? And have that at least extend from here, maybe even over to the side. Then we could have smelters against that, smelters and kilns against that, chests back here. I don't know that I need that many chests for metal, but maybe I could make the forge area down here or something. I could start to, like, set this up how I want it. And it's not, honestly, it's probably going to be one of the most inefficient bases you guys see for, like, repairing your items, moving around, and actually crafting stuff. But it's going to look cool, so why does it matter? The other thing I could think, I could build, like, a giant, like, not a longhouse, but, like, how I built the longhouse, but with, like, hearths in the middle. Down here, I could do, like, 2 hearths across, build a decent cooking area, chest on both sides, have the wall built up. I could do that. I don't know. Could be, like, a little, like I said, we could build, like, a bar down here. There's so many different things that I could do. But there's literally, like, endless things that I could build as far as Valheim actually limits me to, so... Just gonna have to be a thinking game. For right now, I'm gonna try and get the wall up and start seeing about building a second layer to it to where I can actually stand on top. And, like, I don't know if I'll do ballistas on top or if I'll do, like... Maybe armor stands with, like, troll hide up top. Just anything like that that looks cool from a distance would be nice. But like I said, it's just going to have to take shape slowly. And it is slowly taking shape. I can't actually see, like, some of what I wanted to come to life is coming to life. So we're getting there. But with a combination of what I think of between this episode and the next one, and with a combination of what you guys suggest, I'm sure this is going to be a badass base. Let me keep pushing. As I come up with more ideas, I'll bring you guys back and show you. But for right now, I'm just going to have to build until the ideas come to me. Guys, I've made an important decision. Ignore how it looks at the exact moment, but I think something, I'm gonna let, so the walls look bare, obviously, right? Like, it's walls. This wall will be here. This wall will probably actually get removed and extended out at some point, but it may be a doorway rather than getting completely removed, so I'm just gonna leave it there for now. I'm gonna turn this into a bar, kind of thing, like a tavern, if you will. And why are these pillars here? Well, there is going to be a second floor to it. rather than building a thick wall that you can go on top of. I figured why not just make a whole second floor up there. That being said, that wall is going to have something on it very soon that is going to be, kind of, I'm going to leave it as a surprise for now, but you guys will see it this episode. So I'm excited for that. That wall is going to get filled. Like I said, the other one, obviously it's bland, it's a wall, but it's going to be probably cut open at some point to go to another room. This is going to have a bar in front of it, so it should all be fine. I don't know about these. They seem to take up, the pillars take up a lot of room. Maybe I could use the Groston ones, actually. That may be a thing. If the Groston ones work the same way that the stone ones do, in that the wood up top is automatically grounded or like equivalent to being on the ground instantly just because it's attached to it, then I will probably use the Groston pillars just because they'll look better and they'll take up less room. But if they don't, then I will probably use the stone ones. What I'm doing here is I actually really want supports for this top section, and I want a wall going across the top, but I don't want stone pillars, or I don't want stone things supporting it. I would rather have this. As soon as we destroy that, we have this. Alright guys, I just did something insane. It took me literally multiple in-game days, but I think I have it set up now so that I can have a fully, like, Groston support system that does not stick up through the floor. Now, the reason that that's hard, you guys ever look at the snaps on these? They snap like halfway up the floor, which is a problem. However, these ones don't. And it fits literally perfectly. Also, Feather Cape is a blessing right now, dude. But yeah, that's what it'll look like. And these are supposed to be dead in the center of these. So that's exactly how that's supposed to go. But yeah, this is nuts. I mean, even just this little first area is kind of awesome. I don't know how tall, like, it's going to be this tall, obviously. But, like, on the edges and stuff, I don't know exactly how it's going to look yet. But so far, like, I don't really care exactly how it looks. I'm so happy that I got that Groston support system. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, I'm going to need a lot of wood for this. But, like, really, like, a complete support system of Groston. Looks sick from here. If I need to add more pillars in the middle, I can. That's why there's the beams. But this looks so much better than the bulky-ass stone pillars. It's amazing. So, I think I'm going to get some wood, fill that top layer out, and I think I will do, like, castle spikes on the top. So, like, let's see here. Not like castle spikes, but little, like, blocks, at least. So, we'll probably do one high blocks like this all the way around, and then on every other one, we'll do these little blocks, and then you can see over it. Perfect. Which is going to be nice. We're going to have actually, like, a little castle on this. Surprise for that wall is coming very soon. I just didn't know how this with the stairs and stuff was going to work out, so I wanted to wait. And, yeah, this is insane, though. This is just the first room of this entire area being filled, and it's, like I said, it's completely decoration. There's not going to be a whole lot of function in this room. But as the entryway into this giant, like, base that I want to build, this giant city, this is going to be a really cool entrance, so I'm excited for this. Alright, guys, unfortunately for me, quite unfortunately, actually, I'm out of Groston, which means I have to go back. I'm going to get Ashwood this time, too. Not a lot, but still mostly Groston, but some more Ashwood. As far as this goes, I'm scared to say this. There's a reason I'm scared. This may be commenter wall. The reason I'm scared, there's 255 comments in the last video. That's a lot of signs. I also don't want to miss somebody because I'll feel really bad. But on the other side of that, I could make it something along the lines of, like, you guys comment something, I put it up here. So, I don't know. That's it. I want to include you guys in the series somehow, and this wall is empty, and I feel like it'd be a good place. So that's kind of what I want to try and do. But I'm going to think, alright, I know what it is. I'm going to think of some stuff towards the end of the video. Actually, I may mention it at the beginning of the video as well, so you guys may have already heard this. But if you comment any of the things that I've asked for throughout the video, like city names, names for pets, anything like that, and I use them, I will credit you for them on this wall. So say you have a pet name for a Lox. I use it. I'll put it on here. City name for one of these places that I build, which I plan to build many of. And I use it. I'll put it on here. And I'll probably put it on the map, too. So if you guys comment some of that stuff and I use it, I will try my absolute hardest to credit you both on the wall and wherever I use it at. So that is what this little surprise is going to be. I was going to do every commenter, I'm not going to lie. I thought there was like maybe 50 comments on the last video. There's like almost 300. That's a lot of fucking signs. And also, I would have to, like I said, I don't want to miss anybody, and anybody who comments after I'm making this video, I don't want them to feel left out. And I feel like it's a little more special if you guys, like, I want to make it a contributor thing. And while every single one of you that watch contributes, I do not want to make that mistake. And every single one of you that comments and likes is extremely important to me. If you give me a name or something that I use in the series, you will go on this wall. So, city names, pet names, ideas, build ideas, anything like that. If I use it, it'll go on this wall. And, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to sleep nighttime. And then I'm going to go get more Groston. Now, the reason is, I don't know that this is going to be possible, but I'm going to try really hard. I think I can make upstairs Groston. This is not supported well, but it's possible. And the fact that it's possible makes me really want to do it. So I'm going to try my absolute hardest to make up here stone. Yeah, that's going to be nuts, but I think I'm going to. Like I said, if you guys comment on this video, something that I use, it'll go on that wall. The bar will go down here. This will be the nice, awesome entry area. We may put some hearths or something down here. Not sure yet. But so far, this is coming along. It's starting to look a little bit like a base, and I still have 35 days, so I'm not too scared about it. I think it'll look like a base by the time that this episode's done. Off to get some more Groston. Alright guys, some Groston, some Ashwood, actually a little bit more stone, and some more food. We are headed back. I actually could have filled up a little bit more, but, you know, I'm alright with what I have. This should be enough for what I want to do for right now, and after that, I don't know how much I'm going to have to come back down here for resources. It could be a lot, or it could be not that much, but I don't know yet, so I'm going to head back up there. The plan is with this to get that top Groston floor finished, which I don't know if it's all going to be supported, but I'm going to try my hardest. And then start on the Ashwood spikes and the Ashwood floors in certain parts of it. So, I don't necessarily know where all the Ashwood stuff is going to go, but I know I'm going to need it at some point. At the very least, I'm going to need it for decoration. But I think I'm going to use it for some of the building stuff too, like some of the floors and all that. So, I don't know. I figured having it will be good. I know I'm definitely going to use it for spikes, decoration, a whole bunch of other stuff. So, might as well bring it. But also, yes, the Groston floor is the biggest thing that I really want to finish because having Groston up that high is crazy. Now, I don't know if anything in there will be protected, like, as far as how the actual, like, normal shelter rules go, but I'll just have to see once I'm in there. Well, if that's not a park job, I don't know what is. Look at that shit. That's amazing. Alright. Well, I have all this stuff back. Groston's gonna be the first thing. I kind of want you guys to experience what I'm about to try. I made a bunch more scorching medleys while I was there because I needed to, and I still had ingredients from the first onion and Jotun puff load I brought down there. I will say, normally I'm never over-prepared with food, and while there were many points where I wasn't eating the right food, I definitely feel like I had enough ingredients to make enough food for the entire playthrough down there, which was kind of awesome, because that almost never happens. Let's see. So yeah, Groston floor this high up. I'm more worried about that side than anything. Let's see here. We need top edge. Let's see, 4. Fuck me, alright. That is promising right there. Right there, yeah. Throw that there. Oh my god, this is not going to stay up. Even though, okay, here's the thing though, right? Even if I can only get these outside pieces, it's still better than if I have no outside piece. Like, if the inside has to be wood or empty, it could be empty for the hearths. This actually may have just ended up being the wall that it originally was supposed to be, which is honestly really funny. Alright, let's see. Let's get all of this pushed out to here. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to try and put this entire floor down. Let me grab more Groston and I'll show you guys what happens, because I kind of want you guys to be here for me trying this ridiculousness. Alright, I'm back up here with more. I also have stone because I realized one of the walls back here is not set up right. That there. Top edge. 3. That. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could... Holy shit. No way these pillars support this much, dude. The thing is, though, the way I set this up, except for that backside, every single one of these is going to be touching one of these pillars. So if it actually is good enough support, this may actually stay up. Holy shit. Crazy ass question. Can I put a hearth up here? Or a hot tub? Can I put my comfort room up here? Oh my god, I need more Groston. Holy shit, guys, this might actually go the way it's supposed to. No fucking way this one without support stands. Oh my god. Alright, well, this stands right here, as it is. Which is pretty awesome. Man. What the fuck? I don't know why this one won't. But I don't know if this pillar has maybe not the same amount of support that everything else does. No, these are all green. I don't know. Maybe I can raise the ground up under this one and connect it, and then maybe it'll let those stand. The middle one here might be a stretch, but this might be possible. That gave me a lot of hope just now. Holy shit, stand up. Oh yeah, that's it. Right there. Fucking Groston ceiling. Holy shit. Yeah, that's nuts. Chimney's gonna be a thing somewhere. Well, that is if I decide to add... I may just add a big table in there. I may not even add hearths, really. I'm fine adding no hearths. I can add hearths on, like, the outside edge where the stuff can just flow out. That's fine. That looks sick, actually. Is there ashwood stairs is my next question. I don't know what the difference would be, but it does not... they steep? I don't know what they are. Alright, well, I'll figure that out in a second. But that's awesome. That stands up, which is crazy. I need to finish this wall. When that gets extended, I think I'm going to put my channel name on it, which is pretty cool. And I think the other thing that I'm going to do is I want to have all these pillars have the little, like, tops on them. That's awesome, though. I'm so surprised that that's standing. Alright, well, now I got to figure out what to do with the rest of this area, but I think this is going to be like a courtyard, which is not going to actually take that much building to develop. If anything, it's going to take more destroying to develop. As far as what goes up here, I think it's going to be like a... I'm trying to think of how to explain what I want that to be. I think what it's going to be is... One second, sorry. Oh, these do work like that. Alright, we're going to use ashwood stairs for this. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do here is, like, have a nice courtyard area, wall around it, tree in the middle if I can. I don't know what kind of tree yet. Really wish I could do Yggdrasil. I may just be birch just to have it match. Plant some crops. I may even put some of the more peaceful tames, like a wolf, inside of that. I want to have pens for all of them. Maybe I could have chickens running around too. I need to go buy some more eggs and not let them die this time, but I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I could do. This just gave me, like, a lot of inspiration for the freedom that I have doing this, though, because I can literally... If I can put Groston this high in the air, I can do anything, so... Alright. Let's see, let me get this cleaned up. Up top here, I think is going to be, like I mentioned earlier, the stone wall that kind of has the, like, castle prongs sticking up out of it. And other than the castle prongs... I don't know exactly what's going to go up here. I may put some more tables and stuff up here. I want this to be like, I don't know. I want this to be an area where I can get some actually, aside from everything else, I want some screenshots. And eventually, I'm not going to do it this episode. I could actually see myself inviting friends to do screenshots with just so I can get, like, pictures with the base full and stuff. So that may be something that I do in the future. It's not what I'm going to worry about right now, but, you know, it's a possibility. This looks sick. I mean... I don't know. I want to make so many, like, cinematic areas on this, and this is just the beginning of it. So let me get these stairs put up, figure out how I want to do the rest of this, and, like, what I want to do with the top. Put the castle prongs on. You don't know what I mean by castle prongs. You'll figure it out in a second, and get all that put up, and then I'll bring you guys back, and we'll start figuring out what's to build next, because, again, as mentioned earlier, I still got a lot of time. I still got 30 in-game days to build this entire thing up, and it's going to look a lot more like a house than I thought it was going to, so I'm pretty excited. Alright guys, it's time for another resource run, but this time not to the Ashlands. I actually need some stuff from the plains and from the farm base. I'm not going to show you what I'm doing yet because I want it to be done when I show you, but I need tar and I need the tin from the little, like, from the little farm that I have built. I also may need to go get some seeds of other crops, as I'm going to be planning out that part soon. I want to start actually working on the farm part of it very soon, just because I don't like having to go to my Ashlands base to get food, as I create situations like that one earlier where I literally didn't have enough food to get to the Ashlands safely and had to rely on luck, which is not a good way to do it. So that's going to be the plan, is to get the farm set up very soon. But like I said, for part of this, I want tar to finish that top little section, which I know you guys haven't seen yet, but you will in a second. And then I will go over, grab tin. I think there's some extra tin at the farm base. If not, I can go grab some more from somewhere else. And then, like I said, I'm gonna need turnip seeds. I have onions, obviously, that I can bring back. I need carrot seeds, just because I want to have everything growing. And then also maybe some barley and flax, because why not? I'm gonna have the room for it. Jotun Puffs, and yeah, Jotun Puffs are going to go somewhere else. Mage Cap will go somewhere else, even though I don't really use the magic stuff. Maybe I will at some point. And also, I brought Ash Vine Seeds, which can grow here. So I have an idea for those as well, but I have to get, I don't know. There's other stuff that has to get done first. Alright, guys. I don't know exactly how I feel about the edges, but I don't actually hate it. This is the setup right now. It's very bright and very smoky outside, so it's kind of hard to like show off how insane it is. And also, like, yes, this is the top. I haven't really shown the top off at all. These are the stairs. We got down here. We have ashwood beams, and then we have the little castle prongs sticking out of the top. I do still need to get some grost in and finish off these pillars, but other than that, I feel like it looks pretty good. I feel like it'll look much better once it's not so foggy outside, but that's, I mean, that's to be expected. So that is going to be the cooking area. That entire thing up there is going to be all cooking area. I figure I can do that. I can have the fermenters from any mead base or anything like that in the bar area, as that would make sense. And honestly, having like a little sitting area on top of like what would be the bar or the tavern, and then having the food be on top would be kind of cool. Also, any like food that I make up there, I can set like, I can put them on the item stands down below on tables and make it kind of display easier. The farm will be right here out in this main patch, so the food will be close by, and it'll all just go together really well. All of the food storage and everything can be down in the tavern. And honestly, I'm kind of building a little story with everything that I got here. And then also, this just looks sick up here. I mean, like, the ovens can go on one corner. I can build tables. Let's see. I'm going to need more tar for sure, which I wasn't actually really expecting, but what do we think here? I can build, like, some of the long tables or some of the big round tables up here and build, like, maybe I could even build, there's a part in my modded series where I actually built a custom table out of wood. I could do something like that up here, build some chairs around it. It could be made into something really awesome, but even as it is, with no cauldrons, no like cooking stands or anything yet, it still looks pretty cool, and I'm definitely good with it looking like this. So that is the cooking area. I still, like I said, I got the Groston to do these beams over here, to do the big beams that are under the main area that I want to like expand so that way they all look the same. But apart from that, I do not have much else to do on that section of it, and I can start moving to the next section, which I'm pretty excited for. And what kind of YouTuber would I be if I didn't... Well, if I didn't include the nice, satisfying part that you guys didn't want to see. That thing was floating quite a bit. I was almost to the point where if I broke like 2 or 3 more sections and it was floating, that I was going to build my Yalder table on that thing and just have it be floating. Alright, so that's broken. Let me get the stone in place, and then I'll be back. But I knew you guys would want to see that part. Alright, guys, it's been a minute since I checked in. Obviously, a lot has gotten done, but also at the same time, not a lot has been done. So, these obviously are spots for crops. This is going to be a spot for trees in the middle. Hopefully, one big oak tree with like a little bit of decoration around it would be the goal for it. Maybe. I wish. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't think I can plant bushes or anything like that, but that's okay. So, like, I can make this just look kind of nice in general. Then what I'm doing, I'm digging out this corner right here, like these sides all the way around. I will put a little railing next to them, which is going to be a little bit of use of resources for an odd cause, but the idea is to put ash vines all the way around so they can climb up these walls, and we will have so many vine berries that I won't even know what to do with them, which will be literally perfect. And I actually don't know. I'm actually curious about that. So, you guys will probably answer this. I'll probably look it up before you answer it for me. But, if I place ash vines and then they grow, can I then place the regular floor back and they won't, like, die? Because if I can do that, then this will just be temporary, and I don't need to be placing these little edges. I'm curious about that now. I'm actually going to look that up real quick. Because if you can build over the ash vines, all I'm going to do is get them planted, get them grown up, and then I will, I'll just build the floors back. Let me think about that real quick. But, other than that, I think I'm going to go ahead and move all of the storage things, all of the crafting stations and everything, either down into the tavern or down on the dock area for now, just so that way I can clear this out and actually get it built up the way I want to, because obviously the crafting stations and stuff are not going to be here in the future. And then I will go from there, and I will start building, I think, the crafting areas next. I have a couple different ideas for how the crafting areas could work. I kind of want them in a little village, but I'd also be okay if they were, like, organized in almost like a strip mall kind of way. My mind goes to, for what this is starting to look like, it's not quite how, like, I would think it would look. I used to play Sea of Thieves a lot. Now, I don't anymore, but some of the ports, specifically, like, I think it's Port Merrick in that game, has, like, I don't know, it has a certain, like, look to it, like the little roads and, like, stone paths and stuff like that between the buildings. And I think building, like, that kind of thing over here, even if I made, like, little thin alleyways and stuff between my crafting areas, would be kind of sick. And then we'd have the big open tavern, we'd have the plant area up here. It'd be pretty sick, so I'd be down to do that. But first I gotta get all this stuff moved down there, because that's gonna obviously come after I have the plants pretty much completely done, which is going to, honestly, I'm thinking the planted area is going to take till next episode before it's completely done. Now, I'm not sure because I have 20 days left, but a lot of the time is going to be spent going to gather the seeds from each place, going to gather a bunch of iron and copper from each place to build a couple of other things, and it may be a bit of time spent outside of the base rather than actually being here because I need some resources that I don't have. So, not sure yet. I'm going to try and get it done before the end of the episode. I'm just going to keep pushing the same speed I have been, but it is a possibility. So, possibility that it will get done, it's a possibility that it won't. Other than that, though, I was saying earlier I wanted it to look like a base more than a stone platform. And though it does still look like a stone platform, it's a pretty cool stone platform if you ask me. It's still missing some stuff, sure. It's still kind of bland. There's not a lot of decoration on the walls or anything like that, but for right now, it's not looking too bad. I'm going to go down. I'm going to get a little bit more of the garden done. And then I'll decide. I'm either going to start making the crafting area or we're going to have to go on an adventure for a couple of different resources. Either way, though, whichever thing we're doing, whether it's building the crafting area or going on another adventure, that will probably be what leads us to the end of the episode. That won't be, I mean, that'll be the end, but, like, it's not going to be the end right then. That's probably what we'll do till the end of the episode and where we'll pick up next time. Alright guys, one of our last final little status updates here on the base. It is coming together. The garden, I don't know if I have too many arches or too many gates, but I do really like the shape that it's making. Holy shit, that was awesome, was it not? Well, I was going to tell you guys I planted a tree there, but I literally couldn't have fucking timed that. Just so you guys know, I was literally just looking it up. It's between 3,000 and 8,000 seconds. I had a 5,000 second gap, and that is when that happened. That is amazing. Yeah, I want this in the middle. I thought about an oak tree, but, you know, I honestly don't mind the fir tree. It's decent size. It doesn't take up too much room, and it actually looks pretty good. Like, coming up here, we have actual trees in the base now. I kind of want to do that in all of these places, too, just because the branches are tall enough to where I could actually plant stuff around the base of it. And I don't need that many crops because while I may have like a really big farm somewhere in this base, I kind of want this to just be like a main garden area, not necessarily a huge plant farm. So that's one thing. The other thing is I tried to plant the ash vines and they do not have enough room here, which doesn't actually surprise me, but I'm also thinking like if I have doors and stuff going out to different areas, the ash vines might not really work right there. So what I'm thinking of doing is possibly putting them in these little like plots going up these around the like pillars and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. The other option is I could make specific spots like in the corners for them. I just want a lot of ash vines. I feel like I need the berries a lot. But this is what we got right now. I could use a little bit more Groston. I could definitely use a lot of metal. I could use the plants that I need. I could use a lot of different stuff. Just trying to figure out which thing to pick off for this episode, or if, I mean, I'm going to have time to pick off probably one thing for this episode. What? I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. I may just work on trying to, like, seal this deal up of what I have right now. Maybe get rid of these ash vines, fix these floors around the edge. Like I said, I don't have any Groston left to do this with. Outside here on the other edges, actually, first of all, outside here on the other edges, I have, like, this is going to be expanded out that way, so I could start on that if I really wanted to. It's set up for that, but I'd have to have the floors fixed first. And the other thing that I want, instead of doing fir trees in the middle here, I may do, so this may get changed to an oak tree at some point. I don't know if that's a big enough area for an oak tree, but I might try. And then I may put a birch tree in the middle of all these. They're very skinny, they're very small, they wouldn't take up that much room, but I'd have to go get the seeds. Given any of that stuff, though, that's probably going to be the last things that I do. So here's what I'm going to say. Got about 17 days left, which is actually a lot of time, but for me to go start an entire new adventure, it's really not that much time, because I don't want to leave mid-adventure. I'd like to start next episode with another adventure. So I think I'm going to fix these floors around the edge. Then we're going to go get birch trees. Plant them. Plant maybe the carrots, some onions, and some barley. And then I'll come back and see how much time I got left, and I can figure out what to fill that time with. But for right now, guys, this is like... Does it look like a base? I feel like it looks much more like a base than the platform that it was earlier. So I feel like even if right now was the end, I'd be happy. Alright, guys, I've decided on an adventure. I know that I said I didn't want to be gone necessarily when the episode ended, but why not? It doesn't really matter. We're always, I'm planning to have a couple more at least, and a ton more if you guys want more. So I think the plan is, I know on the other side of the mountain by the farm base, there is actually some swamp, like quite a bit of swamp. And if I could go over there... Oh, fuck. I gotta go get my swamp key, actually. If I could go over there, though, get my swamp key, or with my swamp key, I would be able to pretty much get all the iron that I need, throw it in the boat. I can get some copper if I really need it from my, just from the surrounding black forest. I will need a little bit of tin, but I'm sure I can find it if I really need it that badly. And I want to try and just get as much stuff as I can from the surrounding area rather than... like going all the way back towards the tower base for it, which is what the original plan was actually. So I don't know if we'll be able to find it. I know last time I looked over here there wasn't that many swamp crypts, but there's one more swamp I haven't really looked at yet. So oh, this is what I was looking for, not this one, but back behind it there is actually a bit of iron. Now it is a long run to bring it back and forth, but that's all right. I can carry a decent amount of weight. I shouldn't need to carry it that many times. This is, as long as I can find this. This is really close to the farm base. This is like literally on the other side of the Mistlands from our newest base. Oh, there's two of them. Let's go, baby. Perfect. Alrighty. Well, let me get to this. Grab the iron out of here. It'll probably take me a few runs, but finding it this close to base was honestly less of an adventure than I thought I was going to need, so that's pretty nice. Also, obviously, I can just rip through these because I am that prepared now. So, I'm going to get all this stuff. And I'm going to try and get some copper as well. But the biggest thing that I may have to do, I may have to stay here at nighttime to get chains if I don't find any in here. So that is also something that might have to happen. I don't know yet, though. Alright, guys, I got 62 iron on our little journey. I need to head that way a little bit west towards the modder spawner that I did the second one to see if there's black forest that touches the water. There's a lot of black forest around me, but there's none that touches the water, meaning there's no tin. At least none that I haven't harvested. So I need to go up there to see if I can find some tin. After I get some tin, I will probably head back to base. I did not get turnips, which is something that actually I just realized I do actually need. But I also didn't get silver. So maybe I won't worry about the cauldron too much yet. But I will be able to make ovens, cooking stations, a regular cauldron, not a fully upgraded one yet, and the stuff to repair my things at the Black Forge, which is the most important thing out of all of this. So I'm going to go grab that tin. I may look for some turnips real quick, and then I will head back to base because I need to get all this stuff set up before we hit day 500. Let's go. We got turnip seeds. I stopped at this swamp because it was foggy on the way there. That is exactly what I wanted from here. Perfect. All right, now we just need the tin. All right, guys, tin and copper acquired, as well as some carrot seeds. I know I already had some, but I got some more. And I also got a troll trophy, which the game said I had not gotten yet. I mean, I don't believe that, but also maybe I just never picked it up because maybe I just don't pick them up. There's no use. However, forgot that that's actually how you make the troll staff. So, you know, I do have that now. It'll go on my trophy wall. I'm trying to look at what else I still need. There is still... It looks like my biggest one still is actually the Mistlands. But, I don't know. I need to start collecting trophies because next episode, I'm going to work on getting all of the tames in the game at that base. Boar is going to be by far the most annoying one to get there, but I'm going to try and actually get bored of that base from who knows what meadows. I also need to go just find the meadows next episode and try and find, like, some oak trees, try and even find some beech trees. I just think they'll look good in that base, so I don't know. Maybe birch trees on some of the base, but definitely I want some oak trees in there. I don't mind if there's not beech, but I need oak. Also, I'm going to start building, like, next episode, I want to start building the map room and stuff, and, like, the trophy wall, all of the pens for all of the tames, and then also start building all of the crafting stations, and I may even start building, like, a background to this. Something that I thought about earlier while I was, like, looking at the base from far away was it would be really sick if up that back mountain and, like, in the background there were, like, a bunch of little houses. There doesn't have to be anything in the houses, just, like, build them up the mountain like a village behind this giant base, and it would give it a lot more, like, it would give it, like, some story, like, this is, like, there's 100 people living in there and stuff, and maybe, again, this is something that I've thought about, but I just don't know how. I want to maybe incorporate you guys into it somehow, and, like, put some commenters' names and stuff on it, like, maybe put it on random people's, like, put random people's comments and stuff on houses and stuff like that as their house. I don't know, it's a thought. Something like that might happen, but we'll see. For now, though, head back to base, get what I can set up, and I honestly still have 13 days left, which is like 5 real-life hours, 5 to 6 real-life hours, so I can actually do quite a bit still, but a lot of it's probably going to be just harvesting and collecting for next episode, so you guys might not see a lot of it, but there is still a little bit of time to do stuff. So this is an odd one, guys. If I broke these, the ash vines start growing. Right, so what I think I want to do is let them grow up. What I was trying to look up earlier was, can I place, like, a full thing over it? I don't think you can, but I might be able to replace these in a little bit. I think for now I'm just going to destroy the edges, plant the rest of the ash vines, and see if they can stay like that, because that is actually nice. I want them growing on this outside wall. Alright, guys, and the walls are finished up to the boat. They are a little bland right now, but I promise this is temporary. At least, like, exactly how it is right now is temporary. Let's show the idea for what I want to do next episode. It's definitely not going to get done today, but it could be. Also, I kind of want to sleep here in a second, because I want to see if I can get these trees to grow, because I have birch trees planted. But the ash vines are growing. Those are kind of awesome. They're going a little high right now, but that's okay. Yeah, here, let's sleep real quick. I want to see if I can get these trees to grow, and then I want to show you guys what I want to do with the base. Alright, we're back. Trees are still not grown, sadly, so that's okay. Alright, also I have these plants grown, so I can use them at some point. But let's look at what I want to do. So, I want to have 3 more sections to this base, minimum, which is, I know may sound insane because it's already extra large, but think about, like, right now, there's really no crafting area yet other than the cooking area. What I want is back this way, I want a giant, like, storage, smelting, crafting area for all the crafting stations, smelting, storage. Literally everything crafting is going to be back here. There will be a gate down there at the boat to get up to it, as well as I want to raise the ground up at most of these points to make it equal with the top of this wall here, because, you know, obviously if I'm building it back this way, it's going to be equal with the top of that wall eventually, so that's what I want to aim for as far as height. It's going to take a lot of stone to build it up to that, but I can take the boat out and break some plains pillars and I'll be fine. Now, what I want to really try and do, I don't know yet. There's two ideas. One idea is if all the smelters are gone and stuff, and, like, this is how it's actually going to be, I could plant trees along here, and they'd look nice, right? Kind of give it a little bit more of a natural look, kind of like this courtyard area has. Make it more of, like, yeah, I don't know. Make it nicer than just some gray stone. The other idea is I could turn it into, like, a grand hall. Now, the way that I would do that is with, like, a bunch of support beams, a bunch of, like, banners. Let's look what else I could build. Maybe some tables and stuff like that, and that would lead up to the tavern, and then also, like, I don't know, lanterns, hanging things, like thrones, anything that I want to put in there that would make it look like I want it to. And then, for that idea, I would continue the Groston floor all the way up here, across all of this, and that Groston floor would match up with whatever's going to be up top in the crafting area. Both of these ideas are, I mean, I don't know, they're different, but one turns that into a path, one turns it into like a decorative area. Both of them would look good. One takes more work than the other, which is obviously the Groston top one. But it might be cooler in the long run, and it might match up better when I actually flatten that next area out. Now from that will be the crafting area, right? Then back here, I want to add an entire farm. Now, obviously, there's going to be a garden, like a little courtyard right here, but I'm not going to grow all the crops that I need for, like, a mass production of food in that area. But I want to build it back here. I want to flatten this out, build it back here as far as I can. Obviously, there will probably be a separate Mistlands one for Jotun Puffs and Mage Cap, but everything else can be right here. And the ash vines will probably get extended along the walls of that, just so I have more, because vine berries are one of the best foods, or for some of the best foods in the entire game. So, that is that plan. Then, back over here is where I want the tames at. Tames, anything else decorative, maybe like more courtyards and stuff, all the way back into that Black Forest area, and I will probably extend out another dock along here as well. I'm trying to really think, so I can get chickens, easy, right? I can get locks, easy. I can get aspens, easy. Getting boar over here is gonna be a little bit hard. Wolves are gonna be easy to get over here, and I may even try. I don't know if it would be worth doing, but I might try it. Part of me kind of wants to have deer and hare as well, by just scaring them over here. I don't know if it'd be possible, and if they'd even stay if I loaded out the area, but I think they would. So that would be something I'd want to keep. But like, it might be kind of difficult. It might be more difficult than I think to keep those. So we'll see. That will be down here, flattened out with the water a little bit more. The same as the like tavern. We can have a door in the tavern that leads out to here. It'd be great. So far though, this base is going to be ginormous, which was the exact goal. I mean, even already, just courtyard plus this, it's a pretty big base, but it could get a lot bigger, and it's going to get a lot bigger. So this is it so far though. I still have to smelt the metal up, and I still have to get this, like, the areas that I've already crafted, or the areas that I've already made, turned into what they're supposed to be. I need to make the cooking area. Some of the garden still needs to be done the right way, but also storage needs to be the first thing next episode, because I am just throwing shit on the ground at this point. I will get it all cleaned up eventually, but yeah, for right now, I'm pretty happy with how this looks. This is pretty nice, and it's pretty much everything that I wanted it to be, so that makes me happy. Well, guys, I didn't think I was going to have to do this again, but it is actually time to go wreak some havoc on a village. I did not realize for the mead kittle. I don't know how I didn't realize it, because I feel like I've already had this problem once, but I need leather scraps. But I have a village right back here. It's going to be fine. Also, I found like 3 or 4 more tar pits around the edge of this mountain when I was running looking for a swamp, so I have a lot of like tar that I can build with next episode as well, which is good, because I'm going to need a lot of it. I think I just go stupid in here. I think I pop like this, and then that, and then I think we just go to town. I think that's exactly what I want to do. I think I just kind of want to run into this village. I'm fine going a little overkill with how it is. Like, I don't even have that good of food, but just absolutely destroying everything with the lightning chain axes is going to be amazing. Holy shit. Well, if I ever needed more black metal, this is where it's probably gonna fucking come from, dude. Holy crap. This is kind of fun. I kind of like just being, like, way too damn strong for the biome that I'm in and just wrecking everything. Like, this is the best. This is all just for some fucking leather scraps. You told, like, first day Valheim me that I was doing this for leather scraps, I would be very confused. Holy shit. Hey, there's the tar monsters, as I mentioned earlier. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, they're here to help me. I can get some more tar while I'm over here, too, if I really want to. Jesus Christ, man. Hopefully, actually, I do really want to look. I turned off my pickup. I really need to see if I got some of the trophies from this. If I get the Shaman trophy or the Berserker trophy, that's actually something that I need. I'm gonna look for that here in a second. Hey, look at that. Yeah, leather scraps. Where are they at? Well, guys, welcome to day 500. This one was not quite as epic of an ending as last time. Last time I perfectly killed the queen on day 250, which I don't think I could ever do again. That timing was actually insane. But that being said, Vader's dead, the Ashlands has been cleared, and while I do still have a lot of side quests to do next episode that I'm holding for then, we have an amazing base to sit at now, and obviously, yes, there's still a lot to do with it, but we have the blast furnace up, we have the cooking area up, I still need to go get chains and stuff. The other thing that I saw that I need to do, I actually need refined Iter, which means I'll make the Iter refinery, all of that stuff when I make the crafting area next episode, but man, look at this place. This is not what I expected to end this episode with. I cannot, and also, I still cannot believe, I died to Yagluth and did not die in the Ashlands. I'm not disappointed about dying to Yagluth. I'm quite proud that I did not die in the Ashlands. That's insane to me, especially because I don't have very much experience with the Ashlands at all. So that is very nice. If you guys watched the end of this insanely long episode, thank you guys so much. And thank you guys so much for the support on the first video. I'm sure this one's going to do amazing just because of how much support and how many people I gained off that first one. You guys were amazing. So much support on it. I'm going to set a like goal at 1,000 likes. If this video gets to 1,000 likes, which the last one cleared 1,000 likes by a lot, to show that you guys are still interested in this video heavily, then I will release the next one. Probably not as soon as it hits there because it does take a really long time to make these, but that is a guarantee for it. So, once it hits that, I'll probably be about halfway done working on it. That's about how this one went. Last time we set 500 likes. You guys crushed it. Let's go for 1,000 this time. Next episode, the plan is to complete Hilder's quest, start working on the Devernworm sword if I can, and also start working on the trophy room as well as the rest of the base, where I will get every single trophy in the game. Which I still have quite a lot to get, so that's going to be an adventure. As well as there's going to be so many like adventures that come as resources start to get further away from me, and as building this base starts to become a little bit more extreme, I'm going to have to go on quite the travels, and I want to actually uncover like most of this map for my little fantasy map that I want to build. I want to know where everything's at, feel it out, and yeah, just work on all of that next episode. But we'll have 250 days to do so, which is plenty of time. Thank you guys so much for watching. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm currently trying to make it to 5,000 subscribers, and if you guys could help me get there, that would mean a lot to me, and thank you guys so much for watching.